When a time traveler mistakenly believes he has returned to 1980s Britain, enduring the trials of his youth, he ultimately finds himself sinking into darkness as he reaches a moment of realization. Just then, an unfamiliar yet recognizable acceptance letter ignites a spark in his life once more. However, as he delves deeper into the abyss, will he choose to distance himself from the chasm or unhesitatingly leap into its depths? Wait for me. I shall return shortly. Beside a hospital bed on the 5th floor of St. Mungo's, he finally grasps her pale hand with unwavering resolve. This is a tale of a small deceiver, one who struggles repeatedly between agony and tenderness. Sunlight seeped through the tattered brown curtains, infusing the cramped attic with a hint of freshness, momentarily dispelling the oppressive air. Perhaps due to its proximity to the sea, the humidity here remained ever high. Even in the attic, moss thrived in the corners, expanding its dominion, leaving behind patches of inexplicable vitality. While the men of London still nestled under the covers with their wives or perhaps their lovers, who could say for certain those in Torpoint had already begun their daily bustle. This was the morning of a port city. Having just shed the revelries of the night, it welcomed yet another round of clamor and activity, as though sleep were an unnecessary luxury. Of course, this vibrant scene had little to do with the residents of Tamerlane Lane. Maka was a denizen of this shadowy alley east of Torpoint, though born in Plymouth, it mattered little. The impoverished have their own ways, and they possess their own choices. In this alley, filled with ideals and futures, life was decidedly more tranquil than in Plymouth, where various powers converged. Here, there were few official eyes, and certainly no oligarchic behemoths to contend with all those resided in Plymouth. In this dimly lit port city, only the undercurrents of clandestine dealings thrived beneath the surface. Though young, Maka navigated this world with innate cleverness and extraordinary shrewdness, leading a life that turned night into day. Just 2 hours prior, he had returned from the vibrant nightlife, now cocooned in his somewhat worn bed, deep in slumber. A few more cargo ships had docked at the wharf, but such matters were of no concern to him. As he lingered in the colorful realm of dreams, a sudden series of urgent wing beats echoed from outside, as if something had alighted on the narrow windowsill. Tap, tap, tap. It seemed a bird was pecking at the window frame, the muffled sound filtering through the curtains. Maka, lost in slumber, furrowed his brow but remained undisturbed. He turned over, pulling the blanket over his head. Tap, tap, tap. 3 more gentle knocks echoed, resembling a knock at the door, stirring curiosity about what might be causing the commotion outside. Tap, tap, bang. Once again, with 3 abrupt knocks, the old window glass promptly fulfilled its purpose, shattering into a cascade of fragments. Had it not been for the curtains shielding the interior, the shards would have surely scattered across the bed. The tattered quilt was suddenly tossed aside, and Marka blinked in bewilderment as he sat up, appearing rather comical in his confusion, as if still trapped in slumber. Abruptly, with a start, Marka yanked aside the curtain, only to freeze in astonishment. Outside, a pale gray owl perched there, its large eyes locking onto Marka's gaze. Shortly thereafter, the owl tilted its head and emitted a dry hoot, seemingly embarrassed by its earlier clumsiness. Marka blinked twice, momentarily at a loss for how to react. He realized, to his astonishment, that he perceived a certain vivacity in the owl, a quality typically reserved for humanity alone. Owls possess such high intelligence? He mused, grappling with an existential doubt. Who? As Marka's mind swirled with questions, the owl let out a gentle hoot and extended its left talon, placing a letter delicately on the windowsill. The substantial parchment envelope bore an address inscribed in emerald green ink, devoid of postage. Marka paused, reaching for it, and noticed a scarlet wax seal adorned with a heraldic emblem, surrounding the capital letter H, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent each claimed a quadrant. Atop the crest was emblazoned a word both foreign and familiar to Marka. Hogwarts? He pronounced the name, his voice tinged with astonishment and confusion. He hesitated to open the envelope, instead staring blankly at the shield, his thoughts drifting further afield. After a considerable pause, he regained his senses. Silently, he tossed the envelope onto the bed, curling up as he wrapped his pale, slender arms tightly around his head. His dimly shining black hair hung disheveled between his fingers, seemingly narrating the somber and bitter burdens of the years gone by. It's only now that after a lengthy silence, a frustrated groan escaped Marka's dry throat. This is utterly ridiculous that a sudden gust of sea breeze swept in through the window, chilling the air distinctly. Indeed, June in Tow Point was a time far removed from the sweltering heat of summer. As the sun gradually ascended, it bestowed a gentle warmth upon this coastal town. Marka perched on the slanted rooftop, leaning against the outer wall of the attic, gazing longingly at the shimmering surface of the Tamar River. The rising sun, at the horizon where water met sky, gilded the azure river with a radiant sheen. For Marka, who was accustomed to wandering the streets in the dead of night, this was an exceptionally rare and breathtaking sight. But he stood there, lost in thought, gazing into the distance, his hand firmly clutching the unopened letter. The envelope felt remarkably light, yet Maka could not shake the weight it bore upon his heart. With a soft rip, the envelope was gently torn open, revealing two exquisitely crafted sheets of paper neatly folded together, which Maka pulled out in unison. He grasped one corner of the letter and gave it a slight shake, the elegant script within evoking a curious sense of unreality. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Maka McLean, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We await your response via OWL by July 31 SD. Additionally, should the OWL need to stay with you for a while, please provide it with some sustenance. Maka read the contents of the letter several times before turning to the next page. However, before he could scrutinize it further, he bit his lip and stuffed the paper back into the envelope. Yes, it comes at a cost, Maka muttered softly. Tuition may be waived, but incidental fees are inevitable. I should have anticipated this. With a sigh, he climbed back up to the attic, his face clouded with discontent. He rummaged through a small cabinet beside his bed, pulling out several drab sheets of paper and carelessly tossing them onto the counter. Then he dragged out a dusty, grimy suitcase from beneath his bed. Ignoring the cloud of dust that erupted, he opened it with a decisive snap and retrieved a rectangular box from inside. Inside lay a fountain pen, not of any notable brand, but it was the sole birthday gift left to him by his late mother. It was, apart from his pounds, the most cherished item in his life. I also need ink. Ink, he mumbled to himself as he prepared to write a reply. Not far away, a light gray owl perched on the bedpost, tilting its head curiously, watching Maka as he busied himself. Though his penmanship had grown somewhat rusty, he had not forgotten how to spell. Maka's memory was quite commendable, evident in his ability to recall numerous fragmented amounts of pounds without error. However, the letters he penned were inevitably crooked. An uneven essay result, he ultimately discarded several sheets of paper in frustration. Watching the owl flutter out the window, soon disappearing around the corner, Maka's heart finally found a semblance of calm. He truly had not expected that, amidst his profound despair and his resolution to succumb to the dark side of Britain, he would glimpse a miraculous ray of hope. Even more astonishing was the realization that this glimmer of wonder was intertwined with the Hogwarts that he had nearly buried deep within his memory. Hogwarts, Maka once again savored the word, a genuine smile, long buried alongside his deceased mother in the old cemetery of Plymouth, illuminating his face. Maka pondered the myriad possibilities of his not-so-distant future. Far away at 4 Holly Road in the small district of Weybridge, Surrey, the boy who defied fate was just awakening from the cupboard beneath the stairs. Awaiting him was a life in disarray, thrown into chaos by the unexpected visitor. For Maka, the 2 months that had passed might have seemed like an ordinary chapter in his past. Yet now, everything had transformed dramatically. He bid farewell to the small attic that had accompanied him through 3 years of somber days, as well as to Uncle Longru, the bar owner who had given him his first job. He sold everything of value to the fence he frequented in the black market, and with all the pounds he had earned so far and a rekindled hope, he boarded the ferry bound for Plymouth. Only upon reaching Plymouth could he catch a train to London, embarking on a new journey in life. First, I shall visit Mother, Maka murmured, leaning against the railing of the ferry's deck, gazing toward the opposite bank of the Tamar River. The passage of time on the Tamar was brief, and the distance between the riverbanks was not great. Before long, Maka found himself standing amidst a somewhat disarrayed cluster of tombstones. At the tender age of 9, Maka had spent the last of his father's money to erect a gravestone for his mother, a gesture that felt extravagant for him at the time. It was a testament to his first acknowledgement of the woman who had always toiled for financial gain. Mother, Maka gently caressed the gravestone he had cleaned, feeling an uncharacteristic chill despite the midday sun. This seems to be the second time I have called you Mother. He paused, then continued. To be honest, I still struggle to say it naturally. I'm uncertain if I should address you this way, or if I even have the right to. Nevertheless, now, you are my mother. My mom. Cough. I realize this sounds rather hesitant, but at least I have uttered it. Please bear with me. Perhaps due to the atmosphere or the reflections of the past 3 years filled with longing, Maka spoke intermittently for quite some time. As dusk approached, he finally rose, dusted off his trousers, and sighed, planning to find an inexpensive inn for the night so he could catch the train to London from the city. Center the following day to 8 that moment. As he turned around, a flash of pale gold swept through his vision, shimmering under the glow of the setting sun. Chapter 1. A conversation beneath the starry sky. The twilight sun possesses a fleeting beauty, filtering through the gaps in the clouds, exuding an air of languor. The intricate array of gravestones casts elongated shadows in the dim golden glow of the evening sun, creating a distinct ambience. Not far from where the gaze lands, beside a robust poplar tree, stands a man with tousled hair reminiscent of cotton candy, holding the hand of a little girl. Undoubtedly, this is a father and daughter visiting a grave. What had captured Maka's attention moments ago was, in fact, the silhouette of a girl with waist-length, pale golden hair. Of course, Maka is not a pedophile. He holds no interest in a girl who appears to be merely a little over 10 years old, despite being of a similar age himself. Yet her long hair radiates a shimmering halo in the sunset, a sight so unique it is impossible to overlook. Maka couldn't help but steal a few more glances, but that was the extent of it. He paused momentarily before swiftly averting his gaze and proceeding toward the town with his suitcase in tow. However, just as he was about to step out of the cemetery's confines, he faintly heard the man's voice. Luna? Pale golden hair? A flicker of recognition danced in Maka's mind, conjuring a few words that had grown somewhat obscure with the passage of time. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Pandora Lovegood. Lovegood, it must be right. Maka contemplated briefly before breaking into a run. Asking an active wizard for directions is undoubtedly better than stumbling around aimlessly. Perhaps I could even borrow her. Fireplace. What is that contraption called? Flue powder. Mr. Lovegood, please, just a moment. The father and daughter were clearly not in a hurry, or rather, fortunate enough not to have used magic to depart, allowing Maka to catch up. In fact, Maka could hardly recall the name of the magazine. Yet that did not hinder him from using it as an icebreaker. Oh, a fellow enthusiast. Luna's tone was somewhat dreamy, yet her silvery gray eyes were fixed intently on Maka's face, revealing a budding interest. Haha, thank you for your support. My dear young reader, Xenophilius nodded with delight, clearly pleased. Seeing this, Maka promptly seized the opportunity, donning a broad smile and engaging in animated chatter with Xenophilius, as though he were indeed a devoted reader of the magazine. Trust me, it was not difficult by steering the conversation toward the topic of the Niffler. Allowing Xenophilius to elaborate while occasionally chiming in was sufficient to keep the dialogue flowing. The trio, one adult and two children, moved further along the path, their laughter echoing, signifying the success of this encounter. Ultimately, it came as no surprise when Maka was invited to the Lovegood household, intending to stay for a while. This was merely due to his chance and unintentional revelation that he would be enrolling at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on September 1st of this year. Next year, I will trouble you to take care of your junior, Mr. Maka, said Xenophilius, affectionately stroking Luna's hair and grinning broadly. Come, it seems that tonight's dinner can be even more sumptuous than usual. We must warmly welcome your senior in advance. It must be said that from this lavish meal, one could discern that the financial situation of the Lovegood family appeared rather precarious. However, this was of little concern to Maka, for he was not one to indulge in extravagance. To him, poverty and hunger were the norms of his childhood existence. Moreover, on the modest dining table, there were numerous ingredients Maka had never encountered before. Some were oddly shaped, yet they possessed an extraordinary flavor, and the portions were quite generous. What particularly delighted Maka was the soup crafted from a creature known as the great-mouthed colorful ball fish, which proved to be a remarkably delectable dish. Of course, their meat was unimpressive, likely due to excessive activity rendering it tough, accompanied by an odd earthy taste. Are you full, my child? Xenophilius inquired as Maka set down his spoon. Perhaps you'd like a cup of god egg and tea? Oh, no thank you. I believe I have eaten too much, Maka replied, patting his round belly in embarrassment. Would you mind if I took a stroll outside? Of course, you may take Luna with you to explore the vicinity. It is quite safe here, and the air is splendid, Xenophilius shrugged. I, on the other hand, must prepare for tomorrow's work. You know, writing and such. Luna, may I invite you to join me for a walk? Maka turned to the girl, who was lost in thought nearby. Luna turned her head at the sound. What? Oh, certainly, we can continue discussing various magical creatures. Indeed, I believe conversing about unicorns would be an excellent choice. They're said to be quite renowned among muggles. Maka chuckled, standing up to don his coat before opening the door that stood a short distance behind him. Everything here was rather pleasant, except for the slight crampedness inside, which reminded him of the small attic he had resided in for 3 years. The evening air felt familiar. It was far more refreshing than that of Tobo Point's Temo Lane, given that the Lovegood residence was perched on a gentle hillside. The expansive view and the myriad stars above made Maka's gaze drift into a dreamy state. Perhaps Luna's temperament was indeed influenced by this enchanting environment. It is beautiful here, imbued with a sense of freedom. In this place, there were no barriers to impede one's steps. Guided by instinct, Maka wandered forth, casting his eyes towards the infinite night sky. Luna, who had been engrossed in a discussion about mistletoe and nargles, abruptly halted her words upon hearing him, casting a curious glance at Maka before directing her gaze toward the starry heavens. Luna, do you see? There is a scent of freedom here. Can you not smell it? Luna softly murmured, her tone tinged with an unusual depth of wonder. What? Maka paused momentarily, as if recalling something, then blinked. Oh, did your mother say that? My mother also cherished this place. She often took me out to gaze at the stars during her breaks. Luna nodded. Her expression remained inscrutable. It was evident that certain matters could not be so easily reconciled. Maka nodded, faintly remembering that Luna's mother had passed away, perhaps not long ago. Naturally, he was reminded of his own mother, both in this life and the previous one. It is said that the positions and trajectories of the stars can serve as a basis for prophecy. Those centaurs seem particularly adept at it. In Maka's view, at such moments, it is far more appropriate to lightly sidestep the conversation rather than uttering platitudes like "I am very sorry" or "I feel for you." However, Luna was clearly not an ordinary girl. But my mother has already passed away, just last year, due to a spell gone awry. Luna continued, not taking up the topic Maka had offered, but instead speaking her mind. That is truly frightening. I have been mourning this tragedy. Yet, I cannot let my father worry. I believe he may be even more heartbroken than I am, so I cannot bring myself to cry. As Maka listened to the girl's increasingly soft murmurs, he touched the envelope he had kept in his coat pocket, a thought flashing through his mind that made him raise an eyebrow at him. Why, mother has also passed away, and I think I somewhat understand the feeling you described. However, I wonder if that does not imply we can never see our mothers again. After a moment of reflection, Maka continued, the principles of magic have always been rather nebulous. If we could study them more thoroughly, a semblance of normalcy crossed Luna's face, though it was likely not due to excitement over this idea. Once it goes awry, it can become perilous, Luna said, her voice still light, yet the dreamlike quality dissipated. I suppose you are right, Maka replied awkwardly, rubbing his forehead. Luna gazed at Maka for a moment longer, then offered a slight smile. She pressed her lips together and gently added, but it is indeed a possibility. Wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. Luna's words emerged as a whisper, almost as if she were speaking to herself. Chapter 2. The Bustling Domicile. That evening, Maka found repose in Xenophilius's workshop. He fashioned a crude wooden bed from discarded door planks, atop which lay 2 layers of blankets and a quilt serving as a mattress, with another quilt to cover him. Although this arrangement may sound rather meager, it was surprisingly comfortable, allowing Maka to enjoy a restful slumber. The following morning, Luna came to rouse him. To be candid, Maka had grown accustomed to a lifestyle of late nights and late mornings, and adjusting to a new routine proved quite a challenge. Awaken, the sun has risen, Luna exclaimed, tugging at Maka's quilt, yet he remained nestled within its warmth, unresponsive. The sun has already risen, she reiterated, raising her voice in an effort to stir him. The sun shall not rise again, Maka mumbled in a dreamy haze. Luna gazed silently at him, curled up in the covers. For a moment before she attempted another gentle tug, believing that was the extent of her capabilities. However, Maka appeared impervious to her efforts. After waiting a few more minutes, Luna turned on her heels and scampered downstairs, seemingly inspired by a delightful idea. Before long, she returned, bounding up the stairs with a finely woven basket in hand. The basket swayed slightly as Luna held it, suggesting that many small items were bustling within. It seemed this was the reason for her hasty descent, as the contents were likely to effectively rouse Maka. At least, Luna believed so. With a playful blink, she cautiously lifted a corner of the quilt and swiftly emptied the basket's contents inside. Satisfied to see the little creatures burrow into the covers, Luna meticulously tucked the quilt back in place. Before long, a commotion ensued beneath the fabric, resembling the gentle hum of a waking being. Maka appeared to stir. Yet his voice bore an unusual quality, as if he were afflicted with a cold, laden with nasal congestion. What is this? No. The quilt began to writhe restlessly, shaking vigorously, causing the old door plank that served as his bed to tremble as well. Indeed, the hastily assembled wooden bed lacked sturdiness, resulting in a resounding crash that reverberated throughout the room. Subsequently, Maka struggled to throw off the covers, groaning in discomfort. His nasal tone persisted, unaffected by the chaotic disturbance. The mischievous little creatures responsible for this ruckus were now clinging to Maka, particularly around his face and neck. They hummed joyfully, bustling about his face, neck, chest, and beyond, with a few even extending their soft tongues into his nostrils. Got you. Maka shook his head, dislodging the tiny beings from his face, only to discover Luna standing nearby, observing the rare spectacle with keen interest. Luna, with a dreamy expression, pointed at the fluffy creatures adorning Maka's attire, remarking that they were quite affectionate towards humans and would hum contentedly when pleased. Furthermore, she noted their remarkable adaptability in diet, consuming everything from leftover meals to spiders and mosquitoes. They particularly enjoyed extending their tongues to delve into the noses of slumbering wizards, feasting on their dry nasal mucus. Upon hearing this, Maka instinctively pinched his nose, having observed several of these little beings eagerly flicking their slender tongues in anticipation. All right. This is indeed an effective alarm clock, so let us gather them up, he exclaimed, pinching his nose while gesturing dismissively with his other hand before rising from the ground. Oh right. Good morning, Luna. Breakfast time soon slipped away, or rather, there was little to discuss. The cuisine in England has always been rather abysmal, and this sentiment held true even within the magical realm. Not to mention, the financial situation of the Lovegood family had been quite dire, with magazine sales directly impacting their profitability, leaving them with meager galleons for daily sustenance. After hastily finishing his breakfast, Luna's father vanished to gather materials. Before departing, he had given Luna a few instructions, likely suggesting she and Maka explore together. Maka, preoccupied with pondering how to enhance the flavor of gurdy root tea, hadn't paid close attention. Both Luna and her father cherished this beverage, whereas Maka found it quite unpalatable compared to the previous night's equally flawed pufferfish soup. This gurdy root tea, imbued with the essence of the Lovegood family, was undeniably distressing. It was truly a striking concoction. With a sigh, Maka tilted his head back and down the contents of his cup. So, where do we plan to go? He inquired thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, he tilted his head in contemplation and asked, are there any neighbors nearby? I mean wizards. As he pondered visiting another wizard's home to forge a good rapport, a name suddenly struck a chord with him. Weasley? He exclaimed, lifting his gaze to Luna. Isn't that the family of wizards with all the red hair? Mrs. Molly is not one of them, Luna replied, shaking her head, her expression somewhat dazed. Her hair is brown. Maka couldn't help but chuckle at this. Indeed. It is brown, Luna reiterated with utmost seriousness. All right. Maka laughed heartily at Luna's demeanor. Of course, how about we visit the Weasley household? Luna nodded indifferently, appearing unconcerned about their destination. With a sudden bang, after tidying up the dining table and kitchen, Maka watched as Luna vanished into the slightly grimy fireplace amidst a swirl of green flames. Grab a handful, state the location, and toss it in. Maka murmured to himself as he approached the fireplace, suddenly halting as if a thought had struck him. Right, must enunciate clearly. It seemed he had recalled Harry's escapade to Diagon Alley. Weasley residence. Bang. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the green flames produced by Maka during his usage were significantly more abundant than those from Luna's previous encounter. Fortunately, this peculiar magical fire lacked the capacity to transport inanimate objects. Otherwise, judging by the flames surging towards the ceiling, it could have easily relocated the entire fireplace to the Weasley residence. As Maka emerged from the fireplace at the Weasley home, Luna was engaged in conversation with Mrs. Weasley. Oh, you must be Maka, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, turning to greet him. Miss Luna just mentioned you. Welcome to our home. As she spoke, Mrs. Weasley abruptly walked over to the window. Fred, George, Ron. Come inside, we have guests. Maka stretched his neck to glance, just in time to see a freckled boy carrying a hairless rat, followed by a slightly shorter boy. Fred, give me back Scabbers. Percy gave him to me. Hey, Ron. Just wait. I think he needs a bit of hair tonic. Will you all be quiet? Can't you see we have guests? Mrs. Weasley shouted. Where's George? Fred shrugged, replying, Mom, I'm George. All right, then where's Fred? Mrs. Weasley paused, momentarily confused. Suddenly, someone pushed past the two boys and stepped inside, exclaiming, Hey, Mom. I'm George. You've mixed us up again. Mrs. Weasley's expression changed instantly, leading to yet another round of admonishment, while Luna laughed uncontrollably at the spectacle. Maka, observing the scene, could not help but sigh and rub his forehead. Apologies, Mr. Maka. A soft voice emerged from behind him. It's always so noisy at home. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just not accustomed to such boisterous gatherings. He surmised that the girl before him must be Ginny, the youngest of the Weasley clan. The eldest son, Bill, always exuded a rock star vibe. Percy was fiercely proud and wild. The twins were notorious for their pranks. And even Ron seemed to harbor a tendency towards insecurity. Only the second son, Charlie, and the youngest, Ginny, appeared somewhat more normal. Of course, he wasn't entirely certain if his memories were accurate, as it had been quite some time and many details had faded. In any case, thank you. I appreciate your concern, Miss Ginny. Ginny observed Maka's smile with curiosity, wondering if anyone had mentioned her to him. After all, she hadn't yet introduced herself. All right. Let us all come and meet the guests. Mrs. Weasley finally concluded her lengthy reprimand and beckoned her children to join them. Chapter 3. The Upset in Diagon Alley. Overall, Maka held little interest in the Weasley family. As previously mentioned, he was not particularly fond of such lively gatherings. Of course, there was no need for deep engagement either. It is worth mentioning that he has made arrangements with Mrs. Weasley to visit Diagon Alley together at the end of next month to procure the necessary supplies for school. Ron has also received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Time passed swiftly during his stay at the Lovegood residence, where Mako engaged in deep conversations with Luna each day. Occasionally, their topics might seem rather disjointed, yet for the most part, their dialogues flowed effortlessly. However, the delightful days always seemed fleeting, and soon the date agreed upon with Mrs. Weasley arrived. On that particular morning, Mako bid farewell to the Lovegood family and, with his suitcase in hand, stepped once more into the fireplace of their home. Having resided with the Lovegoods for nearly a month, Mako felt it was time to take his leave, no matter how impudent he had been. Naturally, before departing, he lent a hand to Mr. Lovegood, mending the dilapidated fence, thus leaving a favorable impression. During their final farewell, Luna displayed a hint of reluctance for the first time. Mako pondered whether this might signify a rather promising beginning. To be candid, he harbored a certain fondness for this occasionally astute, yet often eccentric girl, though it had not yet blossomed into affection. Suddenly, a vibrant green flame shot past them, narrowly missing Mr. Lovegood's tattered robe. Had he stood even a bit closer, he might have been whisked away to Diagon Alley alongside Mako. The rendezvous with Mrs. Weasley was set at the apothecary, located just behind the leaky cauldron. According to Ron, he needed to purchase nothing, as he would be utilizing Charlie's second-hand belongings. The only exception was a new cauldron, for Charlie's had developed a leak. Ron, while uttering these words, appeared somewhat reluctant, expressing a preference that it had been a copy of Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 that was leaking instead, as it was more expensive and less embarrassing. Yet, when Mako peered into the apothecary from the entrance, he realized he had likely arrived a tad too early. In any case, he decided to first pay a visit to Gringotts. Glancing around, Mako resolved to adhere to his original plan. Gringotts is the sole bank in the Wizarding World, operated by goblins, with branches scattered across the globe. The goblins offered services for deposits and rental of vaults, as well as currency exchange among other minor services. Upon entering the marble hall of Gringotts, greeted by the bows of several goblins, Mako was immediately struck by the bustling yet orderly atmosphere within. Approximately 100 goblins were seated on high stools behind a long counter. Some weighed coins using brass scales, while others inspected gems with magnifying glasses, diligently recording transactions in large ledgers. The hall contained countless doors, leading to various destinations, with numerous goblins guiding customers through these passages. Such a scene is indeed rare. Mako lingered at the entrance for a moment longer before making his way to the counter marked for Muggle currency exchange. Time is money, my friend, Mako remarked to a young goblin perched on a stool, involuntarily quoting a famous adage, before inquiring about the exchange rate for pounds. Mako swiftly retrieved the majority of his funds from his suitcase, depositing all but 100 galleons into Gringotts after completing the exchange procedures. It is my pleasure to serve you, sir. May your fortunes flourish, the goblin exclaimed cheerfully, bidding him farewell in a sharp voice. As Mako approached the entrance, he faintly heard a familiar shout from behind him. Time is money, my friend. It was truly heartwarming. Mako grinned and departed with a buoyant stride. Where to next? Perhaps a leisurely stroll? As he pondered his direction, his gaze was drawn to another narrow path opposite Gringotts. The shops in Diagon Alley were already quite cramped. Yet this alley appeared even more constricted, with peculiar buildings obscuring much of the light, lending an eerie atmosphere. After a brief moment of hesitation, Mako ventured down that way. A small shop named the Giant Spider stood with its door ajar. Inside, various bizarre creatures were presumably caged, reminding him of a note on his shopping list stating students could bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to take a look, especially since he had arrived far too early, with ample time ahead. Welcome, young guest, croaked an old witch at the back of the shop, wearing a wide-brimmed pointed hat. Please feel free to browse. Mako glanced around and began inspecting the creatures in the cages lining the walls. To be frank, he was merely observing. Most of the creatures were unfamiliar to him, yet his curiosity remained piqued. Suddenly, he spotted a large black owl, significantly bigger than those he had seen at the previous owl shop. What breed of owl is this? Mako inquired, turning to the old witch. It is a long-eared owl, native to Sumatra, adept at hunting and vigilance, and skilled at predicting earthquakes and tsunamis, she replied ominously, revealing a crooked smile that showcased her decayed, yellowed teeth. Mako regarded the owl, which was quietly observing him, and asked, "How much?" The old witch grinned, her stiff smile sending shivers down his spine. 20 galleons, my dear sir." Mako cast a sidelong glance at her, his expression unchanged. "Come now, madam, I am not one of those Navi Hogwarts children." The witch hesitated, scrutinizing him, then straightened her hunched back slightly, her tone growing bolder. "Very well, sir, 15 galleons, fixed price." Wait, 10, no, 8 galleons at the very least." The old witch suddenly shouted in desperation. "Deal." Mako placed 8 galleons on the counter, picked up the cage, and exited the shop. "Wait, the price of the cage is separate," she called after him, but by then, Mako had already vanished into the throng of the street. At this moment, she stood at the doorway, astonishingly revealing that the old witch towered at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters. Of course, Maka had not fled far. He merely quickened his pace a few steps before diving into a shop named Melrochi's Curiosities. Welcome to Melrochi's Curiosities, where you can find everything. Take your time to browse. A diminutive figure, even shorter than Maka, suddenly sprang forth from behind a shelf, his shrill voice piercing the air, even higher than that of the goblins from Gringotts. I'm just having a look, Maka replied casually, extracting a wand, or rather, half a wand, from a large basket beside the shelf. This half-wand bore the scars of time, with deep scratches marring its surface, and the broken end revealed a grimy core oozing out. Is this a curious artifact? Maka remarked with a peculiar expression as he examined the fragment of wood in his hand. However, the short wizard seemed to regard it as a treasure, flailing his arms in excitement, exclaiming, "Oh yes, yes, it's a wand once used by a student of Grindelwald, made of purple wood, with a dragon heartstring core. Measuring 14 3/4 inches, I mean, it once was." Subsequently, Maka perused several trinkets on the shelf, while the little wizard danced around him, spinning tales that sounded utterly fabricated, seemingly hoping to capture Maka's attention. Just as Maka set down the object in his hand to leave, his peripheral vision caught a faint glimmer of blue light peeking through the cracks of the shelf. Instantly, Maka averted his gaze, feigning interest in other items, while formulating a plan in his mind. Chapter 4, The Deceptive Duel. What is that? He wondered, as it appeared to be a coin. He feigned curiosity and inquired, after listening to the little wizard's ambiguous explanation about the price. 10 galleons. It absolutely must be 10 galleons. Just look at how rare it is. The moment Maka sensed the wizard's continued attempts at deception, he waved his hand to interrupt the soliloquy, countering with a price of 3 galleons. As far as I know, it's worth only 3. His tone was resolute, as though he possessed a clear understanding of the true value of this so-called Helbo coffin. No, that's impossible. At the very least, 8 galleons. You must know that the infamous dark wizard Helbo was buried with. Before he could finish, Maka interrupted once more, declaring, 4 galleons. It cannot be more. Just as the short wizard hesitated, Maka feigned annoyance, growling with casual indifference as he extricated an item from the shelf's crevice, and proclaimed loudly, "All right. Including this, the total is 8 galleons. Otherwise, I shall take nothing." Maka slammed 8 galleons onto a nearby counter, then fixed his gaze intensely on the little wizard. Suddenly, the wizard fell silent, glancing down at the object in Maka's palm, then at the 8 galleons on the counter, his expression one of indignation. The coin appeared quite antiquated, heavy in his hand, yet it seemed dirty and lacked any distinctive features. "All right, consider this a gift. Accept these 8 golden galleons," he murmured with a resigned expression as he deposited the coins into the locked drawer. On the street, Maka was in high spirits. He toyed with the ancient coin in his hand, feeling a sense of delight that seemed to brighten even the dim alleyway. Of course, he had no way of knowing that inside the Meloki Museum, a diminutive wizard wore a similarly self-satisfied smile. Arrogance is humanity's most precious treasure. It can yield benefits for Meloki. The short wizard, lost in ecstasy, patted the drawer filled with coins, producing a delightful clinking sound of gold. The antiquated coin in Maka's possession was indeed enchanted by this little fellow. In truth, it was merely a grimy iron coin. Setting aside the merchant's little tricks, Maka, feeling content, judged that it was about time to return, and so he retraced his steps. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Maka spied a tall figure emerging from the entrance of Gringotts. "Hagrid the half-giant?" Maka murmured as he approached. As he navigated through the throngs of people, he quickly spotted the small figure beside Hagrid. "Oh, might you be the renowned Mr. Harry Potter?" Maka inquired, deliberately scrutinizing the boy before speaking. Before Harry could respond, those nearby had already gathered around. "Oh my goodness, it's Harry Potter. Is it really him? Oh heavens, I feel as if I'm dreaming." The crowd erupted into excited chatter, with several people pushing forward as if they had encountered a rare magical creature. Maka glanced around and promptly tugged at Harry's sleeve, urging him to run, beckoning Hagrid to follow swiftly. Once they had all squeezed into the junk shop, Maka and Harry exhaled in relief. "Oh, I apologize. I didn't anticipate they would react like that," Maka said, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Oh, it's nothing," Harry replied, shaking his head. "But why is this happening? This is the second time. I seem to be quite famous?" Maka glanced at Hagrid, seemingly coming to an understanding, and nodded. "Well, I'm sorry, but it seems this isn't something I should explain to you." Maka scratched his head, simply reluctant to elaborate. Just as Harry was about to press for more details, Hagrid approached. "All right, since we're here, why don't we go buy a wand first?" Hagrid clapped Maka on the shoulder, cheerfully suggesting, "You should come too." Maka. Maka McLean." Maka nodded in affirmation. "Oh, yes, Mr. McLean," Hagrid responded, mimicking the nod. "No, I mean, just call me Maka," he replied, inadvertently placing his hand on Hagrid's backside. He immediately noticed the awkwardness of the gesture, feeling a flush of embarrassment. "Goodness, you're quite tall." To ease the tension, Maka feigned a higher-pitched voice. Hagrid, upon hearing this, chuckled awkwardly but said nothing more. Maka suddenly realized that Hagrid was likely still concerned about his lineage. Of course, given Hagrid's character, his concern probably lay more with the children's perceptions of him rather than his bloodline itself. Huh. At your age, you are hardly superior to a fairy. Hagrid was not foolish. He had clearly recognized that Maka was attempting to ease the atmosphere. Standing to the side, Harry observed the two with a sense of bewilderment. Unable to decipher their conversation, yet sensing an odd tension in the air. All right, let us proceed. We shall visit Ollivander's across the way, where you will undoubtedly find the finest wand. Indeed, the wand was precisely what both Maka and Harry coveted. The shop appeared dilapidated, with the gilded sign above the door peeling away, inscribed with, Ollivander, expertly crafted wand since 382 BC. In the dust-laden window, a solitary wand rested upon a faded purple cushion. As they entered the shop, a series of jingling bells echoed from somewhere in the back. The interior was quite small, furnished with nothing more than a long bench. Hagrid sat down to wait, while Harry felt an inexplicable sensation, as if he were in a strictly managed library. He suppressed the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, and began to peruse the thousands of narrow boxes that nearly reached the ceiling. For some reason, a shiver ran down his spine. The dust and silence here seemed to conceal an air of enigmatic magic. Good morning, a soft voice suddenly startled Harry. Hagrid, seated nearby, appeared equally taken aback as a loud, crackling noise erupted, prompting him to spring from his bench. An old man stood before them, his pale, large eyes shining like two bright moons in the dim shop. Hello, Mr. Ollivander, Maka greeted politely. Harry, feeling somewhat shy, followed suit and managed a quiet hello. Oh yes. The old man replied, yes. I knew I would soon meet you, Harry Potter, that is no issue. Your eyes are just like your mother's. She came here to purchase her first wand, and it feels as if it were merely yesterday. It measures 10¼ inches, made of willow, and produces a delightful swish when waved. It is an excellent wand for spellcasting. Mr. Ollivander approached Harry, who wished he would blink more often, as the old man's silvery eyes sent shivers down his spine. Your father, however, preferred a mahogany wand, 11 inches long, flexible, and somewhat more powerful. It is superb for transfiguration. When I say your father liked it, of course, I mean the wand chose its wizard. Mr. Ollivander seemed oblivious to Maka standing nearby, leaning ever closer to Harry until his nose nearly touched Harry's face. Harry could even see his reflection in the old man's murky eyes. Ah, here we are, Mr. Ollivander said, as his long, bony fingers brushed against the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. I sincerely apologize. This is the result of a wand I sold, he said softly. 13½ inches long, made of you. It possesses tremendous power, indeed, yet it has fallen into the hands of malevolence. Had I known the consequences of its creation, I would have acted differently. Mr. Ollivander sighed gently, but then raised his gaze towards Harry's rear, seemingly recognizing Hagrid, which finally allowed Harry to exhale in relief. Rubius Hagrid, what a joy it is to see you again. An oak wand, 16 inches, slightly curved, is it not? Indeed, sir, Hagrid replied. That is a fine wand. However, I suspect they must have broken it upon your expulsion, Mr. Ollivander remarked, suddenly turning serious. Ah yes, they did indeed break it, Hagrid said slowly. I still have the broken wand. But you no longer use it, do you? Mr. Ollivander inquired hastily. Of course not. Maka hardly had time to concern himself with Hagrid's old broken umbrella, for Mr. Ollivander's gaze finally settled upon him. Oh, a new face. Greetings, child. Mr. Ollivander's interest in Maka did not appear as fervent as it was for Harry, which was entirely understandable. Maka lacked any extraordinary heritage that would warrant recognition. What is your name? Oh, very well, Mr. McLean, Mr. Ollivander responded, casting a sharp glance at the two. So, gentlemen, who shall be first? He produced a long tape measure marked with silver increments from his pocket, his expression turning solemn. Maka patted Harry on the back, urging him to go ahead. Chapter 5. The Perplexities of Ollivander. Bang. The process of Harry Potter selecting a wand was far from brief. It continued until the wands he had tried formed a small mountain upon the bench. In the midst of it all, Harry even shattered a light-colored vase due to a wand's erratic behavior. Maka observed the wand in Harry's hand, its tip sparkling with golden stars, radiant like fireworks, casting dancing light spots upon the wall. Hagrid applauded, while Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, "Oh, splendid. Truly marvelous. My, oh my, how wondrous." He carefully placed Harry's wand into a box, wrapping it in brown oiled paper, all the while exclaiming about its marvels. I apologize, Harry interjected. What precisely struck you as marvelous? Mr. Ollivander fixed his pale, colorless eyes upon Harry. I remember every wand I have sold, Mr. Potter. Each and every one. In truth, it is the case that 2 feathers from the same phoenix's tail were used. One made this wand, and the other crafted another wand. Mr. Ollivander paused momentarily before continuing. You are destined to wield this wand, and its brother, indeed, it is its brother, bestowed upon you that very scar. Harry gasped. Indeed, 13.5 inches long. Made of you. How extraordinary this is. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. I believe you shall achieve great things, Mr. Potter. Regardless, the enigmatic individual whom I cannot nominate has indeed accomplished formidable feats, albeit terrifying ones. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. He found himself uncertain about his feelings towards Mr. Ollivander, yet he still paid 7 gold galleons for the wand that seemed to resonate deeply with him. Very well. Ollivander nodded, his keen gaze shifting to Maka. Mr. McLean, it is your turn now. Please step forward so I may observe you. I am accustomed to using my right hand. Maka had already observed the process once and immediately complied with Ollivander's request for measurements. The measuring tape unfurled on its own, gliding over Maka's frame, measuring from shoulder to fingertip, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, the circumference of his head. Despite having witnessed it before, Maka remained perplexed about the purpose of these measurements. As the tape measured, Ollivander continued to speak. Yes. As I mentioned before, every Ollivander wand is unique. If one were to use another wizard's wand, the effectiveness would undoubtedly be diminished. Always bear in mind that it is the wand that chooses the wizard. At long last, when the tape floated before Maka, measuring the distance between his nostrils, he felt that it had been quite some time since he had experienced such a ridiculous scenario. Very well, Ollivander concluded, as the tape fell to the ground in a spiral. Now, Mr. McLean, do give this one a try. It was crafted from maple and the ear of a dragon. Measuring 10 inches in length, sensitive, slender, yet undeniably powerful. Maka took it and gave it a casual swish, a gentle red light flickering at the tip of the wand. Oh, quite remarkable, Ollivander remarked, only to suddenly pause. Wait, try this one. It was made of you, with unicorn hair, measuring 9 3/4 inches, equally sensitive but decidedly more steadfast. Maka hesitated for a moment, then set down the first wand to accept the one offered. Whether it was the difference in his movements or some other reason, this time, a hint of golden light erupted from the wand's tip, accompanied by a hint of a sacred aura that emanated forth. He then withdrew a box from the shelf behind him, revealing a wand of rosewood, containing a dragon heartstring, measuring 14.25 inches, hard, powerful, and immensely potent. Maka accepted the slightly purplish-red wand and waved it once more. A vivid scarlet beam shot forth from the tip, toppling the entire shelf behind Ollivander with a resounding crash. The 4 present were taken aback, yet after the initial shock, Ollivander fell into deep contemplation. Maka, Hagrid, and Harry exchanged glances, bewildered by the unfolding events. Noticing Ollivander's silence, they wisely remained still, doing their utmost not to disturb his thoughts. In the realm of magic, wand lore has always been an exceedingly complex field of study, and those capable of crafting wands are exceedingly rare. At this moment, apart from Mr. Ollivander himself, it is likely that one could search all of Diagon Alley and find no one else with such profound knowledge of wand lore. Confused, truly perplexed, Ollivander suddenly lifted his head and exclaimed loudly to Maka, "Grab each wand from that pile on the bench and wave them about, quickly." "But sir, that shelf." "Never mind that, just wave them." Seeing the indifference towards the consequences, Maka felt liberated from any psychological burden and began to wave each wand in succession. In an instant, brilliance, smoke, wand boxes, and the shelf itself were sent careening throughout Ollivander's wand shop, creating a chaotic scene. All right, enough. Ollivander quickly gestured for Maka to stop. His gaze fixed on Maka's hands, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. "It makes no sense. Every wand perfectly suits you? How is that possible?" Maka, equally baffled by Ollivander's incredulity, ultimately chose the wand that had caused the most commotion and, along with Hagrid and Harry, departed from the now disheveled wand shop. Once outside, the trio reviewed their list, purchasing each item one by one. As they reached the end of the street, Maka suddenly recalled something important. "Oh no. I had arranged to meet Mrs. Weasley at the cauldron, and now I'm late." "Mrs. Weasley, you say?" Hagrid glanced into the cauldron. "No need to worry. I spotted her. You haven't missed her yet." Maka looked at Hagrid, mentally exclaiming, "Goodness, you truly are observant." Before bidding farewell to them and making his way toward the cauldron, the time was nearing noon, and the crowds in Diagon Alley had swelled even more than in the morning, leaving one feeling a bit breathless. "Mrs. Weasley, hello." Maka finally managed to squeeze into the space beside Mrs. Weasley and Ron, only to be interrupted before he could finish his greeting. Ron, with a pained expression, took over the conversation. "Then Mum scolded me again, saying I hadn't kept an eye on Scabbers, but you know. Enough. Clearly, this is your fault. Stop making excuses." Mrs. Weasley snapped, her frustration evident. Seeing that Mrs. Weasley was about to launch into another lecture, Maka felt compelled to change the subject. "Oh, Mrs. Weasley, I think it's really no big deal. In fact, I ran into Hagrid at Gringotts earlier. Oh, and Harry Potter." Upon hearing that name, Mrs. Weasley perked up immediately, a reaction Maka had anticipated. After successfully purchasing the cauldron, Maka's shopping adventure finally drew to a close. To be honest, he felt utterly exhausted. Yet he had to continue carrying a multitude of items, although Ron had already relieved him of several. "Maka, let me take some of that. I can help you carry a few things," Mrs. Weasley offered. "No, absolutely not. How could I let a lady carry anything?" Maka insisted. This declaration delighted Mrs. Weasley immensely. She snatched the owl cage from Maka's hands, a beaming smile illuminating her face. "Oh, dear Maka, you truly know how to speak. I am certain you will charm a great many girls in the future. The true unmarried young women are far more difficult to appease than you might think." Maka mused inwardly. It was mid-July, and the weather in England remained as temperate as ever, yet the incessant fluctuations between sunshine and rain left one feeling rather fatigued. To be honest, Maka had little desire to reside at the Weasley household, but ultimately spent several days in their humble abode. It was not until the following month that he finally departed, renting a room above the leaky cauldron, where he would remain until the commencement of the Hogwarts term. Thus, how did this formula truly come into existence? Maka glared at a particular magical equation within the pages of his book, feeling a twinge of frustration. During his reading and memorization, he discovered that many pivotal magical theories within the tome shared a conspicuous trait. The author never elucidated the origins of their formulas, a revelation that shattered Maka's heart. To know the outcome without understanding the rationale. Could it be that magical theory is merely the cumulative wisdom of every generation of witches and wizards since time immemorial? He let out a weary groan of dismay. However, in this final month, aside from the tedious study of magical knowledge, a small incident transpired. Of course, I believe it is not suitable to recount it now, for today marks the last day of August, and tomorrow, September 1st, the Hogwarts term shall commence. Chapter 6, The Hogwarts Express. The sun shone particularly brightly on September 1st, as if even the heavens were celebrating the entrance of the new students. The skies over London were clear, with a few wisps of cloud adorning the azure expanse. A refreshing breeze whispered past everyone's ears, akin to a gentle murmur that enchanted the senses. Maka purchased a new suitcase in Diagon Alley, a second-hand item from a thrift shop, its concealed expansion charm somewhat damaged, resulting in a significantly reduced capacity. Fortunately, the Ministry of Magic's licensing sticker remained firmly affixed to the interior flap. Maka endeavored to belittle the suitcase and haggled several times before ultimately succumbing to the pang of regret and purchasing it. At this moment, he strolled leisurely along the platform at King's Cross Station, relishing the delightful feeling of having acquired it with his galleons. With only an owl and a lightweight suitcase in tow, such a journey felt splendid. Before long, he found himself between platforms 9 and 10, hesitating as he gazed at the stout support pillar. "Oh," Maka reached out, and indeed, his hand passed through the brick wall, eliciting a look of astonishment. The first attempt was always somewhat disconcerting, though devoid of pain, there was a certain tension. With a small step forward, he realized he had traversed the barrier. Arriving at the true platform of the Hogwarts Express, the steam locomotive billowed clouds of smoke above the chattering throngs, while cats of various hues darted about people's feet. Amidst the hum of conversation and the clattering of heavy luggage, owls hooted sharply, responding to one another. The owl perched on Maka's left shoulder appeared considerably larger than the others and was notably quiet, unlike the smaller ones that incessantly cooed and clattered. It blinked its bright, large eyes, gazing at the bustling crowd in the aisle ahead, utterly unfazed. "Maffa, let us proceed." Makar had bestowed upon it a rather imposing name, Malfurion, though it was affectionately shortened to Maffa. "Goo." Maffa softly uttered in agreement. The carriage was already quite populated. Makar traversed several compartments without encountering anyone he knew. Thus he casually selected a sparsely occupied cubicle and stepped inside. "Oh, good morning." Makar greeted the occupants within with a nod. "I hope you don't mind if I take a seat here?" "Not at all, please come in," replied a dark-haired boy immediately. "May I introduce myself?" Makar sensed the atmosphere in the compartment was somewhat chilly and initiated the conversation. "I am Makar McLean. And you?" "Anthony Goldstein," the dark-haired boy stammered, appearing increasingly anxious. It seemed he was indeed not particularly adept at conversation. Makar nodded, choosing to refrain from further dialogue, as he had numerous tasks to attend to, such as studying, and more studying. Extracting a tome entitled A Thousand Magical Herbs and Fungi from his suitcase, Makar began to read intently. The book was rather thick, and the variety of plants within was quite intricate. He had only managed to memorize a small portion thus far. After a brief while, 2 more individuals entered the compartment. Perhaps due to the increased number of people, Anthony maintained an unnatural demeanor, persistently forcing himself to gaze out the window, feigning interest in the scenery. "Hello, everyone. I am Ernie Macmillan, delighted to make your acquaintance." The newly arrived blonde boy exuded a sunny disposition, addressing Makar directly with a cheerful greeting. Makar nodded in acknowledgement, offering his own introduction before turning to observe the last arrival, a girl who was vigorously smoothing her long brown hair, seemingly dissatisfied with its natural waves. Lisa Depan," she announced, but suddenly winced in pain, likely having tugged too hard, and pulled out a few strands. Hey, Makar, what book are you reading? Ernie, short and stout, yet dressed in a vividly stylish manner, appeared to come from a well-off background. However, Makar did not detect the arrogance typically associated with the privileged. He seemed like a potential friend worth having. Oh, I am studying from a textbook. Makar raised the book to display its cover to Ernie. Oh, I have that book at home too, but I've never considered reading it. It looks far too thick, and the title seems rather dull. Ernie scratched his head, causing his neatly arranged blonde hair to become tousled. Sitting beside Makar, Lisa frowned at Ernie's hair but chose to remain silent, instead turning her gaze back to Makar. Makar had always believed that maintaining a neat appearance was a necessary endeavor, as it could foster a favorable impression in others. After all, most individuals tend to favor a neat attire and a polished appearance. Although Maka personally believes that comfort is paramount, Lisa discreetly assessed Maka and nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, this seemingly adorable girl not only held high standards for her own appearance, but also expected the same from others. Subsequently, aside from Anthony, who remained largely silent, the other three engaged in preliminary exchanges and agreed to maintain contact at school. Naturally, Lisa exhibited a pronounced preference for conversing with Maka, although the somewhat oblivious Ernie failed to notice this inclination. As for the treasures gleaned from this journey, aside from memorizing dozens of herbal names, the only other notable encounter was a fleeting interaction with Miss Hermione Granger. However, her haughty demeanor, rapid speech, and urgent demeanor left Maka somewhat overwhelmed. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks, Hermione hurriedly departed, presumably in search of a toad for Neville. In truth, Maka scarcely caught the details, as his attention was fully devoted to committing the names of herbs to memory. The Hogwarts Express traveled throughout the day, and as its pace gradually diminished, night fell. The train's terminus was set opposite the lake outside Hogwarts' rear entrance, where the new students were required to board small boats for their passage to the castle, marking what could be considered a Hogwarts tradition. Of course, should anyone find themselves prone to seasickness, they might opt to circumvent the lake to the front entrance. Although that notion might indeed appear rather foolish. As the first batch of boats approached the cliff, Hagrid bellowed from his solitary vessel. Everyone lowered their heads as the boats ferried them through the ivy-cloaked fade of the cliff, arriving at a hidden, expansive entryway. They traversed a dark tunnel that seemed to lead them beneath the castle, ultimately reaching a subterranean dock before ascending onto a surface of gravel and small pebbles. Guided by Hagrid's lantern, the new students climbed through a tunnel within the rock, finally emerging onto a flat, damp patch of grass beneath the castle's shadow. Is everyone here? Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. The door swung open to reveal a tall, slender witch clad in a rich green robe, her serious expression indicating that she was not easily deceived. First years, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here, she replied. From within the right-hand door, distant sounds of chatter could be heard, suggesting that the other upperclassmen had already arrived. However, Professor McGonagall did not usher them inside directly. Instead, she led them to an empty room across the hall. This modestly sized chamber was crowded, with the new students jostling closely together, the majority nervously scrutinizing their surroundings. Maka, too, was no exception. Clutching his suitcase, he found himself momentarily wedged against the wall by the throng, with even his owl, Maffa, helplessly perched atop his head. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall announced. The commencement feast is about to begin. However, before you take your seats in the dining hall, it is imperative that each of you ascertain which house you belong to. Sorting is a significant ceremony, for during your time at school, the house will serve as your home within Hogwarts. Maka, squeezed at the back, lacked the enthusiasm to listen attentively to Professor McGonagall's speech, quietly awaiting the commencement of events. Once preparations are complete, I shall come to escort you, Professor McGonagall instructed, urging everyone to maintain silence while waiting. Just as her words faded, Maka suddenly heard a loud gurgle. Ravenclaw, a boy shouted from the front, causing Maka to shake his head in bemusement. Please remain silent. Professor McGonagall reiterated sternly before departing the room, prompting Maka to hear a few chuckles from the front. Oh, suddenly, a series of shrieks erupted from ahead. What now? Maka murmured under his breath, straining to see what was occurring. Chapter 7. The Sorting Hat's Judgment. Hearing the commotion again, Maka stood on tiptoe to peer forward. He observed a side wall from which emerged approximately 20 pearlescent, translucent humanoid apparitions. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a gathering of ghosts, conversing amongst themselves as they glided gracefully through the air. Maka faintly caught the mention of the word nearly headless Nick. What are you doing here? Inquired a ghost clad in a ruffled collar and tight-fitting attire, seemingly just noticing the first-year students below. Ah, first years. Another plump friar smiled at them. I presume you are here to undergo the sorting? Some students nodded silently, refraining from speaking. I hope you are sorted into Hufflepuff, the friar added. I was once part of that house. Now, move forward, a thin voice chimed beside the friar. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Single file, please. Professor McGonagall instructed the first-year students, leading them onward. Maka, positioned towards the back of the line, eventually followed the others out of the room. After all, he had no choice given his earlier position. They entered the Hogwarts dining hall, where students from other years were already seated at 4 long tables. Above the tables, thousands of candles floated effortlessly, illuminating the entire hall. The tables were adorned with gleaming gold platters and goblets, while upperclassmen regarded the newcomers with hushed conversations, speculating on who might be sorted into which house. At the head of the hall stood a long table designated for the faculty. Professor McGonagall guided them there, instructing them to face the assembled upperclassmen, who stood quietly behind them. The flickering candlelight cast a pale glow on the faces of the upperclassmen, while the previously seen ghosts shimmered amidst them, radiating a faint silvery light. As all eyes turned towards this gathering, Maka languidly gazed at the enchanted ceiling above. A backdrop as dark as ink, adorned with countless twinkling stars, shimmering amidst the faint magical mist, creating an illusion of reality. He even discerned several constellations that felt somewhat familiar. As the sorting hat was placed down, the previously murmuring voices in the dining hall fell into an expectant silence. They all understood that the main event was about to commence. Sure enough, the hat wiggled several times, a seam parting like a mouth, and it began to sing. "You may think me plain, but do not judge by appearances. If you can find a hat more exquisite than I shall consume myself." At this proclamation, the corners of Maka's mouth twitched. "You may polish your bowler hats to a glossy sheen, or ensure your top hats are sleek and stiff. Yet I am the magical hat of Hogwarts, far surpassing your mere headwear in sophistication." The sorting hat continued its cacophonous tune. Yet Maka had already redirected his gaze back to the ceiling, which was infinitely more captivating. "Perhaps I might be sorted into Gryffindor," whispered a small boy with long black hair beside Maka. "My father says I have always been courageous. I once swallowed an entire flobberworm whole when I was little." "Are you Bear Grylls?" Maka swallowed hard at the mention. "Who is that?" "My surname is Connor, Michael Connor. You can call me Mike," the boy replied, tilting his head slightly. As they engaged in their light-hearted banter, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, gently unfurling a scroll of parchment. "When I call a name, that student shall don the hat and take a seat to await their sorting," she announced. Hannah Abbott, a girl with rosy cheeks and 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the line, placing the oversized sorting hat upon her head, which almost obscured her eyes. Maka found this clumsy girl quite amusing. She sat down, and shortly after, the hat elongated its tone and declared, "Hufflepuff." The table on the right erupted in applause, welcoming her to their ranks, while the rotund ghost of the fat friar waved cheerfully at her from the long table. "Susan Bones, Hufflepuff," the hat proclaimed in a different tune. Susan dashed over to join Hannah. The sorting continued, with the hat skillfully shifting between a myriad of peculiar melodies, as if each term it pondered these tedious matters to pass the time. Unsurprisingly, Harry and his friends were sorted into Gryffindor, the house symbolizing bravery and spirit. Anthony and Lisa, whom they had met on the train, were allocated to Ravenclaw, while Ernie found himself in Hufflepuff. The Michael beside Maka, who had boasted about swallowing a flobberworm, did not fulfill his wish to join Gryffindor, but was instead sorted into Ravenclaw, a hint of disappointment evident in his demeanor. Maka McLean. At last, it was his turn. Upon hearing his name, Maka stepped forward, grasped the sorting hat, and after a moment's hesitation, resignedly placed it upon his head. "Do you seem rather reluctant?" the sorting hat remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction as it shifted slightly. "In truth, I would prefer if you could wash yourself." Maka did not deny this. He surmised that the hat could vaguely comprehend his thoughts, and it was best to speak plainly. "Well, I too think so. But I cannot exactly climb to the bathroom by myself, can I?" The sorting hat twisted again, its pointed tip drooping despondently. However, every headmaster had overlooked such trivial matters. They were far too busy. After a moment of grumbling, it regained its former vitality and muttered to itself once more. This is quite challenging, exceedingly so." The sorting hat continued. "Logically, you ought to be sorted into Ravenclaw, where the environment would allow you to absorb knowledge more thoroughly. Yet, your cleverness and broader perspective would flourish more profoundly in Slytherin. What about Gryffindor and Hufflepuff?" Maka inquired with curiosity. Gryffindor. Do you truly think that possible?" The sorting hat retorted in a peculiar tone. "Well, I actually think so as well," Maka replied, pursing his lips in resignation. At that moment, the sorting hat suddenly twisted around, rubbing its pointed tip against its wide brim, and while contemplating, it said, Hufflepuff, yes, indeed. That must be the most correct choice." Without waiting for Maka to respond, it raised its voice and exclaimed, "Hufflepuff. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts for a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I would like to say a few words. That is, foolishness, whimpering, residue, twist." Maka ceased his conversation with a tall upperclassman and looked up at Dumbledore, who was speaking. "Thank you, everyone." After Dumbledore resumed his seat, applause erupted. "What does that mean?" Maka leaned over to ask the upperclassman beside him. "I have no idea. Perhaps the professor is merely showcasing his sense of humor, the upperclassman shrugged, indicating his own confusion, suggesting to simply enjoy the moment without overthinking it. At that moment, the previously empty golden platters on the long table were suddenly filled with an abundance of food. Roast beef, roasted chickens, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, and tomato soup were all present, dazzling the eyes. What is this? Maka reached for a plate, discovering mint candies. Professor Dumbledore has taken a liking to these recently, the upperclassman explained, gnawing on the meat of a lamb chop with a muffled voice. He always shares his favorite sweets and drinks with everyone. After listening, Maka shrugged and pushed the plate of mint candies away. Maka, are you not hungry? Ernie, not far off, curiously watched as Maka nibbled on roast beef and couldn't help but ask. Oh, I am actually quite full, Maka smiled, clearly prioritizing speed over elegance in his eating. To me, Ernie, it appears you are maintaining your composure. A seemingly carefree upperclassman chuckled, teasing Maka. The senior student saw through Maka's playful demeanor. Yet he was not the least bit annoyed. Instead, he joined in the jest, saying, otherwise, how could I engage in conversation with someone as lovely as you? Charlotte, are you finally ready to wed? Teased another girl beside her, seemingly a close friend. Amidst the raucous cheers of their peers, Charlotte could no longer withstand the teasing and hastily lowered her head, spearing a piece of roasted potato from her plate and sending it to her mouth, her beautiful face reddening further. Chapter 8. The Qualities of Hufflepuff. The atmosphere at Hogwarts is generally quite relaxed, particularly during mealtimes. Amidst the laughter and merriment, the lively welcoming feast was drawing to a close. After Maka had thoroughly enjoyed a selection of the second-course desserts, the plates on the table magically vanished, leaving it as pristine as it had been at the start. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore rose once again, and the hall fell silent. Now that everyone is well-fed and refreshed, I feel compelled to share a few words with you all as the term commences, he began. Dumbledore paused, his gaze sweeping over the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table. First-year students, please note that the woods on campus are strictly off-limits. This is a reminder for some of our older students as well. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind you not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The trials for Quidditch players will be held in the second week of this term, so any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Finally, I must inform you that anyone wishing to avoid unforeseen accidents and untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Upon hearing this, a few individuals laughed heartily, perhaps thinking it was yet another of Dumbledore's humorous quips. However, the majority remained solemn. Professor Dumbledore never joked about danger. Maka mused that this was likely related to the Philosopher's Stone, though he could hardly recall the specifics of the arrangements. After all, it had little bearing on him. Compared to the uncertainty of facing Voldemort or merely training Harry through perilous trials, he was evidently more intrigued by the stone itself. Of course, the prospect of obtaining it was virtually out of reach. He certainly did not wish to be pinned to the ground by Dumbledore's little finger. In general, Maka was disinterested in the events of this academic year. He felt there was insufficient time for his studies, which were already too scant. It would be a relief if he could avoid adding chaos to the lives of those 3 young lions. Now, before everyone retires for the night, let us sing the school song together, Dumbledore announced, his voice booming, causing most of the faculty to wear expressions of dismay. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon soared into the air, twisting and curling above the dining table to form lines of text. Choose your favorite melody, Dumbledore instructed. Ready, sing. The entire faculty and student body, or at least the vast majority of them, erupted into song. Maka opened his mouth, but quickly realized he could not bear the embarrassment of the situation. He merely moved his lips like a fool, blending into the cacophony of voices around him. When Dumbledore announced that it was time for bed, Maka finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the thought of having to endure this awkwardness 5 more times made his eyes feel a tad moist. All right, let us go. First-year students, follow me. I shall guide you, said a senior who had been chatting with Maka, standing up with a gentle smile. Was that Cedric? Although Maka could only recall his name and not his surname, he had a vague impression of this remarkable and just senior. However, he did not appear as handsome as he had imagined. Maka muttered under his breath, just loud enough for himself to hear. What's wrong, little Maka? What are you looking at? The senior, Charlotte, approached him and softly spoke. That is Senior Darren Criss. Now in his 6th year, he has been the boys' prefect for Hufflepuff since last year. Maka was taken aback. This seemed to contradict his recollections. I was wondering, which one is Cedric? I had heard about him before enrolling. He seems like a wonderful person. Charlotte nodded in realization and smiled. Cedric? Indeed, in 2 years. He would undoubtedly be a popular candidate for prefect. Maka followed Charlotte's gaze and immediately spotted a handsome young man. Cedric had been seated at the opposite end of the long table during dinner, which explained why Maka had not noticed him. Oh, I see now. There are grade restrictions for prefect selection. Cedric has yet to become the boys' prefect for Hufflepuff. Maka pondered aloud. And what about the girls' prefect? He asked, looking at Darren's solitary figure ahead. Oh, that would be me. Charlotte replied with a grin, patting Maka on the shoulder. I am not accustomed to leading others. So I usually delegate matters to Darren. He seems quite willing to take on these responsibilities. Maka looked at the charming yet whimsical senior beside him and shook his head in resignation. The first-year students of Hufflepuff followed the amiable Darren down the side corridor on the first floor, eventually arriving at the basement directly beneath Hogwarts. Behind here is the Hogwarts kitchen. If you feel hungry at night, you can go there for a snack. The house elves will be delighted to welcome you, Darren explained. As they passed a still life painting of fruit, Charlotte pointed with her chin, saying, just give the pair a little tickle. It sometimes giggles back, quite adorable. The entrance to the Hufflepuff common room was just ahead, but as Maka gazed at the towering stack of wooden barrels nearly filling an entire wall, he felt a bit dazed. As you can see, this is quite a messy pile of barrels, Darren chuckled, and our Hufflepuff common room entrance is hidden among these barrels. Of course, I do not expect anyone to climb inside by opening the lids. Ernie, the barrel you chose is far too small. Darren halted Ernie's attempt to investigate a suspicious barrel and continued, ladies and gentlemen, please be informed that the entrance to our Hufflepuff common room is the only one in Hogwarts protected by a repelling charm against intruders. As Darren observed the ensuing stir and awe among his peers, a hint of pride illuminated his countenance. After a brief pause, he elaborated, trust me, you would not wish to experience that sensation. The odor of vinegar is notoriously difficult to cleanse, and it can be detected from 200 meters away, leaving one's teeth aching from the sourness. Upon hearing this, Ernie shuddered, filled with immense gratitude towards Darren for preventing his earlier folly. Charlotte, if this method were to be disclosed, wouldn't it lose its efficacy? Maka inquired, perplexed. This is one of Hufflepuff's greatest secrets. No one would dare to reveal it. Charlotte replied with a shrug. The Hufflepuff common room and dormitory have remained unseen by outsiders for over 1,000 years. We know precisely how to conceal and protect ourselves, just as our house emblem signifies. Maka lifted his gaze towards the emblem on the wall of the common room, where the badger radiated a subtle glow, embodying both modesty and poise. Regarding this matter, he felt a sense of uncertainty. The Hufflepuff common room was a circular space imbued with a faint earthy aroma and a low ceiling. Enchanted to bask in sunlight during the day and adorned with twinkling lights at night, it offered a view of swaying grass and dandelions through its circular windows. Gleaming copper ornaments dotted the room, complemented by various plants that either dangled from the ceiling or rested upon the windowsills. Professor Pomona Sprout, the head of the house, was responsible for herbology classes and consistently brought intriguing specimens to decorate this cozy yet modest chamber. The students lounged here, seated or standing, at ease as if they were in their own home. Hufflepuff, the largest house at Hogwarts, was also the most united, having remained virtually unchanged for centuries, much to the astonishment of other houses. After a while, the first-year students gradually retired to their dormitories, exhausted from a full day of activities. Later that night, Maka reclined on his bed, reopening his textbooks for further study. His roommates had already succumbed to slumber, yet he felt far from drowsy. Over the past 2 months, he had practically acclimated to a regular routine. However, this night, sleep eluded him. His mind replayed the events of the day, and though he appeared composed, his heart was anything but tranquil. Despite holding a book and reading line by line, little of it lodged in his memory. And it was not until the late hours that he quietly drifted off to sleep, draped in his outer robe. Chapter 9. A small issue in potions class. On the following morning, Maka was the first to awaken. He could not fathom how he had risen so early after having only fallen into a drowsy slumber late the night before. He speculated that it likely had something to do with Luna, that little girl. During his stay at her home, he encountered various awakening methods each morning, while the dazed young girl seemed to revel in it. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed the unfortunate habit of waking up precisely on time. Today marked the commencement of classes. Most of Hufflepuff's lessons would be scheduled alongside those of Ravenclaw, while Gryffindor's classes would coincide with Slytherin's. The silver lining was that, in the absence of Harry Potter, Snape tended to be somewhat less irritable. Attendance was about to begin. Snape maintained his usual impenetrable demeanor, his face perpetually devoid of a smile. He grimly recited the names from the attendance roster, not sparing a glance for the students. Once he finished calling the roll, he cast a cold and hollow gaze over the class. In his eyes, Maka perceived a semblance to the gaze of the homeless souls wandering Topping Street, who had lost their purpose and dreams. No, Maka mentally refuted. Compared to those vagabonds, the emptiness in Snape's eyes was far more profound, resembling the gaze of the deceased, icy, void, and suffused with a sense of lifelessness. Mr. McLean, do you seem to hold a differing opinion on my remarks? As Maka found himself lost in Snape's eyes, the latter appeared to have noticed something amiss and turned his furrowed brow towards him. Oh no, I have a profound appreciation for potions. Yet the theories it encompasses are exceedingly intricate. I sincerely hope, Professor Snape, that you might assist me in resolving some queries I encountered during my preliminary studies. In his haste, Maka found himself ensnared by his earlier thoughts, unusually conceding. Nevertheless, he indeed had numerous questions yearning for authoritative answers. Thus it could not be deemed mere folly. Yesterday, in the Hufflepuff common room, Maka had inquired extensively about various professors from Senior Darren. Although nearly no student held any fondness for Snape, his accomplishments in potions and charms were indisputable. However, Snape was entirely unappreciative of Maka's words. He offered a cold smirk, if it could be called such, and retorted with a disdainful tone, "Oh, is that so? Then by all means, enlighten me. But if your inquiries are merely trivial, I fear Hufflepuff may suffer a deduction in points. I shall reiterate, questions from students are unwelcome in my classroom." Maka could not help but swallow hard at his words. Fortunately, the other Hufflepuff students seemed unconcerned about the potential loss of points. Instead, they gazed at him with worried expressions, as if the safety of their peer outweighed the value of house points. Glancing around, Maka felt a sense of relief and, for the first time, a flicker of affection for this house. Clearing his throat to steady himself, he finally posed the most perplexing question he had encountered while reading magical potions and elixirs. "Professor Snape, while I was reviewing the section on sleeping potions, I discovered that a particular quantitative constant in the formulation was not explicitly detailed in the actual mixing process, which left me utterly perplexed. I couldn't ascertain whether I had made an error." As Maka spoke, his brow furrowed, a clear indication of his immersion in the subject. When discussing topics of personal interest, he often forgets his surroundings and the individuals with whom he converses, a rather unfortunate habit. Fortunately, Snape did not display any impatience. He gazed at Maka for a moment before speaking. "I shall address the matter of sleeping potions further on. If you pay close attention, such questions will not arise again," Snape remarked coldly, turning away to rap his wand against the blackboard, which immediately revealed a series of texts and formulas. "You may sit down now," urged Ernie, tugging at Maka's sleeve, whispering, "I never imagined. I've heard that Professor Snape is the strictest professor at Hogwarts. He claims he will deduct points. Yet no one has ever been detained." However, Maka felt no relief regarding this. He was genuinely concerned about that question. The two potions classes concluded in the chilly underground classroom, and upon Snape uttering the words "class dismissed," the students hurriedly vacated the premises. In that classroom, apart from the numerous preserved animal organs and the perpetually grim-faced Snape, there was no one else, the atmosphere laden with an unpleasant aura. The quantitative constant was of no real use, a remnant of historical error. As Maka passed through the doorway, he noticed Snape standing outside, who, after leaving that remark, strode away. Maka watched Snape's retreating figure, the great cloak billowing in the wind as he walked, resembling a large bat in motion. The image elicited a brief chuckle from him. It seemed communication was not as daunting as he had imagined. Maka mused inwardly. Of course, the reality was far more complex than Maka perceived. Snape's presence at the door, along with his comment, was, in fact, due to his own intrigue with potion making, sparked by a question he once harbored in his student days. This coincidence was something Maka could not fathom. Adjacent to the potions class was Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts course, characterized by his peculiar hair growth. However, that class offered little of interest. Besides Quirrell himself, who emanated an overwhelming scent of garlic and spoke in a stutter, the course content was woefully uninspiring. Maka truly could not comprehend how one could narrate the tale of resolving a zombie-esque resurrection so awkwardly and with such dubious authenticity, especially considering Quirrell was reputed to have been an exemplary student in his youth. Setting aside the potions class and the nearly vacuous defense against the dark arts course, Maka found himself most intrigued by the charms class taught by Professor Flitwick, who possessed a lineage of fairy blood. Although this esteemed professor is diminutive in stature due to his lineage, he is a figure deserving of universal respect. In his classes, there are no stringent demands. Students are even free to move about, and he shows no displeasure when they jest with him. However, when Professor Flitwick meticulously elucidated the maddening dilemmas he encountered in his tome Theoretical Magic, Maka was instantly filled with profound admiration for him. This former dueling champion is indeed formidable. His insights and the application of techniques granted Maka a refreshing perspective on the foundational theories of magic, as if he had been ushered through a new portal of understanding. "Thank you, esteemed Professor Flitwick." Maka always holds a sincere reverence for those who impart knowledge to him. Professor Flitwick, smiling, gently patted Maka's arm, clearly unable to reach others' shoulders, and kindly remarked, "There is no need for such solemnity. Theory can be tedious, but only through practical application can one attain deeper comprehension. Nonetheless, you remain the most profound student of spellcasting among this year's freshmen, quite exceptional like Miss Granger from Gryffindor." Subsequently, Maka gleaned some information about Hermione from Professor Flitwick. Upon hearing the breadth of Hermione's studies, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle at the sheer volume of her reading. Such an abundance does little to aid understanding and application. In Maka's view, Mastering the fundamentals is essential for laying the most robust foundation for further study and research. Even prodigies must proceed methodically. And he is acutely aware that he is no genius, nor is Hermione likely to be one. Most importantly, this course has little relevance in the contemporary magical realm, which renders Maka, a pragmatist, quite tormented by it. Hey, I heard you debunked his theories in Snape's class. Is that true? Ron inquired eagerly as they were engaged in fertilizing some harmless, gentle plants in the first greenhouse during herbology class. Maka noticed that not far away, Hermione, wielding a small trowel, seemed to be attentively focused on their conversation, indicating her interest in the matter. Chapter 10, A Small Gesture. This herbology class is one of the few this academic year shared between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Although there may be changes in the following year, it presents an opportune moment for Maka to draw closer to Harry and his companions. Speaking of Harry, that indomitable boy is currently exerting himself in a battle against the flobberworm on the foliage. Indeed, it is the very creature that the somewhat forgettable classmate, Michael Corner, once swallowed whole as a child. They have a particular fondness for lettuce, but generally, they consume any plant. As Ron squeezed over to inquire about Maka's encounter with Snape in potions class, Maka was deep in thought regarding these worms. These fellows are no less than 10 inches long, not much shorter than Maka's wand. Heaven knows how Michael managed to swallow it in his childhood. Did he bite it off and then consume it? The thought sent chills down Maka's spine. What are you contemplating for lunch? Ron gazed at Maka in confusion, then added, Let us set aside lunch for now. Quickly tell me, how did you provoke Snape? We are to commence his class tomorrow. And I have heard from the upperclassmen that he always favors students from his own house. I wonder if there is any truth to that. Who told you I provoked Professor Snape? Isn't that akin to courting death? He briefly explained the situation, which piqued Hermione's interest, prompting her to join in. Hey, did Professor Snape really say that? Hermione inquired, her excitement evident. That is Arsenigg's pharmacological formula, an authoritative source. How could he so casually dismiss it as an error? Soon after, Hermione composed herself and looked apologetically at Maka. I am not suggesting that questioning authority is inherently wrong. She hesitated, a hint of skepticism in her tone. But is that quantitative constant truly unnecessary? It should be accurate. Maka nodded and quietly began to elucidate the matter to Hermione. As she listened, she interjected occasionally, appearing somewhat convinced. What are they discussing? Ron turned to Harry and asked. Probably something about potions class, Harry replied, having finished his own task. A flobberworm writhed helplessly in his gloved right hand, unable to escape the malevolent grip that thwarted its attempt to feast. Harry shook his head, realizing he couldn't comprehend it at all. It shouldn't be anything significant, should it? Ron cast another glance at Maka and Hermione, who were deep in conversation, before resigning himself to tending to the plants. The immaculate Maka and the perpetually disheveled Hermione made for a rare combination. He mumbled to himself, perplexed by the contrast. Then it dawned on him that the seemingly lazy Maka was, in fact, an exemplary student. Perhaps he could seek his assistance with future assignments? Ron suddenly found this notion splendid. Following the herbology practical, many eagerly anticipated the flying lesson, which Maka and his peers attended alongside Ravenclaw. Naturally, Maka was excited about this opportunity to soar freely through the skies, yet he harbored uncertainty about the challenges he might face. To be honest, he often struggled with his sense of direction. Would he truly be able to find his way in the air? The first flying lesson took place beside the main entrance of Hogwarts Castle, where a gently sloping, level area lay beneath the entrance. The grass swayed gracefully in the breeze, exuding vitality. To the east, the dark edge of a forest came into view, its towering treetops swaying in the wind, producing a rustling sound. The Badgers of Hufflepuff had already taken their positions on the field, observing their Ravenclaw classmates approaching leisurely, while Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, urged them to hasten their pace. Well, what are you all waiting for? She exclaimed sternly, instructing everyone to stand beside a broomstick. Quickly, we must not waste time. Her short gray hair stood erect like steel needles, impervious even to the wind. Her yellow eyes resembled those of a hawk diligently overseeing its fledglings. Maka selected a broomstick that caught his eye from the neatly arranged array on the ground and stood quietly beside it, watching as his fellow students hurriedly sought their places. Extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick, Madame Hooch called out before commanding, up. At her authoritative tone, the students seemed to be momentarily galvanized, their collective response remarkably synchronized. The broom obediently sprang into Maka's hand, and he relished the unfamiliar yet exhilarating sensation, finding it quite pleasing. However, not all students fared as well. Some brooms merely twitched in place, while others tumbled across the ground. Ernie's broom even shot directly into the air, leaving his palm stinging. It appeared that proficiency might be linked to innate talent, as only a select few managed to catch their brooms effortlessly. Subsequently, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount the broom without sliding off. She traversed the line, correcting the student's grip, occasionally reprimanding those who struggled. Oh! Maka gasped as the ground receded farther beneath him, marveling at this unprecedented thrill. Mr. McLean, you've exceeded the height I mentioned. Madam Hooch called out to Maka. Come down, and be cautious. Startled, Maka realized he had indeed ascended higher than the others. He promptly leaned forward as instructed, causing the broom to obediently descend. Well done. Madam Hooch commended, patting Maka on the shoulder. Safety is paramount for beginners. Taking gradual steps is the wisest approach. Maka nodded, yet inwardly mused that next week he would witness Neville and Harry soaring to great heights, quite literally, in Neville's case. Madam Hooch, he inquired, contemplating the scenario of a novice accidentally falling from their broom. How should one remedy such a situation? With this thought, Maka shifted his focus, expressing concern for Neville, the perpetually anxious boy, hoping to prepare Madam Hooch in advance so that perhaps his arm would remain unbroken. He imagined it must be quite painful, for even now, the memory of that scene lingered vividly in his mind. One could use the levitation charm. There is no need for concern, Madam Hooch replied, assuming Maka was worried about injuries. If necessary, Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing will attend to them. Her potions are invariably effective. Oh, thank you for your response. Maka feigned a sense of relief and graciously expressed his gratitude. Of course, this was merely a minor episode in the tapestry of his learning journey, something he accomplished effortlessly. And soon enough, it slipped from his mind. Ah, what a delightful sensation. With the approval of Madam Hooch, Maka was granted the opportunity for a low-altitude flight, a privilege he had ardently advocated for, and now he reveled in the experience. The brisk wind rushed towards him, whistling past his ears, causing his robes to flutter dramatically. Under Maka's control, the broom darted left and right, resembling a shark slicing through the water, albeit a tad too close to the ocean floor. Careful. Slow down. Quick. Do as I say. Madam Hooch shouted from below, but the cacophony of the wind drowned her out. After a considerable time of indulgence, Maka finally eased his pace, abruptly yanking the broomstick to pivot midair, tracing a graceful arc. Although these brooms were merely practice models, some even exhibiting minor imperfections, they were nonetheless legitimate and suitable for serious use, certainly not mere toys for children. My apologies, Madam Hooch, Maka said upon landing, bowing his head in contrition. I got a bit carried away. I hadn't anticipated such an exhilarating sensation and lost track of myself. Madam Hooch scrutinized him for a moment, then sighed. I just mentioned the importance of gradual progress. Nevertheless, you performed admirably. After you thoroughly study the Quidditch safety guidelines, perhaps you may have the chance to fly again. I believe you will come to realize how splendid a choice it is to embrace the sport of Quidditch. Such was Madam Hooch, stern yet fair, imbued with a strong sense of responsibility, and most importantly, possessing a heartfelt passion for the sport of Quidditch. Chapter 11, Mafario and the New Book. The following morning at the Hufflepuff table, Maka, yawning and bleary-eyed, stuffed slices of white bread into his mouth, having forgotten to spread any jam. His school robe hung askew, clearly donned in a haphazard manner, an appearance that starkly contrasted with his usual neatness. Hey, Junior, why do you look so tired? Did you not sleep well last night? The boisterous senior Charlotte, seemingly indifferent to others' attire, was always impeccably dressed herself. Yes, a bit, Maka mumbled, his eyelids drooping, as if he might succumb to slumber at any moment. Thinking about some young lady, are we? Charlotte teased, seizing the opportunity. It was evident that she had not anticipated Maka's swift retort, leaving her with an expression of bemusement. All right, wake up. Class is about to start, she declared, raising her hand and playfully delivering a light slap to Maka's back. Startled, Maka jumped, causing the bread in his mouth to tumble onto the table. I mean, Charlotte, did you really need to be so forceful? Maka grimaced, acutely aware of a likely crimson handprint forming on his back. At that moment, the owls arrived. Maka lifted his gaze, watching a large flock of owls fluttering about the dining hall, dropping their respective parcels or letters onto the laps of their recipients. As Maka pondered the idea of sending his own owl out for a leisurely stroll, a shadow darted through the entrance of the dining hall, startling the other owls into a frenzied dispersal. Maka looked up again at the sound, only to see his own owl, Maffa, diving toward him, and then, like a bomber, it dropped a large parcel onto the ground behind Maka with a resounding thud. Coo! Maffa called out before landing on the dining table and pecking at another slice of bread from Maka's plate. Is this your owl? Charlotte, the senior, inquired curiously, gazing intently at Maffa. It's really robust. I want one just like it. Where did you buy it? This owl was a special order Maka had placed just days before school commenced at Lehan Bookstore, where he had reserved several books on potion making and herbology. Although these books were available in the library's texts certainly would not permit one to scribble on them. Charlotte leaned in to take a closer look and exclaimed in surprise, Junior, are you planning to complete all of Hogwarts courses in your first year? As they passed the Gryffindor table, Harry called out to Maka. Hey, Maka, Hagrid invited me over for tea. Are you coming? He asked, waving a note in his hand. When? Maka replied. I have classes this afternoon. Please send my regards to Hagrid. I will reschedule my visit. Harry nodded, and then leaned over the table to jot something on the back of the note before sending it off with Hedwig. The professor for Transfiguration was Minerva McGonagall, who, like Snape, was known to be a stringent instructor. However, unlike Snape, Professor McGonagall treated all 4 houses equally, meting out stern punishments to any student who violated school rules. Consequently, while most students were indeed fearful of this perpetually stern veteran professor, there also existed a profound respect for her. It was certain that many students held a genuine admiration for her. Professor McGonagall's teaching style was always succinct and effective. As soon as the class commenced, she issued a stern warning to all present. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous magic you will encounter in your studies at Hogwarts, she stated. Anyone who misbehaves in my classroom will be promptly dismissed and forever barred from returning. This warning, which I have delivered to every incoming class, should serve as a cautionary reminder. The vast majority of students were captivated by the allure of this remarkable magic, and naturally, it was one of them. In truth, Maka was likely among the students best equipped to grasp the intricacies involved, having gleaned much from the beginner's guide to Transfiguration prior to this moment. Thus far, Maka had already read through several of the required textbooks, and he believed that the most challenging of them all was undoubtedly this very course. The difficulty of Transfiguration hinged not only on a wizard's understanding of its principles. This was merely the starting point. To truly master the art of Transfiguration, one must grapple with the profound challenge of comprehending the intrinsic properties of objects before and after their transformation. Aspiring wizards delving into this discipline must not only conduct an in-depth exploration of the physical attributes of objects, but also strive to attain a high level of understanding and control over their magical qualities. This pursuit is both intricate and profound, arguably an endless journey. For instance, while a novice wizard may succeed in transforming a matchstick into a sewing needle of similar size, a master of Transfiguration could effortlessly convert that same matchstick into various models, materials, and even textures, sustaining these forms for centuries. Beyond the differences in precision and resource consumption, the most significant distinction lies in the depth of understanding. This is a time-consuming, long-term study, and Maka has discerned that there are no shortcuts, only the incremental accumulation of knowledge through diligent study and research. In class, Maka managed to transmute a feather assigned to him into a lump of metal. Although his control over the object's form was still lacking, Professor McGonagall nodded in approval, recognizing that achieving such a substantial change in an object was indeed a commendable feat for a beginner. Maka was thoroughly engaged, for he realized that Professor Bin's lectures were not mere recitations of the textbook. They were meticulously organized and occasionally included insights that even the textbooks overlooked. It is likely that this esteemed and solitary ghost professor of Hogwarts meticulously prepares for his lessons each night. Perhaps it is also due to the fact that ghosts do not require sleep, granting them ample time to avoid the tedium of existence that might prompt them to wish to die once more. I have heard that Professor Binns, in his mortal life, served as the history of magic instructor at Hogwarts, until one fateful day, he inadvertently left his body behind while coming to teach. Sitting beside Maka, Ernie whispered, "As you mentioned, Professor Binns dedicated the latter half of his life to teaching, and even in death, he continues to uphold this arduous commitment." Maka nodded in agreement, replying, "You are indeed correct. While the history of magic class may be excruciatingly tedious for other students, Maka found that time seemed to slip away swiftly." "Maka, where are you headed? Aren't you going to the common room to play wizardess chess later?" Ernie asked, somewhat surprised. The history of magic classroom was located on the second floor, and as the badgers of the dormitory descended the stairs, exchanging various gossip, Maka alone ascended toward the upper levels. The library, situated on the 5th floor of Hogwarts Castle, is a colossal repository boasting an extensive collection of tomes. Within its confines, one can discover nearly every magical book currently in circulation, as well as those published in the past. However, a substantial portion of the library is designated as the restricted section, where access requires a signed note from either the headmaster or the defense against the dark arts professor. The librarian, Madame Pants, is a gaunt, elderly woman with a temper akin to that of a ravenous old vulture, perpetually irritable and watchful over her precious volumes. She regarded the books in the library as her very essence, resolutely expelling any student who dared to deface or damage the precious tomes. To her, these treasured volumes were akin to her most cherished possessions, and ideally, she would prefer that no one intrude upon her sanctuary. It was merely a short while past class dismissal, and only a few first-year Gryffindors remained in the library, as their college had no classes scheduled for the afternoon. Magical creatures here," Maka exclaimed, rising on tiptoe to retrieve a book from the towering shelves, titled The Habitats and Traits of Humanoid Magical Creatures. He immediately began to peruse its pages. Chapter 12, The Encounter with the Mysterious Girl. Eureka! Maka felt a surge of joy at swiftly locating the desired information. He read the text line by line, silently mouthing the words, Fairy, Ministry of Magic Classification, fairies wield wands resembling slender branches. That very afternoon, Maka could hardly contain his excitement as he opened one of the books he had ordered, entitled The Book of Potions. This ancient tome, published in the 16th century, would have likely escaped his notice had he not spotted it on a list of old books at Lehan Bookstore. Within its pages, he discovered an intriguing ingredient, the wings of fairies. This was a rather rare potion ingredient. While fairies would not perish from losing their wings, their inherent vanity would prevent them from willingly relinquishing them. The wings of fairies possessed unique magical properties, allowing them to dazzle when they wished to show off, or to conceal their presence when discretion was required. If one could concoct a potion using these wings as the primary ingredient, perhaps an extraordinary invisibility potion could be created. Maka speculated. The notion of rendering a person invisible was undeniably captivating. Aside from the intricacies of crafting an invisibility cloak and the formidable challenges posed by the disillusionment charm, only a handful of potions could achieve the effect of rendering an adult wizard relatively undetectable. Moreover, these potions were invariably exorbitantly priced, with some ingredients being exceedingly rare. This led Maka to ponder the seemingly impractical idea of developing a new invisibility potion himself. Though he recognized the uncertainty of his endeavor, he viewed it as an opportunity for self-challenge. He firmly believed that opportunities must be forged through one's own efforts. "Excuse me, what did you just say?" Behind Maka stood a petite girl, her form shrouded in a voluminous Slytherin robe. A wide-brimmed pointed hat obscured much of her face, leaving only a pair of delicate, rosy lips visible. "Could you direct me to the books on how to cultivate valerian?" she inquired, repeating her question verbatim, her monotone reminiscent of Professor Binns, who taught history of magic. Yes, the herbology books should be over there," Maka replied. Maka instinctively pointed towards the bookshelf area not far away. No sooner had the words left his lips than the enigmatic Slytherin girl immediately turned and walked in that direction, leaving no expression of gratitude. "What is happening?" Maka gazed blankly at the girl's retreating figure, feeling an unsettling sense of being overlooked. To her, he seemed no more noteworthy than a tree by the roadside, an entity unworthy of attention. He tilted his head, pondering for a moment, at least within the confines of his memory. He could not recall the existence of this mysterious Slytherin girl. Well, it would suffice to inquire when the opportunity arose. She appeared to be a new student as well. Didn't she? With a shake of his head, Maka proceeded towards the potion studies section. It seemed he would be frequenting the library more often. He discovered that the collection here was truly astonishing, and a thorough search would undoubtedly yield considerable rewards. In the ensuing days, apart from navigating between classrooms with his fellow students in a methodical manner, most of his leisure time was spent in the library on the 5th floor. Most often, students visiting the library would encounter a particular scene. At the long reading table, near the shelves of potion studies and herbology, there was a spot perpetually overwhelmed by a multitude of books. These tomes varied in size and thickness, but the majority were theoretical works typically reserved for upperclassmen or even faculty. The librarian, Madame Pants, would usually be found nearby, glaring at that spot as if the occupant were attempting to intrude upon her offspring, her gaze sharp and filled with ire. To ascertain the identity of the person seated there, one would have to circumnavigate to the rear, for the front was completely obscured by stacked volumes. Unbeknownst to him, Maka had become a subject of discussion among the students of Hogwarts. This was not solely due to his conspicuous behavior in the library, but also because he was the only non-Slytherin student capable of exchanging a few words with Snape without facing biting sarcasm. Even Hermione Granger, a paragon of academic excellence, could not achieve such a feat, despite her commendable efforts. As a student, Miss Granger was undeniably exceptional, and Maka could not help but acknowledge the immense diligence she expended. However, he maintained that her indiscriminate approach to learning was not a judicious choice, particularly for a wizard. When one is engrossed in a particular pursuit, time seems to elapse swiftly. Before he realized it, a week had flown by. Maka had thoroughly absorbed the potion texts he had ordered, and he had made significant breakthroughs regarding the new invisibility potion. His research on how the wings of fairies achieved a cloaking effect had culminated in a conclusion. This represented a new form of optical invisibility, distinct from both the invisibility cloak and the disillusionment charm, as well as an environmental integration of ancient potion formulas that obstructed perception. Yet, this concoction was exceedingly expensive. Maka slumped onto the table, letting out a heavy sigh. In his calculations, he discovered that in order for a wizard to completely conceal their presence, the amount of wings required in the potion must reach a significantly high value. The wings of fairies cost 8 galleons per portion, totaling 24 galleons for 3 portions, combined with other ingredients and catalysts. The cost of a single vial of the finished product amounts to a staggering 43 galleons. At this realization, Maka let out a sigh, feeling as though he were being robbed. Wait, why should I fret over this? Suddenly, Maka stood up as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. Silence is mandated within the library. Mrs. Pants shrieked hysterically. She hardly minded whether she herself was being loud. Not far away, A group of Ravenclaw girls were whispering amongst themselves. Undoubtedly, the implication of a practical and effective new potion is what? It signifies wealth. Compared to the scarcity and exorbitant prices of the few existing invisibility potions, Maka's concoction is relatively affordable. Throughout the magical realm, the prices of rare potions have always remained high. Potion masters like Snape, who have created and refined several remarkably effective and precious potion formulas, are particularly sought after. Were it not for the multitude of stories entwined with Snape's life, he would likely have long served as a personal consultant for some potion manufacturer or noble family. What of lacking funds? Historically, which potion master has ever truly been impoverished? With prudent selection of sales channels, galleons would not merely flow in. There would be ample support for him to continue his research. Speaking of transactions, this is where Maka truly excels. Early the next morning, he had Marfa send out a shopping list, eager to commence experimenting with this potion. However, prior to that, several practical issues he might encounter during the preparation needed resolution. Tap, tap, tap. During the lunch break, Maka knocked on the door of Professor Snape's potion classroom office, a door seldom approached by others. Who? Came the same somber and cold tone, making visitors feel unwelcome. Professor Snape, it's me, Maka McLean. Maka turned the doorknob and entered the dimly lit, eerie room, stepping briskly inside. Professor Snape, I have several inquiries regarding potion making and hope I am not disturbing you. Maka chose his words carefully, striving to appear as polite as possible. Snape glanced at him, his expression impassive, before responding with a hint of impatience. Ask. In truth, during his study of potion books, he had encountered several questions. For instance, regarding the second law of Histor, how should one handle the anti-magic reactions that occur during actual preparation to maintain the stability of the original potion's magical form? Maka nodded and quickly posed his query. Humph. Snape furrowed his brow at the mention of the question. Chapter 13, Preparations. You should understand that this is not a matter for first-year students, Snape remarked, raising his brow momentarily before continuing. Since you can pose this question, it is evident that you possess a clear understanding of the principles behind the anti-magic reactions. One simply needs to reverse stir to interrupt the anti-magic reaction at the precise moment for the addition of subsequent ingredients, without the necessity of forcing the original potion's magical form to persist. The next inquiry arose. Subsequently, Maka posed several questions he had encountered one by one. However, he astutely observed that Snape did not exhibit the impatience he had anticipated. Instead, he diligently addressed each query. No further questions? Snape inquired. Then you may leave. After Maka had exhausted his questions, Snape reverted to his initial expression of annoyance, dismissing Maka with a wave of his hand. As Maka stood at the corridor's corner outside the office, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. To be honest, he was quite reluctant to be too close to Snape. For him, confronting an inscrutable individual was far more daunting than anything else. Indeed, the person he feared approaching the most was undoubtedly Dumbledore. Having resolved several practical challenges that would inevitably arise, the next steps became significantly easier. He merely needed to procure some missing tools and seek out a quiet, secluded place to commence his potion-making endeavors. Hagrid's hunting lodge? A splendid choice. Maka mused to himself, turning toward the main entrance, pleased that he had no classes this afternoon and could visit Hagrid. The weather was delightful today, with the wind blowing a bit stronger than in previous days. Looking up, he beheld a sky of azure clarity, which lifted his spirits. The air outside the castle felt exceptionally fresh, a stark contrast to the dim confines of Snape's office. Maka inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing air, a gift from nature that sustains human life, equally bestowed upon wizards and muggles alike. Hagrid's hunting lodge was situated not far from the Forbidden Forest, easily accessible by traversing the fields. Hey Hagrid, good afternoon. Maka called out as he spotted Hagrid's towering figure in the distance. Oh, Maka. Yes, good afternoon. Hagrid replied, turning with a broad smile upon seeing Maka. However, his expression quickly turned serious as he added, I am indeed pleased that you could visit, and you are most welcome to my little cabin. However, I believe class is about to commence, and you ought not to be here. Yes, to be precise, class has already begun, Maka shrugged, but I have no classes today. Ah, I should have realized, Hagrid nodded. I ought to have remembered when I invited Harry and the others. I specifically chose a time when they had no classes. Come in, come in. Let me brew you a cup of tea. As he spoke, Hagrid draped an arm around Maka's shoulder, guiding him into the lodge. Oh, the door is a bit small. You go ahead. Woof, woof. Hagrid's black hunting dog barked vigorously at Maka, its iron collar jingling with each shake. This is Fong. A tad timid, but quite affectionate. A good dog, Hagrid said, firmly restraining Fong and gesturing for Maka to take a seat on the sofa. While Hagrid busied himself with making tea, Maka surveyed the interior of the cozy lodge. In this space, apart from a fireplace, 2 sofas, and a small round table, little else could be found. Well, given that Hagrid had to remain inside, there was truly no room for much furniture. Would you care for some rock cakes? Harry and Ron seemed to enjoy them, Hagrid inquired, turning his head. No, thank you. They are rather hard, and my teeth have not been in the best condition lately. Maka politely declined. You know, it's time for a dental change. Oh, that's unfortunate, Hagrid nodded. However, if you need to hasten the demise of your troublesome teeth, rock cakes might not be a terrible option. If they are on the verge of falling out, I might just seek you out again, Hagrid. Maka replied with a wry smile. Subsequently, Maka engaged in a meandering conversation with Hagrid throughout the afternoon. They traversed topics ranging from various magical creatures to Dumbledore and his brother Aberforth, gathering an assortment of disjointed information. Overall, under Maka's deft guidance, they conversed about many subjects that piqued Hagrid's interest, enjoying a pleasant exchange. As Maka prepared to take his leave, he casually broached his request while standing at the door. Oh, by the way, Hagrid, Maka said as if a thought had just occurred to him. I wonder if I might come here to practice potion making during my free time? At school, Professor Snape always glares at me, making it impossible to concentrate. Ah, Severus, yes. He does always look as if someone owes him money. Hagrid chuckled and nodded. Of course, you are always welcome to come by. I am usually around here. Thank you. Maka expressed his gratitude before closing the door as he departed. Naturally, it would have been splendid to locate the room of requirement, but unfortunately, Maka had forgotten its precise location. As he pondered this, he made his way toward the castle. Dinner time was soon approaching, and at Hogwarts, mealtime was always the liveliest part of the day. During this time, everyone would engage in lively discussions about the day's gossip while attending to their meals. Today, Maka was no longer in a rush, for he intended to take a moment to rest. He had been immersing himself in the library lately. Although he did not feel mentally fatigued, his body was weary. Was it her? Maka inadvertently glanced toward the Slytherin table and suddenly spotted the mysterious girl he had encountered in the library. She sat at the edge of the Slytherin table, delicately eating pudding, her robes far too loose, trailing on the ground without a care. While the surrounding students engaged in animated conversations, she remained detached from the jovial atmosphere. Unnoticed by anyone, logically, her solitary presence should have created a notable sense of incongruity. Yet Maka observed that she seemed to blend seamlessly into the environment. Rather than being understated, it was as if she possessed no presence at all. Amidst the cheerful ambience, dinner gradually approached its conclusion. As Maka observed the mysterious girl finishing her meal and quietly departing, he pondered her true identity when he caught a glimpse of Malfoy approaching the Gryffindor table. Do you think the professors are oblivious to this? With your little friend by your side, you seem to have grown quite bold, Harry remarked coldly. At this moment, Maka had sidled up to observe Crabbe and Goyle, whose towering physiques were hardly deserving of the term little. They appeared to be wary of the teachers at the main table, reluctant to make a scene, their faces darkened as they cracked their knuckles. I am always willing to duel you one-on-one, Malfoy declared. If you have no objections, let it be tonight, a wizard's duel. Wands only, no physical contact. What is the matter? I presume you have never heard of wizard dueling? Of course he had. Ron turned abruptly. I'm his second. Who is yours? Malfoy scrutinized Crabbe and Goyle, weighing his options. Crabbe, he said, how about midnight? We'll meet in the trophy room. The door is never locked. Once Malfoy departed, Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Oh, if you were to die, your second would take your place, Ron remarked nonchalantly, finally resuming his cold pie. He noticed Harry's expression and quickly added, but you know, one only dies in a formal duel with a true wizard. You and Malfoy can at most exchange a few sparks. Your understanding of magic is too rudimentary to inflict real harm on one another. However, I would wager he believes you might refuse. And if I wave my wand and nothing happens? Harry questioned. Then discard the wand and land a punch right on his nose, Ron shrugged, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Excuse me for interrupting, Hermione suddenly interjected from across the long table. Could we not enjoy our meal in peace? Ron retorted. Ignoring him, Hermione turned to Harry. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation with Malfoy. I knew you would do this, Ron muttered. You can't wander around the school at night. Just think of how many points Gryffindor would lose if you were caught. And you will get caught. You're being incredibly selfish. This really doesn't concern you, Harry replied. Goodbye, Ron added. Hermione watched them retreat in frustration, stamping her foot in anger. Suddenly, she noticed Maka sitting not far away. Hey, you heard that too, right? You should stop them. Since their conversation in herbology class, Hermione occasionally encountered Maka in the library, where she often sat down to discuss academic matters. Over time, they had grown somewhat familiar. You saw how they are. It's pointless to intervene, Maka approached, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Don't let Harry's friendly demeanor fool you. He can be quite stubborn. Once he sets his mind on something, it is difficult to alter his course. Chapter 14, A Night Exploration of Hogwarts. As night fell, the air grew slightly cool, and even within the confines of Hogwarts Castle, a chill hinted at the arrival of autumn. The portraits lining the corridor featured figures who were either dozing, engaged in hushed conversations, or seemingly absent, leaving only their backgrounds visible. Just as Harry and Ron stealthily passed a plush armchair, they suddenly overheard someone speaking. I can't believe you actually did that, Harry. A lamp flickered to life, revealing Hermione Granger, clad in a pink nightgown, her brow furrowed in discontent. She appeared decidedly displeased. Harry found it hard to believe that someone could be so meddlesome. Let us go, he urged Ron, pushing aside the fat lady's portrait and crawling through the entrance. Hermione, however, was not so easily deterred. She followed Ron into the passage, lowering her voice to a fierce whisper akin to an irate goose. Don't you care about Gryffindor? Are you only concerned about yourselves? I don't want Slytherin to win the House Cup again. Nor do I wish for you to squander the points Professor McGonagall awarded me with that spell. Get lost, Ron replied impatiently. The fat lady seemed to have taken advantage of the late hour to visit elsewhere. Oh, what am I to do now? She lamented loudly. That's your problem, Ron retorted. We've got to go, we're going to be late. Yet before they reached the end of the corridor, Hermione had hurried up to them. I'm coming with you, she declared, her expression one of utmost reluctance. You're not allowed to come, Ron immediately shot back. Do you think I want to go? If I don't, should I just stand here and wait for Filch to catch me? If he finds out, then let us all go together. Just as Hermione continued to ramble, a voice suddenly emerged from the shadows of the corridor, startling everyone present. Maka and Neville? The three squinted to discern who was lurking there. However, Maka paid them no heed and swiftly covered Neville's mouth, who had cried out in surprise. What are you jumping at? I've been right beside you all along, Maka whispered. I thought it was Filch's voice, Neville murmured weakly once Maka released him. What are you doing here? Ron inquired, his curiosity piqued. Neville forgot the password to the common room, Maka shrugged. As for me, I plan to step out for a bit of relaxation and to stretch my legs. You know, I've been studying so much, it's time for a break. It's not good to be sedentary, one's body can rust. Maka, are you going to break school rules too? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock at Maka's words. Maka smiled teasingly at her and said, Hermione, aren't you coming along as well? That's because. All right, don't take it too seriously. Harry and Ron going is already a done deal, and as your friend, I naturally must share in your trials and tribulations. Maka patted Hermione on the shoulder, looking quite delicate and endearing in her nightclothes. You must take care to keep warm, as autumn has already set in and the nights have grown rather chilly. He removed his outer robe and gently draped it over Hermione's shoulders. Thank you, she replied, glancing at the robe enveloping her, swallowing the complaint that had almost escaped her lips. Indeed, he was still but a child, his cheeks unblushing. As Maka observed Hermione, who had turned away to lecture Ron and the others, he found it amusing. Ron checked the time, shot an angry glare at Hermione, then turned back with a cheerful expression, saying, if only you could join us, Maka. You always manage to help Fred and George evade our mother's watchful eye. Perhaps you could help us elude Filch as well, not to mention his wretched cat. Maka shrugged at this, replying, deceiving Filch is no daunting task. But one must be cautious of Madame Pants. Animals possess an innate sensitivity, particularly felines. At this juncture, he suddenly produced a small glass vial from his pocket. A smile gracing his features. Of course, there is always a solution. I knew it. You always have all sorts of tricks up your sleeve, Ron exclaimed proudly, casting a triumphant glance at Hermione, as if to flaunt his resourceful friend. Hermione opened her mouth to speak, but fell silent after meeting Maka's gaze. They strolled along the corridor with a light-heartedness, moonlight streaming through the tall windows, casting beams upon the floor reminiscent of an enchanting magical carpet. There were no signs of Malfoy or Crabbe. The crystal display cases, showcasing the trophies, gleamed under the moonlight, illuminating the darkness with a silvery and golden sheen. The trophies, shields, medals, and statues shimmered, and the silk ribbons floated gracefully in the still air. Maka curiously examined the award plaques below, contemplating whether he should also seek an accolade, as it would undoubtedly facilitate his studies and research. The other four, however, were far less relaxed, inching along the wall, their eyes fixed on the doors at either end of the room. Harry drew his wand, prepared for any sudden intrusion from Malfoy seeking a duel. As seconds ticked by, not a soul appeared. He.s. late. Perhaps he.s. too frightened to show up, Ron whispered, just as a voice from the adjacent room startled them into a jump. Harry raised his wand, only to hear someone speaking. It was not Malfoy. Smell around, dear. They might be hiding in some corner. Filch was conversing with Madame Pants. Harry was nearly petrified. He frantically waved his wand, urging the others to follow him quickly. To his surprise, Maka sported a mischievous grin and stepped closer to Filch, almost within a single door's distance. Under the terrified gazes of the others, Maka once again revealed his small vial. After making a gesture as if to hold his breath, he carefully uncorked the bottle, making not a sound. Oh, darling, where are you off to? Filch exclaimed in astonishment, then hurriedly pursued the inexplicably fleeing Madame Pants. Fantastic. What sort of potion is this? Ron approached with a look of admiration, only to be interrupted by a sudden sneeze. Oh, what is that smell? It was not a potion, merely a volatile concoction he had prepared, the sharp scent particularly potent against animals with sensitive olfactory senses. Is it the secretion of the gurgling rattlesnake? Hermione inquired, wrinkling her nose at the lingering aroma. It's not just that. We need to adjust the neutralizing formula, or this odor will linger for days, Maka remarked with a smile. The scent is overpowering and will leave evidence behind. Are you saying you plan to break the school rules all along? Hermione finally burst out, her voice low in discontent. You cannot do this. The Hufflepuff quota is already low enough. I care not for the house cup. Honor does not equate to everything, Maka replied cheerfully. After all, one house must come in last, and I believe this aligns perfectly with Hufflepuff's understated ethos. You cannot think this way. Hermione appeared quite displeased with Maka's perspective. Suddenly, Maka raised a hand to silence her. Oh, why not try that bottle again? Ron instinctively suggested. I think we should run, Maka countered, shaking his head. And he led the way down the dimly lit corridor. They navigated around pillars and dashed through corridor after corridor. In this darkness, Maka felt his sense of direction faltering. He could hardly tell where he was. Oh, we've reached the charms classroom, Hermione noted breathlessly, glancing at the classroom door not far away. I believe we have lost him. Harry gasped, leaning against the cold wall and wiping the sweat from his brow. Neville bent over, panting heavily. I think you all need to get some exercise. Despite their frantic sprint, Maka's breath only slightly grew ragged. A boy accustomed to life at the bottom of society would not easily be undone by a little running. I told you, Hermione managed between breaths, clutching her shirt at the chest. I told you. Chapter 15, Encounter with the Mysterious Girl. Malfoy deceived you, Hermione said to Harry. Do you understand? He never intended to meet you there. Filch must have been tipped off that someone was heading to the trophy room. And it was undoubtedly Malfoy who revealed it. Harry considered that Hermione might be right, although he was clearly reluctant to voice his agreement. Let us go, he said, turning away. However, matters were not so straightforward. They had scarcely taken 10 steps when they heard the doorknob of a nearby classroom creak. And something darted out in front of them. It was Peeves. Upon spotting them, he erupted into gleeful shrieks. Be quiet, Peeves. Please, you will get us expelled, Ron exclaimed, his face contorted in frustration. Peeves cackled, utterly indifferent to Ron's pleas. Naughty little first years, wandering about at this hour. TSK, 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 how mischievous. You shall be caught. He mimicked the Sorting Hat, using a bizarre tone. Do you wish to know the origin of the silver blood on the figure of Bloodman Barrow? Maka inquired after a moment of contemplation. Oh, Papigi gasped at the mention of the name, revealing a hint of trepidation. How did it come to be? Heh. Allow me to enlighten you. Barrow had an insatiable appetite for spirits during his life, and this penchant persisted even after his demise. Maka's expression darkened as he spoke. His voice elongated in a somewhat eerie manner. I just saw him pass by over there. Did you catch a glimpse of him? Oh, no, Papigi screamed, swiftly vanishing through the wall. Ah, Maka, you are truly remarkable, Ron exclaimed, with Harry and Neville nodding in vigorous agreement. Spirits? Hermione interjected with curiosity, puzzled by the connection to Papigi, who was, after all, a ghost. I have inquired about Bloodman Barrow. Papigi is merely a noisy spirit, not a ghost, Maka clarified, shaking his head. He possesses the ability to interact with the physical realm, a feat beyond the capabilities of most ghosts. You conversed with Bloodman Barrow. He appears rather fearsome, does he not? Ron expressed his astonishment. Maka shook his head again, gesturing for everyone to move along while casually explaining. Bloodman Barrow is a decent fellow. Do not be intimidated by his appearance. He has remained loyal to Hogwarts, both in life and death. Allahopen, let us seek refuge within. We must at least evade Fae. Maka paused mid-sentence. What is it? Why not enter? Ron whispered, his voice lowered. I think. Maka stepped back, turning with an awkward smile. It may be more prudent to pay a visit to Filch. With a decisive motion, Maka slammed the door shut, instantly eliciting a deafening roar from within. What a colossal dog, Harry remarked, seemingly catching a glimpse just before the door closed. Indeed, a three-headed canine, Maka replied, raising his hands in exasperation before exclaiming, Run. As if in sync with Maka's command, the door trembled violently. The enormous dog was undoubtedly thrashing about within. The group sprinted until they reached the portrait of the fat lady on the 8th floor, only to find that Maka had disappeared. For Maka, rest had become a luxury, as he perpetually felt pressed for time. Following the nocturnal escapade through Hogwarts with Harry and the others, he returned to his studies and research. Not only was he focused on potions, but he also ensured that progress in his other subjects remained brisk, for he could not afford to grow complacent until he reached a level of proficiency that would enable him to face real challenges. After all, Voldemort lurked in the shadows. Ever watchful, he had no desire to find himself defenseless when the Death Eater army descended upon him. Once he perfected the invisibility potion, he intended to infiltrate the restricted section. If feasible, he also wished to explore those so-called dark arts to discern their fundamental differences from other forms of magic. Pray tell, do you know where books on nurturing the wrinkle-free fig are located? The same monotonous tone returned, echoing a question nearly identical to the last, as someone stood behind Maka. This left Maka speechless as he gazed at the young girl. After a moment, he extracted a book from the considerable pile of volumes before him and placed it on the adjacent seat. I happen to have one here. You may sit down and read, Maka softly suggested. To his surprise, the girl obediently pulled up a chair, set down her notebook, and quietly sat beside him. He had assumed she was someone who never listened to others. Is there a problem? Maka could not help but inquire. There are too many steps. And the text is overwhelming. I don't know where to begin, she replied earnestly, lifting her gaze. It was then that Maka truly took in her features, her large, round eyes, a petite, delicate nose, and skin so fair it seemed almost translucent, all proclaiming that she was a remarkably exquisite and charming girl. Additionally, a few strands of hair peeked out from beneath her pointed hat, appearing a strikingly unhealthy shade of white. She likely disliked having others see her hair, as she had tucked it all away inside her hat. Take note, the crinkled fig, a deciduous plant, possesses a robust root system, capable of surviving winter. It requires minimal moisture, with watering intervals of 12 weeks. Its fertilizer needs are moderate, with optimal fertilization every 35 weeks, preferably with dragon dung. Subsequently, she silently rose from her seat, leaving the library without uttering a word, much to Maka's astonishment. Again, Maka mused, touching his nose and muttering to himself. Have I been excessively bothersome? Or does she simply dislike assistance? Perhaps she is just profoundly introverted? The following morning, Maka awoke to the cloyingly sweet aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridor. To be honest, Maka had never been fond of pumpkin. He detested all foods derived from it, as the slippery texture of pumpkin flesh made him feel nauseated. No wonder everyone finds her unbearable. He suddenly overheard Ron's voice amidst the throng of passing students. Honestly, she's like a nightmare. Just then, a girl collided into him. Oh, Merlin, that was rather abrupt. I wasn't prepared, Hermione. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the tangles of long hair belonged to none other than Miss Granger. I think she heard you. He heard Harry's voice, though he could not see them. Oh, right, sorry. Hermione seemed unaware of whom she had bumped into. Oh, it's all right. I mean, what happened, Hermione? Maka looked down at her and noticed her red-rimmed eyes. Who bullied you? Oh, Maka, no, it's nothing. Hermione glanced up at him, then hastily rushed away. Maka watched her disappear into the crowd, feeling utterly perplexed about what had transpired. It is said that those embroiled in a situation often overlook the vibrant tapestry of their surroundings. It was not until Maka reached the dining hall that evening that he inadvertently overheard two Gryffindor girls conversing. Have you seen Hermione today? I have just located Hermione. She has been weeping in the girls' restroom, refusing any comfort from others. The third floor? Could it be the restroom by the Myrtle? What was Quirrell's objective again? The Philosopher's Stone. Thus, which location would conveniently allow for the introduction of a troll while enabling him to evade the crowd? Maka took a moment to ponder and swiftly deduced that Hermione must be in the basement. Chapter 16, Hermione and the Troll. As he hurried downstairs, he spotted Quirrell stumbling towards the dining hall. He had just raced up from the staircase leading to the basement and disappeared around the corner at an astonishing speed, seemingly oblivious to Maka on the second-floor staircase. Paying homage to the master of acting, Maka ran while straightening his posture, bowing respectfully, and soon reached the corridor leading to the basement. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a pungent aroma reminiscent of socks that hadn't been washed in 2 months, combined with the stench of an ancient lavatory. This odor, mingling with the pervasive scent of pumpkins throughout the castle, was truly unbearable. Maka looked up and beheld the troll in the corridor, though it appeared not to have noticed him. Seizing the moment, Maka drew his wand and struck it. Bang! The troll collapsed, momentarily bewildering Maka. He recalled from his readings that trolls possessed decent magical resistance. Surely, they shouldn't be so easily incapacitated. As he pondered this, the troll struggled to rise once more. It seemed Maka's memory served him well. The creature's innate resistance was indeed a trait inherited from giants. He soon witnessed the troll's second notable characteristic, its lack of intelligence. Glancing around, it seemed the dimly lit corridor had obscured its awareness of the assailant. Instead, it appeared to have heard something, using its brute strength to forcefully squeeze through a nearby doorway. Almost immediately, a piercing, terror-stricken scream echoed through the air. Its intellect is even lower than I imagined. It seems magical creatures and their habitats requires a thorough revision, as its assertions are far too ambiguous. With a heart full of complaints, Maka hastened towards the source of the commotion. Hermione. Upon reaching the door, he immediately spotted Hermione curled beneath the sink, trembling in fear as she observed the enraged troll approaching her, its large wooden club poised to strike. The situation was evidently dire, and there was no time for levitation spells. In a moment of urgency, Maka hastily aimed at the troll's club and cast a repelling charm. The massive club slipped from the troll's grasp, narrowly missing Hermione's hair as it sailed past, ricocheting off the wall and crashing into a toilet stall, toppling partitions in its wake. Seizing the moment while the troll remained momentarily dazed by the loss of its weapon, Maka targeted the back of the troll's neck and summoned all his strength for a decisive. The colossal creature swayed momentarily before crashing heavily to the ground, its massive form convulsing a few times. Upon witnessing this, Maka exhaled deeply. Had the blow landed elsewhere, it would have merely resulted in the loss of some flesh, which explained why this behemoth was renowned for its tough skin and resilient meat. Maka. Hermione appeared utterly terrified, suddenly throwing herself into Maka's embrace. He savored the comforting warmth of her presence, yet his mind wandered to thoughts unbidden. At what age had this young lady begun to mature? Ahem, it's all right now. Everything is fine. Noticing the tremors coursing through the girl in his arms, he momentarily suppressed his wandering thoughts and began to offer her solace. Curiously, Maka held no special feelings for this know-it-all girl, even as she had matured. Yet, who could resist the embrace of a heroine so readily offering herself? Although the circumstances were indeed dire, they nonetheless lifted Maka's spirits a tad. In an effort to calm his racing heart, he began to mutter softly, murmuring incomprehensible phrases like 3 years and death sentence. Suddenly, a loud clamor of footsteps echoed, prompting both individuals to lift their heads. Hermione froze for a moment before hastily pushing against Maka's chest, attempting to distance herself as much as possible. Clearly, the ruckus had attracted attention, with the violent collisions and the creature's roars drawing someone near. Hermione. Maka. It was Ron and Harry, their expressions a mix of astonishment as they took in the scene, oblivious to the flush on Hermione's cheeks. However, before they could utter anything further, Professor McGonagall burst into the restroom, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell cast a fleeting glance at the giant before emitting a weak sob, collapsing onto a nearby toilet while clutching his chest tightly. Snape approached to inspect the creature, while Professor McGonagall surveyed the gathered students, her lips pale and her eyes wide with fury. What on earth are you playing at? McGonagall's voice dripped with icy anger. Harry and Ron exchanged glances with Maka, who stood there still gripping his wand. Consider yourselves fortunate not to have been killed. Why weren't you dutifully remaining in your dormitory? McGonagall reprimanded loudly, and Maka mused that the head of Gryffindor was indeed as fierce as the lion emblazoned on their crest. Oh, please don't be like this, Professor. He was looking for me. Maka attempted to interject, but Hermione interrupted him. Miss Granger, McGonagall exclaimed, somewhat taken aback, for in her mind, Hermione Granger was the epitome of a studious, rule-abiding student. Hermione finally steadied herself, struggling to rise with weakened knees. I was looking for the giant because I thought I could handle it alone, you know, since I've read about them in books and know quite a bit. Oh, Hermione, there's no need for that. Maka shook his head, having already stood up. Professor, I heard someone mention on my way to the dining hall that Miss Granger was in the restroom. She encountered some issues and was feeling unwell, which is why she hasn't gone to the dining hall. I merely intended to offer her solace. After all, she is my friend. Maka shrugged with an innocent expression. Yet who could have foreseen a giant rampaging through Hogwarts? I believe this warrants investigation. Maka cast a meaningful glance at Rocky, who was busy sobbing dramatically, continuing his performance worthy of an Oscar. Oh, if that is the case, Professor McGonagall observed them thoughtfully. Mr. McLean, you shattered the giant's vertebrae with the shattering curse. Did you not? Snape cast a cold glance at Harry before turning to Maka. Instantly, Maka felt a pang of dread within, though he maintained a composed exterior and nodded. I believe so. Humph, impressive power. But can you elucidate where you acquired such knowledge? Snape glared ominously at Maka. I doubt there are curses in the first-year textbooks. I taught myself, Maka admitted reluctantly. The urgency of the moment had left him no time to ponder, and he had instinctively chosen a suitable spell. Given the current circumstances, he could only be grateful that he had yet to master the unforgivable curses. Otherwise, had he unwittingly unleashed a flash of green light, he might have found himself in Azkaban, contending with Dementors. Good heavens! You must realize, you are only in your first year, Hermione exclaimed, her expression filled with concern as she regarded Maka. She was well aware of the categorization of spells. Curses, without exception, were dark magic, necessitating intense negative emotions for successful execution. Even the 3 unforgivable curses fell within this classification. However, unlike other curses, the unforgivable curses were deemed so due to the absence of counter curses for the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse, whereas the Imperius Curse was notorious for its invasive control over an individual's body and mind. Fortunately, it was merely a slight exertion. Maka interjected, I mean, Mr. McLean, you must provide a reasonable explanation for your actions. Professor McGonagall seemed to exhale in relief, only to adopt a stern demeanor once more upon realizing the impropriety of the situation. I believe I may have progressed a bit swiftly. I have a passion for learning, Maka remarked, deliberately glancing at Hermione, and I hope to protect those I care for. At this, Hermione's cheeks flushed, while Harry and Ron, standing beside Professor McGonagall, showed no visible reaction. It appeared that girls tend to mature more quickly than boys, a notion that held some truth. Professor McGonagall regarded Maka, unable to suppress a small smile. In her eyes, Maka's precocious demeanor was rather endearing. Maka saved me. Had it not been for him, I would have likely been devoured by the giant, Hermione pleaded. I believe the matter concerning the shattering curse requires discussion with Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall stated. However, I must emphasize that I have never encountered a first-year student capable of single-handedly defeating a giant. You have earned 10 points for Hufflepuff. Now, accompany me to the headmaster's office. As for the rest of you, Professor McGonagall glanced at the others. You may leave. Maka cast a glance at the three individuals, seemingly composed as he followed Professor McGonagall, who had turned to leave, out of the restroom. In truth, all that remained was a cracked and damaged door frame. Oh, I must deal with this big fellow, Chilo stammered while wiping his face. Hermione observed Maka's retreating figure with concern, uncertain about whether Maka would face expulsion or not. In contrast, Harry and Ron appeared unconcerned, or perhaps they simply did not dwell on such matters. What is a curse? It looks truly fascinating, Ron exclaimed, gazing at the motionless giant sprawled on the ground, its gaping wound appearing somewhat terrifying. Indeed, even that destructive bat found it impressive. It's hard to believe. Harry nodded in agreement. He was merely mocking Maka. Hermione interjected loudly. Chapter 17. A Conversation with Dumbledore. Kiwi Pudding. At the entrance to the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall uttered the password for the day. The stone beast sprang to life at the sound, and the stone wall behind it split in two, revealing a spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office. The staircase rotated automatically, escorting the group to the entrance of the office. Please enter, Dumbledore's aged voice echoed from within, as if he had anticipated their arrival before anyone could knock. McGonagall entered, followed closely by Maka and Snape. What is the situation? Dumbledore inquired with a smile directed at Maka, then turned to McGonagall. Dumbledore nodded attentively as he listened, and once McGonagall had finished speaking, he began to respond. Ah yes. I see, Dumbledore remarked. Minerva, you should continue searching to see if there are any students still wandering about. Severus, assist Professor Chilo in removing the giant. I believe it is unnecessary. Chilo can manage alone, Snape replied, maintaining his impassive demeanor. I think it is indeed necessary, Dumbledore countered, gazing at Snape. If you insist. Snape regarded Dumbledore for a moment before promptly turning to leave. Maka found himself alone with Dumbledore, which stirred a sense of unease within him, though he did not show it. Would you care for some kiwi pudding? Dumbledore asked with a smile. Why not? Maka replied, adjusting his demeanor and striving to dismiss any troubling thoughts. Yes, it tastes delightful, he added after a brief pause, feeling somewhat awkward. I concur, Dumbledore finally spoke. How do you find life at Hogwarts? Very interesting, quite fulfilling, and I have made numerous friends. Maka endeavored to provide optimistic responses, unsure of their efficacy. I do not share that sentiment, Dumbledore stated. I began to take notice of you when your first surge of magic occurred. Regarding your actions and experiences, I believe we can converse as relatively equals. Ah, yes, as your magical outburst happened at rather an inopportune moment, Dumbledore sighed. Though I am uncertain whether I should express that. Maka was momentarily taken aback by the revelation, and then abruptly rose to his feet. Is it about my mother during that time? Indeed, it was when the accident occurred that your magic surged forth to protect yourself, Dumbledore replied, his gaze warm yet tinged with a hint of compassion. He observed Maka in silence, seemingly filled with a sense of regret while also studying his reaction. The departed are gone. It is precisely for this reason that I yearn even more to acquire the power to safeguard others, Maka declared, lifting his head to meet Dumbledore's eyes for the first time with unwavering resolve. This is your true essence. I can perceive it, Dumbledore affirmed, nodding in approval as he revealed a gentle and sagacious smile. Death is often seen as the culmination of life, yet it invariably serves as the commencement for others. Remember, death, in its essence, is not to be feared. Maka understood that Dumbledore recognized the echoes of the former Voldemort within him. Yet he was relieved to find that he harbored no malevolent intentions, having successfully passed this trial. Dumbledore and Snape were, in many respects, kindred spirits. Both possessed immense strength and ambition, yet were willing to forsake everything, including their own lives, out of love. The distinction lay in Dumbledore's love, which was universal, while Snape's affection was solely reserved for Lily. Maka pondered how he would navigate this path. That evening, as he lay in bed, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. The day's encounters and the astonishing revelation from Dumbledore left him in profound contemplation, finally succumbing to slumber well into the night. As November arrived, the weather turned bitterly cold. The mountains surrounding the school lay shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake's surface resembled tempered steel, cold and unyielding. Each morning, frost coated the ground, compelling students to tread carefully to avoid slipping and falling. Seated at the dining table, Maka enjoyed breakfast amidst a throng of admirers. Rumors had spread, likely instigated by Ron, and nearly half the student body had heard of Maka's remarkable feat. He had single-handedly vanquished a 12-foot-tall troll. It was truly astonishing. Maka had ascended to celebrity status, with numerous students approaching him for conversation, including several first-year girls seeking his autograph. He relished the sensation of being surrounded. It was not solely vanity that fueled his enjoyment, but a genuine warmth that enveloped him. This is no mere excuse, believe me. I speak the truth. If you doubt, gather a crowd around you and see for yourself. Recently, Hagrid had been swathed in a long coat of mole fur, donned rabbit fur gloves, and worn immense beaver skin boots as he cleared frost from the broomsticks on the Quidditch pitch. This was a clear indication the Quidditch season had commenced. Truth be told, Maka harbored a strong desire to join the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, yet regrettably, he had been far too preoccupied. Moreover, Quidditch teams typically did not permit first-year students to participate, with Harry being a rare exception. Maka glanced over at the Gryffindor table, where Harry and Ron were engaged in hushed conversation, and he surmised they were likely discussing this very matter. However, what Maka was particularly concerned about was that he had not heard any news regarding Harry's appointment as the seeker for the Gryffindor team. Could it be that Wood, the captain of Gryffindor, intended to treat Harry as some sort of secret weapon? The secrecy surrounding this matter was quite impressive. As Maka mumbled softly, chewing and swallowing his food, he was taken aback when he spotted Harry, just like himself, making his way towards the stands on the day of the match. What was happening? What were you looking at, Sir Knight? Charlotte teased, playfully draping her arm around Maka's shoulders. Are you watching your Granger Princess? The Quidditch match was indeed thrilling, yet Maka found himself preoccupied, glancing intermittently at the teacher's box, which was devoid of Harry, pondering the potential ramifications of Quirrell's actions. Until the match concluded, there were no unforeseen events. The absence of Harry seemed to eliminate the possibility of Quirrell taking action, but Maka could not ascertain whether he might seek other opportunities to target Harry. At the very least, averting a certain crisis could be deemed a positive outcome. Though Maka was uncertain if that was truly the case, and he had no clear direction regarding the matter. The match between Gryffindor and Slytherin reached its conclusion, and as Maka departed, he cast a fleeting glance at the scoreboard, which read 60-210. The Slytherin seeker had captured the golden snitch, thus ending the tightly contested game. Maka had no time to dwell on this. After a mere glance, he headed towards the throng of Gryffindors. Hey, Harry. Maka endeavored to appear nonchalant. Don't worry, the match isn't over yet. It's only just begun. Oh, indeed. However, losing to Slytherin is rather disheartening, Harry sighed. It seemed that despite not being part of the Quidditch team, he still held a fondness for the sport. Maka collected his thoughts from earlier reflections during the match and inquired. I heard that Neville almost fell during your first flying lesson. Is that true? Harry nodded yes. If it weren't for Madame Hooch's quick reflexes, Neville would surely have ended up in the hospital wing. I am certain of it. Indeed. He soared so high. Ron chimed in, laughing and gesturing animatedly. And what happened then? Did Malfoy give him a hard time? Oh, absolutely. That scoundrel always mocks others. I wish I could cast a jinx on him. Harry exclaimed, his anger palpable. The duel that night was precipitated by our argument in class. Yes. That fellow is certainly no good. Chapter 18. Observations from the restricted section. Maka could hardly fathom that a mere unguarded remark of his could alter the course of history, something he ought to have anticipated, yet could not foresee. Neville escaped injury because of him. Malfoy did not seize that memory ball, and Harry, by refraining from competing with Malfoy for it, was discovered by Professor McGonagall to possess a natural talent as a Quidditch seeker. To others, everything appeared perfectly normal, and even Harry, the person involved, felt no sense of dissonance. Yet for Maka, the situation was different. He was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. It could only be said that the world he inhabited was a tangible and palpable reality, a truth he had grasped during his days in Plymouth. However, it was only moments ago that he truly comprehended the significance of this realization. Should he strive to uphold the world etched in his memories? Or should he forsake the past and embrace the present, engaging with it through his own senses? Contemplating this, Maka found himself shaking his head. Perhaps from the very moment he found himself here, he ought not to dwell on such vexing matters. The wings of a butterfly instinctively flutter without forethought, never anticipating the ripple effects of a mere change in the breeze. Rather than succumbing to anxiety over these uncontrollable circumstances, it would be far wiser to confront the unknown future with tranquility. Maka had never considered himself an extraordinary individual. Perhaps he had achieved some modest successes, but nothing beyond that. Relishing life was the true essence, he sighed. This sentiment echoed like the musings of an elderly sage. Hagrid approached, also watching the match from the Gryffindor side. Indeed, Maka had a penchant for uttering the sort of words that only old men would cherish. Ron chuckled heartily. This is wisdom. You wouldn't understand. Hermione, having been rescued by Maka from the clutches of a troll, held him in high esteem ever since. This is wisdom. You wouldn't understand. Ron mimicked Hermione's tone, addressing Harry, who was amused by the exchange. Humph. Hermione, both flustered and annoyed, turned her head away from Ron. But as Maka walked beside her, their eyes met when she turned. Hermione paused, her cheeks slightly flushed, before averting her gaze. It's Snape, Ron explained to everyone. That Harry encountered Snape at Filch's. where he sustained a severe leg injury. Snape injured? Hagrid inquired with curiosity. What happened? Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Maka exchanged glances, uncertain how to relay the information, ultimately leading Harry to decide on brutal honesty. With a heavy thud, Hagrid set down the teapot. How could you possibly know about the three-headed dog? He asked gravely. The three-headed dog? Harry responded. The very one we saw, yes. It belongs to me. I acquired it from a Greek fellow I met at a hotel last year. I lent it to Dumbledore for guarding purposes. What? Harry asked anxiously. Enough questions. Hagrid said brusquely. That's classified information, understand? But Snape intends to steal it. Nonsense. Hagrid retorted. Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never resort to such actions. Then why was he bitten by? Yes, the dog. Harry exclaimed. I heard him say it with my own ears. I tell you, you are mistaken. Hagrid erupted. Listen to me. All three of you. You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you, and that is perilous. Forget about that large dog and the things it was guarding. This matter lies between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Uh-huh. Harry exclaimed. So this involves a person named Nicholas Flamel, does it? Maka cast a helpless glance at Hagrid, who stood there in a furious state, consumed by his own anger. The originally planned course of action should be abandoned, given Hagrid's current temper. He did not believe that remaining to brew potions was a prudent choice. As time passed, and the seasons changed, although it had yet to snow at Hogwarts, the weather had turned quite frigid. It is worth noting that through Maka's relentless efforts, a new type of invisibility potion had been successfully developed. Without delving into the lengthy practical exercises or the numerous revisions of the potion's formula, the struggles faced were indeed difficult to articulate. Nonetheless, it was a relief that, regardless of the challenges, it had finally been completed. That very night, Maka consumed the potion and plunged into the restricted section of the library. He was eagerly anticipating the dangerous and enigmatic realm of dark magic. Previously, he had acquainted himself with dark spells through magical books ordered from the Leaky Cauldron, having even studied portions of them. However, those had been meticulously vetted by the Ministry of Magic and the professors at Hogwarts. To truly grasp the fundamental differences between dark and light magic, one must venture into the restricted section. The first book Maka opened exhibited extraordinary characteristics of dark magic. As the reader turned its pages, a terrifying face would protrude from the paper, emitting a chilling wail that could rattle one's very soul. He hastily tapped it with his wand, calming the magical fluctuations, and the visage subsided, restoring the book to its original appearance. The weight of the soul derives from a burden so light that it cannot endure the weight of sin. Ragnabastos. He noticed beneath the word weight were additional small numbers and letters inscribed, 0675. Ancient ounces. Maka speculated that this might pertain to the weight of the soul. How was it measured? He swiftly skimmed the table of contents and discovered that this was a book delving into the magic of the soul. Although it was filled solely with theoretical research and bore no records of practical applications, it was undeniably a quintessential tome of dark magic. After a while, Maka sensed something amiss. The book still emanated a subtle magical disturbance that left him feeling uneasy. Only upon closing the book did this disquieting aura dissipate entirely. Subsequently, he perused several more volumes, each exploring various dangerous and mysterious magical knowledge. Some of these books even resisted being opened, struggling to close themselves once more. The deeper one attempted to touch upon the essence of dark magic, the more intertwined it became with human nature and personality. What could this signify? Maka departed the restricted section and settled by a window in the library, relaxing his nerves, which had remained tense due to the myriad dangers posed by dark magic. Fletcher seemed to have come over to inspect due to the recent commotion, yet Maka did not spare him a glance. He merely stepped aside as Fletcher passed to avoid a collision. Meanwhile, Lady Loris cast a puzzled look towards the invisibly lurking Maka, but she perceived nothing amiss. In Maka's view, the contents of those forbidden tomes relentlessly interrogated the reader's character and innermost thoughts. Some of the books were even directly imbued with magic that compelled readers to confront profound inquiries emanating from the depths of their souls. Days later, having concocted a dozen new invisibility potions, Maka affixed waterproof labels to each bottle, distinctly inscribed with the new name he had devised, Fairy Invisibility Potion. It seemed rather appealing. Yet in truth, he had merely rearranged the words fairy and invisibility, thus revealing his inherent laziness. Subsequently, he stealthily made his way to the territory of the Whomping Willow outside the Forbidden Forest. Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, was a notably benevolent and optimistic individual who consistently displayed unabashed favoritism towards her students. Maka, with his remarkable academic achievements, had undoubtedly become her most cherished pupil. To date, there had been no record of her refusing assistance to Maka, including granting permission for the use of a section of the second greenhouse and tending to the Whomping Willow, which was off-limits to other students. The reasons for her willingness were partly rooted in curiosity about the plant, but Maka primarily focused on the secret passageway leading to Hogsmeade that lay beneath its roots. Standing at a safe distance from the menacing branches of the Whomping Willow, Maka refrained from rushing in to seek out the rumored knot that could pacify it. With so many scars on the trunk, he had no idea which one to target and lacked the interest to experiment. Instead, he produced a small metallic whistle and gently blew into it, sending silent sound waves directly towards the whomping willow, which immediately trembled and ceased its movements. Looks rather splendid, provided it remains still, Maka remarked, observing the lush greenery. This was a magical whistle that mimicked the frequency of the vibrations produced by the wings of the tree-dwelling wasp. A creature that not only served as the whomping willow's nemesis, but was also feared by most magical plants, as it preyed exclusively on mobile flora. Maka approached, gently tapping the stout roots that protruded above ground. They quivered and shifted aside, revealing a deep, dark hole. This was a sloping tunnel, just large enough for a person to lie flat and slide down. With a furrowed brow, Maka cradled the suitcase in his arms and leapt into the abyss. The incline was short, and soon he found himself in a tunnel that required him to hunch over to proceed. The Ministry of Magic embedded traces in every finished wand. Thus, any underage wizard using magic off-campus would be promptly detected. In particular, in such sparsely populated places, one is exceedingly conspicuous. It is preferable to refrain from drawing attention, even if he is likely still within the confines of Hogwarts. He retrieved a small glass vial from the inner pocket of his cloak, shaking it vigorously, producing a sound reminiscent of gravel colliding. In the darkness, a gentle glow emerged, gradually intensifying. A closer inspection of the vial would reveal a peculiar luminescent mist that thickened with time. Once I have accumulated sufficient wealth, I shall certainly procure a portable waste pouch. Maka weighed his cloak, which was laden with various vials and jars, feeling its heavy burden. Within, there were potions, semi-finished products, and even mere ingredients. Yet all were undeniably practical little trinkets. Or perhaps I could craft one myself. Indeed, he found it hard to part with his coin purse. As he pondered various thoughts while walking ahead, he soon sensed the tunnel beginning to incline upwards. Before long, a vague light appeared in the distance. Maka removed the cork from the vial that continued to emit a soft glow, and with a soft pop, the luminescent mist dispersed throughout the tunnel, dissipating shortly thereafter. Many potions, even simple ingredients, could wield effects akin to spells, some even surpassing them in potency, yet requiring remarkably low thresholds for use. Of course, one must be prepared in advance and carry them at all times. Nonetheless, this does not diminish their value. And it is one of the reasons why potions are so costly. As time progresses, numerous potion recipes have been ground into fragments by the relentless march of history, remnants of their once glorious eras. However, a new generation of potion masters strives diligently, whether in restoring recipes or attempting innovations, ensuring that potions retain their undeniable significance in the realm of magic. Thus, I would never agree to anything less than 200 galleons. In a corner of the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade, a diminutive wizard swathed in a tattered, gray, felt cloak spoke calmly in a muffled rural accent. His raspy voice resembled that of vocal cords worn thin by a rasp, prompting involuntary frowns. Opposite him, a wizard, his exposed skin meticulously wrapped in layers of bandages, engaged in a similarly uncomfortable negotiation, his voice a disconcerting croak that raised doubts about the state of his throat. No. Ahem, this potion is a new product. I cannot sell it in my shop without witnessing its effects first. I cannot wager my shop's reputation. Yet, for trial samples, this price is exorbitant. The small wizard maintained his calm demeanor, replying, in that case, the deal is off. With that, he leaned on the table, rising to his feet and heading straight for the door. Oh wait, damn it. The bandaged wizard exclaimed weakly, I'll pay. But ahem. You must give me a discount if you wish to maintain a long-term partnership. Agreed, ahem, deal. The bandaged wizard wearily waved his hand, truly yearning for that practical new product, if its efficacy were indeed as remarkable as claimed. The diminutive wizard was, of course, the disguised Maka. He had adorned himself meticulously, circumventing the most significant drawback of his age that could arise during negotiations, and thus maintained a steady advantage in their verbal sparring. This was a business negotiation that left both parties relatively satisfied. Regardless of the bandaged wizard's apparent reluctance, he was resolutely intent on acquiring this innovative product. A new type of invisibility potion, what an enticing opportunity. After the bandaged wizard had tested it, the two signed a magical contract in duplicate, solidifying this long-term transaction. A purchase price of 200, with a 3/7 split. What a commendable deal. Upon returning to the shrieking shack, Maka hung the tattered cloak directly in the old wardrobe, and then spat out a small shard of stone, his voice finally returning to normal. He flicked his finger against the exquisite parchment scroll of the magical contract, revealing a hint of excitement in his smile. Of course, with the recent influx of 1,200 galleons, he had merely just filled the substantial pit of expenses incurred during his prior practice. Moreover, he still needed to continue honing his skills in the preparation of other potions. The journey to becoming a wealthy individual was still far from over. It is no wonder that the opening pages of potion books often declare that this is a path paved with galleons, an endless road. Maka sighed, the earlier exhilaration having vanished without a trace as his mood shifted. Ever since Maka established a sales channel for his potions, everything seemed to fall into place smoothly. His studies and research across various disciplines progressed slowly, yet steadily, with daily dedication. What brought Maka particular joy was his genuine breakthrough in the Patronus charm. On a quiet, solitary night, Maka stood in the spacious room provided by the Room of Requirement. Expecto Patronum. Maka stood upright in the center of the room, his wand held before him like a sword, concentrating all his spirit and focus on the tip of the wand. As the pure, silvery light grew increasingly bright, it detached itself from the wand. In an instant, the light swirled around Maka, forming a faint, silvery mist. Since Maka began practicing the Patronus charm, he had always managed to reach this point. Indeed, during his initial attempts, he could already emit this hopeful, life-infused silvery mist. However, with each practice, while the mist grew denser, he consistently failed to summon his Patronus. This compelled Maka to revisit the fundamental theories of this charm. In desperation, he focused his attention on successful instances of the Patronus charm being used to save beloved ones. Finally, hard work bore fruit. As numerous accounts of the charm's efficacy rekindled a new breakthrough within him, he discovered that it is only when a user, compelled by circumstances, wishes to protect a particular entity, that the true power of this spell is unleashed. Guardianship. Maka recalled the moment he first encountered Luna in the graveyard. Bathed in the twilight glow, the girl's pale golden hair emanated a soft halo. She stood before the cold gravestone, silently gazing at her deceased mother. Amidst the entire gray tableau, her silhouette appeared strikingly vivid. Beneath the starry sky, when Maka instinctively avoided the topic of his mother, she candidly informed him that it indeed was a sorrowful tale, yet one must learn to confront it head-on. Before their parting, Maka could only remember her silver-gray eyes, in which a vague, dreamy expression concealed a yearning anticipation to reunite with him, her friend from whom she would temporarily part. As he beheld the imposing eagle before him, a hint of embarrassment crossed Maka's features. How should he face Dean Sprout in the future? Within the four houses of Hogwarts, the eagle symbolizes Ravenclaw, representing justice, acuity, rigor, foresight, and a lofty perspective. When the Sorting Hat contemplated Maka's placement, it initially considered Ravenclaw, though, for reasons unknown, he was ultimately assigned to Hufflepuff. It undoubtedly indicated a profound connection between Maka and Ravenclaw. At this moment, the Patronus of the eagle, besides being tied to the sentiment of safeguarding Luna, likely bore relevance to this connection as well. In any case, it was best to retire for the night. With a flick of his wand, Maka dispelled the Patronus charm and left the Room of Requirement with a heart full of complex emotions. Chapter 20, Willabrova. Recently, the weather had begun to shift. The clouds in the sky grew denser, casting a somewhat somber hue. The temperature continued to drop, prompting Hogwarts students to don warm sweaters and vests beneath their outer robes. In such weather, the library also felt a bit chillier. Many students congregated in the common room with a fireplace, diligently working on their assignments while engaging in lively discussions about recent amusements. Here, they need not fear the sudden emergence of Madame Pants, the librarian, who would scold them for making noise. Consequently, the number of students in the library dwindled. Maka found solace in the quietude. Studying in a less populated space evidently enhanced his efficiency. As for the cold, he easily devised a convenient and simple remedy. After slightly adjusting the blood of a fire lizard, he concocted a potion that would maintain warmth in the body. This concoction was remarkably straightforward. It merely required the fire attribute energy from the lizard's blood to disperse within the body at an exceedingly slow pace, so much so that it scarcely qualified as a potion. However, this simplicity came at a cost. One must drink ample water, lest the moisture within the body diminish, leading to dry skin. Of course, one would understand this implicitly, as the consumption of this liquid would often incite thirst, persisting until the potion's effects wore off. At this moment, Hermione sat beside Maka, listening intently as he expounded upon some advanced principles of the levitation charm. They intermittently lifted their cups from the table to take sips, and a large teapot sat prominently in front of Maka. Clearly, Hermione had sampled Maka's little invention and found it quite agreeable, enveloped in a warm and comforting sensation. Just as Maka delved into the practical applications of the levitation charm, they both heard a distinct sound of footsteps approaching from behind. "Maclean, I have heard whispers of your reputation. Perhaps we could be friends." The newcomer paused momentarily before continuing. "I am Draco Malfoy." Maka turned to regard Malfoy, who had striking blonde hair and a pale complexion, and smiled slightly. "Oh, certainly. I see no reason to decline your proposition, Malfoy." Hermione glanced at Maka but refrained from speaking, despite her evident disdain for Malfoy. "Yes, I believe you possess a clever mind, unlike that foolish Potter." Malfoy seemed pleased, casually disparaging Harry. "No, I think it is the one who casually insults others who is truly foolish. Harry is an intelligent person. He knows how to stand up for his friends." Hermione could no longer contain herself and retorted loudly. "Silence." From a distance, Professor Pence looked over at them. Maka nodded apologetically in her direction, but before he could speak, Malfoy interjected. No one is speaking to you, you filthy mudblood. Although Hermione did not comprehend the meaning of the term, she understood it was a derogatory slur. She glared fiercely at Malfoy, resembling an irate hen. Malfoy, I must remind you that casually insulting others is hardly the behavior of a noble, Maka said, furrowing his brow. Moreover, I am indeed what you refer to as a filthy mudblood. You are not pure blood. Malfoy's astonished expression froze on his face, causing a few nearby students to rise in alarm. Oh, Maka, you shouldn't. Yet Hermione's anxiety persisted, fearing the repercussions Maka might face. I have done nothing wrong. And the full body bind curse is far less harmful than the shattering curse, Maka replied, deftly waving his wand. Petrificus totalis. Instantly, Malfoy collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, utterly speechless. It was evident he was thoroughly frightened. This is merely a reprimand for your insolent remarks. Maka maintained his gentle demeanor, smiling as he added. You may inform a teacher, but I do not believe that would be wise. Ultimately, though Malfoy remained silent, the news swiftly reached Professor Sprout's ears. Thanks to Professor Pincess' report. That evening, Maka was summoned to the herbology professor's office adjacent to the greenhouse, where he discovered Professor McGonagall awaiting him. Mr. Maclane, I must say, why do you always find yourself in trouble? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, visibly upset. Well, I assume there must be a reason for your use of a spell against Malfoy. Care to share it with us? Professor Sprout clearly maintained a protective demeanor. Ah, indeed. Maka nodded. Malfoy insulted Hermione, calling her a mudblood, which I find intolerable. As I have mentioned before, she is my friend. Oh, mudblood. What a dreadful term. Professor Sprout exclaimed in astonishment. This is discrimination and has no place at Hogwarts. Since the founding of Hufflepuff by Helga Hufflepuff, we have supported children of Muggle heritage in becoming wizards. To this day, outstanding Muggle-born and half-blood wizards have emerged in abundance, which attests to the correctness of Helga's original conviction. I fully understand your feelings for your friend, McGonagall stated solemnly. Malfoy will undoubtedly face consequences for his outrageous words and actions. However, you must realize that casting spells on your classmates is a violation of school rules. Do you comprehend? With that, she turned to Professor Sprout, evidently reminding her that appropriate disciplinary action was required. Professor Sprout glanced at McGonagall, visibly uncertain about how to proceed, as she had no desire to punish Maka. Professor Sprout, McGonagall is right. I should accept my punishment, Maka interjected, agreeing with McGonagall. Only by punishing students who violate school rules can we establish a proper ethos for other students, guiding them to avoid missteps in the future and fostering exemplary character traits. Maka spoke earnestly, even though he himself found his own words somewhat insincere. Yet, McGonagall revealed a hint of satisfaction. In that case, you shall remain in the third greenhouse to tend to the plants until bedtime. Professor Sprout nodded in approval. Afterward, the two professors escorted Maka to the entrance of the third greenhouse before departing to find Malfoy. Maka watched their receding figures, and after a moment, he stepped into the greenhouse. Well, the grandiloquence was remarkably effective. Professor McGonagall left without deducting any points, which is quite a pleasant surprise. Originally, Maka had merely sought to improve McGonagall's perception of him, prompting his voluntary acceptance of punishment. Upon entering the third greenhouse, Maka was startled to discover someone inside, specifically, the mysterious Slytherin girl. She was skillfully replacing the soil for the plants with a small trowel in hand. From her swift and fluid movements, one would never suspect that she was the same clumsy girl who had struggled for hours in the library. Despite her continued expressionless demeanor, Maka felt inclined to greet her. Hello. He hesitated, unsure if she would respond. To his surprise, she acknowledged him with a nod and a monotone, hello. Maka approached her, joining in the task of changing the soil. If you don't mind, might you tell me your name? Though he could not discern her enigmatic nature, this girl named Viley bore a stark contrast to Snape and Dumbledore. She gave Maka the impression that this girl possessed no intricate thoughts, nor even emotions, resembling a mere puppet. Maka thought this inexplicably. Do you have a fondness for plants? He continued the conversation, eager to unravel the mysteries surrounding this enigmatic girl. What plants do you like? All of them. Surely there must be one or two you dislike. Perhaps the tuberous begonia? No. Do you often visit the greenhouse to care for them? Yes. But do you ever leave? I mean, don't you ever go away? Maka inquired curiously, as he had before. I leave when I'm done, Viley replied indifferently. Indeed. He was taken aback by her certainty. So, do you find our conversation interesting? Maka attempted to frame his thoughts as questions. Not really. So it was true. She did not find it interesting. Then why continue the conversation? Maka could not help but voice his inner truth. It's out of politeness. With those 4 words, Viley completely subdued the dazed Maka. Chapter 21. A good deed that is not necessarily good. All 3 encounters with Viley Blova ended with Maka feeling defeated, marking the first time he experienced a profound sense of frustration, despite his usual confidence in his social skills. What's wrong? You look downcast. That is quite rare for you. His roommate Ernie observed with curiosity. It's nothing, Maka replied wearily, waving his hand, just a bit tired. Mentally, he added, emotionally exhausted. The following morning, as Maka stepped into the dining hall, he immediately noticed Hermione approaching him with a worried expression. Are you okay after yesterday? She scrutinized him from head to toe, and seeing no apparent changes, she launched into her usual chatter. Honestly, you were far too impulsive. I heard from Ron what that term means last night, but I don't think we should concern ourselves with it. Malfoy is simply not right in the head. There's no need to stoop to his level. Oh, and thank you, Hermione added, slightly embarrassed. Don't mention it. Remember, we are friends. Maka shrugged with a smile, adding, and you really ought to curb your tendency to ramble. With that, he laughed heartily as he made his way to the Hufflepuff table, offering a cheerful good morning to Harry and Ron along the way. You too. Aren't you also Maka as friends? Don't you ever worry about him? Hermione exclaimed as she promptly took a seat opposite them. Isn't your concern enough? Ron mumbled through a mouthful of crispy bacon. Maka is quite capable. He will surely handle any trouble adeptly, Harry mused, adding. At least he is much more competent than we are. Indeed, he managed to take down a troll all by himself. Goodness, reflecting on it now feels surreal. Ron sighed with longing. If only I could do the same. Then you should focus on your homework. Hermione admonished. Stop treating it so carelessly. Oh, here we go again. Ron groaned. Maka gazed longingly at the trio from Gryffindor, pondering how delightful it would be if life could continue in such a tranquil and uneventful manner. For him, this leisurely existence, so starkly different from his past, was precisely what he yearned for. McLean, please come to my office after the morning classes, he mused. When suddenly a voice called out to him. Of course, it was not as simple as it seemed. The second class was the most vexing transfiguration lesson for Maka. To be frank, he had always harbored a fondness for this subject, yet the pace of learning was worlds apart from that of charms. Not to mention his proficiency in potions. He discovered that ancient demon summoning had intricate connections to transfiguration, setting aside the obvious taboos surrounding demon summoning. Maka speculated that the art of summoning was inextricably linked to transfiguration. This was a branch of white magic renowned since antiquity for its formidable destructive power and had once been a primary focus for many powerful white wizards. Regrettably, much of the relevant theory had been nearly lost to time, making it a captivating subject worthy of exploration. Such alluring and profound magic felt to Maka like a lavish feast, visible yet unattainable, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Was he to inquire of Dumbledore about his findings in the restricted section concerning demon summoning, expressing a desire to delve into its study? That would be preposterous. After class, Maka hastened toward the greenhouse, seeking to assuage his melancholy with the unknown good news that Professor Sprout had promised him. Knock, knock, please enter. Upon pushing open the office door, Maka immediately spotted another occupant, Madame Hooch, the first-year flying instructor. Good day, Madame Hooch. Good day, Professor Sprout, Maka greeted with a polite bow. Oh yes, you've arrived. Come here, my dear. Professor Sprout warmly beckoned him closer. Indeed, today brings splendid news, she continued. Madame Hooch recommended you to me, stating that you should join the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Maka was utterly astonished by the revelation. You must understand, if you truly pass the selection test, you would become the youngest house player in a century. I am so proud of you. As she spoke, Professor Sprout could not resist enveloping Maka in an embrace. Her joy palpable. Yes, I firmly believe Mr. McLean will undoubtedly succeed in the temporary selection. His talent in Quidditch is unprecedented, with a series of professional training sessions. He might even be scouted by a professional team during his academic years. Is that truly the case? Maka mused, while he relished the freedom of flying. His enthusiasm for Quidditch could be described as merely lukewarm. Oh, of course. I have already consulted Dumbledore regarding whether first-year students could participate in the Quidditch team. He believes it to be a testament to the students' excellence. Professor Sprout exclaimed enthusiastically, Dumbledore is quite fond of the sport. He often makes time to watch the international leagues. Really? I must say, I am absolutely exhilarated, exclaimed Maka with palpable excitement. Now that the parties involved have consented, everything will proceed smoothly. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Professor Sprout seized the opportunity during the break to eagerly introduce Maka to Darren Criss, the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. It is worth mentioning that this amiable and helpful sixth-year student also serves as the head boy of Hufflepuff House. Maka, I have already heard about you from Madame Hooch, Darren said with a smile, patting Maka on the shoulder. That's splendid. I've never heard of a first-year joining the house team before. Indeed, I am equally astonished. I am not even certain if I can excel at it. In truth, I have only engaged in some rudimentary flying exercises during my flying lessons, Maka admitted. Of course, at times, I struggle to maintain control and end up flying aimlessly. No worries at all. We all trust Madame Hooch's judgment. She has been a Quidditch Cup referee for many years. Oh, yes, I concur, Maka responded with a smile. The sensation of soaring freely is something I particularly cherish. All right, the break is almost over. After class this afternoon, come to the Quidditch pitch for an impromptu tryout. Anticipate it with excitement. Darren waved farewell. Preparing to head to his next class, Maka chuckled awkwardly in response. He realized that his time in the library would likely be significantly reduced, which was hardly welcome news. The afternoon classes swiftly passed, and just as Maka was navigating the bustling corridor alongside a throng of students headed to the common room, a delicate, fair hand pulled him out of the crowd. Maka was startled, but upon recognizing the individual, he sighed in relief. "Oh, Senior Charlotte, what brings you here? What else could it be?" "I'm here to take you to the Quidditch pitch," Charlotte exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Maka on the back. "Taking me to the pitch? Could it be that Senior is a member of the house team?" Maka inquired, astonished. "Of course. Didn't I mention it before? We might just be teammates in the future. If you want to see this stunning beauty every day, you'd better put in some effort today," Charlotte replied casually, dragging Maka along while descending the stairs amidst the curious gazes of fellow students. While they couldn't quite discern the conversation, witnessing Maka being led away by such a captivating beauty left any male student intrigued. "Oh, Senior, I must insist, let go, I can walk on my own," Maka said, somewhat exasperated. "What's wrong with being showcased by one of Hogwarts' 3 most beautiful girls in public? Surely, you must be enjoying it, my dear Junior," Charlotte teased, resembling a mischievous aunt coaxing a young boy. "Come now, I fail to see any enjoyment in this. The only sensation I feel is akin to being paraded before a pack of ravenous wolves," Maka replied with a wry smile. "Taking advantage and then playing coy," Charlotte laughed, playfully tapping Maka's head before finally relinquishing his hand. Chapter 22. The temporary selection test for Quidditch. As the sun gradually descended, it appeared intermittently amidst the swirling mists. The golden afterglow transformed into beams of light, cascading through the gaps in the clouds and extending towards the distant, undulating mountains. Amidst this grandeur, there lingered a sense of melancholy reminiscent of an elder's twilight years. The air remained frigid, with the biting wind howling across the Quidditch pitch, while faint rustling sounds emanated from the forbidden forest in the distance. Maka and Charlotte hurriedly arrived at the pitch. He noticed that the grass on the Quidditch field had evidently been enchanted, remaining lush and green despite the cold of winter. "You're here? Quick, get warmed up. The test is about to begin," Darren exclaimed, welcoming Maka with a broad smile as he approached. While Maka stretched and loosened his limbs, Darren introduced him to the official players of the Hufflepuff team. It turned out that an older player was set to graduate soon, upon learning of Maka's talent. He had decided to retire early to prepare for post-graduation endeavors. After exchanging greetings with the team members, Maka discovered that he was not the only fourth-year student participating in this temporary selection. It was uncertain whether Maka was benefiting from the older player's legacy or if the other fourth-year student was drawing from Maka's reputation. Perhaps it was a bit of both. "All right, let's get started." Darren chuckled before adopting a more serious demeanor and began explaining the details of the test. The objective of this temporary assessment was to recruit a suitable chaser. In a Quidditch team, there are 3 chasers who are responsible for passing the quaffle amongst themselves and attempting to score through the 3 goal hoops of the opposing team. Each successful goal with the quaffle earns 10 points for their team. Chasers must possess a strong sense of teamwork and must evade the bludgers, which poses a significant challenge to their flying skills. Before the seekers can capture the golden snitch, the chasers must strive to score as many points as possible without pause. The now-retired player had occupied this very position. The quaffle is the only ball among the 3 types that does not move on its own, being entirely controlled by the chasers. Maka sat upon his broom, watching the nearby fourth-year student awkwardly practicing various flying maneuvers, and he began to feel a glimmer of confidence in his own abilities. "You're doing well, but your reaction time is too slow. Always be aware of your surroundings," Charlotte, who was the seeker for the Hufflepuff team and reputed to be quite skilled, remarked as she observed the approaching competitor. "Go for it. I believe in you, my junior." Charlotte playfully patted Maka on the back, nearly sending him tumbling off his broom. "Ouch. I said, Senior, stop chattering and just go." Maka felt as though he were a Pokémon being tossed forward by Charlotte, expected to bravely face the challenges of the field. "Let us begin," called Christine, the 5th-year female chaser, as she deftly passed the quaffle to Maka. Maka immediately accelerated forward and caught the elusive ball just as it reached his position. On the edge of the field, Captain Darren urged him to move irregularly, continuously shouting, "Get moving, get moving, pass it to me." Another chaser, Charles, called out, having already soared behind Maka. "Oh, what a beautiful backward pass," Darren exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines. It must be said, Maka's keen observation skills were remarkable. He managed to keep a precise track of the positions of the other 2 players while maintaining his focus on the ball's every trajectory. "Give it to me." Christine sped past Maka, the distance between them shrinking to a mere 10 inches. Yet, Maka seized the opportunity, delivering the elusive ball into her hands at the very moment she flew by. The players waiting on the sidelines could not help but cheer, while the 2 seasoned chasers exchanged excited glances. The rapid technical maneuver just executed was something Christine hadn't even intended to complete, yet Maka had achieved it. The 2 veteran players shared a knowing look, ready to collaborate on a move they had not originally planned to test. They swiftly closed in on their brooms, offering Maka a follow-up gesture as they soared forward shoulder to shoulder, 20 feet apart, weaving through high-frequency passing. Charles announced. Maka instantly comprehended that this was a medium-level technique from the Quidditch Classic maneuvers, the Trident defensive formation, as the three players each executed a crouched ball-holding motion and dispersed. Tracing 3 arcs in the air toward their respective goal hoops, they gradually came to a halt. Charles sheepishly smiled at Maka, having failed to catch the ball during the final moment of high-speed passing. Charles, it's precisely because of your frequent blunders that we hesitate to employ higher difficulty techniques in official matches. Let us see how you handle Maka today. After all, he is merely a first-year student. Christine chided, her slender finger pointing at Charles with playful exasperation. Ah, I know. I'll practice diligently from now on and set a good example for Maka, Charles replied, scratching his head and chuckling. Captain, I think this is it. He is the one, no doubt, Christine declared loudly to Captain Darren. Upon seeing Darren nod in agreement, Maka glanced at the somewhat disheartened other candidate and felt that accepting the situation without contest did not align with the image he was striving to cultivate. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Darren. I believe it would be better to complete the test. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the senior participating in the selection. Of course, this was not simply a matter of throwing the ball at the goal hoop. The goalkeeper was no pushover, and the Hufflepuff team's goalkeeper was none other than Captain Darren Criss. Oh, Junior, our Captain Darren's goalkeeping skills are rather average, so take it easy. We wouldn't want to hurt his pride, Charlotte said, playfully draping her arm around Maka's shoulder, her voice carrying without any intention of lowering it. The 4th grade seniors test concluded swiftly, comprising a total of 10 balls, of which 3 were successfully scored, an admirable feat for the candidates. Naturally, this also indicated that Darren's defense was rather average. As it was Maka's turn, he held the quaffle and hesitated for a moment while eyeing Darren. Fear not. The stronger you are, the more delighted I am, for you are indeed one of us from Hufflepuff, Darren remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Maka nodded, setting aside his doubts and darting towards the right hoop. Darren quickly adjusted his position, speculating whether Maka intended to take a shot or merely distract him. He had observed Maka's earlier flight, which exhibited a fluid and swift arc, undeniably showcasing Maka's agility. Closer and closer, Maka indeed began to elevate and spin the quaffle. Darren immediately moved towards the center hoop, only to discover that Maka had merely lifted the ball without any lateral movement. Unsurprisingly, the quaffle sailed into the now unguarded right hoop. A splendid goal. In a brief span, Maka, under Darren's defense, unflinchingly secured a score of 90 points. Had Darren not grazed the final ball with his fingertips, Maka would likely have achieved a perfect score. Impressive, impressive. Darren called out to Maka with a grimace as they flew towards the sidelines. This year's Quidditch Cup, you shall be our Hufflepuff team's secret weapon. No, a super secret weapon. I have never encountered a newcomer with such remarkable talent. You're akin to the monstrous rookies in professional tryouts. Oh, Darren, do not exaggerate. Maka chuckled. Quidditch is a team sport. It cannot be won by one individual alone. Indeed, this was true, just as in the World Cup. Where exceptionally skilled elite players abound, it matters little. In the total score-based Quidditch matches, winning more games does not guarantee the championship. Individual heroism is merely a jest. Even the Golden Snitch, worth 150 points, pales in comparison to the foundational points garnered through high-level team cooperation, let alone the individual skills of the chasers. It is the seamless collaboration that reigns supreme. Chapter 23, The Timid Malfoy. The impromptu selection test concluded with an unsurprising outcome. Maka successfully became one of the youngest players in Hufflepuff and indeed in the history of Hogwarts. Considering his demonstrated prowess, this title would more accurately be described as the strongest. As Maka had anticipated, his study time was significantly reduced as a result. However, the training regimen was comprehensive. While Maka became increasingly familiar with various formations, Darren devised new tactical strategies for real combat. This marked the strongest Hufflepuff team in history, igniting their aspirations to contend for the Quidditch Cup. This new strategy centered around foundational scoring, representing a fresh approach to victory. Maka's inclusion sparked a newfound desire for the Quidditch Cup among the modest Badgers, a rarity indeed. Consequently, regarding the news of Maka's induction into the team, all members unanimously declared that they would not divulge any information. In the upcoming match against Slytherin House, Maka is set to make a surprise appearance. Determined to leave those sly serpents, who are prone to underhanded tactics, utterly defeated. Thus, in the days that followed, Maka became exceptionally busy. He could either be found in the library or on the Quidditch pitch, and whenever he began practicing, several upper-year Hufflepuffs would be seen wandering around the field. It appears that this surprise strategy is being executed with remarkable diligence by these hard-working and unassuming Badgers. On a particularly frigid morning, everyone discovered that Hogwarts had been cloaked in a thick layer of snow. The pristine white scenery outside signified that the first snowfall of the year had quietly descended upon the ground while everyone slept. Recently, The Weasley twins had faced punishment for enchanting a few snowballs to chase Quirrell around, fortuitously striking him on the back of his head, which was wrapped in layers of scarves. At that moment, Maka happened to pass by a window on the upper floor, and the sight filled him with amusement. Poor Voldemort. Maka's owl, Maffa, seemed intrigued by the snowy weather, perhaps because such an icy landscape was a rarity in its homeland of Sumatra. He watched it soar gracefully through the air, occasionally flapping its wings to ascend higher, and at other times diving low in a swift maneuver. From a distance, one might not recognize it as merely an owl. In recent nights, Maka had been wandering through the restricted section, deepening his understanding of dark magic. However, he still had no intention of studying the most perilous tomes, believing that the time had not yet come and that it was unnecessary to invite trouble. Thus, while gradually accumulating experience in potion making, he began to delve into transfiguration. More specifically, it was a long and seemingly endless journey of grappling with various creatures and materials. Since there were no shortcuts, he resolved to adopt Hermione's approach. At the very least, studying and memorizing different materials could contribute to his progress in potion making. Furthermore, he noticed that since mastering the Patronus charm, he had developed a slight fondness for Luna. He mused that perhaps he harbored a sisterly affection for her. Surely, he could not be accused of having a penchant for younger girls. No, that was utterly impossible. Maka shook his head, amused by his own thoughts. At this moment, Maka was en route to the potions classroom, harboring a few questions for Snape. However, as he swiftly turned the corner of the corridor, he encountered the enormous figure of Hagrid, who was huffing and puffing while cradling a Christmas tree that was even larger than he. The once spacious corridor was completely blocked, making passage impossible. "Hey, Hagrid, do you need a hand?" A head poked through the branches from the opposite side. It appeared to be Ron. "No, I'm fine. Thank you, Ron. Could you step aside so we can get through?" Maka was suddenly startled by the icy, elongated voice of Malfoy emanating from behind the fir trees. "Are you hoping to earn some pocket money, Weasley? I imagine you wish to guard the hunting grounds after graduating from Hogwarts, don't you? Hagrid's hut must seem like a palace compared to your former home, Weasley." Maka then heard Snape's voice, indicating that someone had provoked him first. Hagrid emerged from behind the tree, his wild hair tousled, stating that Malfoy had just insulted his family. Regardless, resorting to violence contravenes Hogwarts regulations, Hagrid, Snape remarked smoothly, suggesting that taking the initiative to accept punishment, like McLean, would indeed be a wise choice. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Weasley, you should consider yourself fortunate that I did not assign you the task of polishing the trophies. Now, off you go, all of you. Upon hearing the name McLean, Malfoy's face twisted in anger, clearly harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Maka, as he deliberately brushed past the trees with Crabbe and Goyle, carelessly causing the needles to scatter. He caught sight of Maka. Instantly, Malfoy wiped the fury from his face, feigning ignorance as he sauntered by from the opposite side of the corridor. Yet, his intentional avoidance of Maka betrayed the fear lurking within him. It seemed the punishment had indeed made an impression, though perhaps not sufficient. Maka smiled before proceeding onward. "Professor Snape, may I have a moment?" Maka called out to Snape, who was making his way to the dining hall. "I wonder if you might assist me with a few inquiries regarding potion making." Snape turned, casting a cold glance at Maka before lifting his chin, signaling him to proceed with his questions. "Oh, it's just that at that moment, Ron couldn't resist whispering to Harry. I truly admire Maka for managing to pose questions under Snape's frigid gaze." He added, "It seems Snape is most amiable when Maka approaches him with questions." Harry took a quick glance at Snape's expression before replying, "Though it doesn't appear to be much better. I can't even keep track of Maka's progress in potions class," Hermione lamented. "Although I often seek him out to discuss various topics, I find I cannot comprehend the material he has been noting down lately." In fact, while Maka claimed to be asking Snape questions, their interactions often devolved into in-depth discussions of potion theories. While Maka reaped substantial knowledge from these exchanges, Snape too found himself inspired by the innovative ideas that emerged during their dialogues. Of course, the depth of Snape's expertise in potion making was not to be taken lightly. More often than not, their discussions concluded with Snape correcting Maka's misunderstandings. Notably, within the depths of Snape's heart, it seemed that the shadow of Maka as a student was gradually taking form. Through their numerous discussions, he had keenly observed that Maka shared a strikingly similar philosophy regarding magical research, one that disregarded the conventional dichotomy of good and evil in pursuit of their goals. In their hearts, there exists no substantial distinction between dark magic and light magic. Both are merely tools to be wielded. The only difference lies in the ethical principles of the user, nothing more. Perhaps even McLaggen himself was unaware of this truth, yet Severus Snape, who once found himself ensnared in a far more dreadful darkness, took heed of it. After resolving the doubts encountered during his research, McLaggen bid farewell to Snape and proceeded towards the waiting trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Behind him, Snape silently observed his retreating figure for a while before abruptly turning and heading towards the dining hall. It is likely that only Dumbledore truly comprehended the depths of Snape's thoughts. As McLaggen approached Hermione, he found her engaged in conversation with Hagrid. "Ah, you've finally finished your inquiries. Come with me to the dining hall and see. It's simply marvelous," Hagrid exclaimed joyfully, his laughter causing the fir tree in his arms to tremble, shedding more needles with each chuckle. "Allow me to assist you, Hagrid. You're shaking off all the needles," McLaggen said, pulling out his wand and casting a levitation spell, allowing the fir tree to float above their heads as it glided forward with him. "Oh, that's really not necessary. I mean, thank you," Hagrid replied bashfully. "Uh-huh. That's quite an impressive levitation charm, Mr. McLaggen," Professor Flitwick chimed in. "Just place it over there in the corner, if you would. This is the last one." Chapter 24, Concerning Nicklemore. At this moment, the Great Hall of Hogwarts appeared extraordinarily beautiful and grand, adorned with a plethora of Christmas decorations. The walls were festooned with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe, and standing proudly throughout the room were 12 towering Christmas trees, some embellished with sparkling icicles, while others flickered with hundreds of candles. Observing Professors McGonagall and Flitwick skillfully enchanting the space into such a splendid spectacle, McLaggen felt an irresistible urge to make a small attempt of his own. He retrieved a small, entirely white vial from the inner pocket of his robe and carefully dripped a few drops of a cold, misty liquid onto the stand beneath one of the Christmas trees. "What are you pouring down there?" Professor McGonagall inquired, hurrying over but not immediately expressing anger, indicating that McLaggen's previous strategy had indeed left a favorable impression. "Oh, Professor, you'll see in just a moment," McLaggen replied with a smile. No sooner had McLaggen spoken than the effects of the liquid began to manifest. A hazy white mist rose from beneath the Christmas tree, swirling upwards rather than sinking down like typical cold air, and it coiled around the tree, drifting towards the magically enhanced ceiling. Within the white mist, glimmers of crystalline light sparkled faintly, imparting a uniquely exquisite beauty to the tree. "This is a semi-finished product I concocted during my potion studies. It appears quite lovely. Albeit a tad chilly," McLaggen remarked, surveying his creation with satisfaction. "Indeed, it looks splendid," Professor McGonagall said, rarely smiling. "Do add a few drops to the other trees as well. I believe Professor Dumbledore would appreciate this." In the distance, Hermione gazed at the Christmas tree shrouded in white mist, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. "Isn't it beautiful?" she remarked to Harry. "Indeed, it's truly magnificent." Harry seemed equally enchanted. "I, however, prefer Professor Flitwick's golden bubbles. They glisten splendidly," Ron observed as he noticed Professor Flitwick conjuring a stream of golden orbs with his wand, adorning the newly arrived tree's branches. Nearby, Hagrid was admiring the various decorations when he suddenly turned to the trio, as if recalling something. "How many days until the holidays?" he inquired. "Just one day," Hermione replied. "Oh, that reminds me, Harry, Ron, we have half an hour until dinner. We should head to the library." "Oh, yes, you're right," Ron said reluctantly, diverting his gaze from Professor Flitwick. "The library?" Hagrid exclaimed, following them out of the hall. "Studying before the holidays? That's rather diligent." "Oh, we're not revising," Harry cheerfully responded. "Ever since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we've been trying to figure out who he is." "What?" Hagrid's expression turned alarmed. "I told you before, stop it. That thing guarded by the giant dog has nothing to do with you. We merely wish to know who Nicholas Flamel is, nothing more," Hermione clarified. "Perhaps you could offer us a hint, to spare us the effort?" Harry added. "We've sifted through at least 100 books these past few days without so much as a trace of him. Just a little clue would be most welcome." "I won't say a thing," Hagrid replied curtly. "Well, how about asking McGonagall, Hermione?" Ron suggested. "I already told you, that's not an option. McGonagall has been quite busy lately, and I don't wish to disturb her," Hermione insisted. It was evident that this was not the first time Ron had proposed consulting McGonagall, yet Hermione had consistently declined. "He's not occupied right now. Look, he's over there assisting the professors with the hall decorations," Ron remarked, glancing at McGonagall, who was not far from them. Hagrid stood nearby, visibly irritated, watching the three children discuss this matter in front of him, at a loss for words. "I said no," Hermione shouted at Ron, unable to contain her frustration. "What is the matter, Hermione? You seem quite upset," he inquired curiously. "No, it's nothing. McGonagall, who is Nicholas Flamel?" "Don't ask." Do you really know who Nicholas Flamel is?" Hermione instinctively asked upon hearing that McGonagall seemed to know. "Do you wish to know?" "If you want to know, I shall tell you," McGonagall thought, knowing that they would discover it eventually. "No, that's quite all right." Hermione hesitated, pursing her lips, then shook her head. Unlike Harry's concerns, Hermione was simply eager to learn who Nicholas Flamel was. Having witnessed McGonagall's progress far surpassing her own, she merely wished to catch up through her own efforts, even if only in this small matter. Though she harbored a flicker of curiosity regarding the significant secret concealed behind the three-headed dog, Fluffy, Hermione remained steadfast in her belief that the acquisition of knowledge through her own efforts was her utmost priority at that moment. He felt that Marcia had always been a steadfast friend, even preceding his acquaintance with Harry. Yet now, he hesitated to divulge even a trivial answer, fully aware of who Nicholas Flamel truly was. Of course, Ron was merely a tad displeased. Friends, after all, are still friends. And Marcia would invariably lend him a hand with his assignments when he needed it. "I shall head to the library," Hermione declared, noticing Ron leading Harry towards the exit. Both of them now looking her way. "It's fine, go ahead." Marcia smiled, dismissing Ron's childish antics. After all, in a couple of days, he would undoubtedly return to borrow his essay on the history of magic. He waved goodbye to Hermione, his thoughts already drifting elsewhere. Yes, Nicholas Flamel. Ever since that fateful night when he encountered the three-headed dog, Marcia had diligently researched this illustrious alchemist. What left him in a quandary, however, was the uncertainty of whether he should beseech Dumbledore for an introduction to this legendary figure. One must consider that soon. The only Philosopher's Stone capable of bestowing immortality upon its possessor would be destroyed. However, setting aside whether Dumbledore would acquiesce to his request, the crux of the matter lay in what he would do if he successfully met Flamel. Would he dare to approach Flamel with, "Oh, I wish to peruse your alchemical notes regarding the Philosopher's Stone, which you will no longer need"? In truth, Marcia believed that even if presented with the notes, he would be utterly lost. What was alchemy? He had no inkling. After much contemplation, he ultimately relinquished the notion. Recognizing that even Dumbledore had no intention of utilizing the stone to prolong his life, there must be a reason behind this. Especially since he and Flamel had been good friends for ages. Marcia continued to carry his lightweight briefcase, with his owl, Maffa, perched upon his shoulder, stealthily departing from the platform of the Hogwarts Express. He intended to make a brief trip to Hogsmeade to personally deliver the recently brewed potions and simultaneously assess the profits accrued thus far. The popularity of the Elixir of Euphoria was quite commendable, with each batch selling out in remarkably short order. While this brought joy, the glaring inadequacy of production was gradually becoming apparent. In truth, this was an unavoidable predicament. The profits from straightforward potions were typically transparent, and in the resource-strapped magical community, quality always triumphed over quantity. The potion chains that thrived on slim margins were sustained by house elves. When Marcia discussed this with his partner, Mr. Thayland, the latter candidly relayed this information to him. Behind those chain stores often stood one or several pure-blood wizarding families, properties belonging to the elite. "Well then, my dear Mr. Thayland, may we once again toast to our prosperous business." Maka smiled and said, "I must take my leave. Would you mind if I utilized your fireplace?" "Oh, of course not." "Ahem, feel free to use it," came the reply. On Tyron's bandaged face, a semblance of a smile seemed to emerge. Heaven knows if he truly smiled. It could only be a matter of conjecture, for it was obscured from sight. With a resounding crash, the Lovegood residence erupted. "Oh, ahem, Merlin above." Tyron trembled at the sight of the emerald flames leaping high from the fireplace. How had he managed to do that? He was certainly not the first to be startled by the peculiar phenomena that arose when Maka employed flue powder, nor would he be the last. This unfortunate fellow had developed an even greater sense of reverence for the enigmatic Maka. "Perhaps I should find an opportunity to return those initial 50 galleons," Tyron pondered, staring vacantly at the now empty fireplace, his coughing growing more intense. Chapter 25, The Tale of a Spell. When Maka arrived at the Lovegood residence, Xenophilius was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen, while Luna had set 3 place settings on the modest dining table. Maka had already informed them of his impending visit. "Good afternoon, Maka," Luna said calmly, turning around after hearing the commotion from the fireplace, unhurried as she arranged the plates. "Good afternoon, Luna," Maka replied, observing the dreamy-eyed young woman before him with an indescribable sentiment. She had indeed remained unchanged. Maka casually took a seat on the nearby sofa, smiling as he nodded. "Not bad, and you?" "Not sure. Perhaps it's all right," she mused, tilting her head as if genuinely contemplating her recent circumstances. At that moment, Xenophilius approached, wiping his hands. "Oh, yes, that sounds marvelous. You can tell me more about it shortly." Maka, of course, was not paying attention. He had neither the time nor the interest. Despite Xenophilius ensuring that an owl delivered a copy of each issue without fail, Maka's mind was elsewhere. Xenophilius guided Maka to the dining table, serving him a generous bowl of thick soup. "Oh, certainly." Maka nodded appreciatively. "That's splendid. Luna has always wanted to explore Muggle lifestyles. She adores the Muggle decorations I bought for her." Xenophilius gazed at his daughter with paternal affection. Luna tilted her head, showcasing the sweet cherry earrings dangling from her ears. At that moment, she wore a soft smile, her large eyes sparkling with genuine joy. As lunch continued, Maka engaged in leisurely conversation with the father and daughter while intermittently reflecting on the divide between Muggles and wizards. In a magical realm still predominantly composed of pure-blood wizards, the boundary between wizards and Muggles remains starkly defined, despite many efforts from distinguished predecessors leading to the emergence of exceptional Muggle wizards. The deeply entrenched notions of distinction remained firmly rooted in the minds of most wizards. Maka harbored no significant thoughts on this matter. He simply wished to savor his tranquil life. He possessed the self-awareness of an ordinary individual. Even as a wizard, he considered himself merely an ordinary wizard. Let those intricate and troublesome matters be entrusted to great wizards like Dumbledore. Luna, where shall we venture first? I feel that time spent at the Lovegood residence always passes swiftly, largely due to Luna's enchanting personality. The longer one spends in her company, the more one becomes influenced by her whimsical thoughts, as if the entire world transforms into an ethereal realm. When together with Luna, Maka no longer restrains his emotions, for it is challenging to find sorrow in her presence. The two often find themselves doubled over in laughter over trivial matters, and they frequently enjoy a serene silence in their unique and delightful surroundings. Xenophilius was busy working in his studio upstairs, while Maka and Luna leaned against the outer wall of the house, gazing at the endless night sky, just as they had the previous evening. Recently, the stars had been scarce, mostly obscured by a thin veil of clouds. A hazy, waning moon flickered in and out of view against the celestial canvas, casting a silvery glow across the hillside. My mother gifted me her favorite thing as my name, Luna remarked, gazing up at the moon with a tranquil smile, as if conversing with something beyond Maka's presence. Maka nodded, indifferent to whether Luna noticed. And you? Luna inquired. How did you come by your name? Maka chuckled, a vague smile on his lips, yet Luna seemed unfazed. I chose it myself. It has always been my name, Maka replied. That is quite nice, Luna said. Mother often says that a wizard's name represents the trajectory of one's life, where it originates and where it shall lead. Upon hearing this, Maka ceased his laughter and wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, bewildered as to whether it stemmed from joy or sorrow. Indeed, it signifies where one comes from, and perhaps it also reveals where one is destined to go. The following morning, the Lovegood residence was besieged by owls. A multitude of owls, of various colors, breeds, and sizes, cluttered the sloping lawn, as the rooftops and windowsills were already occupied by other owls, all there to deliver Christmas gifts to Maka. It was the first time Maka realized he was so well-liked, considering that few people typically came to converse with him. Awakened by a cacophony of pecking sounds, Maka hurriedly emerged to gather the numerous gifts, stacking them in the small living room of Luna's home. At that moment, a drowsy yet more disoriented Luna, clad in her red and green plaid pajamas, emerged from her room. Maka, is this a gift you've prepared for me? She asked, half opening her eyes and holding a small envelope. Yes, open it and see. He responded cheerfully. This is the most time-consuming of the Christmas gifts I've prepared this year. Merry Christmas, Luna. And what about my gift? Where's my gift? Xenophilius chimed in, resembling an eager child as he turned to Maka. It will be here shortly, Maka replied, his smile growing more pronounced. What is this? Luna gently tore open the envelope and withdrew a slender card filled with tiny letters and symbols. This is a spell, said Maka. The very one that went awry during the experiment. I have deciphered it, without needing to articulate it. The father and daughter present immediately understood that this was the incantation that had caused Luna to lose her mother and Xenophilius to lose his wife. They exchanged a glance, both noticing the glimmer of tears in each other's eyes. Maka was right. They harbored no animosity towards the spell or anyone associated with it. Their feelings towards this incantation were solely tinged with regret. Luna's mother, Pandora Lovegood, was an ardent enthusiast of experimental charms, and due to the unexpected nature of the mishap, she had left no words behind before her untimely demise. This spell had become her singular legacy. When Xenophilius buried his beloved wife, he interred her experimental notes alongside her in the grave, hoping to grant her the chance to continue pursuing her passions in the unknown realm. Little did he realize that Luna, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, would retain it vividly in her memory. Even more astonishing was Maka's ability to find and decipher the spell based solely on Luna's casual recounting of the event. For Luna and her father, Maka's Christmas gift was far more precious than anything else. Thank you. Xenophilius's voice trembled noticeably. Luna, fully alert now, approached Maka silently and embraced him tightly, not letting go for an extended moment. In the instant their eyes met, Maka keenly observed that Luna, at that moment, was devoid of her usual daze. Her large eyes brimmed with determination. After a long while, when they finally parted, Luna cradled the thin card in her hands, her expression once again becoming hazy. It seemed to convey to Maka that what he had just witnessed was merely an illusion. All right, Luna, come help me unwrap the gifts. Let us see who has sent them. I can hardly recall having so many friends, Maka said with a smile. Indeed, the array of distinctive delicacies from the Lovegood household was astonishing, leaving Maka utterly dazzled. This intimate Christmas dinner, attended by just 3, resonated with their laughter until the deep hours of the night. At dawn the following day, as the first light of day broke, Xenophilius performed a summoning charm, leading the two to a cemetery on the outskirts of Plymouth. Maka stood quietly by, watching as Luna ignited the card filled with deciphered formulas before her mother's gravestone, letting it burn slowly to ashes. It was only then that Maka learned from Xenophilius that Pandora's hometown was a quaint Muggle village not far from here. Maka gazed at the solitary figure crouched before the gravestone. Luna's cascading, waist-length, soft golden hair shimmered in the newly risen sun, revealing a beautiful and innocent aura. Call on the guardian. Maka, touched by a sudden emotion, silently gazed at the young girl before him, murmuring softly as a faint silvery glow enveloped him. Chapter 26. Maka's Grand Gift Distribution. In stark contrast to the warm ambience of the small Christmas gathering at the Lovegood residence, the Christmas feast at Hogwarts could be described with but one word: magnificent. A perfect 100 glistening roasted turkeys towered alongside mountains of charcoal roasted beef and salt-boiled potatoes, while platters of delectable sausages and bowls of buttered green peas enticed the senses. Accompanying these were rich, fragrant gravies and cranberry sauces, creating a veritable feast that made one's mouth water. With each few steps along the dining table, one encountered heaps of wizarding party poppers, unlike the meager, mundane firecrackers typically found in Muggle households, which contained only flimsy plastic toys and fragile paper hats. Harry and Fred pulled one such popper, which did not emit a mere dull thud but instead erupted with a resounding blast akin to cannon fire, engulfing them in a cloud of blue smoke while simultaneously releasing a naval admiral's hat and several lively white mice. At the head table, Dumbledore donned a lace lady's hat, adorned with a vibrant cluster of flowers, reveling in Professor Flitwick's light-hearted joke, his laughter echoing with delight. Following the main course, a fiery red Christmas pudding awaited, within which one might occasionally find crescent-shaped silver coins. Percy, having won the prize, nearly cracked his neatly aligned front teeth in the process. Albus, look at those Christmas trees. They are a small gift left for us by Mr. McLean before his departure. Professor McGonagall gently tapped Dumbledore's elbow, chuckling merrily, her usual stern demeanor having completely vanished. Professor Flitwick echoed McGonagall's sentiments, pointing out the delightful decorations crafted by Maka for Dumbledore's admiration, clearly pleased with this exceptional student. Severus Snape, seated at the edge, maintained his customary aloofness amidst the festive atmosphere. He stared at the mist-laden Christmas trees, lost in contemplation. Just as the merriment reached its peak, a flurry of owls soared into the hall, delivering an array of packages, dispersing in various directions. What is happening? Even the professors were perplexed by the owls' unexpected arrival. Only Dumbledore observed the scene with a smile, a look of contentment gracing his features. Before long, the recipients of the parcels realized that these were Christmas gifts from Maka McLean. When did he learn such tricks from the Weasley twins? Snape remarked coolly, yet just then, a small package landed right before him. Frowning, he tore open the meticulously sealed wrapping, only to find himself staring blankly at a vial of Felix Felicis. The successful preparation of Felix Felicis typically yields a quantity no larger than a pinky finger, and its creation process is extraordinarily complex, often taking an average of 6 months to complete. In the course of his discussions with Severus Snape, Maka found considerable inspiration, managing to reduce the preparation time to merely 2 months, albeit at the cost of significantly diminished effectiveness. Among the gifts Maka prepared, the one for Luna was undoubtedly the most time-consuming. However, Snape's present was indisputably the most extravagant. Severus, am I not correct? Albus Dumbledore inquired with a smile directed at Snape. While the situation at the head table was quite the spectacle, the students below had also received gifts from Maka. For instance, Hermione was currently cradling a plush cartoon lion with a beaming smile, reading a small note left by Maka. This plush toy contained seeds of the Dreamflower, designed to enhance the quality of one's sleep, reminding her that amidst diligent study, rest is equally essential. Ron received the latest edition of Wizard's Battle Chess, a creation of Maka's transfiguration practice. Unlike ordinary wizard chess, this version featured various powerful magical creatures battling alongside wizards, making it quite an impressive sight. However, Harry discovered that the gift he received was perhaps the most peculiar among the trio. What is this? A brain closure charm? He stared at the notebook he unwrapped, slowly articulating the words on the cover. A brain closure charm? Hermione inquired, intrigued. What is that? As Harry flipped through the contents, he realized it was a handwritten notebook by Maka, filled with rather intricate theories that left him feeling slightly dizzy. Let me see, Hermione exclaimed, snatching it from him and examining it closely. While Hermione was engrossed in her study of the notebook, Ron and Harry exchanged guesses. Maka wants you to learn this brain closure charm, right? Ron suggested. But what is its purpose? Harry shook his head, uncertain of its function, having never heard of it before. Will you learn it? Ron prodded. If Maka suggests it, it must be worthwhile. It appeared that Maka's earlier assumption about Ron's temperament was indeed correct. Ron wouldn't remain angry for more than 3 days. Well, let's first figure out what it is, Harry said, turning his attention back to Hermione alongside Ron. After a moment, Hermione lifted her gaze, somewhat puzzled. According to the notes from Maka on the preceding pages, this spell, known as the brain closure charm, is intended to repel external mental intrusion, preventing others from reading the user's thoughts, she explained. It states here that it has considerable resistance against a spell called the legilimency. But what use is that? Does anyone actually want to read my thoughts? Harry asked, bewildered. Who knows? Hermione replied, equally perplexed. Perhaps we should ask Maka directly. Only Ron seemed to take it lightly, chuckling. If Maka says to learn it, then just learn it. He.S. never wrong. While the trio from Gryffindor engaged in their spirited discussion, a student at the Slytherin table had also received a gift from Maka. Even the dimwit Blova received a present? What is going on? The Slytherins were abuzz with chatter, yet no one seemed inclined to acknowledge her. The recipient of the gift was none other than the enigmatic girl, Vilya Blova, who possessed a remarkably low profile within the school, with an expression devoid of emotion. Vilya carefully unwrapped the package and placed the contents flat upon the table. What she received was also a notebook, notably thicker, larger, and sturdier than expected. Upon opening it, she discovered a meticulously organized account of various plants, detailing their botanical history, ecological distribution, cultivation methods, and practical applications. It was evident that this thoughtful gift had required considerable effort on the part of Maka, who had transcribed his own notes anew for Vilya. The notebook retained ample blank pages at the end, clearly intended for Vilya, who struggled with summarization, allowing her to continue documenting in this format. Gently caressing the cover of the notebook, Vilya's face remained inscrutable. Nevertheless, it was clear that she cherished this heartfelt present. Thank you, she whispered, her voice so faint it was likely inaudible even to herself. Yet, this marked her first utterance of gratitude, a sentiment that regrettably Maka would never come to know. The mysterious girl was shrouded in an abundance of perplexities, her emotional barrenness inciting fear, her sparse words leading to confusion, and her exquisite appearance evoking an almost otherworldly illusion. All signs indicated that she concealed numerous secrets, the truths of which remained unknown to anyone. This, perhaps, was the very reason for Maka's intrigue in her. Now, for the first time, this enigmatic girl revealed a crack in her emotional armor, yet Maka remained distant at Lovegood's residence, a lamentable circumstance. As the evening approached, seemingly tranquil yet teeming with unseen currents, they had spent the afternoon in wild revelry following their meal. Harry found himself pondering the mysterious Christmas gift of the invisibility cloak and the unknown individual who had bestowed it upon him. This morning, Harry had not anticipated receiving a gift. However, upon awakening, he discovered an abundance of Christmas offerings awaiting him. Among them, the most astonishing was the invisibility cloak, sent anonymously. A note was enclosed, inscribed with elegant calligraphy. Your father left this for me before he passed. It should now be returned to you. Use it wisely, and I wish you a Merry Christmas. The beautiful script was pleasing to the eye, yet the contents left Harry in a state of turmoil throughout the day. At that moment, Ron, having indulged in turkey and cake, was free from any peculiar troubles, promptly fell into a deep slumber the moment he released the bed curtains. A speed that left Harry feeling a twinge of jealousy. Tossing and turning in bed, Harry ultimately leaned over the edge to retrieve the invisibility cloak from beneath. Chapter 27, Merlin's Secret. This was an heirloom from his father. It had once belonged to him. Harry felt the cloak glide through his fingers like flowing water, its texture more delicate and lighter than silk, almost weightless. Use it wisely, the note had advised. Unable to resist, he slid off the bed and draped the almost ethereal cloak over his shoulders. As he lowered his gaze, he could only see strands of moonlight cascading onto the ground amidst the darkness. Use it wisely? Harry pondered once more. Indeed, that was it. Suddenly, a clarity washed over him. Donning it, the entirety of Hogwarts lay open before him. He stood enveloped in shadows, the silence around him profound, and an exhilarating thrill surged within his heart. Clad in this invisibility cloak, he could traverse anywhere, absolutely anywhere. Filch would never discover him. Beside him, Ron murmured something in his sleep, prompting Harry to glance his way. Should he awaken him? No, this invisibility cloak was a bequest from his father, and he felt that at least for this first instance, it ought to be experienced alone. He yearned to grasp whether, in times past, his father too had wandered the vast halls of Hogwarts shrouded in this very cloak, exploring its mysteries. With this thought, Harry instinctively pulled the hood of the cloak over his head. He tiptoed out of the dormitory, descended the staircase, crossed the common room, and crawled through the portrait hole. Who goes there? The fat lady in the portrait drowsily inquired. Harry remained silent, swiftly gliding down the corridor, striving to make as little noise as possible. The midnight Hogwarts was a realm entirely distinct from its daytime self, imbued with a unique mystique that made Harry, raised in the Muggle world, feel as though he had stepped into a fairy tale castle. He couldn't help but smile at the thought. Wasn't this indeed a magical castle? Although it was not his first venture through the corridors of Hogwarts at night, wearing the cloak rendered the experience strikingly different. Where to explore next? He paused, contemplating, his heart racing. Suddenly, he recalled the restricted section of the library. There, he could indulge in reading until he unraveled the enigma of LeMay. Harry tightened the cloak around himself once more and proceeded onward. The library was shrouded in darkness, nearly impenetrable, more eerie than during the day. He had to step back to ensure Filch was not lurking outside before illuminating a lamp and carrying it past the rows of bookshelves. The light appeared to hover in midair. Though he sensed the weight of it in his hands, the sight sent shivers down the spine of this intrepid explorer. The restricted section lay deep within the library. Harry cautiously crossed the barrier rope, raising the lamp to inspect the titles. However, the titles offered no discernible clues. The worn, faded gilt letters formed words beyond Harry's comprehension, while some books bore no titles at all. One tome was marred by a dark stain, resembling blood, which sent a chill through him. Standing amidst the shelves, he felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. It seemed as though whispers, faint yet palpable, emanated from the books, as if they were aware that an unwelcome presence was stealthily observing them. It may have been a figment of his imagination, or perhaps it was not. Harry felt compelled to begin somewhere. He could not simply stand there in a stupor. Thus, he cautiously placed the lamp on the floor and peered along the bottom of the bookshelf, searching for a book that piqued his interest. Suddenly, he noticed, nestled beside a large tome with a dark green spine, a striking silver-gray book. This volume was not particularly heavy, and as Harry held it, he opened the cover. In an instant, a flicker of blue-green light danced across the pages, which began to flip on their own. Harry quickly pressed them down to quell any noise. Yet, in the next moment, he spotted several lines inscribed along the margins. He recognized the script. It mirrored the style of notes written in the brain-locking technique manuscript that Maka had given him. This was Maka's handwriting. He had been here and had made annotations. But this was the restricted section. How had Maka gained access? Did he possess an invisibility method as well? In a stroke of uncanny intuition, Harry almost instantaneously deduced the correct answer. He attempted to decipher Maka's notes to understand his purpose for being here. Unfortunately, Harry found that while he recognized each word when separated, they became utterly incomprehensible when formed into sentences. Suddenly, he inadvertently nudged the large, thick, dark green tome beside him, which appeared precariously wedged against the adjacent books. The sight of it teetering on the brink of falling startled Harry. Should it crash to the ground, it would surely shatter the surrounding tranquility. In a flurry, he rushed to catch the hefty volume. Ugh, Harry murmured softly. Thankfully, although his hand throbbed from striking the hard floor, it did not produce any conspicuous noise. Once he had regained his composure, Harry examined the substantial book in his grasp. Noting its rough, dark green cover and its surprising weight, which ignited a profound curiosity within him, he gingerly opened the cover, only to discover that every page was crafted from a tightly woven, delicate bark. The edges of the pages were slightly yellowed, yet it was evident they were originally a creamy white. Some sections concerning experimental records were rather straightforward, even comprehensible to Harry. The bloodlines of hybrids? The lineage of various magical creatures? Harry recoiled in horror at the grotesque illustrations of human anatomy within, stumbling back a few steps before hastily slamming the book shut. On the dark green cover, its title, The Book of Jads, was faintly embossed, and in the lower right corner, the name Merlin was boldly inscribed. While Harry might have struggled to recall Nicole May, the name Merlin was well known, even among ordinary muggles, as a legendary wizard. He once manifested in the muggle world, nurturing the legendary Eternal King, Arthur, from Celtic lore, guiding him to acquire the world-renowned sword from the lake and unifying the tumultuous England. Such a magnificent wizard. Yet what compelled him to pen such a terrifying tome of magic? Suppressing his unease, Harry turned the pages once more, eager to delve deeper. At that moment, he heard the rhythmic sound of footsteps outside the library. Was it Filch? He hurriedly extinguished the lantern at his feet and carefully returned the book to its original place, ensuring it would not fall again. Though he had uncovered nothing of significance, he knew he must take his leave. As Filch trudged past him, Harry felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. He noticed Filch squinting, perhaps seeing a glimmer of light or something else, furrowing his brow as he glanced around. As Filch slowly moved deeper into the library, Harry quietly departed. He cast a glance back at the restricted section, vowing to return. "You should have woken me," Ron said irritably. "You could come tonight." "I still want to see that book," Harry replied. "It holds a great secret about Merlin, and I haven't yet discovered who Nicodemus is." "Regarding that grand secret," Ron remarked, "it sounds intriguing. Bloodline transformation? Perhaps we could gain strength akin to giants. Eat some smoked meat or something." "Why are you not eating?" Harry felt a slight loss of appetite. He had not anticipated the multitude of secrets hidden within the restricted section. What had Maka inscribed in that book? Was Merlin truly as revered as the legend suggested? Who was Nicodemus? What was the great dog guarding? And why did Snape seek to steal it? The questions multiplying in his mind only served to heighten his anxiety. During their second use of the invisibility cloak, the presence of Ron made movement cumbersome, slowing their pace considerably. "No, we must ascertain who Nicodemus is without delay. Snape surely harbors ill intentions," Harry asserted. Shortly thereafter, they returned to the library's restricted section. Initially ignoring the tome on Merlin, they began their search for traces of Nicodemus. After a considerable time, Amidst the peculiar and perilous forbidden texts, they stumbled upon a wealth of terrifying content. Topics like demons and temptation, as well as soul and death, abounded. Numerous sinister spells echoed through the pages, yet not a single reference to Nicodemus could be found. It seemed, even within the restricted section, there was nothing. It appears there is nothing here. Ron trembled, feeling as if his feet might freeze. In resignation, Harry reopened the large, dark green book, determined to clarify at least this question before moving on. Chapter 28. Christmas Holiday on the Streets of London. In the subsequent passages, Harry observed various locations, discovering that Merlin seemed to have continuously sought methods of transformation that would inflict no harm upon wizards and magical creatures alike. If the bloodline modification were successful, it would significantly reduce the training time required for an animagus. However, this experiment ultimately proved fruitless. Harry was unaware of what an animagus was, as this semester's transfiguration class had yet to cover it. Yet, he grasped that it was merely a rather perilous study conducted by Merlin, and he steadfastly adhered to his initial principles. At the conclusion of the book, Harry discovered a narrative concerning Hogwarts, revealing that Merlin had once studied there as a student of Slytherin House. This revelation compelled Harry to resolve to return at least once more the following evening. The next morning, the snow remained unthawed. Care for a game of chess? Ron inquired. This set that Maka gifted me is splendid, far more exhilarating than ordinary wizard chess, especially with the formidable fire dragons. Not interested. Why don't we go visit Hagrid instead? If you wish to go, be my guest. Suddenly, Ron turned to Harry. Are you really considering going tonight? Listen to me. Don't go. Why not? Harry raised his head. Your tone sounds remarkably like Hermione. He managed a weak smile. I'm not jesting, Harry. Seriously, don't go. Ron appeared genuinely uneasy. Fine. Seeing Ron's seriousness, Harry hesitated but nodded. Yet that night, as he lay in bed, he recalled the contents of that book. The tales captivated him like mythological legends. After all, he was still a child. His Aunt Petunia, who had never shown him any affection, would never squander money on fairy tales for him. Just one more time. The last time. Harry resolved silently. He donned the invisibility cloak once more, and, while Ron slumbered, swiftly exited the dormitory, racing toward the library. Oh, he went after all. Harry ran so swiftly that he collided with a coat rack at the entrance. As he departed, a large coat slid off and startled Ron awake. Ron turned to find Harry indeed absent from his bed. Meanwhile, Harry was nearing the library. Just as he withdrew the hefty tome and prepared to delve deeper, he inadvertently noticed someone leaning against the adjacent bookshelf. Harry nearly dropped the book in fright. Oh, Professor Dumbledore. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you there. Quite peculiar, I assent it. Even after becoming invisible, you've managed to develop myopia, Dumbledore remarked, smiling, which alleviated Harry's tension. So, Dumbledore continued, walking over to join Harry on the floor. Have you read the autobiography that Merlin himself penned in the Book of Jests? I believe so, Harry replied, feeling slightly anxious, as wandering Hogwarts at night was against school rules. Merlin had a fondness for muggles, did he not? Even the Order of Merlin he founded initially existed to advocate for the legal protection of muggles and to uphold their rights. However, it later transformed into an organization honoring great magical achievements. Having spoken, Dumbledore sighed, and then, adopting a serious demeanor, remarked, well, you have heard the tale in its entirety. Henceforth, refrain from venturing here again. You and Ron must not carelessly trespass into the restricted section. The tomes contained within are perilous. How do you know? Harry retorted. I need not rely solely on the invisibility cloak to remain unseen, Dumbledore responded gently. Do bear in mind, you are not yet at the stage where you may peruse the tomes of dark magic at will. Harry pressed his lips together, ultimately nodding dejectedly. Just as he was about to rise, a thought struck him, and he turned to gaze at the silver-gray spellbook. He refrained from inquiring why Marcia had also come here, leaving annotations in the book. Yet, Dumbledore, with his keen perception, had already noticed Harry's gaze. Dumbledore slightly shook his head, uncertain if he had made the right decision. Would that exceptionally bright and endearing boy evolve into a being akin to Tom? His intuition suggested otherwise, yet such matters could not solely be determined by instinct. He had missed an opportunity to rescue one of his students, leading that child down an irrevocable path. He did not wish to let Marcia wander astray in life due to his inaction. Thus, this time, Dumbledore remained vigilant, intent on guiding Marcia should he encounter any difficulties. Harry, let me tell you. Oh, forgive me. I should not have concealed it from you. Harry immediately apologized. Ron, however, shook his head. No. Let's set that aside for now, he said. I intended to sneak out to find you. You know, even without the invisibility cloak, we have gone out before. I mean, while I was on my way to the library, guess what I encountered? What? Harry asked, perplexed. I saw Snape. He had Quirrell pinned against the wall, glaring menacingly and demanding to know whether he had figured out how to subdue Hagrid's monster or something. It was quite intimidating. You weren't discovered, were you? Harry inquired anxiously. Later. As Harry lay in bed, he pondered for a long time, unable to find slumber. The next day, he resolved to heed Dumbledore's advice. He carefully folded the invisibility cloak and placed it at the very bottom of his trunk, not once touching it throughout the remainder of the Christmas holiday. The turmoil of Harry's Christmas break had now come to a close, yet for Marcia, it was merely the beginning. What is that? Over the past few days, Luna had inquired this question numerous times, and Marcia patiently introduced her to the myriad wonders of the Muggle world. Although Luna continued to appear somewhat dazed, it was evident that she was thoroughly intrigued by her surroundings. Nonetheless, even a stroll through London had left Luna feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Marcia smiled at her, fully aware that Luna simply wished to remain together. For this innocent and ethereal young girl, everything was imbued with a sense of purity. Maka, burdened with an assortment of items, led Luna to a resting area by the street, a haven for weary travelers. Gently, he placed the half-eaten dessert on the table, licking his lips as his gaze wandered to a nearby Christmas tree. What is the matter? Maka inquired, sensing her distraction was directed towards the tree. As if it had interrupted their conversation, Luna turned to him, her voice dreamy as she mused. Home is the only place in the world that conceals one's flaws and failures, yet simultaneously reveals them. After uttering these words, her attention shifted to the trinkets before her, as if she had forgotten her own reflections. Maka gazed at her for a moment, then cast his eyes toward the distant street. Just as he intended to select a dessert for himself, an unusual commotion erupted among the crowd. Chapter 29. I just wanted to startle her. Sensing the disturbance, Maka swiftly lifted his head, furrowing his brow as he scanned the surroundings. It appeared that everyone had suddenly recalled some urgent matter, hastily dispersing in various directions away from the street. Is it the Muggle-repelling charm? Maka murmured. Luna, seated opposite him, curiously surveyed the area, realizing that the once vibrant scene had vanished like a fleeting dream. Even the shops and stalls along the street were closing up, creating a swift air of desolation. Let us seek refuge over there, Maka suggested, pulling Luna along. Disregarding the items left on the table as they hurried toward a nearby outdoor CF, enclosed by iron railings and surrounded by a circle of low holly bushes. A perfect hiding spot for the moment. The scale of the Muggle-repelling charm indicated that something significant was afoot. He ushered Luna to the innermost part of their hiding place and cautiously parted the foliage to peek outside. Before long, several wizards, easily identifiable by their attire, emerged from a discreet alley across the way. They surveyed their surroundings, then promptly drew their wands, dispersing in an orderly fashion as if on a search mission. Could they be Aurors from the Ministry of Magic? Maka pondered, noting their disciplined demeanor. Their search was swift and efficient, and soon one of them approached the vicinity of their hiding spot. Maka hesitated, contemplating whether to administer a dose of the invisibility potion to both himself and Luna. Instinctively, he had sought cover, and now, venturing out felt inappropriate. Clad in Muggle clothing, he had nevertheless packed some potions, but carrying a surplus was inconvenient. Currently, he possessed only a few vials, and he was reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary. After all, they represented a significant expenditure. As his hand reached into his pocket to retrieve a potion bottle, he suddenly felt something hard pressing against the back of his head. In the next instant, the searching wizard outside had already entered through the door. Just as Maka furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy, he was unexpectedly pushed forward by someone behind him. However, a solid object remained pressed against his head, dissuading him from making any sudden movements. He knew it was undoubtedly the tip of a wand. Raise your hands. Both of them. Maka complied immediately. The wizard who had just entered aimed his wand at Maka, displaying a hint of confusion. After all, Maka appeared to be merely a child in his early teens. The wizard produced a magical device resembling a monocle, placing it before his eyes to scrutinize Maka, seemingly finding nothing amiss. Just as Maka anticipated an inquiry from the wizard, he instead decisively uttered a spell, Obliviate. Damn it. He had forgotten that he was still dressed as a Muggle child. With no other choice, Maka swiftly rolled to the side, deftly retrieving his wand from his sleeve. Disarm. Maka targeted not the wizard who had cast the memory charm on him, but the mysterious figure still concealed within the holly bushes. Bang! A beam of red light shot forth, scattering leaves and prompting a figure to emerge. Clearly, the individual reacted swiftly, evading Maka's disarming spell. However, Maka's objective was achieved. He had forced the person into the open. He was the one who took me hostage. I believe he is the person you are searching for, Maka stated calmly. Swiftly waving his wand, obstacles, begone. Sleep. The aforementioned wizard quickly grasped the current situation and, in tandem with Maka, cast a spell. Overwhelmed by their combined assault, the adversary had no time to react and was swiftly knocked unconscious. Excellent improvisation. Are you a student of Hogwarts? The wizard glanced at Maka before meticulously scanning the surroundings. Stay vigilant. There should be more than one opponent. Yes, there's another one with me. Before he could finish the word companion, Maka spotted Luna stepping forward, followed by a woman. The woman pointed her wand at Luna's neck, nervously glancing in their direction. "Don't move, or I'll," she threatened, trembling as she prodded Luna's pale neck with her wand. A dire situation unfolded. The wizard behind Maka frowned. "Throw your wand on the ground," the woman shouted sharply. "Throw it far away." Luna, still appearing dazed and unresponsive as a hostage, merely gazed quietly at Maka. As the woman spoke, 3 more wizards rushed in from outside. The companions of the man behind Maka. "Everyone stay still." The woman seemed increasingly anxious, her piercing voice on the verge of shattering. "Throw it. Quickly throw your wands. All of you far away." After a moment of standoff, Maka was the first to comply. He had no choice, as he could not gamble with Luna's life. With the first wand thrown, it was only natural that the second would follow. Soon, the 5 individuals from this side cast their wands far away. Upon witnessing that everyone had discarded their wands, the woman suddenly shrank back behind Luna. Everyone, except for Luna, immediately realized that she was about to disapparate. Mark's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint emanating from within. Behind him, the 4 wizards swiftly dashed towards their wands, but the telltale signs of disapparition had already begun to manifest behind Luna. Leaving no time to spare, Avada Kedavra, bang! Mark abruptly retrieved a vial of potion from his pocket and hurled it underfoot with all his strength, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Oh no!" A faint scream echoed from behind Luna. What happened?" "The killing curse." Mark heard a murmur of confusion behind him, but he had no time to spare. He immediately sprinted towards Luna. He glanced behind her and spotted a foot on the ground, including the ankle. He realized that his impulsive action had yielded a favorable outcome. Luna gently shook her head and calmly smiled, assuring him, "I'm fine." It was only when the group of wizards gathered around to assess the situation that they fully comprehended what had transpired. It turned out that Mark's sudden shout had been a ruse to deceive them. He had exploited their heightened anxiety and fear of the killing curse to distract them during their disapparition, ultimately leading to the separation of their forms. To be honest, even the other wizards were taken aback. The killing curse is the most terrifying of the 3 unforgivable curses. Anyone who has delved into the depths of such a spell will instinctively feel a profound sense of dread. After all, even the one whose name cannot be spoken was once entranced by this fearsome curse. "I merely aim to frighten her," Mark remarked casually while meticulously examining Luna. "Let us search quickly. It appears the adversary will be hampered due to blood loss. This presents a fine opportunity." One of the wizards, glancing at the foot on the ground, promptly addressed the others. "Let us contact the others first. You stay behind to manage the scene. And do send these 2 children along. They have accomplished quite a feat today." Another wizard chuckled. Having said that, 3 of them, carrying the previously unconscious man, disapparated away, leaving only Mark with the wizard he had initially encountered. "Hello, children," he said with keen interest as he regarded Mark. "Are you students from Hogwarts?" After a brief pause, he seemed to recall something and inquired, "Could it be that you are the boy who lived? If so, today's events would make perfect sense, for even that individual fell to your hands in the past. Compared to that, today's encounter is merely a minor affair." Mark quickly waved his hand. "No, I am not. However, I am his friend," he replied. "My name is Mark McLean, and it is a pleasure to meet you, sir." "Oh, how rude of me." Kevin responded apologetically. "You see, that boy is so famous that I instantly thought of him. And what of this beautiful young girl?" He turned his gaze towards Luna. Yet she remained distracted, seemingly oblivious to his words. "Ah, quite remarkable," Kevin remarked. "I too once attended Hogwarts, as a member of Ravenclaw." As he spoke, he made his way towards the edge of the broken footbridge, producing a black sealed pouch from his pocket. "Oh, I almost forgot. You are a little genius. And under normal circumstances, you should encounter no difficulties." Kevin jested suddenly. "Perhaps after graduation, you might consider enrolling in the Ministry of Magic for Auror training. I am confident you would excel as an unprecedentedly outstanding Auror, but do be wary of those trick questions in the exams. You must know, I nearly failed once, and that remains one of my greatest strokes of luck." Before long, after gathering the necessary information from the scene, Kevin waved his wand to dispel the muggle-repelling charm, leading Marka and Luna away from the site. Chapter 30. The hasty departure of the holidays. As Kevin departed, Marka tentatively inquired about the origins of the unexpected situation. Although Kevin stated it was temporarily inconvenient to disclose details, he eventually revealed some information under Marka's persistent questioning. It involved 2 dark wizards who had fled from the American magical community to the UK, and the British Ministry of Magic had assumed responsibility for the related search protocols. According to Kevin, they were actually a couple on the run. The husband was a dark wizard, while the wife was merely an ordinary witch. No wonder that woman appeared so anxious. It seemed she was compelled by circumstance. Marcus shook his head. "Even if compelled, we cannot indulge them. The dangers posed by dark wizards are exceedingly grave," Kevin asserted solemnly. "Moreover, no one can guarantee she will not transform into a new dark wizard in the future." Marka found Kevin's perspective quite reasonable. When it comes to genuine dark wizardry, leniency and indulgence only embolden their reckless defiance. But what of it? Marka had no desire to antagonize anyone. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no inclination to deliberately engage with those whose minds had utterly deteriorated. The pursuit of profound and intricate magical knowledge was already a significant drain on his energy. He had little leisure to squander on fruitless endeavors. Furthermore, this time, the use of spells outside of school had orders to assist in erasing any records. What about in the future? Should any mishap occur or misunderstandings arise, it would undoubtedly present considerable trouble. In the days that followed, Marka took Luna on a tour of the city. They visited Hyde Park, Tower Bridge, Trafalgar Square, the River Thames, and Buckingham Palace, exploring every notable location in London. Observing the scenery by day and attending operas at the theater by night was truly a delightful indulgence. "Oh, yes," Mr. Weasley also inquired, "but I am equally perplexed," Marka replied, bemused. He had even sought the assistance of the Floo Network maintenance personnel to recalibrate his fireplace and had personally undertaken some renovations, yet to no avail. He had perused numerous tomes at Hogwarts. However, the architecture of the Floo Network and the formulation of Floo powder remained an enigma, leaving him without any concrete ideas. However, this is not something one can casually inquire about, and ultimately, the matter was set aside. In any case, it may be related to the soul, yet at present, this remains merely a conjecture, Marka mused inwardly. To be frank, his understanding of himself was not significantly greater than that of others. The profound exploration of the human body has historically posed a bottleneck for numerous researchers, whether wizards or muggles alike. With the holiday coming to an end in a few days, Marka suddenly declared, "I intend to organize my study notes during these final days. I won't be going out anymore." "I'm sorry, Luna." No, I should be the one thanking you," Luna replied with a gentle smile. "I've had a wonderful time. A truly delightful Christmas holiday." This included a large bag of rock cakes gifted by Hagrid, which Marka felt he would never eat. Yet they could serve as a rather unique keepsake, given their extraordinarily long shelf life. Dumbledore had sent him a Nimbus 2000 broomstick, clearly indicating that Marka's joining the Quidditch team could not be kept a secret from him. Meanwhile, most of the other professors presented him with books, various kinds, even notes they had compiled themselves. For Marka, these gifts were indeed in line with his interests. Notably, Snape had also sent him a gift. The school owl delivered a small note from Snape. The disarming charm and its counter-curse, Swiftly Heal. Marka examined the note, which bore a spell on each side, accompanied by concise annotations of the spell's analysis in small print. This was indeed a significant gift. Marka felt a sense of gratitude. This was an offensive spell invented by Snape, stealthy, swift, and powerfully effective. Without the counter-curse, it would have likely added another line to the unforgivable curses. Aside from Hermione, many welcomed Marka. He pondered that the presence of his gifts might have contributed to this unexpected warmth, as they had never shown such enthusiasm before. At the main table, the professors also nodded kindly in his direction. Marka noticed Dumbledore grinning mischievously and thought it might be better not to approach him. He greeted the professors from a distance and took his seat at the Hufflepuff table. "It's about to begin," Charlotte exclaimed as she squeezed past Hermione, who was originally sitting next to Marka, and playfully patted him on the back. Marka resigned himself to her antics, knowing that refusing would only prompt her to hit harder. What Charlotte referred to as beginning naturally indicated the commencement of Quidditch practice. Although he had received the Nimbus 2000 from Dumbledore, he felt there was no need to flaunt it before the match. It could wait until then. After all, setting aside concerns about the effectiveness of secrecy, it was prudent to remain discreet, was it not? In the days that followed, despite the incessant rain, the Hufflepuff Quidditch team remained spirited. Known for their diligent and steadfast nature, they would not be deterred by minor inconveniences. Marka, the somewhat lazy badger, found himself invigorated amidst their enthusiasm. In a bid to appear more earnest, Marka proposed several rather inventive tactics. His ideas were met with unanimous approval from the team, and they received ample support during practice. However, Marka soon found himself regretting this decision, as it resulted in a significant increase in training intensity. Naturally, aside from Quidditch training, Marka had numerous other commitments to attend to. Recently, he had been using a variety of potions to invigorate himself and enhance his efficiency, yielding remarkably impressive results. Nevertheless, the excessive use of potions inevitably leads to various side effects due to drug accumulation, which cannot sustain him in the long term. Fortunately, a series of related studies was nearing completion, and if all went well, a new potion was on the verge of being born. The inspiration for this research stemmed from a sudden incident during the Christmas holidays. For every wizard, their wand is an integral part of their existence. While wizards can replace their wands after accidental damage, the notion that a wizard cannot wield two wands simultaneously is a well-established principle in the magical realm. Once a wand forms a bond with its owner, it becomes exclusive, rendering any other wand held by the same individual ineffective. If a wizard were to have their wand taken from them, what recourse would they have? Marka was determined not to encounter such a predicament again. After contemplating various possibilities, he resolved to focus his efforts on his area of expertise, potion making. Generally speaking, The vast majority of potions are intended for oral consumption. This is due to the fact that most potions, upon excessive exposure to unknown substances in the air, can undergo a complex chain reaction, leading to unpredictable consequences. Therefore, Mako abandoned his initial idea of researching volatile hypnotic potions and instead ventured into the more straightforward and robust realms of development. Certain singularly composed materials do not undergo chain reactions, a fact evidenced by the byproducts generated in previous experiments. Building upon this foundation, Mako formulated an extremely volatile and flammable potion, resulting in a rather perilous liquid concoction that could indeed explode. With even the slightest spark of fire-related material as an initiator, it could unleash a remarkably potent and adhesive magical flame in an instant. Mako surmised that the tenacity of this magical flame was akin to a weakened version of the Fiendfire curse. However, its burning effect on magically endowed subjects would likely be comparably fierce. Regrettably, the safety of transporting this concoction remained uncertain, marking a significant drawback. Mako aptly named this experimental creation Fiendfire Bottle No. 1. The following afternoon, during a break after lunch, Mako sat in the library, diligently inscribing lengthy potion formulas in his notebook when Hermione burst in with great enthusiasm. "Mako, I found it!" she exclaimed. "I found the information on Nicklame." Hermione whispered. "I found his name in the medieval witchcraft guide." "Oh, indeed, it is so," nodded Mako. "So, you already know what lies behind Hagrid's three-headed dog. I believe it is the Philosopher's Stone." Hermione lowered her voice. Upon receiving Mako's affirmation, Hermione joyfully departed. Mako watched her retreating figure, secretly pondering that the main event was soon to unfold. He had considered whether to join in the fray, but after careful contemplation, he decided to let events unfold as they may. At this juncture, his presence would likely have little impact, and it could potentially disrupt Dumbledore's plans. Ultimately, this was a matter solely between Harry and Voldemort. Why should he complicate matters further? Chapter 31. The Clash of Badger and Serpent. As the Quidditch match approached, the Hufflepuff team's Badgers remained resolute, yet a palpable tension had begun to manifest before the game. This marked a significant shift from their previous mindset. They were genuinely contemplating how to secure victory this time. One afternoon, the weather was quite pleasant. The sun shone brightly upon the earth, imbuing everyone with a warm sensation. The enchanted lawn appeared meticulously maintained, rippling gently in the breeze. Colorful flags adorned the tops of every viewing tower, red and gold for Gryffindor, silver and green for Slytherin, blue and bronze for Ravenclaw, while Hufflepuff's banner was a modest black and yellow, somewhat lacking in flair. As Mako soared into the arena on his Nimbus 2000, waving to the crowd while completing a lap around the field, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Perhaps the Hufflepuff team's secrecy had been remarkably effective. Most students were astonished to discover a new member had joined their ranks, and a first year at that. Mako's reputation at Hogwarts was quite commendable. His exceptional performances and humble demeanor had garnered him considerable admiration from his peers. Thus, the cheers that erupted at this moment were particularly fervent. We received this thrilling announcement prior to the match. With the approval of Professor Dumbledore, Mako McLean has officially joined the Hufflepuff team after a rigorous selection process. He has become the youngest Quidditch player at Hogwarts in a century. Let us cheer for Mako McLean, the two commentators proclaimed with excitement, intensifying the electric atmosphere in the arena. "All right, everyone take your positions." Team Captain Darren waved his hand. "David, Mark, steady your bats. Stick to the strategy, and let us relax a bit." The three chasers, including Mako, steadied themselves at the center of the pitch, while three players from Slytherin soared over to join them, all hovering around Madame Hooch, who awaited the signal to commence the match. With a swift kick to the quaffle box, Madame Hooch opened the lid, and the three balls, aside from the golden snitch, rose into the air. The elusive golden snitch soared into the air, followed closely by the golden seeker. Remember, the golden snitch is worth 150 points. If the seeker catches it, the match concludes. The commentator eagerly commenced the official narration of this match. "Ready." The quaffle ascended into the sky, and the game began. Mako keenly observed Madame Hoker as she threw the quaffle to its apex, and then he sprang into action. The Nimbus series, renowned for its exceptional performance, propelled Mako forward with astonishing speed under his deft control. In a near-linear acceleration, he swiftly seized the quaffle. However, he did not retain possession for long. As he dove forward at high velocity, he discreetly tossed the quaffle beneath him, where it was deftly caught by the short-haired girl, Christine. As the two Slytherin chasers approached the now-slowing Mako, they were bewildered to find no quaffle in his grasp. They had been outsmarted. Enraged, the Slytherin players turned to retreat, but Mako had already leapt into the sky ahead of them. A bludger was sent hurtling toward him by a Slytherin beater, but he skillfully dodged it. There, only Charles, capable of competing closely with the towering Slytherin players, had breached the defense of the opposing beater and arrived at the left hoop of Slytherin's goal. Christine, still soaring low, exerted all her strength to throw the quaffle upward. Oh no, she failed to deliver it accurately. The commentator exclaimed in dismay. Indeed, Christine had thrown the quaffle into an unoccupied area. No, wait, that was McLean. McLean swooped down from above, skillfully evading two bludgers. McLean caught the quaffle. He threw it. The Slytherin keeper was still at the left hoop. Would he make it in time? He wouldn't. The quaffle sailed in. Hufflepuff scores 10 points. The quaffle grazed the Slytherin keeper's fingertips as it flew into the center hoop, igniting a wave of excitement among the spectators. Goodness. Everyone look. McLean is the youngest team member in a century. A century. Next, Slytherin took possession of the quaffle. Their chasers appeared remarkably robust. They coordinated seamlessly, forcefully pushing past Charles to attempt a direct score. Maka swiftly maneuvered ahead of them, casting a glance at beater David. David instantly understood and soared high, sending a bludger hurtling toward Maka. Maka deftly sidestepped, and the bludger landed squarely on the face of the Slytherin chaser. Bam! Maka reached out and snatched the quaffle as it slipped from the opponent's grasp, landing precisely in his hands. He leaned forward and surged ahead once more. His movements almost identical to the previous play. The Slytherin chasers were somewhat bewildered, yet they adhered to their basic strategy and sent one individual in pursuit. Slytherin's response was entirely within Maka's expectations. He executed two swift spins, showcasing the Nimbus 2000's agility to its fullest. The Slytherin chaser was left trailing by a significant margin. Oh, McLean was once again before the goal, this time at the left hoop. Was he about to make a throw? Maka would not simply throw the ball, as the likelihood of it being thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper was too great. At the moment when the Slytherin goalkeeper was on high alert, he suddenly executed a roll, prompting the goalkeeper to shift towards the center goal. However, Maka abruptly halted, feigning a throw, and astonishingly intended to launch the ball towards the left goal once more. Was it truly the left goal? Indeed, it was not. The goalkeeper lunged to the left, but Maka deftly sent the quaffle to the newly arrived Christian at the center goal. The ball scored again. Hufflepuff now led by 20 points. In the ensuing match, Maka nearly dominated the entire field. He lured the opposing batters to attack him, creating yet another opportunity for Christian. He evaded the interference of two pursuing players, allowing for a flawless collaboration between Charles and Christian. He executed dazzling aerial maneuvers that caused the opposing goalkeeper to collide with the goalpost. He even utilized Charles's physique as a shield, making it nearly impossible for the opposing players to locate him. The score continued to rise, and the fervor of the spectators reached an unprecedented peak in this Quidditch Cup. The Golden Snitch. Charlotte, the Hufflepuff seeker, was the first to spot it. As Maka swiftly maneuvered, he observed the movements across the field. He noticed that the opposing seeker was flying towards Charlotte, employing a classic follow tactic. When a seeker has yet to locate the Golden Snitch, but the opponent has already done so, tailing the rival proves to be far more effective than aimlessly searching oneself. This is one of the fundamental strategies for seekers, simple yet remarkably effective. The current score stood at 100-30. Although the Quidditch Cup, like the World Cup, operates on a cumulative scoring system where a single match's outcome does not dictate everything, the value of an additional 150 points cannot be overlooked. Charlotte's aerial skills were commendable, even in Maka's eyes. However, the Slytherin seeker was a despicable individual, exhibiting thoroughly underhanded behavior. Maka scoffed and charged straight towards him. Aside from seekers, any other players touching the Golden Snitch would be committing a foul. But was there truly no alternative? Maka effortlessly shook off the pursuing players, pinpointed the location of the Golden Snitch, and then forcefully nudged Charlotte's back with his shoulder. Oh, Charlotte was nearly knocked off her balance by his contact. Yet, the precision of Maka's nudge became evident as Charlotte's outstretched right hand seized the elusive Golden Snitch ahead of her. She caught the Golden Snitch. Charlotte Whites captured the Golden Snitch. She succeeded. The match concluded with a score of 250-30, heralding Hufflepuff's triumph. With the sound of the whistle and the enthusiastic shouts of the commentator, Madam Hooch signaled the end of the game. Maka soared around the field, expressing his gratitude for everyone's support. He spotted Dumbledore, whose broad smile made his white beard tremble with delight, clearly reveling in the sport of Quidditch. Well done, Maka. Captain Darren excitedly patted Maka on the shoulder. He missed 3 shots in the match, while Slytherin had only 4 opportunities to score. To put it bluntly, during the game, he truly played a negligible role. Yet, this did not concern anyone. He had witnessed Darren's efforts during training firsthand. After all, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. As a captain, Darren's ability to motivate his teammates and summarize tactics is remarkably effective, which is indeed one of the most essential qualities of a leader. After a collective reflection on the gains and losses of the match, Maka departed from the locker room. Outside, many Hufflepuff students gathered at the doorway, occasionally mingled with a few from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Among the 4 houses of Hogwarts, aside from Slytherin's unpopularity, the other houses generally maintained a friendly rapport. Observing the lively scene before him, Maka suddenly felt it was time to pay a visit to Ravenclaw. It is said that the Ravenclaw Tower houses some unique collections of books, scattered across every shelf within the tower. Chapter 32, a series of questions. Ravenclaw, a house that values erudition and intellect. When Maka first enrolled and underwent the sorting ceremony, it seemed that the sorting hat primarily considered this house for him. This indicated that he resonated well with Ravenclaw in certain aspects. After careful contemplation, he realized that he should at least establish some connections. If inquiries were to arise in the future, he would at least have an excuse. Additionally, it would also serve to pave the way for Luna before her enrollment. Among the individuals in Ravenclaw, the one who piqued Maka's interest the most was not the head of the house, Professor Flitwick, nor any other students, but rather the ghost of Ravenclaw Tower, the Grey Lady. This was not only due to her lengthy presence at Hogwarts, but also because she undoubtedly held many ancient secrets regarding Ravenclaw. The Grey Lady, known as Helena Ravenclaw, is the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. She stole her mother's diadem and met her demise at the hands of Barrow, who harbored a secret infatuation for her. Although she committed acts that could be deemed unfilial and unjust, she remained a simple and vain individual at heart. If one were to seek insights into the mysteries of Ravenclaw, beginning with her would be most appropriate. Maka had already encountered some accounts regarding the founders of Hogwarts in various texts shortly after his enrollment. To be candid, among the 4 founders, it is likely that both Ravenclaw and Slytherin achieved the highest levels of magical prowess. In contrast to Salazar Slytherin's practical approach, Rowena Ravenclaw embodied a true theoretical perspective. As a scholar of magic, Ravenclaw accomplished numerous theoretical studies throughout her life, which aligned perfectly with Maka's pursuits. Grey Lady, please wait a moment. Maka inquired with the fat friar ghost from Hufflepuff to ascertain her whereabouts and subsequently made his way there. Helena inherited her mother's beauty, once a stunning young woman with cascading curly hair. Although she has now transformed into a ghost, she simultaneously retains the visage of her youth. Indeed, this enchanting beauty appears somewhat translucent, yet this does not diminish her allure. Miss Grey, might you spare a moment? Maka observed that she seemed somewhat reluctant to engage. Helena, persistently called by him, finally halted. She turned, hovering a few inches above the ground, gazing at Maka with an expression of indifference. The beautiful Miss Grey. Maka quickly composed himself and gracefully executed an old-fashioned bow. I wonder if I might impose upon you for a brief moment. There is something I feel compelled to share. She regarded him for a moment, her demeanor tinged with a hint of arrogance, before nodding slightly. Maka inclined his head once more, expressing his gratitude, even as he pondered how amusing such gestures might appear if performed by a child. Nevertheless, he understood that Helena was a woman who cherished respect, and his actions might earn him her favor. Indeed, Maka began to articulate his prepared speech. While perusing the library, I stumbled upon some accounts regarding Ravenclaw College. Yes, I am already aware of your identity. As he spoke, he remained vigilant to Helena's expressions, noticing her brow slightly furrowed but not dismissing the topic. He realized this was a promising start. As for you, I inadvertently heard some tales from Bloodman Barlow. I believe your choices were not in vain. Maka spoke cautiously, asserting that the pursuit of truth and glory is an inherent trait of all individuals. It symbolizes exceptional wisdom and the highest aspirations. Oh, indeed, Helena suddenly chuckled lightly. Did you think I would express such sentiments? Maka was momentarily taken aback. This was unexpected. Yes, you are correct, she continued. I have always held this belief. However, it is unfortunate that I have already endured such words once before, and I have no desire to hear them again. Helena's smile vanished, and she regarded Maka with a frigid stare. Heard it once before? Who said that? Maka pondered, suddenly realizing that he might have overlooked certain aspects. I am uncertain where you learned of that matter, but I assure you, it was not from the library. Was it Tom Riddle? Maka interjected. If one were to consider how Voldemort discovered the diadem, he had not given it much thought previously. Yet now, it appeared that Voldemort, much like himself, had chosen Helena as a point of entry. Helena looked at Maka, bewildered by how he had deduced this. That matter should have been known only to her. Miss Grey, I wish to convey that my intentions are entirely distinct from his. Maka's tone shifted from gentle to fervent. Tom Riddle merely deceived you to acquire the diadem. But my motives are different. I genuinely believe your actions deserve the admiration of every wizard, and I have no desire for the diadem. I simply wish to connect with a woman as beautiful and wise as yourself. Maka could see a subtle shift in Helena's expression, a sign of her recognition of the sincerity behind his compliment. I wish to inform you that a dear friend of mine will be enrolling next year. I believe she will be sorted into Ravenclaw, owing to her remarkable beauty and intellect, reminiscent of your own. Maka decided to seize the moment, elaborating on her praise. Considering that you are the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, and your attributes undoubtedly symbolize the qualities required for admission into the esteemed Ravenclaw house. This ambiguous yet sincere flattery clearly resonated with Helena, though Maka herself felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. With a slight smile, she replied with an air of pride, "You make a valid point, yet past experiences have rendered me somewhat skeptical." She prolonged her tone, teasingly holding back her thoughts. Unless, Maka echoed, feigning curiosity. Unless you can enter the common room through the bronze eagle door tonight, Helena said with a smile. My mother once said that exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. I shall await you in the lounge." With that, Helena rose gracefully, her smile illuminating her face as she departed. "I see you Haven T quite learned your lesson," Maka murmured to herself, shaking her head as she watched her retreating figure. The entrance to the Ravenclaw common room is situated at the pinnacle of a spiral staircase on the west side of the castle. There, one encounters a bare-aged wooden door, adorned solely with a bronze knocker shaped like an eagle. At a certain hour that night, the door echoed with 2 distinct knocks. As the sound reverberated, a figure abruptly appeared at the threshold. The eagle's beak on the knocker opened, speaking in a gentle yet rhythmic voice. "Where do the dead go?" "To the void," it proclaimed. After a brief silence, the beak opened again. "What is born from the void? Is it not a singular question?" Maka pondered, wondering if Helena had orchestrated some trickery. She delved deeper into her thoughts for a moment. From nothingness, all things are conceived. What is the essence of truth in this world? After a short while, the third question followed. Maka contemplated diligently, gradually furrowing her brow. These inquiries clearly represented a series of progressive explorations, rather than questions directed at students. For the first time, Maka felt her intellect faltering. After much deliberation, she finally articulated her answer, albeit uncertain of its accuracy. Matter propels appearances, while spirit interprets the rules. Yet the insufferable eagle beak was not through with her. It posed a fourth question. Which shall perish first, matter or spirit? Well then, who can possibly answer such a question? She thought to herself. Let us venture a guess in a plausible direction. Complementary cycles, coexisting in life and death. Maka imagined her expression must resemble that of someone in distress. Suddenly, the eagle's eyes on the knocker blinked, and it soared into the air, landing upon Maka's shoulder. The same voice spoke again, though now with a lively cadence. "Excuse me, may I inquire who you are?" Maka was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. I am a key left by Rowena, a guide for the chosen." With its bronze beak, the eagle meticulously arranged its feathers and then proclaimed, "You have passed the initial trial and earned the right to enter the chamber of Rowena. Are you prepared?" "Prepared?" Maka hesitated. "No, I fear I am not." The bronze eagle spread its wings and soared above him, chuckling. "I was merely inquiring." In an instant, Maka felt a disorienting swirl, as though his body were being inverted and compressed. This sensation resembled that of apparition. However, he did not experience the overwhelming pressure and suffocation that came with being accompanied by others in the past. In a mere moment, the surroundings brightened, revealing that he had indeed arrived at an entirely new location. "The space within Hogwarts has been fortified by Rowena. Without my presence, no one can enter here." The bronze eagle cawed with glee. Maka nodded, his gaze wandering over the imposing rows of towering bookshelves ahead. The room, though not overly spacious, was certainly smaller than the Slytherin chamber. Maka estimated it to be roughly half the size of a library. Yet here, apart from a solitary desk and a chair at the far end, nearly all the space was consumed by gigantic bookshelves that reached the ceiling. A rich and unique aroma of ink permeated the air, causing Maka, who had been on high alert since his arrival, to feel a sense of relaxation. Chapter 33, The Scroll of Truth. As Maka explored, he discovered that this modest chamber was predominantly occupied by bookshelves. Looking down, he noticed 2 metallic tracks on the smooth stone floor, allowing the shelves to slide laterally. Consequently, only narrow gaps were left between the shelves for passage, tightly packed together otherwise. Should someone wish to search through other shelves, they could simply push them to adjust the gaps to their desired position. Why not employ a non-intrusive extension charm here? Maka pondered aloud. It was indeed hard to believe. This was Rowena Ravenclaw's chamber. Yet there was not a trace of magical essence. Nor was there any use of an extension charm to expand the space. Rather, every inch was utilized physically, rendering the chamber quite cramped. Did I not mention earlier? The bronze eagle exclaimed. Within Hogwarts, the space has been fortified. Fortified, do you understand? All magic related to space cannot be employed unless pre-established before the fortification. In other words, Maka contemplated, this was later developed? The bronze eagle blinked, perching on the edge of the highest bookshelf, observing Maka as he perused the volumes for some time. There's a hint of Salazar's old ways. He had a penchant for prying into others' affairs, it murmured softly. After a while, noticing that Maka had become engrossed in his reading, it spoke, do not delve into those books just yet. You will have ample time to explore them in the future. Now, come over to the desk. The bronze eagle soared into the air, flapping its wings as it landed on a small eagle stand atop the desk. Please, have a seat. It has been quite some time since anyone has occupied this place. The little eagle said, stretching its wings. It opened the central drawer, revealing a box within. Take it out. Aside from an old wooden box adorned with bronze corners, the drawer held nothing else. What is inside? Maka inquired with curiosity, yet he hesitated to open it. Do not worry. It is merely a piece of paper, which Rowena referred to as the Scroll of Truth, the eagle explained, though whether that name is indeed accurate remains a mystery. As Maka carefully opened the box, he discovered that it contained only a scroll tied with a ribbon, resting atop a delicate blue velvet cloth. Just as he was about to examine the secret it held, the eagle interrupted him. "Now you have the right to make a choice," it said. "You may open it, endeavor to comprehend its contents, and subsequently assist your school in resolving a lingering issue from the past. Or you may close the box, leaving the matter untouched, allowing the next candidate to continue this choice." Maka paused, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What do I stand to gain? Or conversely, what might I lose? If I choose the latter, will I still be able to read the books here?" It was evident that the allure of those books was extraordinary for Maka. Just moments ago, he had casually flipped through one, realizing the immense value these volumes held. He recalled the eagle's earlier words. Roina called it the Scroll of Truth. This implied that the contents inscribed on this scroll were worthy of the name Truth for Roina Ravenclaw. He mused that perhaps the significance of this slender piece of paper surpassed that of all the books combined. "Can you tell me about the troubles at Hogwarts?" Maka hesitated. The eagle shook its head in a remarkably human-like manner. "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps that old hat might know. Its owner is rather talkative and may inadvertently reveal something." It paused, adopting a serious tone. "However, I must caution you. Roina never divulged the answer to this question to me. Are you certain you wish to know?" Upon hearing this, Maka's brow furrowed even tighter. Frankly, anyone with a modicum of sense might shy away from taking it up, yet Maka found it impossible to suppress his curiosity and thirst for knowledge. Since receiving his acceptance letter to Hogwarts, he had become deeply enmeshed in the pursuit of magical wisdom. By nature, Maka was someone who relished the exploration of such arcane knowledge. The prospect of the easily attainable Scroll of Truth was simply too enticing to resist, even though he was aware that a significant trouble might await him thereafter. As expected, after much hesitation, he once again opened the lid and reached inside. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, it cast its first rays of light upon the Hogwarts castle. Many students linger in the realm of dreams, yet Maka has risen early. Or rather, he scarcely slept at all the previous night. The next trial will come when your study of the Scroll of Truth bears fruit. This was the final utterance of the Bronze Eagle. As he lay in bed, contemplating how long he could slumber, he found himself utterly awake, his mind awash with the strange characters inscribed on the Scroll of Truth. Although Maka had perused numerous tomes on ancient magical scripts, he had never encountered such peculiar lettering. The strokes twisted and turned, resembling ornate calligraphy, yet each character was distinctly separated. At first glance, they appeared to be the whimsical scribbles of a child. But upon closer inspection, one could discern a strict underlying order, unmistakably a unique form of writing. What fascinated Maka even more was that each character truly harbored magical potency. As he gazed upon them, the characters emanated waves of magic, conveying a myriad of distinct messages. Though he struggled to comprehend the essence of these messages, his intrigue remained undiminished. Most critically, when Maka attempted to replicate the characters with his quill, he found that while his renditions bore a passing resemblance, they were merely mundane characters devoid of any sensation. He lay in bed pondering for an extended period, and by dawn, had failed to conjure any valuable insights. The ensuing weeks unfolded with a semblance of tranquility. Following his escapade in the Ravenclaw's secret chamber, his days grew increasingly bustling. Although Hermione frequently visited to engage him in discussions regarding their studies, the remainder of his time was consumed by various research endeavors. Should I apply for a time turner? One day, as Maka sat at a reading table in the library, gazing at the ever-growing mountain of books before him, such thoughts crossed his mind. Yet, almost instantly, he dismissed the idea, sensing that the breadth of his research would only expand further. Shaking off his curiosity about the time turner, he stretched and revitalized his spirit. Just as a voice called out from behind him, "Hagrid, what brings you to the library?" Hagrid clomped over to Harry and the others, concealing something behind his back. He was clad in a moleskin coat, which seemed quite out of place. Maka quickly discerned that it was a book about dragons. Dragons? Maka blinked a few times, his expression betraying confusion. "Hagrid has always desired a dragon. He mentioned as much when I first met him," Maka recalled as he heard Harry remark. "However, that is illegal," Ron interjected, stating that the law prohibiting dragon ownership was enacted at the Wizarding Conference of 1709, a fact known to all. "If we were to raise a dragon in the backyard, it would be difficult to avoid drawing the attention of muggles." As Ron continued, he suddenly paused. "Furthermore, taming them is exceedingly perilous. You ought to see the burn marks on Charlie, all inflicted by wild dragons in Romania. Isn't there a wild dragon in Britain?" Harry inquired with curiosity. "Of course there are," Ron replied, "the common Welsh green and the Hebridean black. I can tell you that one of the responsibilities of the Ministry of Magic is to conceal the existence of these wild dragons. Our wizards often have to cast spells on muggles who have seen dragons, ensuring they forget the entire incident." "Maka, would you like to join us?" she asked, referring to Hagrid's hut. Maka contemplated for a moment, realizing he too could use a break. "Let us go take a look. Perhaps Hagrid has indeed brought one over, and it would be a wonderful opportunity to observe such a magnificent creature up close." He nodded with a smile. Chapter 34. How to make a hatchling remember you. An hour later, they knocked on the door of the gamekeeper's hut. Upon entering, they immediately noticed that all the curtains were drawn tightly shut. Despite it being a warm, sunny day, the fireplace blazed fiercely, rendering the hut almost stifling. As Maka stepped inside, he cast a glance at the glowing embers in the fireplace. He surmised that Hagrid had raised the temperature to incubate a dragon egg. Sure enough, a large, dark egg rested among the smoldering coals, topped with an empty water jug. Hagrid brewed them tea and served them stoat sandwiches, but the trio's minds were far from food, and they politely declined. Maka, however, thanked Hagrid and took a bite. "So, you have questions for me?" Hagrid asked. "Yes," Harry replied, feeling no need for subtlety. "We don't know if you can tell us, but besides Fluffy, what other protections guard the Philosopher's Stone?" Hagrid furrowed his brow. "I certainly can't say. First, I don't even know myself. Second, you've already learned too much. And even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. That stone is here for a reason. It was nearly stolen from Gringotts. I assume you're well aware of that too. I really don't understand how you even know about Fluffy." "Oh, Hagrid, you probably don't want to tell us. Do you?" "You must know," Hermione said in a sweet, flattering tone. "In truth, we merely wish to know who designed those protections." Hermione continued. "We want to know who Dumbledore believes could assist him besides you." Upon hearing this, Hagrid puffed out his chest, and Harry and Ron exchanged satisfied glances with Hermione. "Well, it wouldn't hurt to tell you. Let me think. He borrowed Fluffy from me and then asked a few other professors to cast spells. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall. He counted on his fingers, and of course, Professor Quirrell. Oh wait, I nearly forgot someone. Yes, Professor Snape." "Snape?" Harry exclaimed in surprise. Maka swallowed the last bite of his sandwich and brushed off the crumbs from his hands, remarking, "It is quite apparent that there is nothing unusual about this. Aside from Professor Quirrell, the other four are all heads of houses, which is perfectly normal, wouldn't you agree? Surely, you are not still doubting him, are you? Look, even Snape is involved in protecting the Philosopher's Stone. He would not steal it." Maka observed the skeptical expressions on Harry and Ron's faces. He understood that this stemmed from Harry's father, James, having overly chastised Snape in their youth, leading to Snape's incessant targeting of Harry. "Only you know how to get through the Fluffy, right, Hagrid?" Harry asked eagerly. "You won't tell anyone, will you? Not even the teachers?" It seemed Harry might have received some news. "Aside from Dumbledore and myself, no one else shall know," Hagrid proclaimed with pride. Harry let out a sigh of relief and could not help but ask Hagrid, "Hagrid, could we possibly open a window? I'm feeling quite warm." At this, everyone evidently took note. "Where did you acquire that, Hagrid?" Ron inquired, crouching by the fire to scrutinize the large egg more closely. "It must have cost you a fortune." "I won it," Hagrid replied. "Last night, I was drinking in the village and played cards with a stranger. To be honest, that fellow was likely eager to part with it. But what do you plan to do once it hatches?" Hermione questioned. Hagrid appeared to be researching the matter, as he had just found out in the library. "Maka, once this little one hatches, do remember to tell me right away." "Oh, you like it too, do you?" Hagrid said with a cheerful laugh. "Of course, I will inform you. I just checked. It's a Norwegian ridgeback, quite rare indeed." He looked rather proud, but Hermione was not convinced. "Hagrid, do not forget that you live in a wooden house." However, Hagrid was oblivious, tending to the fire while humming a cheerful tune. "Yet I must say, Hagrid, you need to keep it hidden." Maka suddenly changed his tone, speaking earnestly. "You should be aware that privately keeping a dragon is illegal." He paused, noticing Hagrid did not seem very concerned, and continued, "Young dragons grow at an astonishing rate and instinctively learn to fly early on. Have you thought about where to conceal it? It cannot stay in this hut. I do not wish to see you both taken away. I want to watch it grow." Hagrid's demeanor shifted slightly, and he appeared somewhat disheartened, acknowledging that he could not keep it forever. "Ron, I recall that your brother Charlie works at the Dragon Reserve in Romania, correct?" Maka turned to ask. "Oh yes, I believe that is a splendid idea," Harry interjected, grasping Maka's intent. "Hagrid, Ron's brother Charlie studies dragons there. They have a breeding facility, and he will take good care of it for you." "Oh no, I cannot bear to part with this little creature," Hagrid said, wiping his eyes vigorously. "It has yet to even meet me." As Harry and the others exchanged glances, contemplating how to persuade Hagrid further, Maka raised a hand to silence them. Indeed, I find this idea rather delightful." Hagrid gazed tenderly at the dragon egg in the fireplace, akin to a father admiring his child. Not long after, during breakfast one day, the owl, Maffa, delivered a crumpled note bearing only a few terse words, "It's about to hatch." During the lunch break, Maka casually took some food from the dining table and, carrying a large fabric bag, strolled towards Hagrid's cozy abode. "You've arrived, Maka," Hagrid exclaimed with palpable excitement, his face aglow. "You came a bit late and missed the hatching spectacle. But fret not, the little one is quite lively now, much more so than right after it hatched." Maka was ushered into the small dwelling, where a thick cloud of smoky embers greeted him. "This little one possesses a robust desire to attack. It might very well be a female dragon." Maka waved his wand, dissipating the smoke. "Oh, but I believe it to be male. Just look how striking it is." Hagrid's eyes sparkled with admiration for these powerful creatures. Maka paid little heed to Hagrid's differing opinion, recognizing that determining the gender of a newborn dragon was indeed a challenge. He nodded thoughtfully, observing the small dragon waddling on its wings beside the fireplace, and remarked, "Fire dragons are notoriously difficult to tame. They possess great intelligence in adulthood and, most importantly, formidable offensive capabilities." As he spoke, he retrieved a vial containing a viscous, crimson liquid from his bag, shaking it lightly in his hand. It was rather substantial. Truth be told, weighing heavily in his outer robe. "What is this? Dragon's blood?" Hagrid inquired, intrigued. "No, it is not," Maka replied, shaking his head. "This is derived from the blood of the fire whale, a tantalizing delicacy, at least for the Norwegian ridgeback. Fulgatium leviosa." Maka placed the vial on the table, uncorked it, and uttered a levitation charm, guiding a small orb of the subtly glowing red liquid to hover steadily at the tip of his wand. The little dragon immediately caught scent of the enticing aroma, excitedly scrambling over to Maka, attempting to leap up and reach the delectable morsel. Yet, Maka firmly restrained it on the ground. He raised his gaze to Hagrid, saying, "If its mother were a true dragon, she would behave similarly." Hagrid observed closely. With that, Maka swallowed the viscous, fiery, and blood-scented liquid in one gulp. Instantly, the little dragon began to squawk and thrash about, but Maka held it securely against the floor. This substance is highly nutritious, albeit quite unpalatable for humans. Maka's complexion turned slightly green, and indeed, it was scorching hot. Hagrid, clearly grasping Maka's intent, nodded earnestly, seemingly intent on committing these actions to memory. As the little dragon gradually ceased its struggles and gazed longingly at Maka, he relaxed his grip slightly. "Give it a taste." "Little one." He fashioned another small cluster, guiding it gently towards the baby dragon's mouth. Hagrid had to do this daily until it memorized the order of its feeding. Maka remarked that if it managed to recall this before being taken by Charlie, it would remember him for a lifetime. Naturally, this would only ensure that it remembered him. In reality, the majority of dragon species tend to live solitary lives upon reaching maturity and are not particularly fond of their mothers. That is simply their nature. The methods of dragon taming he had observed were from the Ravenclaw's chamber. Besides the techniques he demonstrated to Hagrid, there were further methods of domestication that were rather inhumane, which he believed Hagrid would not appreciate. How splendid. If Norbert remembers me because of this, I shall certainly express my gratitude to you, Maka. Hagrid enveloped Maka in a hearty embrace, nearly suffocating him. Chapter 35, A Shift in Focus. After Charlie informed Ron that he would have a few friends retrieve the baby dragon from the highest tower of Hogwarts under the cover of night, Ron hurried to the library to inform Maka, inquiring if he would like to join them. However, it wasn't long before Maka encountered a pale-faced Ron in Hagrid's abode. He was slumped on Hagrid's sofa, his hand swollen to an almost spherical shape, with a faint green hue around the wound. "Dragon venom," Maka observed, glancing at his hand. "Have you been bitten?" "Oh, I believe Norbert did not intend to. He was merely frightened." Hagrid's expression was one of deep regret. "I imagine that must be quite painful." Harry appeared equally apprehensive. "Not just my hand," Ron whispered, "though it feels as if it might break. To make matters worse, Malfoy took great pleasure in mocking me earlier in class. He even pretended to borrow a book, seizing the opportunity to jab at my injury." Harry and Hermione endeavored to calm Ron. By midnight on Saturday, everything would come to an end, Hermione stated, but this did little to comfort Ron. On the contrary, he bolted upright from the sofa, drenched in cold sweat. "Midnight on Saturday," he croaked. "Oh no, I just remembered. Charlie's letter is tucked inside the book Malfoy borrowed. He must know we're planning to take Norbert." It was too late to alter their plans, Harry told Hermione. "We don't have time to send another owl to Charlie, and this is likely our only opportunity to rid ourselves of Norbert. We must take this risk. We have the invisibility cloak. That is something Malfoy is unaware of. No worries, I can accompany you without issue. However, Ron, you might want to visit the hospital wing." Maka chuckled, "Before your hand begins to rot. Alternatively, I could concoct a salve for dragon venom." A week swiftly passed. Yet, on that very night, as Maka stood in the corridor and witnessed Harry and the others emerge from beneath the invisibility cloak, he noticed Harry casting an awkward glance in his direction. "Apologies, Maka," he said. I fear the cloak may not accommodate you." "Oh, no need," Maka replied with a smile. "Even without an invisibility cloak, one can still become invisible. Let us proceed. However, I must refrain from speaking while concealed. Do not mind me. I shall remain beside you." With that, he produced a potion of invisibility and took a sip. Instantly, Harry realized he could not discern how Maka had vanished, as if he had never existed in the first place. This was the most remarkable advantage of the invisibility potion. It allowed one to disappear from the gaze of others in the most unobtrusive manner. "Well, let us hurry." Harry scratched his head and donned the invisibility cloak once more, concealing their forms. The night was dark and shrouded in clouds, and by the time they arrived at Hagrid's hut, it was somewhat late. Peeves was busy playing tennis against the wall in the entrance hall, so they had no choice but to wait for him to depart. as they laboriously transported the large crate containing the dragon Norbert close to the top of the tower. They suddenly heard a commotion ahead. The small lions nearly dropped the crate in fright. In a flurry of panic, they seemed to forget their invisibility and crowded into the shadows of the staircase. Maka had to step aside swiftly to avoid being collided with. He noticed two indistinct figures grappling about 10 paces away. A light flickered in the darkness. One of them appeared to be Professor McGonagall, clad in a plaid nightgown and wearing a hairnet, angrily tugging at Malfoy's ear. "Detention," she shouted. "Slytherin loses 20 points. How dare you roam about at this hour?" Malfoy hurriedly protested. "You don't understand, Professor. Harry Potter is coming. He brought a dragon." Professor McGonagall dragged Malfoy away by the ear, casting a curious glance at his slightly flushed face as she passed by Maka. Once freed from Malfoy, the steep spiral staircase leading to the tower was unobstructed for them. Harry and his companions finally removed the invisibility cloak beneath the cold night sky. They waited, giggling and mocking Malfoy, while Norbert stirred restlessly within the crate. "Maka, are you still with us?" Approximately 10 minutes later, four broomsticks suddenly descended from the darkness. Charlie's friends were jovial individuals. They showed Harry and Hermione the makeshift ropes they had tied, allowing them to suspend Norbert between them. The four of them scrambled to securely fasten Norbert to the ropes. And then Harry and Hermione shook their hands, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. At last, they watched as the four figures and the crate faded into the night sky. They quietly descended the spiral staircase, finally free from the heavy burden of Norbert, their steps considerably lighter. The dragon was gone. Malfoy was facing detention. What could be more delightful than this? Indeed, nothing could surpass this joy, yet there were certainly worse things to come. As they stepped into the corridor, Filch's face suddenly emerged from the shadows. "Oh no, oh no, oh no," Harry murmured. "We are in trouble." In their moment of exuberance, they had forgotten the invisibility cloak atop the tower. Just as anxiety gripped them, a thin object suddenly draped over their heads. "Maka?" Hermione gasped in astonishment. Maka smiled wryly at them, for time was of the essence. At the very moment the cloak was secured, Filch had already caught sight of him. "Hermione, your powers of observation are commendable," he remarked, locking eyes with Filch, though still managing to jest softly. The greatest flaw of the disillusionment potion lay precisely in this. Once one willingly allowed themselves to be seen, the effect of invisibility was utterly nullified. Although Maka had been concealed in the shadows behind them, Hermione had nonetheless spotted him at the first opportunity. "Oh, yes, Mr. McLean." Filch glared at him with a menacing gaze, speaking gruffly. "I believe I ought to hand you over to Professor McGonagall. Professor Sprout is far too lenient with her students." Under the worried watch of Harry and the others beneath the cloak, Maka followed Filch's lead. He even had the presence of mind to subtly wave at the trio, signaling them not to act rashly. When Filch escorted Maka to Professor McGonagall's study on the second floor, they discovered that the professor was absent. After waiting for a considerable time, Maka noticed that Professor McGonagall was followed by a short, plump, timid boy, Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor. "Maka," Neville exclaimed upon spotting him, his voice trembling, "what are you doing here?" "Malfoy said he was coming to catch you." "Neville," Maka promptly interjected, "I suspect Malfoy is deliberately attempting to frame me. But that is of little consequence. Also, I appreciate your concern." With that, he turned to Professor McGonagall, his expression one of sincere regret. "Professor, I am truly sorry. However, I implore you to allow me to explain." Professor McGonagall was evidently furious, having encountered Maka in such a predicament once again. "Before you explain, might you first inform me where Mr. Potter and Miss Granger currently are?" Maka could surmise, without a doubt, that Neville's clumsiness had caused him to reveal their situation. Without even glancing at Neville, he met Professor McGonagall's gaze with composure and said, "It is as follows. Previously, Mr. Malfoy had a falling out with Harry. So when I was discussing dragon knowledge with Harry and the others, he overheard us. I believe Mr. Malfoy mistakenly thinks we actually possess a dragon. But that is simply impossible. As for tonight's events, I must sincerely apologize. This is indeed my fault." As he spoke, Maka placed a vial of potion on Professor McGonagall's desk. "I inadvertently mentioned a new potion I have been researching to Harry and the others. I intended to test it this evening, but they seemed quite intrigued." "A new potion?" Professor McGonagall's fury vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of astonishment. "You mean, this is a potion of your own invention?" Maka observed the bewildered expression on Neville's face and couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Despite Neville's usual timidity, he exhibited a remarkable courage bordering on recklessness in critical moments, truly embodying the spirit of a Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall, however, seemed to have barely registered the situation, her countenance still reflecting disbelief. "Mr. McLean, I am eager to understand the effects of the potion you have devised," she inquired earnestly, carefully lifting the potion bottle from the table. After Maka elaborated on the uses and drawbacks of the invisibility potion, Professor McGonagall promptly resolved to inform Dumbledore and Snape of this promising news that very night. Although Maka had anticipated her reaction, He was nonetheless moved by her dedication to her students and the school. "So this is your invention?" Snape remarked, as he sniffed the potion before resealing the bottle, a rare look of surprise flickering across his face. Chapter 36. The connection between matter and spirit. Upon returning to the headmaster's office, Maka was met with Dumbledore's smile, which sent a shiver down his spine. The technique of mental occlusion was notoriously challenging, and his progress thus far could only be described as mediocre. Yet, in the presence of Dumbledore, a master of legilimency, he felt an involuntary urge to employ it, even though Dumbledore had no intention of probing his thoughts. Naturally, should he utter anything nonsensical in Dumbledore's presence, the headmaster would undoubtedly perceive it. This had become almost instinctual for him. Snape, meanwhile, was absorbed in contemplation of the invisibility potion, while Professor McGonagall animatedly conversed with Dumbledore. After a considerable time, she finally departed the office, her face aglow with excitement, and offered Mako a nod as she passed. "You are too kind, Professor Dumbledore. I fear one must express pride when the moment calls for it. Suppressing such feelings will only allow the glory to rot within your heart," Dumbledore remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Maka. "I trust you comprehend my intent." Did Dumbledore know something? But what precisely did he know? I suppose you are correct," Maka conceded, realizing the wisdom in the adage that age brings wisdom. In the presence of such a figure, it was challenging to find his footing. For instance, at this moment, he found himself at a loss for words, feeling that anything he said would be inadequate. "Well then, Severus, what are your thoughts on Mr. McLean's potion?" Dumbledore turned to Snape, seemingly seeking his assessment. Snape scrutinized the potion bottle in silence for a moment before articulating his judgment. "In terms of the formula and preparation process, it cannot be deemed particularly sophisticated," he stated. "However, the innovative use of fairy wings to achieve invisibility is indeed commendable. Historically, this material has only been employed for cosmetic and recreational purposes. No one had previously considered that the secret to a fairy's invisibility lies in their wings. Indeed, nearly all wizards believe that a fairy's ability to become invisible stemmed from their innate magical talents." Dumbledore nodded in agreement with Snape's observations. At this juncture, Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Maka, his expression imbued with a sense of gravity. "Mr. McLean, might I inquire if you would be willing to submit your research findings to the International Wizarding Federation for validation? This could etch your name into the annals of potion-making history and afford your invention the protection and benefits of the Federation throughout your lifetime. Of course, upon your passing, the formula will be published, but I personally see no detriment in that." Maka had indeed contemplated this matter, and upon hearing Dumbledore's proposal, he found no grounds for dissent. "Certainly, I am grateful for your willingness to endorse my potion formula," he replied, nodding earnestly. "Every wizard's invention requires the recommendation of a Federation member to be considered, and having Dumbledore, the current president of the International Wizarding Federation, personally recommend him was nothing short of ideal. Should the elixir of Elysium receive the Federation's affirmation, its renown would undoubtedly soar, akin to receiving an authoritative stamp of approval. Such recognition could translate into substantial galleons," Maka mused. The following morning at breakfast, Maka found himself surrounded by Harry and his friends. Harry and Hermione expressed their gratitude in hushed tones, while Ron felt a sense of guilt for being unable to assist due to his injury. Particularly Hermione, who had benefited greatly from Maka's assistance in certain advanced studies, felt an immense sense of appreciation for him following the recent events. Indeed, the day of examinations loomed ever closer. It was only at this moment that Maka realized he had been at Hogwarts for nearly a year. Though his academic progress was evident, he felt that apart from his achievements in potion making, his performance in other subjects was rather mediocre. In truth, he had never fully positioned himself as a first-year student in his assessments, though he could hardly be blamed for this. Maka often felt that he had yet to reach even the standards of a newly appointed Auror, and a constant sense of urgency accompanied him. The mere thought of what the future might hold ignited within him an impulse to seek a time-turner. Moreover, his research on the Scroll of Truth had yet to yield any promising leads, which was profoundly frustrating. Weary, he pushed a pile of manuscript paper aside, as the gentle breeze outside stirred the pages. Should anyone have been nearby, they would have been astonished, for each page of the bound manuscript was densely filled with an array of peculiar symbols. After exhausting various interpretative methods without success, Maka resolved to adopt a more rudimentary approach, imitation. Yet thousands of repetitions only served to deepen his frustration without yielding any clarity. Rowena Ravenclaw had named it the Scroll of Truth, but what, in this world, constitutes truth? In his despair, Maka found himself spiraling into a labyrinth of thoughts. Suddenly, however, he felt a jolt of realization. Material propels appearance. Spirit interprets rules in a cycle of reciprocal complementarity, coexisting eternally. As he spoke these words, he found himself wavering between belief and skepticism. Frankly, at that moment, his musings were purely conjectural. In the depths of Maka's mind, there existed no foundational evidence. Rather, It was merely a conjecture regarding the arcane magical theories found within the forbidden section. Yet, at that moment, it had transformed into a nebulous point of potential breakthrough. In other words, should he uncover the connection between the mental and the material, it might lead to significant discoveries. Though uncertain, Maka was palpably exhilarated. In the subsequent days, Maka's demeanor became somewhat off-putting, as he often appeared lost in thought, utterly oblivious to the conversations around him. He seemed to be entirely immersed in the peculiar symbols inscribed upon the scroll of truth, almost as if he had become a different person altogether. Fortunately, many of his peers were similarly distracted, as the date of the examination loomed ever closer. Indeed, while it seemed he had not been penalized, one could not escape consequence entirely. He himself had set a precedent. With a grimace, Maka shook his head and carelessly tucked the note into his coat pocket. At 11 that night, Maka arrived in the foyer to find Filch awaiting him. Just as they exchanged glances, Harry and Hermione joined them, followed closely by Neville. Of course, Malfoy was there as well, having been caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall that very evening. "Follow me," Filch instructed, illuminating a lamp as he led them outside. "I suggest that if you contemplate breaking school rules in the future, you should think twice, understood?" He cast a sidelong glance at them before continuing. "Oh, indeed. If you were to inquire of me, I would assert that toil and hardship are the finest teachers. It is regrettable that they have abolished the old-fashioned punishments of suspending you by your wrists from the ceiling for days on end. I still have those chains in my office. I often oil them, just in case they might come in handy one day. Now let us go, and do not even think of escaping. If you attempt to flee, you shall face even worse consequences." Maka hardly paid heed to Filch's complaints and ramblings. He was preoccupied with seizing every moment to seek inspiration from his thoughts and hypotheses. They strode boldly across the inky expanse of the grounds. Neville sniffled incessantly, while Harry contemplated the dreadful punishment that awaited them, surely something terrifying, as Filch's tone suggested a peculiar cheerfulness. The moonlight was exceptionally bright that night, though clouds occasionally drifted by, casting shadows upon the earth. They could see the illuminated windows of Hagrid's hut, which were not hard to spot in the darkness. Suddenly, they heard a distant shout. "Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, I'm ready to leave." Harry felt a surge of joy. If they were to work with Hagrid, it likely wouldn't be too dreadful. His face immediately reflected this relief, only to hear Filch retort. "You might think you're going to have a grand time with that fool, but think again, lad. You are heading into the Forbidden Forest. If you manage to return unscathed, I shall concede my misjudgment." At those words, Malfoy abruptly halted in his tracks. "The Forbidden Forest?" He followed up with a statement, his voice far from its usual calmness. "We cannot enter at midnight. I have heard there are werewolves inside." "Werewolves would not choose to reside in the Forbidden Forest," remarked Maka suddenly, "for there is no space there for their safe existence." Chapter 37, The Horseman and Mars. As Maka denied the existence of werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, Filch scoffed. Just then, Hagrid strode towards them from the shadows, Fong trailing behind. "It's about time," he said. "I've been waiting for half an hour." "What about you, Maka, Harry, Hermione? You shouldn't be so courteous to them, Hagrid," Filch retorted coldly. "After all, they are here to face punishment. So that's why you're late, is it?" Hagrid frowned at Filch. "You've been lecturing them, This isn't the place for your scolding. Your task is complete. From now on, I am in charge." With a fierce glare, he turned and headed towards the castle, the lantern's light swaying as it disappeared into the darkness. At that moment, Malfoy suddenly turned to Hagrid. "I'm not going into that Forbidden Forest." His voice quivered with a hint of fear, which pleased Harry. "If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, you have no choice." Hagrid said mercilessly, "You have committed a wrongdoing, and now you must face the consequences. This is a task for the staff, not for students. I thought we would just be writing lines or something. If my father knew I was doing this, he would." Malfoy glared at Hagrid for a moment before finally lowering his gaze, prompting Hagrid to continue speaking. "All right," Hagrid said, "now listen closely. What we are about to do tonight is extremely dangerous, and I do not wish for anyone to be harmed. Follow me this way." He led them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, raising the lantern high and pointing to a narrow path that gradually disappeared into the dark woods. "Look over there," Hagrid said. "Do you see that glimmering thing on the ground? Silver. That is the blood of a unicorn. One of the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest has been severely injured. This is the second occurrence this week. I discovered a dead one last Wednesday. We must strive to find that poor unicorn and alleviate its suffering as soon as possible." "What if the creature that harmed the unicorn discovers us first?" Malfoy asked, his voice tinged with uncontainable fear. "As long as you are with me or Fong, no creature in the Forbidden Forest will harm you," Hagrid assured. "Do not stray from the path. Now, we will split into two groups and follow the blood trail. There are bloodstains everywhere. Evidently, it has been wandering since last night." "I want Fong," Malfoy exclaimed, seemingly captivated by the imposing presence of the hound. No, Mr. Maclane, you go with them. We will manage just fine over here." Malfoy's aversion to Maka was evidently on par with his fear of the Forbidden Forest. "Very well then. I, along with Hagrid, Harry and Hermione traversed a narrow path. Hagrid nodded, stating, "If anyone spots a unicorn, launch a green firework, understood? Draw forth your wands and practice. Moreover, should anyone find themselves in peril, emit a red firework, and we shall come to your aid. Now, everyone, exercise utmost caution, let us proceed." The dense canopy of the forbidden forest obscured most of the moonlight, rendering the surroundings rather dim. Even with Hagrid carrying a lantern, it illuminated only a small area around him. A flicker of luminescence appeared. Maka drew his wand, significantly enhancing the visibility. "Thank you," Hagrid remarked. "This will allow us to search more thoroughly." They walked in silence, their eyes fixed upon the ground. Occasionally, they observed a silver streak of blood on the fallen leaves, glinting with a hint of blue in the light. Maka had ceased contemplating the scroll of truth, for the ensuing moments promised intriguing encounters, unless fate intervened unexpectedly. "Could it be a werewolf that slain the unicorn?" Harry inquired. "I have not encountered a werewolf in this vicinity," Hagrid replied, "but even if one were present, it would not be so swift. Capturing a unicorn is no easy feat. Such creatures possess formidable magic. I have never heard of a unicorn being harmed." As they passed a moss-covered tree stump, the faint sound of trickling water reached their ears, suggesting the proximity of a stream. Scattered along the winding path were remnants of unicorn blood. "Are you all right, Hermione?" Hagrid whispered. "Do not fret. Given the severity of its injury, it cannot have traveled far. We shall find it soon. Quickly, hide behind that tree." Before Hagrid could utter another word, Maka had already pulled Hermione into the nearby thicket. Hagrid cast a glance their way, then swiftly seized Harry, leading him off the path and behind a towering oak. He drew an arrow and readied his crossbow, poised for action. Soon, Harry too heard it, a rustling sound, as if something was dragging through the fallen leaves nearby. Hagrid squinted into the shadowy path, and after a few seconds, the noise gradually subsided. "I know," he murmured, "there is something here that does not belong." Few possess the intimate knowledge of the forbidden forest that Hagrid does, and Maka felt no surprise at his discerning assessment. "A werewolf," Harry ventured. "Werewolves are typically sluggish, yet they boast remarkable speed and power. They wouldn't be so lethargic." Maka stepped out from the thicket, gazing deeply into the dark recesses of the forbidden forest. "What Maka says is true," Hagrid affirmed. "Now, follow me closely. We must be cautious." Just as they proceeded with heightened vigilance, an unexpected movement caught their attention in a clearing ahead. "Who goes there?" Hagrid called out. "Step forth. I am armed." "Hagrid, that is a centaur," Maka interjected. A figure emerged into the clearing, its upper half resembling a human with a mane of red hair and a beard, while its lower half was the gleaming chestnut body of a horse, complete with a long, crimson tail trailing behind. Harry and Hermione gaped in astonishment. "Ah, it is you, Ronan," Hagrid sighed in relief. "How are you?" He stepped forward to shake hands with the centaur. "Good evening, Hagrid," Ronan replied, his voice deep and melancholic. "Are you intending to shoot me with your bow?" "I must remain vigilant, Ronan," Hagrid said, patting his quiver, "for there is a nefarious presence roaming this forest. Oh, by the way, this is Maka McLean, Harry Potter, and Hermione Granger, students from the school above. I'd like to introduce you. This is Ronan, a centaur." "Greetings, Ronan." Maka approached to shake his hand, expressing his pleasure in making the acquaintance. He had always been fascinated by the prophetic abilities of centaurs, albeit he found them of little personal utility. For prophecies, by their very nature, tend to be nebulous and can be distorted by actual choices. Thus, most prophecies serve merely as points of reference, or so Maka believed. "Hello," Ronan said. "Are you students? Have you learned much at school?" "Knowledge is boundless," Maka replied. "Systematic education can ignite enlightenment in students, which is invaluable for exploring the unknown." Ronan nodded in agreement. At this juncture, he lifted his gaze to the sky above the clearing, remarking on the brilliance of Mars that evening. "Indeed," Hagrid echoed, glancing upward. "Listen, Ronan, I am glad to have encountered you, for a unicorn has been injured. Did you observe anything?" Ronan stared intently upward, his eyes unblinking, and after a moment, he sighed. "It is always the innocent who suffer first. It has been this way for centuries, and it remains so." "Yes," Hagrid replied. "But did you see anything, Ronan? Anything unusual?" "The brilliance of Mars is indeed striking," he remarked, his words often drifting into the ethereal, making conversation with him somewhat frustrating. "True, but I mean, have you noticed any aberrations near our home? Did you hear anything peculiar?" Hagrid's impatience was palpable. "I suspect Ronan might be implying that the high brightness of Mars, positioned unfavorably, could herald dire events," Maka interjected, "such as riots, betrayals, oppression, deceit, or outright war." Ronan turned his gaze toward Maka, as did Hermione and Harry. Yet Maka merely shrugged. "Don't look at me like that. I gleaned this from my readings. To be honest, I am rather inept at both astronomy and divination. I simply recited what I had memorized." Just as Maka finished speaking, a rustle emanated from the thicket behind Ronan. Hagrid raised his crossbow once more, only to find it was another centaur, with black hair and a darker physique, appearing more robust than Ronan. "Hello, Bane," Hagrid greeted. "How have you been of late?" "Good evening, Hagrid. I trust you are faring well. It seems to be going all right. You see, I was just inquiring with Ronan if he has noticed anything peculiar of late. Are you aware of a wounded unicorn?" Bane approached and stood beside Ronan, gazing up at the sky. "The planet Mars shines brightly tonight." He simply remarked this. "We have heard this before," Hagrid retorted impatiently. "Well, if any of you happen to see something, please inform me immediately, all right? Now, let us proceed." The four resumed their search, with Harry and Hermione engaging in casual conversation with Hagrid about centaurs, while Maka cautiously surveyed their surroundings. As they rounded a bend in the path, Hermione suddenly grasped Hagrid's arm. "Hagrid, look, red sparks. Others are in trouble. You two stay here," Hagrid commanded, remaining on the path. "I shall return shortly." He hurriedly made his way through the low shrubs, while Harry and Hermione exchanged anxious glances, fear evident in their expressions. Gradually, Hagrid distanced himself, leaving them with only the rustling leaves in the wind. "Maka, do you think they'll be harmed?" Hermione whispered. "I couldn't care less if Malfoy gets injured. But if Neville encounters any misfortune, it would be our fault for dragging him here to face punishment. Do not worry, with Hagrid and Fong around. The creatures of the Forbidden Forest will not harm him," Maka assured her with a smile. In truth, it was merely Malfoy trying to frighten Neville, who, in his timidity, inadvertently set off a distress signal. "You two have caused quite the commotion. Now, capturing that creature will rely solely on luck." "Very well. Let us rearrange the teams. Neville, you shall accompany me. Harry and Hermione will be together. Maka, you shall team up with Fong and this fool." "Apologies," Hagrid quietly said to Maka, "but it won't be so easy for him to scare you. Let us hasten to complete our task." Thus, Maka, Malfoy, and Fong ventured towards the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Fong had grown quite familiar with Maka, often circling around him. Yet today he remembered the mission and refrained from suddenly leaping up to lick his face. Maka walked briskly, causing Malfoy to trot alongside to avoid lagging behind. After a mere 15 minutes, as they delved deeper, the trees thickened, rendering the path nearly impassable. The bloodstains on the ground became increasingly pronounced, with a gnarled tree root splattered with blood. Maka did not linger on this sight, but pressed onward. Shortly, they arrived at a clearing ahead. Maka extended his arm to halt Malfoy's advance. In the center of the clearing, a radiant white form shimmered, strikingly visible against the night. "Remain still here," Maka whispered, irrespective of whether Malfoy heeded his words, and took a couple of steps forward. Fong obediently positioned himself beside a tree, peering nervously towards the clearing. It was a unicorn, draped in a silvery sheen, with a flowing mane and a long, spiraled silver horn adorning its head. The creature exudes an aura of purity and beauty, even in death. Maka stood quietly behind the branches of a thicket, awaiting the imminent arrival, aware that it would not be long now. In the stillness of the night, time seemed to crawl at an agonizing pace. Malfoy, evidently restless, glanced around anxiously, occasionally casting furtive glances at the lifeless unicorn nearby. Yet, whether due to Maka's presence or a deep-seated fear of the Forbidden Forest, he dared not make a move. After what felt like a mere 10 minutes, a rustling sound suddenly broke the silence from the edge of the clearing. Maka's gaze snapped to the source. The nearby bushes trembled. Moments later, a hooded figure emerged from the shadows, crawling towards the unicorn's body, where it began to drink the blood from its wounds. A chilling scream escaped Malfoy, and for a brief moment, he stood frozen before he bolted away in terror. At that moment, Yaya's cowardice became evident as it too fled in panic. The hooded figure lifted its head at the sound, but Maka had already shifted to another location, remaining undetected. Leaning against the trunk of another tree, he tilted his head, observing the figure retreating in the direction Malfoy had fled, lost in contemplation. Should he take action here? He pondered, though it had not been his intention to encounter him at this moment. Perhaps, seizing the opportunity to strike while he was vulnerable would be advantageous, pushing matters along. Yet, as he considered this, Maka shook his head. It would be futile to eliminate him here. Instead, he could use this chance to gauge his character firsthand. Indeed, he needed to ascertain the effects of creating a Horcrux and splitting his soul on him. Resolute, Maka stepped forward. "Wait," he feigned terror. "Who are you? Did you kill the unicorn? What do you intend to do?" The figure, having already turned to enter the forest, halted at Maka's sudden appearance. It seemed unwilling to engage in conversation, instead darting swiftly in his direction. Obstacles loomed ahead. Maka's facade of panic vanished as he waved his wand, casting a barrier charm. "All shall be petrified." Taking advantage of the figure's surprise, he followed with a second incantation. Just as the figure was immobilized by Maka's ambush, he heard the sound of galloping hooves. Maka appeared astonished. He had not anticipated this turn of events. Petrification lifted. He countered with a reversal spell, and the bound figure promptly darted into the bushes, disappearing deep within the forest. Throughout this encounter, Maka had not exchanged a single word with him, rendering his elaborate plans utterly wasted. Almost simultaneously with the figure's departure, a centaur leaped out from behind Maka, galloping a few strides into the clearing, casting several glances in the direction of the retreating figure. "I'm fine," Maka sighed internally, a hint of gratitude gracing his visage. "Thank you. It is a pleasure to meet you, Forenza," he smiled, adding, "However, I must first summon Hagrid. We came here specifically to find him." He raised his wand, and green light began to gather at its tip, radiating a dazzling glow in the darkness. Before long, Hagrid emerged from the shadows, seemingly carrying someone under his arm. Upon closer inspection, Maka realized it was Harry, who appeared to be somewhat injured. "What happened to him?" Maka inquired, astonished. "He was struck by a shadowy figure. I believe it was the one who killed the unicorn," Hagrid panted. "I scared him off, but unfortunately did not manage to capture him." Maka observed Harry, who looked rather unwell, his gaze flickering as if lost in thought. "This is because killing a unicorn is an exceedingly barbaric act," Forenza remarked, eyeing the lifeless body of the unicorn. "Only one who possesses nothing yet desires everything would commit such a heinous crime." He paused momentarily before turning his attention to Harry. "Is this the boy from the Potter family?" he asked, noticing the mark upon Harry's forehead. Hello, I am." Harry weakly responded, gazing at Forenza. "Let us not converse for now. Place him down so I may examine him," Maka suddenly interjected. "Harry, where are you injured?" Upon hearing this, Hagrid leaned Harry against the trunk of a tree, believing it would provide him some relief. "My leg hurts terribly. Is it broken?" Harry grimaced, pointing at his left calf. Maka bent down and gently probed the area, causing Harry to wince in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "It is all right. It is not a magical injury, and the bone should not be fractured," he reassured, retrieving a bottle of vibrant green potion. He uncorked it and handed it to Harry. "Drink this, you will feel better soon." While waiting for the potion's effects to take hold, the two centaurs they had encountered earlier arrived. They murmured amongst themselves about the unicorn's corpse, their dialogue faintly audible. "The one who hunts unicorns may be seeking to extend his life," one mused. "Indeed. But that is patently mad," another replied. "Yes, the blood of a unicorn can prolong life, yet it exacts a dreadful price. To save oneself by slaughtering a pure, innocent creature only to earn the curse of immortality, how utterly insane. The Mars tonight is exceptionally bright. Indeed, remarkably luminous." Harry, leaning against the tree trunk, could not contain himself any longer and shouted, "But who is that fugitive?" Chapter 39, The Calm Before the Storm. "But who is that fugitive?" Harry loudly posed his question. "If one must endure a curse for eternity, is it not better to perish?" "Precisely," Forenza concurred, "unless you merely use it to prolong your existence, allowing you to consume something else, something that restores your energy and magic entirely, something that grants you eternal life." "Mr. Potter, do you know what is concealed within the school at this moment?" "The Philosopher's Stone," Harry exclaimed. "Of course, the elixir of life. But I do not comprehend who it is. Can you not fathom? Who has quietly waited for so many years, yearning for a resurgence? Who clings fiercely to life, awaiting the opportune moment?" Forenza repeatedly unfolds those evident queries. In an instant, it felt as if an iron claw had seized Harry's heart. For a fleeting moment, he was oblivious to the pain in his calves, merely gasping for breath, as if failing to do so would lead to immediate suffocation. "Are you suggesting," Harry said in a low, hoarse voice, "that it is Voldemort?" However, Maka paid no heed to Harry's words. He was currently with Hermione, who appeared somewhat unwell, her small face slightly pale, remaining silent. "What is wrong, Hermione?" Maka inquired, observing her. "Oh, it's nothing," Hermione replied, pursing her lips. "I just feel that despite having read so many books and learned so much knowledge, when the time comes to apply it, if only I could have performed a levitation charm then, Harry would not have been injured." Maka gently shook his head and murmured, "It must be approached step by step. Moreover, you should narrow your study focus. At the very least, you should learn how to select." Hermione nodded, having heard similar sentiments from Maka several times before. Yet only now did she begin to truly absorb them. As Maka had stated, Harry's leg injury healed swiftly, even before the dawn of the following day. Amidst astonished praises, he and Hermione engaged in lengthy discussions with Ron. In the common room, Harry voiced his suspicions, believing that Snape's true intention in stealing the Sorcerer's Stone was to deliver it to Voldemort. Excitedly, Harry shared this revelation with Hermione and Ron. Instantly, Harry's enthusiasm, Ron's panic, and Hermione's concern were palpably evident, as the three of them each harbored their thoughts while confronting the semester's final examinations. The examination scenarios naturally varied. For instance, Harry was increasingly preoccupied with the thought of Voldemort's possible emergence, a speculation that often disturbed his peace of mind. Yet, as days passed, it seemed that Quirrell remained safe and sound, snoring behind that tightly locked door. Similarly, Hermione was intensely reviewing her studies, perpetually feeling that her grasp of knowledge was insufficiently solid, leading her to repeatedly recite or transcribe her notes. As for Maka, he seemingly had little to say, as his mind was not at all focused on the exams. Each day, He immersed himself in the theoretical materials of potion making or delved into the truths of the scrolls. A monotonous routine that hardly warranted mention. Days turned into weeks, and the examinations finally arrived. Surprisingly, during the first exam, Maka nearly missed it. This was simply because he had, as usual, tightly managed his time and arrived at the classroom scheduled for that day, failing to remember that it was indeed the day of the exam. Time always seemed to fly during examinations, and before long, the tense ordeal concluded. Just as Maka felt invigorated by his research findings, Harry and the others received some dire news from Hagrid. Hagrid, I have something to ask you. Do you recall the evening when you triumphed at cards against Norbert? What did the stranger you played with look like? I can't quite remember, Hagrid replied nonchalantly. He refused to remove his cloak. He noticed the immediate look of astonishment on the faces of the three children and raised his eyebrows in surprise. What is so peculiar about that? The Hog's Head is merely the local pub, always frequented by some rather odd characters. Perhaps he was a dragon dealer. I never truly glimpsed his face. He was wearing a hood. Upon hearing this, Harry collapsed onto the ground. What did you say to him, Hagrid? Did you mention Hogwarts? I can't recall precisely. He kept buying me drinks. Let me ponder for a moment. Ah, yes, he mentioned he had a dragon egg and proposed a wager. But he needed to ascertain whether I could handle the dragon. He certainly didn't want a dragon causing havoc. So, I told him I could manage a Fluffy without issue. A dragon would be a mere trifle. Did he seem particularly interested in Fluffy? Asked Ron, striving to maintain his composure. Indeed, quite intrigued. How many three-headed dogs can one encounter, even near Hogwarts? So, I informed him that Fluffy was rather easy to handle. All one needed to do was play some music, and he would fall asleep instantly. At this point, terror and regret flashed across Hagrid's face. Harry, Ron, and Hermione promptly stood up and left, remaining silent until they reached the entrance hall, where they halted their hurried steps. We must seek out Professor Dumbledore. If you must find Professor Dumbledore, he departed 10 minutes ago, she replied coldly. He received an urgent message from the Ministry of Magic and flew off to London immediately. He has gone? Harry exclaimed anxiously. At this time, Professor Dumbledore is a remarkable wizard, exceedingly busy, and time is of the essence. But this matter is of utmost importance. When Harry uttered the words Philosopher's Stone, Professor McGonagall dropped her books in shock. How do you know? She stammered. Professor, I believe I know that Snape is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I must speak with Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall regarded him with a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. It was evident that she found it hard to believe and seemed quite confident in the protective measures surrounding the stone. Ultimately, she uttered, I suggest you go outside and enjoy some sunlight, before hastily departing. As soon as Harry was certain Professor McGonagall was far enough away not to hear, he quickly said, Snape intends to traverse the trapdoor tonight. He has acquired everything he needs and has lured Dumbledore away from the school. That letter must have been from him. I wager the Ministry of Magic was quite surprised by Dumbledore's sudden appearance. But what can we do? Hermione gasped sharply, and as Harry and Ron turned around, they discovered Snape standing behind them. Good afternoon, little lions. He gazed at them with a cold smirk and remarked, in such weather, you ought to remain indoors. Snape's facial muscles contorted, revealing an odd smile. Just moments ago, Harry found himself at a loss for words. You must exercise caution, Snape cautioned. Wandering about like this may lead others to believe you are up to no good. Gryffindor cannot afford to lose more points, can it? A reminder. Potter, should you continue to roam at such late hours, I shall personally ensure your expulsion. Snape sneered, wishing him well. As the three of them stepped onto the stone staircase outside, Harry could hardly contain himself. Well, we must proceed as planned, he whispered eagerly. One person must keep watch on Snape while waiting outside the staff room. If he emerges, follow him. Hermione, this task is best suited for you. Hermione intended to question why it was her responsibility, but the words transformed into something else. Why not discuss it with Maka first? It was evident that she placed greater trust in Maka than in Harry and Ron. Harry pondered this and conceded that perhaps Hermione was right. Maka always seemed to have a way of handling matters and remained unflustered by school regulations. However, as they nearly scoured the entire school without locating Maka, their curiosity began to swell. Where could Maka have gone? Ron scratched his head, perplexed. Where else could he possibly be? We've searched everywhere. Hermione shared his confusion. After a brief moment of hesitation among the three, it was Harry who made the decisive call. Let us adhere to our original plan, he declared. We shall split up to keep an eye on Snape. Chapter 40, A Sudden Turn of Events. However, the execution of their plan proved to be anything but smooth. First, he and Ron were chased away by Professor McGonagall from the door concealing the boggart, and then Snape discovered Hermione's suspicious behavior. When the three reconvened in the common room, they exchanged glances, clearly disheartened. Well, it appears we have no choice, do we? Hermione and Ron fixed their gazes on Harry, who looked pale, his eyes gleaming with intensity. I will sneak out tonight. I must endeavor to secure the Philosopher's Stone first. You've lost your mind, Ron exclaimed. You cannot do that. Did you not hear what McGonagall and Snape said? You will be expelled. Hermione clearly disagreed as well. Yet, when Harry uttered the agonizing words that Voldemort had killed his parents, Ron and Hermione fell silent. It was evident that they had neither the means nor the authority to dispute this matter. He glared furiously at Ron and Hermione, as if to say that regardless of their agreement, he would proceed. You are correct, Harry, Hermione said weakly. But will it shield all three of us? Ron inquired with uncertainty. We? Three? Oh, do not be foolish. Do you truly believe we would allow you to act alone? Clearly, you require assistance. Of course not, Hermione stated proudly, hands on her hips and chin lifted. How could you possibly think of abandoning us to seek the Philosopher's Stone alone? I ought to delve into my books. Perhaps I can uncover something useful. By the way, we should definitely summon Maka. However, they were unable to locate him. Ron continued her thought, but if we get caught, you all could be expelled as well. Harry clearly did not wish for his dear friends to be implicated. Perhaps not. Hermione replied with a confident smile. Flitwick discreetly informed me that I scored 112 points on my charms exam. With such a high score, they wouldn't dare expel me. But I can't say the same for myself, Ron lamented, tapping his forehead. I think we ought to find Maka. He would be best suited to handle Professor McGonagall. After dinner, they cautiously evaded the crowds and scoured Hogwarts castle once more. Yet, their efforts seemed futile. He hadn't even shown up for dinner, as if he had evaporated from the school. Harry and Ron spoke little, their minds preoccupied with the impending task. What are you up to? Neville inquired, clutching his toad Trevor, who appeared to have struggled for freedom once again. Nothing, Neville, nothing. Harry hastily concealed the invisibility cloak behind him. You plan to sneak out again, Neville remarked, observing their furtive demeanor. He positioned himself at the exit of the common room, arms outstretched to block their passage. That evening, Maka had told Professor McGonagall that he was right to prevent them from going out for their own good. They could not continue to breach school rules. Neville's eyes sparkled with determination as he recounted. Maka also said, I am courageous. Whether Maka truly said those words is uncertain. But he did express that Neville inherently possessed bravery. Although his upbringing had instilled timidity and insecurity, he would inevitably find growth at pivotal moments. However, he never anticipated that his words would serve as Neville's rationale for obstructing Harry. This illustrates that while Neville indeed possessed courage, perhaps he lacked the wisdom, or simply, he was still a child. I cannot allow you to do this, Neville asserted, puffing out his chest. I want to challenge you. Neville, Ron retorted angrily. Step aside and don't be a fool. Don't call me a fool. Neville stepped forward defiantly. Come on, hit me, he exclaimed, raising his chubby fists. I'm ready. Harry turned to Hermione, urgency evident in his voice. Think of something. Hermione stepped forward, lips pressed together, aiming her wand at Neville. I'm truly very, very sorry for this, she declared, Petrificus totalis. Instantly, Neville's body became rigid, and after a brief wobble, he collapsed onto the plush carpet like a statue. Hermione rushed over to turn him onto his back. His jaws were tightly clenched, rendering him speechless, with only his eyes darting in terror as they gazed at them. Hermione, what have you done to him? Harry whispered. It's a full bodybind curse. This is what McLaggen used to punish Malfoy. He shared some key points about the incantation with me, and it's quite effective, Hermione replied, gazing sadly at Neville. Oh, I'm so sorry, Neville. Truly I am. Harry hurriedly pulled her away from the common room. Their time was limited, and Snape might have already reached the Philosopher's Stone. As they made their way, Harry cleverly deceived Peeves, and they swiftly arrived outside the corridor on the 4th floor. Oh, the door is ajar, Ron murmured. What is the situation? Harry whispered back. Snape has successfully passed through Fluffy. Gazing at the slightly open wooden door, they became acutely aware of the challenge that lay ahead. If you wish to leave now, I wouldn't hold it against you, Harry said. You can take the invisibility cloak. We likely won't need it anymore. Don't speak nonsense. Let us go in. Ron and Hermione exclaimed almost in unison. Harry nodded at them, suppressing his emotions, and gently pushed the door open. As it creaked, a low growl echoed around them. Though the three-headed dog could not see Harry and his friends concealed beneath the cloak, it had evidently sensed their presence. Look at its feet. That harp, Hermione whispered. I bet it's left by Snape, Ron replied. Clearly, as soon as the music stops, it will awaken. Harry, speaking as he drew out a flute, said, All right, listen carefully. However, whether due to Harry's lack of skill or the fact that Hagrid had whittled the flute poorly, the sound was strikingly discordant. Ron and Hermione instinctively covered their ears. Yet, this cacophony seemed particularly effective against Fluffy, who soon ceased barking, its eyelids drooping, and within moments, it lay down to sleep. Harry continued to play, while Ron and Hermione worked to lift the massive paw that was resting on a trapdoor. To be honest, they navigated past Fluffy with relative ease. And the subsequent challenge posed by the Devil's Snare was not overly difficult either. However, they were unprepared for the unexpected turn of events in the third challenge. They're not birds at all, Harry exclaimed, standing before the locked door, watching the shimmering objects swirling in the air. They are keys with wings. Look closely. What does that imply? Hermione inquired. It means the door cannot be unlocked by a spell, she concluded. Alohomora. Yet, the locked door remained immovable. No, look. Harry pointed to the corner, a flying broomstick. However, amidst the myriad of small flying keys, finding the correct one seemed a task only someone like McLaggen could accomplish. Ron gazed helplessly at the swarm of fluttering keys. I think I can give it a try. Madam Hooch said I fly quite well, Harry stated. Yet, until that point, Harry had only flown a few times during flying lessons. Expecting an untrained young wizard to succeed in such a feat, regardless of Harry's innate talent, seemed implausible. At least Ron and Hermione believed so. Regardless, I must give it a try, Harry declared with determination. He grasped a broom and mounted it, feeling a tinge of nervousness, yet not excessively fearful. He repeated in his mind that as long as he adhered to what had been taught in class, yes, that was right. It turned out that with sufficient talent, it could indeed be accomplished. However, as Harry clutched the obviously previously handled flying key, he found himself sprawled on the ground. His other arm contorted at an odd angle. Oh no, Hermione instinctively covered her mouth. At that moment, immersed in his experimentation, Maka could never have imagined that he had missed this incident. What he could hardly fathom was that his utterance would indeed alter the course of everything, propelling it towards an unknown extreme. Chapter 41, The Super Wizard's Chess. I'm fine. It's nothing, Harry said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. But he mustered the strength to stand. We should press on. We cannot allow Snape to. He cradled his left arm, trying to keep it as still as possible, but the intense pain evoked an urge to weep. Stop staring at me. Just open the door, Harry urged anxiously. The next room was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Yet, before Hermione could cast a spell, the room suddenly illuminated with wall-mounted oil lamps, transforming the space into a bright expanse. However, the scene within left the three of them agape. Oh my goodness, Ron exclaimed. This is. Their astonishment was warranted, for the room was quite spacious, and it was nearly filled by an enormous chessboard. What astonished them most was the extraordinary nature of this chessboard. I'm certain he didn't just send me one piece, Ron mumbled in disbelief. Harry, clutching his arm with difficulty, stated, Ron, I recall you are quite proficient at wizard's chess. What do you think? No, absolutely not, Ron exclaimed emphatically. This battle chess invented by Maka is terrifying. It's not merely a contest of skill, but rather of luck. But we have no choice but to proceed, Harry asserted, suddenly fixating on a particular square on the opposite chessboard and exclaimed, Look, what is that? Hermione and Ron quickly lifted their heads to see bloodstains. Oh, it must have been Snape who was injured while facing this challenge, Ron remarked. Indeed, even in Maka's absence, he is still assisting us, Hermione murmured. Maka certainly dealt him a heavy blow, but Ron shook his head. While Maka inflicted a harsh blow on him, he will likely do the same to us. All right. Pondering further is futile. We must advance, Harry declared firmly, though his tone trembled, clearly indicating that his hand had been persistently relaying pain signals to his brain. There's no other way then, Ron stated. I am somewhat familiar with this. You all will follow my lead. That's the only way forward. We each shall assume the role of a wizard chess piece. Remember, the number of wizards is the greatest, yet their abilities are the weakest. We must leverage the effects of various cards to enhance our capabilities and rely on terrain, positioning, and combined attacks to ensure our survival. As long as we can penetrate the opponent's defenses with the assistance of other formidable pieces and seize their castle while resisting their counterattacks, victory shall be ours. Let us proceed. Harry bravely advanced, declaring, I believe in you, Ron. You always excel in chess over me. Oh, Harry, are you all right? Hermione inquired with concern. I'm fine. All right, Ron, let us begin. Wizard 5, move 2 spaces. Giant 3, advance 3 spaces. As the game commenced, the various pieces on the board sprang into motion. The dragon flapped its wings, the giant swung its massive club, and the griffin occasionally soared and circled in the air, while even the other wizard pieces exhibited vivid expressions and movements. If the original wizard chess resembled a mere animated game of chess, then the battle chess invented by Moffat truly embodied the essence of a magical cinematic experience. With a roar, under Ron's command, a black dragon from the Hashidalai Islands dove down, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that reduced 2 wizard pieces within its range to mere ashes. Hermione, terrified by the scene, could scarcely imagine what would happen to her if she were in that position. Don't worry, Ron reassured. The strength of the pieces seems not to be exceptionally high. They are bound to make mistakes. In fact, Ron's chess skills were commendable. After a while, they were nearing the enemy's castle. Oh no! Just as Hermione began to feel relieved, Ron's exclamation of dismay caused her heart to race anew. What is it, Ron? Harry, barely holding himself together to stave off fainting, tried to raise his voice. I miscalculated a few moves, he stammered, pausing mid-sentence. No, it's fine, it's nothing. After addressing Harry, he turned to Hermione, instructing, Hermione, move to the side of the castle gate. Attack the gate while preventing the opposing wizard from targeting Harry. And what about you? Hermione inquired. I need to lure the last centaur archer, he replied. Don't worry, I still have an armored knight on my side. I will be fine. Ron's words sounded noble, but reality was far more complex. The gate is shattered. Harry suddenly exclaimed, I have seized it. At that very moment, the winged creature, a sphinx, collided with Ron, sending him flying. Just before the impact, he shouted, press forward. Harry, float upwards. Hermione immediately raised her wand, but could only manage to catch Ron, who was already airborne. Oh, poor Ron, she lamented. He had been knocked unconscious. At that moment, Harry had indeed captured the castle. And although Ron had won, he was unable to proceed. The magical creature pieces reverted to stone, and the wizard pieces bowed to Ron in respect. Behind the chessboard, a massive stone door swung open automatically. Well, he will be fine. Harry gritted his teeth, striving to convince himself of this very notion. What do you think will happen next? They had successfully passed through Sprout's mechanism, that infernal web. It was undoubtedly Flitwick who had enchanted those keys. Professor McGonagall had transfigured the chess pieces, bringing them to life. All that remained were the magic of Quirrell and Snape. Just as they were speaking, they arrived at the threshold of a door. Are you all right, Harry? Hermione asked, her concern evident in her gaze. I'm fine. We must press on, at least for Ron. Harry replied resolutely. As they pushed the door open, a familiar stench assaulted them, forcing them to recoil several steps. It was a nauseating odor, compelling them to cover their noses with their clothing. Tears sprang to their eyes as they peered through the haze, revealing a gigantic troll. This one was even larger than the last they had encountered, lying motionless on the floor, unconscious, with a gruesome, swollen wound on its head. Thank goodness we won't have to fight this troll, Harry said weakly. They cautiously stepped over its massive legs. Hurry, I can hardly breathe, Hermione urged. When she opened the next door, however, they were met not with a more terrifying sight, but rather a simple room containing a table. Upon the table lay 7 uniquely shaped bottles, arranged neatly. This must be Snape's magic, Harry said. What should we do? As they crossed the threshold, a sudden burst of flames erupted behind them, sealing the entrance. This fire was unusual. It burned a vivid purple. Simultaneously, black flames leapt up at the door leading forward. They realized they were evidently trapped in the middle. Look, Hermione exclaimed, picking up a scroll of parchment beside the bottles. This is a logic puzzle. She read it in silence, then exhaled a long sigh. To Harry's astonishment, a smile appeared on her face, something he felt incapable of doing himself. How wonderful, Hermione said. The way to proceed here is clearly not heavily reliant on magic. Throughout history, many wizards have lacked logical reasoning skills, leaving them forever ensnared here. What about us? Harry panted. But how do we know which one to drink? Give me a moment, Hermione requested, rereading the parchment multiple times. She paced in front of the bottles, muttering to herself and pointing at various ones. Finally, her face lit up as she clapped her hands joyfully. I've got it, she declared. The smallest bottle will allow us to pass through the black flames and obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Harry gazed at the unassuming little bottle and remarked, it looks like it contains just enough for one. Harry, you must drink it, Hermione insisted. No, it should be me. It has to be. Harry straightened, striving to appear more composed. Harry, Hermione raised an eyebrow, looking at him earnestly. Listen to me. You are gravely injured. Even if you make it, you cannot stop Snape. But I am fine. If anything goes wrong, I can escape. You must go now. Go to the room with the flying keys and fetch a broomstick. If Ron awakens, summon him as well, and then proceed to the Ollery to send a letter to Dumbledore. Regardless, I shall do my utmost to delay Snape by any means necessary. And you, hurry, Hermione declared, seizing the smallest vial and pouring its contents into her mouth before striding towards the black flames. I still recall that day in the library. As she walked and spoke, Maka said that I am a Gryffindor, the cleverest of Gryffindors. I refused to allow his faith in me to become a jest. Harry found himself perplexed as to whether Hermione was addressing him or merely conversing with herself. Chapter 42, Hermione and the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione swallowed the potion, discovering it to be as frigid as ice, instantly permeating every part of her being. She pressed forward, resolutely traversing the towering wall formed by the black flames. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though all visibility faded into darkness. When she regained sight, she found herself momentarily frozen in place. What sort of magic could transform a room into such a visage? Standing there was akin to being on the surface of a tranquil lake that mirrored the sky. Indeed, her feet rested upon water, yet she did not plunge into its depths. At the center of this lake stood a gray-white rock platform, upon which a figure already resided. You, Hermione exclaimed, recognizing the familiar silhouette with astonishment. It was neither Snape nor Voldemort, but the stuttering, timid professor of defense against the dark arts, Quirinus Quirrell. Quirrell, still adorned with his ridiculous turban, evoked a sense of unease in Hermione simply by his presence. As he turned to face her, a smile spread across his face. Devoid of the usual twitching, his speech flowed as smoothly as any other. It is I, he said calmly. I was just pondering whether I might encounter Potter here. However, I suppose it is not entirely surprising that you, Miss Granger, have managed to arrive. Oh, it is you. So Snape has been wary of you all along. This realization led Harry to mistakenly believe that Snape deemed Hermione to be notably more astute, and due to her connection with Maka. Her disdain for Snape was not as profound as Harry's. After carefully considering the implications, she began to piece together the preceding events. Snape? Quirrell erupted into laughter, a sound that was not the usual shrill, piercing tone, but rather a chilling, sinister chuckle. Indeed, Snape does not present himself as a benevolent character, does he? He flits about like a gigantic bat, yet proves quite beneficial to us. With him lurking, who would dare question the poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell? No. I believe Professor Dumbledore has taken note. Hermione suppressed her rising unease and fear, feigning interest in the lake's surface. Am I not correct, Professor Dumbledore? Quirrell visibly trembled. Retreating several steps, his gaze fixated on the lake's surface as though expecting to see something. No, it cannot be. Quirrell shouted frantically. Dumbledore has been tricked into going to London. At this time, he cannot possibly be here. Professor Dumbledore, Hermione continued, feeling that she had been corrupted by Maka. I believe Professor Quirrell is merely bewitched. He must have been tempted, or else he would never act in such a manner. After all, stealing the Philosopher's Stone under your protection is clearly an impossible feat, fool. A voice suddenly echoed from somewhere behind Quirrell, its hoarse and feeble tone imbued with a chilling ruthlessness that instilled fear. That little girl is deceiving you. Dumbledore is not here at all. The voice growled. If you dare to flee, I will make it so you wish you were dead. Quirrell, petrified by the voice, fell to his knees, trembling and begging for mercy. Vive Voldemort! Hermione gasped in terror. Seize her! Voldemort hissed, and Quirrell immediately waved his wand, sending Hermione's wand flying far away. In the next moment, he gestured again, and Hermione felt an invisible force restraining her movements. She collapsed to the ground, but Quirrell paid her no heed, instead obeying Voldemort's command to continue exploring the secrets of the room. Master, it must be here, Quirrell whispered. There is nothing on this platform. Only a sword embedded in the ground. Pull the sword out, Voldemort commanded in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Quirrell reached out, grasping the sword lodged in the center of the platform, yet it would not budge. Humph, let me see for myself, Voldemort scoffed, commanding Quirrell. But master, your strength has not yet returned. I still possess this much strength. Oh, from Hermione's perspective, she could easily see a horrific face growing from the back of Quirrell's head. The visage was as pale as chalk, with eyes glowing a fierce red and nostrils as thin as a serpent's. Those eyes swept over Hermione, causing her to hold her breath involuntarily. In the next moment, Quirrell turned away. Ah yes, the sword of Gryffindor, embedded in a rock. Voldemort's deep, rasping voice carried a hint of mockery. Dumbledore's little trick seems rather familiar. Bring that girl over. Let her pull the sword out. Only she can accomplish this task here. Yes, master, Quirrell replied cautiously. He strode quickly to Hermione, seizing her and dragging her toward the sword of Gryffindor. Hermione could not help but gaze at the sword. It was a two-handed cross sword adorned with intricate patterns, its hilt set with a gleaming ruby that sparkled brilliantly. It was slanted on the platform, appearing not too difficult to withdraw, yet Quirrell exerted all his strength and still could not pull it free. The sword in the stone? Hermione's conjecture slipped from her lips upon witnessing the scene. Humph, this is merely a little trick devised by Dumbledore, imitating the tail of the sword in the stone. Voldemort contemptuously replied. Hurry and pull it out, complete your task, and refrain from prattling. Hermione bit her lip in silence, remaining utterly still. Quirrell, Voldemort bellowed in fury. Yes, my lord. Quirrell swiftly yanked Hermione to her feet, waved his wand, lifting the constraints upon her, and pressed her hand against the hilt of the sword. Draw it. Or would you prefer Quirrell to cast the soul-sucking curse upon you? Under Voldemort's furious shout, Hermione felt a genuine fear. She had never encountered someone so terrifying. Moreover, she had perused information about the soul-sucking curse in the notes that Maka had gifted to Harry, which detailed the art of mental occlusion. It was an exceedingly dreadful spell, capable of manipulating a person's very soul, forcing the victim to act under another's control. With trembling hands, Hermione grasped the sword's hilt, only to discover that it was surprisingly light, and with a mere flick of her wrist, she drew it forth. The ground beneath her crumbled away, revealing a small cavity below. Ha 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 ha, I see it, right beneath. Voldemort laughed heartily. Quirrell, retrieve it. Your moment of glory has arrived. Quirrell swiftly turned, roughly pushing Hermione aside, and reached down with alacrity. Oh, the Philosopher's Stone. It truly is the Philosopher's Stone. My master, I have procured it for you. Quirrell held the vividly red gem, its interior shimmering with a golden hue, high above his head, bowing to allow Voldemort a clear view. Ha ha ha, splendid. Well done. You shall receive the reward you deserve. Voldemort gazed at the stone with growing intensity, the crimson glow in his eyes deepening. With this, I shall achieve perfect resurrection and return to this marvelous world with true immortality. Ha ha. Yet, as Voldemort's words trailed off, he noticed Hermione had leapt up and slapped the stone to the ground. Voldemort forcibly tilted Quirrell's head back, watching as it fell heavily, shattering into countless pieces upon impact. Impossible. The young girl had incited Voldemort's utmost wrath, his expression frenzied as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Hermione, only to abruptly halt his words. Frightened, Hermione quickly retreated, uncertain where she had found the courage to act so boldly, yet she understood the peril she faced. However, as she stood by the wall of black flames, she observed that Voldemort was not watching her. Instead, he was lost in contemplation, staring intently at the still surface of the lake. The sword in the stone. The sword in the stone? Voldemort sneered. What sword in the stone? I nearly fell for that old fool's ruse. While Arthur did draw the sword from the stone, it was not the source of his zenith. Voldemort seemed to be explaining, or perhaps merely conversing with himself. The sword in the stone was broken during a duel. And then my dear friend and mentor, the wizard Merlin, took me to a lakeside, where I obtained the true sword from the hand of the Lady of the Lake. That is the authentic sword of the steel. So the earlier one was a false philosopher's stone, and the real one is in the lake? Quirrell interjected. Let that foolish girl plunge the Gryffindor sword into the lake. Voldemort roared. It appeared that Quirrell's past as an exemplary student at Hogwarts was indeed accurate. Ascend. A seemingly simple floating charm propelled Hermione into the air, only for her to plummet back down abruptly. As the tip of the Gryffindor sword met the surface of the lake, Hermione felt an unsettling tremor beneath her feet, followed by an enveloping chill that caused her to plunge into the water. The lake began to churn violently, and soon, a crimson stone shot up from its depths, summoned into Quirrell's grasp by a flick of his wand. Thanks to that foolish girl, Voldemort sneered. What are you waiting for? Leave this place. Immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Quirrell dove into the tumultuous waters, swimming towards the exit. Meanwhile, not far off, Hermione, having heard Voldemort's final command, succumbed to exhaustion and sank beneath the surface. Chapter 43. In a narrow confrontation, the ruthless prevail. As Hermione faced the merciless Voldemort, a thrill of excitement danced across Maka's features. Finally, it is accomplished. He sat within the room of requirement. Before him lay a parchment, upon which a symbol glimmered with an enchanting ice-blue radiance. To his astonishment, the entire sheet exuded a gentle chill, with frost spreading and crystallizing across its surface. Indeed, it is as I suspected, Maka marveled. How extraordinary. This represents the cooling principle of matter. It embodies the connection between spirit and substance. Cautiously, he retrieved the scroll of truth from his robes, carefully stored within a cylinder. As he unfurled it, symbols began to convey a myriad of messages to him. Each of these represents a principle. Maka mused, his gaze drifting over the intricate symbols. Lost in admiration, it is unfathomable to think of the one who discovered and recorded them upon this scroll. This is truly the scroll of truth, chronicling eternal verities. While he had yet to decipher all the symbolic rules inscribed upon it, he believed that a solid beginning would significantly ease the forthcoming challenges. With a swift stroke, he marked the rune representing cooling, causing it to lose its potency, halting the proliferation of ice crystals. In that brief moment, nearly half of the table was besieged by frost, icicles hanging from its edges. This demonstrated that while the runes acted at a measured pace, their effects would persist as long as they remained intact, their potency evident. After tidying his belongings, he took a sip of the elixir of invisibility before departing the room of requirement. The midnight hours at Hogwarts were as dark as ever, yet Maka had grown accustomed to it. He descended the stairs with graceful agility, moving swiftly and silently. Suddenly, he halted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld an extraordinary sight. Quirrell. Maka stared at the figure rushing down from the fourth-floor corridor, incredulity etched upon his face. What was that in his hand? The Philosopher's Stone? Could it be? Maka became acutely aware of what he had overlooked. The magical stone revealed itself as it floated from Chilo's sleeve, glimmering faintly with a golden light, particularly striking in the darkness. How is this possible? Maka hastened to follow, cloaked in invisibility, ensuring he remained undetected by Chilo. As they rounded a corner, Maka was startled once more. Hermione? Perhaps he had been too preoccupied with the golden radiance of the stone, or maybe it was a matter of perspective, but only now did he notice Hermione, who was being held captive by Chilo. She appeared to be under a spell, rendered motionless as Chilo dragged her along, her weight seemingly as light as air. What should I do? Maka hesitated. He could not act recklessly with a hostage in play, though he was uncertain why Dumbledore had not yet appeared. He firmly believed that the profound and magnificent wizard had everything under control. The chase continued, both parties moving swiftly until they reached the entrance of Hogwarts. Chilo aimed to escape the castle, yet within its confines, apparition was impossible. Thus, he must escape this boundary to have any chance. However, even after passing Hagrid's hut, Dumbledore was still nowhere to be found, and Maka could hardly contain his impatience. He reached into the inner pocket of his robe and swiftly produced a pink vial, hurling it directly at Chilo. With a flick of his wand, the vial shattered, enveloping Chilo in a cloud of pink mist. Flames roared. With a precise motion of his wand, Maka conjured a circle of fire on the ground, ensnaring both Chilo and the pink mist within its confines. Hold your breath. A deep voice resonated, followed by a derisive remark, "Fool, must I exert myself to deal with you personally?" It was Voldemort. As he spoke, he guided Chilo to step through the fiery circle unscathed, not even singeing a hem of his garment, likely due to the effect of a freezing charm. Emerging from the flames, Chilo's eyes flickered with a menacing crimson light, appearing quite terrifying. Indeed, the efficacy of the tranquilizer was insufficient. Maka maintained his gaze on Chilo, his hands unwavering. Armor protection. Shattered to pieces. It was evident that Chilo remained quite weak. As Maka assessed Voldemort's condition, he again waved his wand, determined to suppress Voldemort, ensuring he could not leverage Hermione against him. Disarm you. Armor protection. The incantations were almost uttered in unison. To the untrained eye, the practical applications of the two spells appeared similar, yet Maka understood the critical issue at hand, Voldemort's stamina. He was hunched over, clearly struggling with his strength. Disarm you was a spell of minimal difficulty, but the potency of spells varied with the prowess of the caster. A slender beam of red light erupted from Maka's wand, piercing through Voldemort's magical shield, sending Chilo's wand spinning through the air, far from his grasp. Down he goes. Just a few more steps, and I could reach her. Counting the distance in his mind, Maka summoned all his strength to pull Hermione back once he grasped her. As Maka settled his mind, he caught a glimpse of Hermione's terrified gaze. In the next moment, a large hand emerged from behind him and clutched his neck with such force that the nails pierced his skin. Another hand seized Maka's wand, wrenching it away from him. Good, very good. This is splendid. Voldemort's voice echoed from behind, laced with fury. I haven't encountered such a talented young wizard in a long time. You must be Maka McLean, as Quirrell mentioned. His sinister tone continued. To achieve this level in your first year is truly remarkable. Maka forced a dry chuckle. How could I possibly compare to you? I believed your power was supreme, O great Dark Lord. Voldemort sneered. Such insincere flattery is rare to hear. No, I speak only the truth. Maka gasped, struggling for breath as his neck was constricted. I merely wish to save my friend. I harbor no malice towards you. I swear it upon Merlin. Very well, Voldemort replied. If you become my hostage and obey, then, his condescending words were interrupted as he sensed a disturbance, causing him to pause. Dumbledore. Voldemort's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon a figure emerging not far away. It seems I have arrived a bit late. Dumbledore, his eyes filled with an emotion that could only be regret or guilt, fixed his unwavering stare upon Voldemort. Maka, observing Dumbledore's silhouette, realized he sought to surprise Voldemort with a disillusionment charm. However, he had not anticipated being seized by Voldemort first. What a stroke of misfortune, Maka thought to himself. Yet he spoke aloud. Dumbledore, I have allied myself with the Dark Lord. You know, I do not require your assistance. The great Dark Lord is indeed correct. Dark magic is the ultimate pursuit for every wizard, something a stubborn old man like you, with a beard so long, would never comprehend. While Maka extolled Voldemort, he discreetly gestured to Dumbledore, urging him to hasten Hermione's escape. Dumbledore, frowning, regarded Maka in silence, seemingly affected by his words. Humph, Voldemort chuckled coldly. It appears you genuinely believe that. I can understand. I experienced similar sentiments at your age, particularly with your intelligence and deep yearning for powerful magic. In your spellcasting, I can sense that destructive longing. Very well, if you assist me in escaping, I shall grant you a position among my Death Eaters. As a child, one inevitably encounters both advantages and disadvantages. The true skill lies in how one can adeptly transform disadvantages into advantages, much like underestimating. In that moment, Voldemort remained as arrogant as ever, unable to perceive the truth of matters as Dumbledore did. Maka's unfounded slander against Dumbledore had unexpectedly garnered Voldemort's favor. Though the authenticity of this affection remains uncertain, it nevertheless offers a semblance of temporary security. He accompanied Voldemort as they moved away, while Dumbledore shifted his feet but remained rooted to the spot. Behind Dumbledore, Hermione lay on the ground, her gaze fixed intently on the retreating figure of Maka, her eyes unblinking and blurred with tears. Chapter 44. A twist of fate. Maka was led by Voldemort, who had a firm grip around his neck, to the entrance of Hogwarts. At this point, the grip was not as tight as at the beginning, yet Voldemort showed no intention of releasing him. Standing before the magically enchanted door, Voldemort paused momentarily, then pointed Maka's wand at the door, but it remained unresponsive. Damn it, it resists me, Voldemort seethed. You should know how to open the door without my instruction, shouldn't you? Maka took the wand, yet his neck remained ensnared in Voldemort's grasp. Although no explicit command was uttered to refrain from moving, the sense of threat lingered palpably. He waved the wand hesitantly, testing the door, only to find a barrier materializing instantly. The protective enchantment was dispelled. Maka deftly traced 2 arcs with his wand, directing a beam of magical light toward the center of the barrier. However, His counterspell was evidently weaker than that of the original caster, taking a considerable duration to completely eradicate the obstruction. The grand entrance of Hogwarts was opened by Maka. Well done. The terror-stricken smile on Quirrell's face, who was under Voldemort's control, suddenly broadened, and his grip around Maka's neck tightened slightly. But before he could utter a word, Maka swiftly turned his hand and cast a stunning spell, this time without even uttering the incantation. It was a silent spell. Caught off guard, Voldemort was forcefully propelled backward, causing the Philosopher's Stone he held to tumble to the ground. The Philosopher's Stone flew through the air. With a flick of his wand, Maka summoned it into his grasp. Yet, before he could cast another spell, he saw Voldemort suddenly lunge towards the door. With a crackling sound, the space around them began to warp. A streak of red light, swift as lightning, surged toward the distorted epicenter of the area. It was Dumbledore. Maka faintly heard Voldemort emit a muffled groan, and in an instant, the distortion of space settled into calm. How is it? Maka inquired anxiously. As Dumbledore approached, he gently shook his head. He was undoubtedly injured but unlikely to meet his demise. Maka furrowed his brow at this revelation, taken aback that Voldemort still possessed the strength to move in the wake of his close-range stunning spell. His resilience was akin to that of a cockroach. Regrettably, Maka's silent spell lacked the potency to cast a more formidable enchantment. Otherwise, he might have been able to confine Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, within the confines of Hogwarts. Maka nodded in response, lifting the Philosopher's Stone to scrutinize it, his spirits growing heavy. Now, Voldemort would surely harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. Yet, more crucially, for Maka at this moment, the most terrifying prospect was not Voldemort's escape, but the unsettling shift towards an unknown trajectory. Though his recollections were limited, he could still remember a portion of the essential details. Yet now, his own memories have become unreliable. Particularly, he has come to the stark realization that he himself is the catalyst behind this series of monumental changes, the butterfly effect. Maka whispered this to himself, his gaze unwavering from the spot where Voldemort had vanished. In his eyes, the distant stars twinkled against the backdrop of the sky, exuding an unusual depth and tranquility, yet also brimming with a profound melancholy. Maka stood there in silence, lost in thought. Regardless of the shifts within him, the world continued to unfold. Time would not halt for his singular plight. He lost interest in observing how Dumbledore contemplated the incident or the subsequent arrangements that would follow. As he hurried past Hermione, who had been liberated from her bindings by Dumbledore, the tearful little girl offered him a radiant smile. Yet, he did not even glance at her, merely brushing past her with heavy footsteps towards Hogwarts Castle. Hermione called out to Maka, but he appeared not to hear. Thud, thud. Before the great door of the Ravenclaw Tower, Maka knocked sharply. What's the matter? Is the world about to end? The bronze eagle on the door knocker blinked and flapped its wings, landing atop his head. Nothing much. I've made some progress with the runes on the Scroll of Truth, so I came to discuss it with you. Maka was reluctant to delve into the events of the recent past. What? So soon? Exclaimed the bronze eagle, astonished, as it guided Maka back into the Ravenclaw's chamber. Within the chamber, Maka demonstrated the cooling rune's efficacy to the eagle. The bronze eagle nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, you have now qualified to pursue the next trial. Should you successfully navigate this trial, you will be afforded the opportunity to witness the true allure of the rule runes." At this juncture, the eagle suddenly alighted on the table before Maka and spoke solemnly, "And the perils of engaging with the rules." Perils? Maka was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded. Although his understanding of the rule runes was still nascent, it was evident that misapplication of such intricate matters could lead to unanticipated dangers. This was a conclusion easily reached, and with the eagle's remark, he instinctively formed some conjectures. What will the next trial entail? Maka inquired after a moment of contemplation. The bronze eagle tilted its head and let out a few caws of laughter. This trial will be quite time-consuming, for you must embark on an extensive journey across the ocean. How extensive? Maka furrowed his brow. The duration of your journey will be equivalent to the time it takes to travel from here to Albania, the eagle explained. Along the way, you must also visit a place, the first bookshelf, where you will retrieve the topmost volume, the Iliad's nautical journal. Maka waved his wand, moving the bookshelf aside, and in the distance, he spotted an unusually large tome lying atop others. That's the one, the largest, the bronze eagle exclaimed. With a flick of his wand, Maka deftly summoned the large tome to hover before him. He placed the hefty book upon the table and gently opened its cover. You may peruse the rest at your leisure, but first, turn to the last page, instructed the bronze eagle. Inside, he discovered a nautical chart, and upon unfolding it, the eagle continued, "The route marked in crimson ink outlines your forthcoming journey. Take a good look. Do you see the small cross halfway through? That signifies an island." At this point, the eagle paused before adding, "It is also the very place where Roina and Ravenclaw encountered one another." "What?" Maka exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment, as myriad hypotheses raced through his mind. This is a not-so-secret secret. The bronze eagle shook its small head. To be honest, this matter may not hold great significance for you. However, should you wish to learn more, you may explore upon your arrival. I see. So when I reach Lake Rikini in Albania, what should I do next? Maka inquired, glancing at the unfamiliar names on the map, eager to avoid the confusion of what to do upon arrival. Of course, you must dive down. What else would you think? Understanding dawned on Maka, and he nodded thoughtfully. Murmuring to himself, I wonder if a summer is sufficient. I hope I manage in time. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and a complex expression flickered across his face. With this opportunity at hand, why not? After concluding his conversation with the bronze eagle, Maka resumed his exploration of the vast collection of books lining the shelves. He even considered taking along several useful tomes for in-depth study during his journey. The volumes were not solely devoted to the theories of magic. Many contained records of both successful and unsuccessful experiments. Although much time had elapsed since their publication, rendering many studies obsolete, they still offered invaluable insights that could enrich Maka's understanding. After all, these were the esteemed volumes of the renowned witch, Rowena Ravenclaw. By the way, due to his untraceable whereabouts, he missed the final Quidditch match of Hufflepuff. Surprisingly, despite Ravenclaw's persistent lead in points, the match concluded with Hufflepuff's enchanting Charlotte seizing the golden snitch, eliciting exuberant cheers from the spectators. When Maka finally emerged, he found Harry had been resting in the hospital wing for 3 days, recuperating from his injuries. Madame Pomfrey's potions proved effective, and Harry's bones had healed. Yet she insisted on observing him for a few more days before granting his release. On the day Maka arrived, he discovered Dumbledore was already there, accompanied by Hermione and Ron, who were keeping Harry company. As Maka stepped through the door of the infirmary, Hermione was the first to spot him. Maka. The expression on Maka's face at that moment was lost to his own memory, yet Hermione vividly recalled it, as if that instant were still unfolding before her eyes. Upon the mere thought of that countenance, mingled with indignation, astonishment, and regret, Hermione instinctively closed her mouth. She was uncertain of what precisely Maka was pondering, yet, with her keen intellect, she could vaguely grasp that it was something not easily accessible to others. She neither wished nor dared to approach it lightly. Despite Hermione's brilliance, she remained merely a young girl in her teens, utterly bewildered as to how to navigate the nebulous and complex emotional state that resided deep within her. Is everything all right, Hermione? Maka inquired, glancing at her. Did anything happen that night? That's good to hear. As long as you are fine, he added with a gentle smile before moving to Harry's bedside. Chapter 45. The Ownership of the House Cup. I apologize, Harry. I was unaware that night. In the hospital wing, Maka stood by Harry's bed, a look of contrition on his face. No, it's all right, Harry quickly replied. What you did afterward was indeed the most significant outcome of that endeavor. I ought to be thanking you. Indeed. Just imagining it is terrifying, Ron chimed in, supporting Harry's sentiments. Among those present, aside from Dumbledore, Ron appeared to be the most profoundly affected. For a young wizard born into a pure-blood family, nothing could be more alarming than the resurrection of Voldemort. Quite so, Dumbledore concurred. This time, we owe much to Mr. McLean. I arrived a moment too late. Had he not cleverly deceived Voldemort and acted decisively at the critical moment, the outcome would have been entirely different. Professor Dumbledore, what became of the Philosopher's Stone? Harry seized the opportunity to inquire. Dumbledore smiled. The Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed. Is that so? Maka mused inwardly, sensing no apparent changes in the situation. Destroyed? Harry asked, perplexed. But your friend, Nicholas Flamel. Oh, you are aware of Nicholas? Dumbledore responded, his tone brightening. You have made this matter quite clear, haven't you? Indeed, Nicholas and I had a discussion, and we both agreed that this was the best course of action. But, in that case, he and his wife will perish, will they not? They have stored enough elixir to ensure they can settle their affairs. Yes, they will die. Seeing the astonished expressions on Harry and Ron's faces, Dumbledore couldn't suppress a chuckle. I understand that for someone of your tender age, this may seem rather unfathomable, he remarked. However, for Nicholas and Perenelle, death is akin to finally retiring to bed after a long day. Moreover, for a mind that is quite clear, death is merely another grand adventure. You see, the Philosopher's Stone is not such a marvelous object. With it, one could attain any wealth and longevity desired. These are humanity's most coveted pursuits, yet paradoxically, people tend to choose what is least beneficial for them. Maka listened intently, yet he struggled to comprehend the profound implications. For him, what he lacked most was perhaps time itself. He has countless tasks to undertake and a plethora of subjects to study, which he fears may occupy him for a lifetime without conclusion. Yet, perhaps death is indeed merely the commencement of another adventure. He cast a glance at Dumbledore, increasingly convinced that this white wizard was as unfathomable as the rumors suggested. By the way, Maka, what exactly was that chest level? Ron abruptly inquired, patting Maka on the arm. The chest level? Maka replied, looking perplexed, while Dumbledore chuckled heartily. That level was quite intriguing, wasn't it? Professor McGonagall, at my suggestion, replaced the ordinary wizard's chess with the wizard's chess invented by Maka. It was rather delightful. I personally enjoyed it immensely. Maka exclaimed, Professor, while I am delighted that you like my gift, I wonder if it is truly wise to alter such an important level so casually. However, Dumbledore continued, not only that, but inspired by you and Harry, I also personally designed the final level. Yes, indeed, it is the legendary tale of King Arthur. Oh, I apologize for that. It was I who inadvertently revealed its secret to Voldemort, Hermione remarked, her expression tinged with guilt. Yet, you displayed remarkable courage, Miss Granger. I believe that is not something an ordinary student could achieve. Oh, thank you, but... Maka patted Hermione's shoulder and smiled at her. It's all right. You have done exceptionally well. Indeed, were it me, I would have likely trembled in fear. Ron chimed in. Moreover, had Quirrell not thought to take you hostage, you might have drowned. Yet, Hermione took a step back due to Maka's gesture, and in response to his puzzled gaze, she murmured, Oh, thank you all. Maka was unaware of how he had affected her. In truth, he had not even noticed Hermione's presence at that moment, although it was not entirely his fault. It must be said that the girl's heart was indeed quite sensitive. Dumbledore observed their every action, his weathered face adorned with a warm smile that never wavered. As time passed, Harry broached the subject of Snape once more. Although he was now privy to the backstory, it lingered in his mind like an unwelcome shadow. However, Dumbledore informed him that Snape had once owed a life debt to Harry's father. For Snape, there was nothing more difficult to accept than the fact that his rival had saved him. Thus, he harbored hatred for Harry's father, which inevitably extended to Harry himself. The workings of the human mind are indeed wondrous, are they not? Professor Snape could not bear the thought of remaining indebted to your father. I believe that the reason he has gone to such lengths to protect you this past year is that he feels this would balance the scales, leaving no one indebted to the other. Then, he could comfortably revisit his animosity toward your father. Well, I think we have asked enough questions. My dear child, I suggest you begin to enjoy these sweets. Oh, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. How unfortunate I was in my youth. I once accidentally consumed a bean that tasted utterly foul. Ever since then, I have been rather averse to beans. However, I think choosing a toffee-flavored one is always a safe bet. Wouldn't you agree? It is best not to gamble with one's character. Maka observed the beans in Dumbledore's hand and shook his head, confessing that he had never tasted anything delightful. Character? Such an amusing term. Dumbledore remarked as he placed a golden-brown Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth, only to be met with a fit of coughing. Ugh, how unfortunate. It seems I have indeed drawn the short straw. Seeing Dumbledore wipe his mouth while striding out, Maka promptly followed. I have a few matters to attend to. You may continue your conversation. In the corridor, Maka exchanged a few words with Dumbledore before they both made their way to the headmaster's office. However, when he emerged from the office, a hint of astonishment graced his features. To his surprise, Dumbledore was remarkably agreeable. That evening, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was particularly lively for the end-of-term feast. Maka sat at the Hufflepuff table, listening to the complaints of Darren, the Quidditch captain and head boy, regarding his absence from the final match, while enduring the playful banter and chatter of the enchanting Charlotte. He couldn't help but feel enveloped in a warmth reminiscent of family. Even more surprising was the fact that his recent commendable deeds had spread like wildfire. Many students were aware of his clever confrontation with Professor Quirrell in defense of the Philosopher's Stone. Although the involvement of Voldemort remained obscured, it did not hinder the respect and enthusiasm directed towards him, which lifted the shadows from his heart considerably. Even a small faction of Slytherins regarded him with a sense of awe, for not everyone could engage in a direct confrontation with a sitting professor, despite the general skepticism surrounding Professor Quirrell. Speaking of those Slytherins, one must mention the decor of the hall at that moment. The walls on either side of the hall were adorned with banners in Slytherin's silver and green, and a massive tapestry depicting the Slytherin serpent hung behind the main table, celebrating Slytherin's 7 consecutive victories for the House Cup. Although Maka's outstanding performance had earned Hufflepuff a significant number of points, the strength of one individual is inherently limited, and Hufflepuff remained in second place, barely edging out Ravenclaw. After a considerable while, Harry finally entered through the side door of the hall, and amidst the eager gazes of everyone present, Dumbledore made his appearance. Another year has passed. Dumbledore exclaimed joyfully. Before we indulge in these delectable dishes, I must trouble you all to listen to a few cliches from this old man. Upon hearing this, Maka promptly tuned out the subsequent remarks. It was only when Dumbledore concluded his ramblings and began discussing the House Cup that he resumed listening. Now, as far as I know, we must first conduct the award ceremony for the House Cup. The scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 365 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. 2nd place, Hufflepuff, with 442 points, and Slytherin, with 485 points. An uproar of thunderous cheers and stomping erupted from the Slytherin table. Maka cast a glance at the edge of the Slytherin long table, where Vili maintained her serene expression, showing no reaction to the surrounding clamor. If it weren't for Vili occasionally approaching him with a question, he might have genuinely wondered if he had inadvertently upset the young lady. As he pondered this, he noticed the surrounding badgers erupting into excitement. What was happening? Maka tugged at Charlotte's sleeve. Chapter 46, An Encounter with Vili. What is it? Maka inquired, observing the sudden commotion around him. We have won the house cup. Charlotte beamed. Maka was taken aback, feeling as though he had missed something significant. At that moment, Darren sat down and exclaimed, thanks to you, Dumbledore awarded us a full 100 points. Though Gryffindor also garnered numerous points, it still pales in comparison to ours. This year, the house cup belongs to Hufflepuff. He could not help but reflect on how long it had been since their house had claimed the coveted trophy. Maka noticed Dumbledore smiling at him and winking, seemingly pleased with the honor he had rightfully earned. This means, Dumbledore proclaimed, that we must make a few small alterations to the decor here, as only this can overshadow the thunderous cheers. For even the students of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor are celebrating Slytherin's unexpected defeat. He clapped his hands, and immediately, the green streamers transformed into a warm, earthy yellow, while the silver turned black. The imposing Slytherin serpent faded away, replaced by a timid little badger. No matter how many times he looked, it still struck him as somewhat tacky. Maka gazed at the hall with resignation, thinking it might have been better to award the house cup to Gryffindor. At least their colors of gold and red appeared more festive. However, witnessing the beaming face of Professor Sprout at the guest table and the jubilant cheers of the students, he felt that his contributions to the house were at least somewhat worthwhile. Days later, the examination results were announced. If one were to say the results were satisfactory, they indeed were. Yet, when considering his deep study of magic, the fact that he had only secured third place deserved mention, particularly due to his dismal performance in astronomy. In stark contrast to the high accolades in other subjects, a barely passing grade had caused him to plummet 2 ranks. It was evident that he had little interest in astronomy. At this moment, Maka was making his way from platform 9 3/4 to the real King's Cross station, heading towards the station's exit. If only I could apparate, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble, he lamented, moving at a leisurely pace. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed that he was so inept. The greater the distance, the larger the random error, it was truly vexing. Maka estimated that if he were to apparate directly from there to Albania, he would likely end up in either Romania or Italy, or perhaps, there was a considerable chance he would simply plunge into the sea. With a sigh, he found himself resigned to taking a flight, planning to assess the situation upon his arrival in Italy. In any case, he decided to first visit Gringotts to exchange some pounds. In Diagon Alley. Although he initially intended to head directly to the airport, Maka hesitated and ultimately decided to stop by the Lovegood residence. Previously, he had accompanied Dumbledore to the headmaster's office to proactively prepare for this matter, hoping to avoid any unnecessary complications later. To his surprise, Dumbledore was unexpectedly accommodating this time and even promised to extend his holiday slightly, a prospect that Maka had never anticipated. An hour later, seated at the Lovegood dining table, Maka engaged in conversation with Luna. Where's your father? Is he out gathering materials again? Maka inquired. Yes, he is always so busy, Luna nodded, tilting her head as she gazed at Maka. Are you going far away? Indeed. Quite distant, Maka replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Luna blinked and responded. Perhaps you'll go to Ravenclaw. That seems likely. When you do, you can say hello to the ghost of Ravenclaw Tower, Madame Grey. I've mentioned you to her. She'll guide you and provide some insights about the school. Trust me, though she may appear aloof, Madame Grey is quite amiable. As Luna listened, she nodded in enthusiasm, clearly intrigued by the prospect of enrollment. Observing her interest, Maka chuckled and added, although it may be inappropriate for me to say, I seem to have garnered a bit of popularity at Hogwarts lately. If you encounter any difficulties, just mention my name. I believe it will be of assistance. After imparting a few final words of advice to Luna, Maka handed her a modest pink suitcase. Of course, I hope so, he said, gazing into her beautiful gray eyes and nodding slightly. The cage had long been discarded by Marfa, but couldn't he allow her to remain perched on his shoulder during the flight? Could he? Furthermore, there were many other preparations still to be made. 2 days slipped away quietly, and just as Maka arrived at the airport, he unexpectedly encountered someone. It was a little girl clad in loose muggle attire. Her petite, light blue figure and the large hat atop her head reminded Maka of someone. Miss Blower? He called out to the diminutive figure standing by the ticket counter. May I ask you a question? Maka's inquiry was interrupted by Vila's calm tone, compelling him to nod and close his mouth. You know, Vila began. How does one board that airplane? Is this your first time flying? Maka asked, to which Vila nodded in affirmation. Where are you headed? I can help you purchase a ticket. To Paris. Is your home in Paris? Are you leaving today? The dialogue remained unchanged. Maka asked while Vila answered. Though this succinct exchange was efficient, Maka felt something was amiss. Just as he was about to cue, Vila tugged at the hem of his garment. Where are you going? Vili gently lifted her head and quietly inquired. To buy tickets? Maka was somewhat bewildered. I am going to Paris. Where are you headed? Villy maintained a serene expression, as though accustomed to others not comprehending her words. Oh, is that what you meant? I am going to Italy. I have some matters to attend to, Maka replied, coming to a realization. Then I shall go as well. Villy nodded to herself. She then seemed anxious that Maka might not understand, adding, Italy. Maka felt a familiar throbbing in his head begin anew. He even wondered if the scar on Harry's forehead had somehow transferred to his own brow, for he had been experiencing frequent headaches lately. Despite his attempts to explain, Villy remained unyielding in her silence. Yet, he could not abandon a young girl who barely understood the Muggle world. The guilt of abandoning a child weighed heavily on him. Ultimately, Maka found himself compelled to acquiesce. He had a foreboding sense that this journey would be anything but easy for him. On the airplane, Maka observed Villy gazing blankly out the window at the clouds, and he experienced a peculiar illusion. Perhaps she simply lacked the means to express her emotions, and in reality, she was just an ordinary, unassuming little girl. No different from others. Please don't keep staring at me. Villy suddenly turned her head and said calmly. All right. Indeed, she was quite unlike other children. At the very least, her peers had begun to grasp the subtleties of social interactions and did not communicate so bluntly. There were still numerous runic symbols to decipher. If he did not seize the opportunity to continue his studies, who could say when he would complete their interpretation? Throughout the flight, Maka remained engrossed in his notebook, and before he realized it, they had already arrived at their destination. Gazing out at the vibrant Italian architecture, he thought that if it weren't for the pressing matters at hand, this journey might have been even more exhilarating. Unfortunately, once they disembarked, he would have to dive back into the fray. Chapter 47, The Looming Crisis. The streets of Italy boasted a dazzling array of colors. Along the not-so-spacious avenues, the buildings stood in a kaleidoscope of hues. Even with such bold colors, there was a harmonious charm to the scene. Beyond the vibrant foreign allure, even Maka could sense the profound legacy of the Renaissance emanating from the surroundings. Yet, at present, Maka lacked the inclination to appreciate the splendid streets. His destination lay in the southernmost part of Italy, in Piceno. It was a coastal town on Sicily, characterized by low stone walls and humble roofed houses. A variety of potted plants and vibrant green vines draped across the exterior walls imbued the area with a vivacious life force. Villy eagerly slid off Maka's Nimbus 2000 and hurried to the doorstep of a nearby house. She was fixated on a row of flower pots, unresponsive to Maka's calls. As the effects of the potion began to wane, passers-by occasionally glanced in their direction. In a moment of exasperation, Maka could only manage an awkward smile and nod at the passers-by. Perhaps they merely found the two children amusing. Yet Maka had no inclination to be the subject of their scrutiny. Let us move quickly. If we linger any longer, we might as well become the monkeys of a zoo, he urged, grasping Villy's slender wrist and pulling her along the street. He had expected Villy to at least resist, but to his surprise, she obediently followed him until they reached the entrance of an inn. One must admit that the proficiency of Italians in English leaves much to be desired. Moreover, the sight of two teenagers checking into an inn seemed rather ludicrous. Reluctantly, Maka presented a confundus charm to the innkeeper as a token, thus completing their check-in. Fortunately, they were well beyond the watchful eyes of the British Ministry of Magic, allowing them a temporary reprieve from concerns regarding the use of magic. Perhaps it is time to practice apparition again, Maka murmured, observing the twilight deepening outside. Villy had settled in next door, and he had discovered the key to engaging her. A single pot of any plant would captivate her attention for an hour or two. What he offered her was not merely one or two plants, but his own herbalism notes. However, Villy was not as absorbed in his notes as Maka had anticipated. Instead, she was bent over a small table beside the bed, meticulously transcribing his notes into her own notebook, word by word. Yet after a while, she closed her notebook. The flowers of the Muggle world were undeniably more exquisite than those in the magical realm. Villy turned her gaze toward the window, lost in the twilight sky. The golden sunset merged seamlessly with the silhouettes of various buildings, creating a breathtaking panorama. Do you think there are any plants in the sea tomorrow? She asked dreamily, her eyes drifting toward the faint outline of the horizon, a hint of anticipation flickering across her calm expression. He is a truly wonderful person, she mused. As the sun continued its descent, the afterglow of twilight grew ever more resplendent, casting a warm brightness outside that gradually gave way to a chill. Villy sat quietly in her chair, doing nothing, seemingly at ease with this solitude, observing her surroundings as if she were merely an object within it. Time passed slowly, echoing the tranquility and ease of Villy's usual existence. Outside, night had just begun to settle, yet the evening in Piceno arrived rather early. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, the streets were already devoid of many wanderers. Maka sought out an unfrequented stretch of smooth rock by the sea, his face etched with frustration as he engaged in a futile practice of apparition. Everything appeared to proceed in an orderly fashion. Little did Maka realize that, at that very moment, Chilo, or rather Voldemort, was struggling for survival in the forests of Albania. 11 years ago, when Voldemort attempted to murder Harry's family, Harry's mother, Lily, sacrificed herself for her son. In that fateful moment, Voldemort's own killing curse rebounded upon him, leading to his physical demise. Since then, his fragmented soul has lurked deep within the Albanian forest, remaining hidden for a decade. A year prior, he encountered Quirrell, who was vacationing in the area, and effortlessly subdued him, bringing him to Hogwarts Castle. At that moment, Quirrell leaned weakly against the trunk of a great tree, his right hand pressed against his left shoulder, while his left hand hung limply by his side. Clearly, Dumbledore's strike had inflicted severe damage upon him. Voldemort had long since released his grip on Quirrell, yet he still clung to the back of Quirrell's head. The battle had drained much of his strength, further weakening his already fragile state. On the tree behind Quirrell, one could faintly discern a hollowed-out cavity, partially obscured by a few drooping vines, easily overlooked if not scrutinized closely. This was the very tree hollow from which Voldemort had extracted the location of Ravenclaw's diadem from Helena. Its seclusion made it an ideal refuge for Voldemort. "My master feels unwell," Quirrell managed to force out, his eyelids fluttering weakly. Noticing his master's lack of response, he gazed vacantly at the thicket before him, before shutting his eyes once more. After a prolonged silence, Quirrell's eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing a fierce crimson hue, tinged with malice. For some unknown reason, Voldemort had regained control over Quirrell's body. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and more lush, their interwoven canopies obscuring the moonlight, casting an ever-deepening gloom upon the woods. Yet Voldemort appeared unfazed by the absence of light. Though his pace was slow, he navigated with remarkable precision, avoiding countless trees and even the gnarled roots beneath his feet. "Proceed, continue on, do not falter," he commanded inwardly. The incline of the slope gradually steepened, compelling Voldemort to slide down the rugged terrain. The prolonged journey weighed heavily upon him, but he pressed on relentlessly, driven by the necessity to reach a crucial destination while he could still manipulate Quirrell's movements. At last, as he pushed aside a thicket, an ancient, crumbling temple emerged before him. Voldemort guided Quirrell to the entrance, surveying the nearly collapsed stone floor within, a rare flicker of hesitation crossing his face. However, it was not long before he resumed his stride, stepping inside with determination. Once within the modest confines of the temple, he discovered that beneath the fractured and sunken stone tiles lay a dark, foreboding passageway. The profound darkness enveloped him. After taking but 2 steps, his figure was completely swallowed by the shadows, disappearing without a trace. The following morning, along the banks of the Passionau, the call to action resounded. "Steady yourself. We are about to depart." Villy sat behind Maka, her hands tightly clutching his garment. Though her face betrayed none of her inner turmoil, she seemed somewhat fearful of heights. Maka, of course, was oblivious to Villy's demeanor. Had he noticed, he surely would have been aware of it during their flight from Rome. With a swift kick, the Nimbus 2000 propelled both him and Villy forward at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, they had soared away from the shore, heading towards the heart of the Mediterranean. There lay a small island cloaked in enchantment, which would have remained elusive without Maka's navigational chart. However, even with the map, as they traversed a certain expanse of water, Maka suddenly perceived a distortion in his surroundings. Just as he grasped the situation, a modest island materialized before him, crowned by a tall tower emitting a soft white glow. As he approached the tower, he immediately discerned numerous protective enchantments adorning its structure. Most were innocuous, designed merely to uphold the tower's integrity and ward off muggles, yet some constituted passive defensive spells. Noticing a crimson aura manifesting around the tower, Maka prudently retreated. It appeared that a more cautious approach was warranted. He guided Villy down into the nearby grove. Although they brushed against a tree branch, they landed safely on the ground. "Hush, stay still," he commanded, gently brushing the leaves from Villy's head before adding, "Now, let us venture further inside." However, before they could take more than a few steps, Maka sensed something amiss. "What is that?" he queried, swiftly drawing his wand and surveying the area with heightened vigilance. Before long, he observed a commotion in the branches to his left, as if some colossal creature was about to surge forth. "Obstacles abound," Maka exclaimed, shaking his wand vigorously. Instantly, the trembling leaves nearby slowed to a halt. In the next moment, a ghastly maw erupted from the branches, its sharp, venomous fangs glistening ominously. Chapter 48. The Tower of the Secret Island and the Fire Dragon. The creature, ferocious by nature, writhed and twisted, attempting to breach Maka's barrier spell. Stupefy. The spell transformed into an invisible blade, remarkably sharp. With a single strike, it rent the advancing creature asunder, which fell with a thud into the underbrush. A Peruvian viper tooth? Maka pondered, wondering if Ravenclaw had a penchant for collecting magical creatures. But before he could contemplate further, another disturbance arose ahead. This small island indeed harbored a multitude of magical beings. While most posed little danger, they consumed a fair share of his time. Yet what piqued his curiosity were the numerous large pits scattered throughout the forest, surrounded by trees that leaned precariously. Some of the disturbed earth appeared freshly turned, faintly exuding moisture. After dispatching yet another attacking creature, he habitually parted the foliage, only to find his vision suddenly clear. Before him stood an unusual structure nestled within the woods. It resembled a solitary tower, yet its exterior was adorned with numerous spires and small houses of varying sizes. Though each individual room appears modest in size, the overall structure presents an impression of considerable bulk. At the pinnacle of the tower, a grand eagle-shaped emblem is prominently embedded. Its golden eagle against a black backdrop boldly proclaiming the identity of the abode's owner. Time has elapsed significantly, and the edifice is now adorned with verdant vines, exuding a vibrant vitality. As Mako approached the entrance, he gently pushed open the somewhat obstructed door, only to discover an interior that was as pristine and natural as if it had just been completed, as though the proprietor had departed merely that morning. Villy obediently trailed behind him, her gaze lingering upon some wildflowers at the threshold. Upon entering, they found themselves in a fairly spacious circular hall, complete with tapestries and various decorative items adorning the walls. The floor was laid with large stone tiles, showing little sign of wear. In the center stood a spiral staircase leading up to the top of the tower, where faint light filtered through. Yet, the unlit lamps on the walls rendered the hall somewhat somber. As Maka and Villy stepped inside, they observed that the canvases on the walls had been stripped to their backgrounds, while the cabinets lay completely bare, suggesting a lack of valuable possessions. On the second floor, they encountered a large room. Maka entered and briefly surveyed the space, which seemed to function as a study, though the bookshelves stood empty, likely cleared out for Hogwarts. He pondered this thought. Ascending further, they came upon two smaller bedrooms. Despite the absence of many belongings, the room on the right still contained a few remnants. Upon inspection, Maka discovered several old books stacked upon a desk. Magical creatures experiment notes? He mused, flipping through the pages to find not only a wealth of experimental data, but also numerous reflections interspersed within the experimental content. Some entries related to experiments. Yet as he delved deeper, he encountered a plethora of daily musings. The name Yuan appeared with notable frequency. As Maka read on, he couldn't help but engage in self-dialogue, feeling as though he were peering into someone's emotional diary, transitioning from a stranger to someone gradually developing fondness. Recalling the bronze eagle's remark about this being the meeting place of Rowena and Ravenclaw, he swiftly turned to the title page. The signature therein puzzled him. Rowena Mira. Was this Rowena Ravenclaw's true name? Where did Rowena hail from? Though he could not discern the answers at that moment, it was not the primary purpose of his visit. Maka closed the notebook and casually slipped it into his suitcase. After all, Rowena would surely have no further need for it, so he would keep it in her stead. At that moment, Villy, who had remained silent until now, unexpectedly spoke up. Mother said that stealing is wrong. Maka looked at her expressionless, delicate face and felt utterly devoid of the energy to retort. As he spoke, a cacophony of sounds erupted around him, and a multitude of small elves suddenly surrounded him and Villy, their large, round eyes sparkling with curiosity. Who are you? Oh, it's a human. Wow. It really is a human. Oh. Just like Mama said, so tall. Maka stood there momentarily bewildered, realizing that he could not comprehend their chatter. Fortunately, these domesticated elves seemed devoid of malice, merely scrutinizing him and Villy as if they had not encountered a human in ages. These elves were distinctly different from other household elves he had encountered outside. They varied in height and girth, though the tallest among them barely reached half a person's height. Each possessed a unique appearance and mannerisms. Even with similar large ears and long, flat noses, they each bore individual traits. However, the most conspicuous difference lay in their attire. It is well known that household elves do not wear proper clothing. They are intelligent magical beings subjugated by wizards in ancient times. And from the very first generation of extensive servitude, every subsequent generation has been indoctrinated by their already enslaved predecessors, perpetuating the cycle of servitude until it became embedded in their very nature. A slave cannot don respectable clothing. Such garments signify their abandonment by their masters. This notion has been etched into their souls. Should one gift a household elf a piece of clothing, even something as trivial as a sock or a glove, they would scream and flee in horror. This brutal reality is one they cannot bear. Even within the kitchens of Hogwarts, this truth remains unchanged. Yet the elves before Maka exuded a sense of freedom. He detected none of the ingrained servility that typically characterized such beings. You are, Roinas. Maka endeavored to find the proper words, carefully articulating one by one, friends of Rowena Mira. Instantly, the throng of elves erupted into a chorus of voices. The clamor dizzying Maka. Oh, the human is speaking. Yes. He asked if we are friends of the witch Rowena Mira. We are certainly not friends of the witch Rowena Mira. Oh yes. We've never seen her. But my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather came here ages ago, didn't he? Who knows? I can't remember. The elves chattered animatedly when suddenly a cough broke through from outside the door. Ahem, quiet. Don't you remember the rules? What should we do when we have guests? An elder elf entered the room, and Maka immediately noticed the surrounding chatter ceased. Moments later, a few elves by the table stepped aside. With a soft thud, one elf approached, balancing a tray, and placed 2 cups of red tea upon the table. Maka opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. It seemed the others did not comprehend. While he contemplated this, a cacophony erupted outside. That foolish group of dragons had returned. Shoo them away. Goodness, those colossal creatures must have lost their minds. Maka paused in astonishment as he witnessed the little sprites within the room flickering away one by one. He hurried to the window and beheld a rare spectacle beyond the island. A swarm of fire dragons was charging towards the invisible barrier, their dark green scales and shimmering golden horns unmistakably marking them as Romanian longhorns. Maka estimated there were nearly 20 of them, both large and small. Adult Romanian longhorns typically reach lengths of 40 feet. While not the largest among fire dragons, their ferocity is undeniable. As Maka hesitated, uncertain of what action to take, he noticed a familiar red halo reappearing on the outer wall of the high tower beneath him. The halo expanded, enveloping the tower, casting a crimson circle around it from a distance. The fire dragons flapped their wings, racing towards him. However, just as they approached the vicinity of the tower, the red halo trembled and silently radiated outward. The dragons displayed signs of confusion, attempting to evade with their flying prowess, yet the halo's speed was inescapable. Upon contact, the fire dragons emitted mournful cries, helplessly pushed back towards the island's edge by the swiftly spreading halo. Several dragons could not maintain their flight, plummeting into the shallow waters by the shore, causing a splash. Yet, the remaining dozen fire dragons were undeterred, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. After readjusting their formations, they surged towards the tower once more, their speed notably increased. Maka looked down. The red light around the tower still seemed to be coalescing, but it would take time to form another halo. Chapter 49, Phoenician Characters. Was there any other defensive magic atop this tower? Maka pondered quietly. However, it became evident in the next moment that he had misjudged. As the fire dragons approached the tower once more, diving towards him, hundreds of slender red beams suddenly emerged beneath the tower. They appeared densely packed, launching in a parabolic arc towards the airborne dragons, tracing crimson arcs in the sky. In a flurry, the fire dragons began to evade, but the sheer number of magical beams was overwhelming, rendering escape impossible. One by one, the fire dragons plummeted like dumplings, crashing forcefully into the island's woods. Shortly after, they took to the skies again, casting a glance at the reformed red halo around the tower before retreating in disgrace. As Maka leaned out to gaze down towards the tower, his eyes were immediately drawn to the minuscule figures on the ground. Were they fairies? Maka was genuinely astonished, unable to fathom the grandeur of the scene when the ancient wizards triumphed over these tiny beings. Some ancient texts had indeed mentioned that the number of fairies at that time was considerable. For those exceptionally intelligent magical creatures, wielding their innate abilities was as effortless as the act of eating. It is no wonder that every conflict ignited by these sentient beings would incite a significant upheaval within the magical realm. Setting aside the current condition of house elves, the fact that ancient wizards could completely subjugate such creatures speaks volumes about their formidable magical prowess, a power that was truly enviable. In comparison to the more mundane spells of today, the disparity is stark. Observing the fairies below, reveling in their jubilant cheers, Maka found a burgeoning desire within himself for the potent ancient magic. His yearning was simply to witness firsthand the intricacies of that ancient sorcery, a sentiment entirely befitting a theoretical researcher. It must be said that ever since Maka acquired the Scroll of Truth, his thirst for understanding magical theory has surged dramatically. Though he had always held a keen interest in magic, this increasingly fervent desire hinted at something unusual. Nonetheless, this peculiarity was not overt, and even Maka's usual vigilance failed to detect it. The tea was warm and quite palatable. However, his knowledge of black tea was limited, and he merely considered it a means to quench his thirst, finishing it in no time. Yet, one must ponder why Muggle wizards often lament that wizarding architecture tends to lack rationality. The third floor boasted an unusual number of rooms, most of which were designated as laboratories. Inside, aside from numerous bottles and jars, there was little of practical use. Even the potion vials in the cupboards were mostly empty, arranged neatly without purpose. Conversely, some rooms were strikingly barren, as if spells like the non-verbal stretching charm had been cast within, leaving them devoid of any items, creating an eerily vacant atmosphere. Yet, among all the rooms on the third floor, one stood out as particularly unique. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary small dining hall, but upon entering, Maka instantly recognized its distinctiveness. This was a chamber enchanted with peculiar spells. While he and Villy could wander freely within, they found that nothing could be touched. Extending a hand resulted only in passing through what should have been tangible objects. as if everything in this space were mere illusions. This compelled Maka to ponder the deeper meaning behind this phenomenon. It appeared this was the place, Maka mused. But what secrets lay hidden here? He and Villy meandered through the room a couple of times, yet yielded no discoveries, even if he spotted something of value. Its inaccessibility rendered it useless. Suddenly, Maka sensed something amiss. The surrounding space. No, the objects around them were shifting. Whether it was the dining table, the chairs, or the surrounding cupboards, even the blank portraits adorning the walls, everything began to warp and distort before his eyes. The distortion was not significant, yet everything had undergone subtle deformation. Observing this anomaly, Maka could not help but furrow his brow, just as he intended to draw his wand for a closer examination. The surroundings shifted once more. This time, the commotion was considerable. Suddenly, a multitude of symbols emerged around Maka and Villy, radiating a gentle golden glow as they slowly rotated in a mesmerizing dance. If one were to overlook the current predicament, the scene was undeniably enchanting. To Maka's astonishment, unlike the runic symbols inscribed in the Scroll of Truth, he recognized most of these characters. Previously, in his quest to decipher the runic inscriptions, he had perused various ancient lexicons. Some were well-known magical scripts, while others were non-magical texts unearthed by Muggle archaeology. Now, he could even discern which of the surrounding texts were derived from ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs and which were Sumerian cuneiform. The closest to him, without a doubt, were the 22 Phoenician characters floating before him. These symbols, recorded in Muggle literature, are believed to be the progenitors of European alphabets, created by Phoenician merchants around 1000 BC. As per Muggle archaeologists, what could this signify? Maka glanced around, momentarily at a loss. Yet, even in his perplexity, he began to grasp that this might be yet another riddle left by Roina. The bronze eagle had mentioned that he was to retrieve something, and the breakthrough was evidently right before him. As time passed gradually, Maka transitioned from standing to sitting, now equipped with a notebook and quill. Enraptured, he began to scribble and sketch on the paper, clearly immersed in his research. Villy, seated nearby, appeared remarkably calm. Although the wondrous symbols captured her attention for a fleeting moment, she soon shifted her gaze to Maka, silently observing him in a state of deep contemplation. No one knew what thoughts occupied her mind. Perhaps she was devoid of thought, simply lost in a tranquil reverie. In this dreamlike space, time seemed to lose its significance. The atmosphere was unusually serene, punctuated only by the soft rustle of Maka's writing, affirming the presence of life within this enchanted realm. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, and the afternoon slipped away unnoticed. In the dimming room, the myriad symbols continued to float in the air, exuding a gentle radiance. Eventually, Maka halted his writing, retrieving a vial of luminescent sand and giving it a shake. Instantly, a soft white light erupted from the bottle, illuminating the entire room as if it were midday. This was an enhanced version of the luminescent sand he had employed in the faint willow tunnel, although it remained a relatively simple material. Its brightness and duration had significantly improved. However, the additional ingredients were somewhat costly, and being frugal, Maka was reluctant to use it liberally, mindful of its limited applications. He set aside the bottle containing the luminous sand and turned to retrieve some food from his suitcase, offering it to Viri beside him. "Here, you must be hungry." Maka chuckled. "I apologize, I tend to lose track of time when I delve into my research. If you're feeling tired, I have a sleeping bag." Viri accepted the food and examined it. It was a selection of exquisitely crafted cakes purchased in Italy. Wordlessly, she unwrapped the packaging and took small bites. Noticing her apparent disinterest in conversation, Maka fetched the sleeping bag and laid it flat on the floor. After finishing her cake, Viri gently shook her head to decline the second offering from Maka and shifted to sit on the sleeping bag, seemingly preparing to lapse into her thoughts once more. "Wouldn't you like to do something else?" Maka inquired. "You could continue reading the herbalism notes I prepared for you." Viri slightly nodded, but remained motionless. "What is the matter?" Maka asked curiously. "Mother always said one should rest after a meal," Viri replied calmly. Maka observed her with a subtle expression, lamenting his own needless concern. As his research deepened, he finally discerned a glimmer of insight amid the vast array of symbols surrounding him. He found that the 22 Phoenician characters nearest to him bore various connections to other ancient scripts surrounding them. However, upon further scrutiny, these connections began to appear ambiguous. According to Muggle scholarship, Phoenician characters had evolved from hieroglyphics and cuneiform. Thus, their interrelations were to be expected. Yet, did this imply that these 22 Phoenician characters were not the original versions? Furrowing his brow, Maka felt the gears of thought whirring rapidly in his mind. Since this was a riddle left by the holder of the Scroll of Truth, it suggested that. Maka paused, suddenly enlightened, and tapped his head. Once again picking up the quill, he compared the various characters before him, beginning to attempt a comparative restoration of the 22 Phoenician characters based on his understanding. Chapter 50, Albania. Once a clue emerged, the pace of research quickened significantly. Nevertheless, the task of restoring ancient magical scripts continued to challenge Maka's comprehension of magical theory profoundly. Even with the reference of 22 pseudo-Phoenician characters, it still required an extensive amount of time for incremental deductions and experiments. After nearly 2 weeks, Maka finally set down his quill, exhaling deeply in relief. During this time, sporadic appearances of food and water materialized on the floor, indicating that, regardless of the era, it was a custom for the little sprites to avoid showing themselves in front of others. Of course, the initial raucous scene was an exception. As for these little beings who had inhabited the island from the beginning, humans were akin to ancient legends found only in bedtime stories. These characters indeed exhibited traces of a pattern. It seemed that the one who had systematized the Phoenician characters was certainly not a merchant, but rather an ancient sorcerer. Maka brought the notebook before his eyes, gazing at the 22 characters that subtly emanated indistinct information, and could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Although the messages conveyed by these runes were somewhat clearer and more comprehensible than the rule runes inscribed on the Scroll of Truth, the completeness of the rules they contained was far inferior to that of the genuine rule runes. Nevertheless, they could serve as a reference for research. He lifted his head, only to find that the surrounding symbols were gradually fading, dissipating into the air in large swathes. Yet, the 22 Phoenician characters remained. They were undergoing a transformation. Reflected in Maka's notebook, the surrounding Phoenician magical characters began to metamorphose into authentic magical runes, continuously altering their arrangement, subtly radiating a wave of order. From that moment onward, Maka could occasionally sense the breath of his own magical power, although at that time it was not very pronounced. This state persisted until he commenced his study of the Scroll of Truth. It was when the rule runes imparted an unknown aura of rules to Maka that he gained a vague understanding of the concept of magical power. However, now, Maka realized that he was distinctly aware of his own magical energy. No, it was not merely his own. He could even sense the magical energy in the surrounding air and within Villy herself. Yet, relatively speaking, it was still much more nebulous. This was indeed magical power. Maka involuntarily closed his eyes, concentrating all his attention. It was magnificent. This was truly an entirely different realm. After savoring this novel sensation, Maka quickly fell into a deep contemplation. After numerous lengthy studies, this contemplation had nearly become his instinct. The ability to sense magical power was clearly due to the rearrangement of the Phoenician magical runes. What did this signify? He pondered for a moment, then immediately found a new line of thought. No, before that. He opened his eyes, reached forward, and lightly swept his hand through the air. Instantly, a faint ribbon of magical energy trailed behind his fingertips. However, this strand of magic was extremely unstable, akin to dye poured into a river. Swiftly diffusing and soon merging with the magical energy in the air, no longer under Maka's perceptive control. Witnessing this, Maka furrowed his brow. After contemplating for a while longer, he seemed to gain insight and drew forth the wand from his sleeve, making another subtle sweep before him. This marked Maka's first direct experience with the wizard's wand. He observed as magical energy flowed through his arm into the wand, silently coalescing at the tip, leaving behind a more solid trace of magic in the air. Guided by Maka's will, floating aloft, Maka waved his wand, casting a levitation spell on the briefcase on the ground. The case began to rise slowly under Maka's control, yet most of his attention was fixated on the tip of the wand. This time, he beheld the clear magical trajectory left by the wand during the previous motion. Those traces, subtly shifting with the incantation, swiftly traversed several incomplete rule runes composed of flowing magical energy, propelled by Maka's intent to elevate the briefcase. Since that is the case, why not give it a try? Said Maka, as his wand began to sway once more. However, this time, the movement was excruciatingly slow, akin to delicately painting a masterpiece in the air with threads of magical energy. He intended to inscribe the runes of order directly with his magic. Yet, despite the wand's assistance in solidifying the magical flow, if the runes were not completed swiftly, they would inevitably dissipate over time. Maka's endeavor proved unsuccessful. The precision required to draw the runes of order demanded an extraordinary level of concentration from the artist. Even transcribing them correctly on paper would consume considerable time, let alone etching them in the air with a wand, which was evidently far more challenging. Frustrated after numerous attempts, Maka was compelled to cease his efforts, for he realized that the Phoenician magical script was on the verge of vanishing. In a hurried attempt, he jotted down the combination in his notebook, only for the script to swiftly disappear. The room reverted to its original state, as if patiently awaiting the arrival of the next fortunate soul. It seemed that further research would have to wait. Closing his eyes, Maka sought to attune himself to the magical energy within, which, though somewhat clearer than before, still lacked the lucidity he had experienced earlier. Are we leaving? Villy stood up and inquired softly. Upon hearing this, she promptly gathered her belongings and, without a word, turned towards the exit. Maka paused for a moment, then chuckled wryly. Well, at least you're obedient. He had no desire to deliberately seek out those seemingly carefree little sprites inhabiting this place. He believed that allowing them to continue their lives undisturbed was the most appropriate course of action. The outside world was inhospitable to them. It was best to let them live safely and joyfully on this island. After all, the two countries, though separated by a sea, shared a certain resemblance in their landscapes. Albania's scenery echoed that of Italy. Yet, due to various historical circumstances, Albania's level of development lagged significantly behind that of Italy. It was a vast and somewhat barren land, dotted with fields, which, while not as resplendent as those in Italy, possessed its own unique natural charm. Marco found a guest house to rest for the night, and the following morning, he set off with Vili towards the interior. The terrain of Albania predominantly consisted of mountainous hills. From above, one could see a labyrinth of ravines, occasionally adorned with small lakes nestled within the intricate valleys. Their destination lay concealed beneath the surface of one such modest lake. "Miss Bloa, I will descend to check for any dangers. Please wait for me on the shore," Marco instructed. He cast a bubblehead charm upon himself and invoked a water and fire protection spell before stepping into the water. He mused that once he mastered the non-marking extension charm, he could consider crafting a smaller bag to at least carry his potion vials. With that thought, he dove forward, submerging into the depths. Due to the perennial currents, the waters of Lake Rikini are exceptionally clear, allowing for a vivid view of the lakebed beneath. Maka swam downwards, taking a brief glance around before quickly discovering a profound cavern concealed behind a rock formation. Although modest in size, the cave was spacious enough to accommodate 3 individuals side by side. As he rubbed his arms and looked ahead, he realized he had entered an underground realm, magically separated from the lake's waters. He stood upon a flat stone, and a few steps further revealed a staircase leading deeper into the darkness below, where only the faint sound of trickling water could be heard. With a flick of his wand, Maka summoned a glow, illuminating the surroundings. When he spotted a grand door embedded in the stone wall, he felt assured that he had indeed arrived at the correct location. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured to himself, "It would be prudent to bring Vili down here. Leaving her alone on the shore may not be entirely safe." Chapter 51, Voldemort and the Ancient Stone Tablet. At this moment, a gathering of individuals stood by the shores of Lake Rikini. Most were dressed as servants from noble households, with an elderly butler in a black waistcoat and white long-sleeved shirt leading the group. "Miss Bloa?" Maka inquired as he lifted the enchantment that had enveloped him. Vili remained serene, her expression devoid of emotion, as if discussing matters entirely unrelated to her. "Sir, we are grateful for your care of our young lady during these past days. Should you find the time in the future, we would be delighted to welcome you at Bloa Castle in Paris. I am certain the master would be pleased," the elderly butler said kindly, offering no reproach to Maka, but instead extending an invitation on behalf of his employer, showcasing the grace and composure of a seasoned noble steward. Maka nodded and glanced at Vili before responding. "I appreciate your efforts in the search, good sir. When time permits, I shall certainly pay a visit. Miss Bloa and I are classmates at Hogwarts and have become good friends. Upon the commencement of the new term, I will request Professor Severus Snape, head of Slytherin House, to continue looking after her." Maka was quite adept with words. He understood what Vili lacked, and her family was undoubtedly aware of it as well. Although Vili's demeanor suggested that her family's situation was less than favorable, expressing goodwill as an uninformed outsider was always prudent. Indeed, the elderly butler nodded appreciatively in response to his words before turning to approach Vili. "Thank you," Vili said softly as she departed, "and thank you for your Christmas gift. Until we meet again at school." Maka smiled at her, watching as the butler escorted Vili away with a disillusionment charm. It appeared she belonged to a notable pureblood family. After pondering for a moment by the shore, he dismissed his speculations and dove back into the lake. Navigating the familiar path, I soon arrived at the underwater cavern, descending step by step along the slightly steep stone staircase until I reached the very bottom. There, I discovered an ancient stone door, seemingly unscathed despite its age. Its surface was bare, devoid of any markings. "Aleoho." With a flick of my wand, I gently waved it toward the door, not expecting any outcome from this tentative gesture. To my astonishment, the door began to creak open slowly. What could this mean? Curiously, I leaned in to peer inside, only to find an empty hall. Flanking either side of the hall were rows of supporting columns, intricately adorned with rough carvings. At the far end stood a grand throne, hewn from a single block of stone, its lofty backrest imposing yet marred by some wear. Despite its imperfections, it exuded a primitive, rugged beauty. Wind erosion? As I contemplated this, I was suddenly struck by a realization. There was indeed a breeze in the hall. Where could it possibly come from? This was the bottom of a lake. How could wind penetrate here? I waited quietly for a moment, detecting no anomalies, then cautiously stepped forward into the hall. Upon reaching the center, a wave of dizziness washed over me. In a daze, I perceived the surroundings shifting. I fought against the discomfort, shaking my head, only to discover that everything had transformed. The carvings on the columns appeared sharper, the throne's abrasions vanished, and even the stone tiles beneath my feet were restored to their pristine state. As I surveyed the hall, contemplating the sudden changes, I was startled by the heavy sound of movement from behind me. Glancing back, I was astonished to see the stone door not closing, but rather opening. I quickly dashed to the left, using a column as a makeshift hiding spot. Just as I concealed myself, footsteps echoed in from the entrance. Hadn't the door just opened? I frowned, pondering whether the earlier bout of dizziness had plunged me into an illusion. Was this place even real? The nature of the reality remained uncertain, yet it appeared someone was approaching. Resolving to address this pressing matter, I waited. However, after a brief moment, I noticed the figure had halted. Peering cautiously, I froze as I locked eyes with the individual. It was a stunning woman with dark hair and piercing eyes, garbed in ancient noble attire. Her beauty was striking, yet her expression was solemn, her gaze unervingly sharp. Roina? Having been discovered, I stepped forward, instinctively introducing myself. I am Roina, young candidate. Welcome to the second trial. Her tone was calm, her words straightforward, imbued with an undercurrent of rationality. Before Maka could inquire further, the stone slabs on the hall's floor illuminated with a dazzling azure glow, enveloping both him and Roina within its brilliance. Maka caught a fleeting glimpse of the intricately carved symbols on the ground, realizing they formed a vast array of orderly runes, a colossal combination of arcane glyphs. In an instant, a thought flashed through his mind, and he vanished from the hall. As the luminescence gradually faded, the chamber was left devoid of any presence, leaving no one to discern the whereabouts of Maka and Roina. Meanwhile, a mere 10 miles away, Voldemort found himself in an exceedingly precarious predicament. Beneath a small ancient temple lay an expansive underground palace. At the deepest point of this subterranean realm, a massive stone tablet stood at a slant, causing fissures of various sizes to mar the ground. Before this monumental stone, a diminutive figure hunched over, emitting anguished wails. "Master, spare me." It was Quirrell. Behind him loomed a shadowy specter composed of dark mist, its visage grotesquely terrifying. Suddenly, the specter's eyes transformed into a sinister crimson hue, unleashing a brutal and sanguine aura that enveloped the space, instilling in Quirrell an overwhelming dread that compelled him to cower on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, this oppressive force was fleeting. The apparition abruptly ascended, billowing dark smoke toward Quirrell. Moments later, he gradually rose, his eyes widening as blood-red brilliance surged within them. "Still not enough?" Quirrell murmured, or perhaps it was Voldemort speaking through him. "This ancient stone tablet is indeed enigmatic. Merely maintaining my own will against its influence consumes an excessive amount of power," he muttered in a low tone. Suddenly his expression shifted, a flicker of rage igniting in his crimson eyes. "Were it not for that wretched boy, I would not have sought this tablet for power. Alas, it is best to avoid this thing if possible." Voldemort's relationship with the peculiar ancient stone was one of both fascination and loathing. He revered its malevolence and might, yet despised its overwhelming and sinister nature. Absent necessity, he would never casually venture to this place, lured by the tablet's beguiling abilities. Within this colossal stone, it seemed as though a devil resided. It could ensnare any creature that approached, enticing them into a pact, granting power while simultaneously inflicting both physical and mental torment. If one could endure, their strength would grow. However, they would gradually succumb to the tablet's seductive influence. Whether through the erosion of humanity, the emergence of savagery, or other transformations, the creature would face dire consequences, ultimately leading to its demise, with its soul destined to attach itself to the stone upon death. At that moment, Quirrell and Voldemort existed as one. Voldemort's intention was, of course, for Quirrell to bear the burden of the contract, while he would siphon Quirrell's power. However, it was evident that thus far, the results had been unsatisfactory. Nevertheless, he decided to persist until success was achieved. With a steely resolve, Voldemort narrowed his eyes and uttered, "Continue." Simultaneously, he transformed again into a swirling black smoke, detaching from Quirrell and floating once more behind him. "Continue." "No, Master, I truly cannot endure any longer." "Continue." Quirrell, trembling and hesitating, ultimately dared not defy the Dark Lord's command. He sobbed as he sliced open his wrist, letting his blood spill onto the surface of the stone tablet. As a flicker of light and shadow danced, Quirrell began to wail once more, his voice considerably weaker than before. Behind him, the eyes of the black smoke glowed with an intensified crimson, and the dark, formidable aura expanded, permeating the entire dimly lit chamber. Chapter 52. A cold beginning. As time flowed steadily, the lurking crises hidden in the shadows remained undetected. The carefree summer vacation, akin to a refreshing breeze, quietly smoothed over the tumultuous events of the previous term, leaving little trace of its turbulence. Everything appeared tranquil, yet no one could fathom the turbulent undercurrents swirling beneath this facade of calm. Regardless, the start of the school year at Hogwarts was imminent. On the eve of the new term, Diagon Alley was bustling with activity, as the majority of students flocked there to procure the necessities for the upcoming semester. At this moment, Flourish and Blots was particularly crowded, teeming with patrons. The throngs were drawn there by none other than the magical world's celebrity author, Gilderoy Lockhart. "We can meet him in person," Hermione exclaimed. "I mean, nearly all the books on our list are authored by him." Though the crowd was predominantly composed of middle-aged women, it was clear that Mr. Lockhart's charm resonated powerfully within the hearts of young girls. Harry, Ron, and Hermione navigated their way through the throng. Inside the bookstore, a long queue snaked its way, extending out onto the street beyond. Each of them clutched a book for signing, stealthily making their way to where the Weasley family and the Grangers were waiting. Outside Flourish and Blots, a large banner hung prominently, emblazoned with vibrant lettering that even moved. Gilderoy Lockhart signing his autobiography Magical Me Today from 12:30 to 4:30. "Oh, how wonderful that you're here," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her breath quickening as she constantly smoothed her hair, attempting to make it more presentable. "We shall see him shortly." As the line inched forward, they finally caught sight of the star of the day at Flourish and Blots. He sat behind a table, surrounded by photographs of various sizes, all of which featured faces winking at the crowd, showcasing dazzling white smiles. The real Lockhart donned a robe that matched the hue of forget-me-nots, harmonizing perfectly with his blue eyes, while a pointed wizard hat was playfully askew atop his curly, styled hair. Before him stood a diminutive man clutching a camera, incessantly hopping as he sought various angles for his photographs. The flashes merged into a dazzling array, with tendrils of purple smoke billowing forth from the camera. "Stand aside." The little man, clearly irritable, shouted at Ron, who obstructed his view, retreating a few steps to select a more advantageous position for his shoot for the Daily Prophet. "Remarkable," Ron muttered, gingerly lifting his foot and rubbing the instep that had been trodden upon. Lockett evidently caught wind of Ron's words. He glanced up, initially directing his gaze at Ron, but his attention swiftly shifted to Harry. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Isn't this Harry Potter?" The crowd parted, and amidst their murmurs, Lockett rushed forward, seizing Harry's hand and dragging him to the forefront. Come, let us capture a few shots." Lockett flashed his impeccably white teeth, proclaiming, "Gilderoy Lockhart and Harry Potter. This is bound to make the front page." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, while Harry, overwhelmed by the spectacle, felt his face flush crimson. Seizing the moment, Lockhart announced his appointment as the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. The applause grew even more fervent in response. "Is that Maka?" Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. "Who is the girl he's with? Where's Maka?" Ron rose on his toes to peer over the crowd, then voiced his confusion. "Could it be you're mistaken? There are so many people." Hermione craned her neck for another look, but ultimately shook her head. "I don't know. It's possible." In truth, Hermione had indeed seen Maka clearly, yet the sight left her questioning her own perceptions. No, Maka's gaze would be gentler. He could not possibly be so cold. She murmured softly. Moreover, who was the girl beside him with the pale golden hair, dressed rather oddly? After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head again. "Perhaps I truly am mistaken." As Hermione pondered, an irksome voice emerged from behind. "You must enjoy this, Potter," it sneered. It was Draco Malfoy, wearing his customary mocking grin. "The illustrious Harry Potter," Malfoy declared. "Even entering a bookstore becomes front-page news." "Stop talking nonsense. He doesn't want that." Ginny interjected loudly, standing beside Harry. It was her first time speaking up in Harry's presence, usually too shy to utter a word. "Potter, have you found yourself a girlfriend?" Malfoy drawled, elongating the last word. Ginny's face flushed a deep crimson. Ron and Hermione squeezed through the crowd, each clutching a stack of Lockhart's books, effectively placing themselves between Ginny and Malfoy. Being the treasured gem of the Weasley family, Ginny was not to be trifled with, and Ron was resolute in defending her. The two boys exchanged disdainful glances, trading barbed insults. Before long, Ron was provoked to the point of wanting to launch himself at Malfoy with a couple of well-placed punches, prompting Harry and Hermione to tightly grip the back of his shirt. "Ron," Mr. Weasley squeezed through with Fred and George, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Everyone here has gone mad. Let us exit." Just then, amidst the throng behind Malfoy, a figure emerged, Lucius. Mr. Weasley regarded him coolly and nodded slightly. It was Lucius Malfoy, his hand resting on Draco's shoulder, both father and son adorned with identical sneers. "I hear you've been quite busy, brother, with all those inspections. I trust they've compensated you for the overtime?" Mr. Malfoy remarked, extracting a tattered copy of a beginner's guide to transfiguration from Ginny's cauldron, nestled amidst the pristine volumes of Lockhart's works. It seems not. Goodness, if one cannot even secure a decent reward, what merit is there in being a failure among wizards?" Mr. Weasley's face flushed deeper than Ron and Ginny's. "Our definitions of a failure among wizards differ greatly, Malfoy," he retorted indignantly. "Indeed," Lucius scoffed, tilting his head disdainfully. His pale eyes shifted to the Granger couple, who were watching them with trepidation. "Look at the friends you've chosen, Weasley. I thought your family had hit rock bottom." Mr. Weasley lunged at Mr. Malfoy, colliding him against the bookshelf, causing thick tomes of spells to tumble down upon them, with Ginny's cauldron clattering away. Fred and George shouted encouragements like, "Hit him, Dad," while Mrs. Weasley cried out, "Not like this, Arthur, not like this." The crowd recoiled in panic, toppling more bookshelves, leaving the shopkeepers dismayed. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the chaos. "Stand back, gentlemen. Stand back." It was Hagrid, striding through the scattered books, effortlessly separating Mr. Weasley from Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Weasley's lip was split, while Lucius bore a bruise on one eye from a hefty book, still clutching Ginny's tattered textbook. Meanwhile, Ginny had retrieved her cauldron, and upon noticing, Lucius carelessly shoved the book into it, his eyes glinting with malice. "You shouldn't engage with him, Arthur," Hagrid said, smoothing Mr. Weasley's robes, his strength nearly lifting him off the ground. The shopkeepers seemed intent on demanding compensation, but Hagrid's imposing presence deterred any such attempts. Soon, they exited the store, leaving the forlorn staff exchanging bewildered glances. They hurried onto the street, where Hermione's parents, both ordinary muggles, trembled in fright, while Mrs. Weasley seethed with fury. "What a splendid example you set for the children. Fighting in public? What would Gilderoy Lockhart think?" "He'd be thrilled," Fred quipped. "Did you not hear him when we left? He asked the fellow from the Daily Prophet if he could include the brawl in the report. He claimed it would create quite a stir." Amidst the throngs of people not far from them, a young boy gazed indifferently in that direction, his deep black eyes fixated, either intentionally or inadvertently, on Ginny's cauldron, specifically, on the black-covered diary resting within it. Chapter 53, The Lost Hermione. "What troubles you, Maka?" As the boy's attention remained on the black diary within Ginny's cauldron, a girl beside him unabashedly tugged at his hand and inquired. "Nothing," Maka replied with a slight shake of his head, his tone still gentle and serene, yet his gaze was chillingly cold. "This outing has brought about significant changes." "Is that so, Luna?" Maka turned his head, offering a faint smile. "Perhaps. However, I find it rather agreeable." Luna tilted her head, her eyes slightly unfocused, betraying her thoughts. After a considerable pause, she finally responded, "Indeed, it is quite good. Yet, it seems a mysterious transformation has taken place within him." On the day of the school opening, Maka had remained by Luna's side throughout, never straying even once. Even during the freshman welcome dinner, he had chosen to sit at the Ravenclaw table. Remarkably, the students of Ravenclaw had not opposed this, which was exceedingly rare among these young eagles, who held wisdom and erudition in high regard. This could perhaps be attributed to the fact that many students had already seen the notice posted on the Hogwarts announcement board. The content of that notice was simple, conveying good news to all faculty and students. Maka's invention of the elixir of euphoria had passed the scrutiny and evaluation of the International Wizarding Federation. With Maka receiving official recognition of the potion, it effectively validated his identity as a potioneer. As Snape had once remarked in class, potions indeed possess the power to enhance reputation and forge glory. This principle was exemplified remarkably in the second-year Maka. During the sorting ceremony, Luna was seamlessly placed into Ravenclaw, and Maka beamed with blessings for her, frequently reminding her of the things to be mindful of in her forthcoming academic journey. The banquet was lively, radiating warmth akin to a familial gathering, providing comfort to the young wizards. Dumbledore, seated at the guest table, cast a seemingly casual glance at Maka, only to quickly turn his attention back to Professor Flitwick's laughter. After a while, Professor McGonagall entered through the side door, approaching Dumbledore to whisper a few words. Maka glanced over at Gryffindor's table, where indeed, Harry and Ron were absent. The other young lions murmured amongst themselves, their voices buzzing with speculation. What could possibly be the matter with him? Hermione stared blankly at Maka, who had shifted his gaze elsewhere, her heart brimming with confusion. Could it truly be that Voldemort's affairs had affected him so profoundly? Or perhaps, during the moment he rescued me, Maka sustained some injury? Reflecting on the events of last semester and Maka's expression at that time, Hermione's thoughts naturally veered towards troubling conclusions. And that girl, who could she possibly be? She gazed at Luna, who was meticulously cared for by Maka, and for some inexplicable reason, a sense of discontent washed over her. The following morning, as Maka was enjoying breakfast, he was abruptly disturbed by a howling letter from Gryffindor. It was sent by Mrs. Weasley to Ron, expressing her outrage. "You stole the car. How dare you fly it to Hogwarts, especially with several muggles witnessing it? If they expel you, I shall not be surprised at all. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. You probably have no idea what your father and I felt when we discovered the car was missing." The deafening noise emanating from the Crimson Howler filled the entire hall, a cacophony amplified 100-fold. Maka furrowed his brow, but remained motionless. In the past, he might have intervened to assist Ron with the Howler, an endeavor that would have posed no challenge to him. Yet now, he sat at the dining table, utterly still. This was the handiwork of Harry and Ron, who had piloted the enchanted flying car to school, only to crash it along the way. They had merely sought an alternative route after the wall leading to the Hogwarts train station seemed to be sealed off. Nevertheless, this reckless decision could not be concealed. At the very least, Professor Sprout had spent the entire morning tending to the unfortunate Whomping Willow, hastily consuming only a morsel of bread for breakfast. When Maka approached the vicinity of the greenhouse, he noticed other students gathered outside, awaiting Professor Sprout. Shortly thereafter, Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived. As they did, they spotted Professor Sprout striding purposefully across the lawn. Her arms were heavily bandaged, suggesting she was not in good condition. Moreover, the normally affable professor bore a distinct expression of irritation today. Close by her side was Gilderoy Lockhart, presenting a stark contrast to her. While Professor Sprout had a stout figure and her hair was adorned with a patched hat, her attire perpetually stained with soil. Lockhart appeared immaculate from head to toe, donned in a flowing emerald green robe, his shiny golden hair topped with a pristine green and gold-trimmed hat. "Oh, hello," Lockhart cheerfully called out to the students, having just demonstrated to Professor Sprout how to tend to the Whomping Willow. "But I do not wish for you to think that I am more adept in herbology than she is. I merely encountered a few of these peculiar plants during my travels. Today we will proceed to the third greenhouse," Professor Sprout interjected, visibly displeased. Maka was already a frequent visitor to the third greenhouse, having been there numerous times, even establishing a small personal area within. The familiar scent of damp earth and fertilizer filled the air, intermingled with the rich fragrance of flowers. Those blossoms, as large as umbrellas, hung from the ceiling, appearing to flourish splendidly. Just as Maka was about to enter, he heard Lockhart call out to him. "Oh, Maka, you are Maka," Lockhart exclaimed, grasping his shoulder. "Professor Sprout. And this is Maka. Maka McLean. I also wish to converse with him. I trust you will not mind, just for a couple of minutes." Maka glanced at Harry, who stood on the opposite side, similarly ensnared by Lockhart, and Harry offered him an awkward smile. Lockhart appeared disinclined to genuinely seek Professor Sprout's consent. He exuberantly declared that it was splendid and proceeded to shut the greenhouse door in front of her. "Oh, the youngest potion master. I heard you invented the shrinking solution while still a first year. Is this true? Truly remarkable," Lockhart exclaimed with delight, one hand resting on Maka's shoulder while the other animatedly gestured as he spoke, evidently quite excited. "I also heard that you were rather unassuming upon your arrival at school. Quite modest, just like I was in my youth. Nevertheless, gold always shines, just as I do. While you may not yet rival my consecutive 5-time win of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly, one day you shall reach my level." With that, he stepped through the door into the greenhouse, leaving it ajar behind him, and leaving Lockhart standing there, blinking awkwardly. "Well, I suppose," Maka thought, turning his head, the stiffness in his face dissipating as if it had never been there at all, redirecting his gaze to Harry. "Harry, I believe I can understand you." Within the third greenhouse, Professor Sprout stood behind a bench in the center, upon which rested 20 or so ear defenders of varying colors. Before everyone, large clay pots were arranged, each housing a plant, its grass-like leaves of vibrant green, appearing quite healthy. At that moment, Professor Sprout tapped a pot with her wand and proclaimed, "Today we shall repot the mandrake. Now, who can tell me what properties the mandrake possesses?" Maka merely stared at the mandrake before him, not lifting his gaze. "Miss Granger," Professor Sprout glanced at Maka before continuing, "the mandrake, also known as mandragora, is a powerful restorative." Hermione recited the notes she had diligently prepared. "It is used to return those who have been transfigured or cursed to their original state." "Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor," Professor Sprout responded. "The mandrake is a vital component in most antidotes. However, it is also quite perilous. Who can tell me why?" Hermione cast another glance toward Maka. Chapter 54, The Guardian of Secrets. "Now, who can tell me what properties the mandrake possesses?" Professor Sprout continued to inquire. "Hearing the mandrake's cry can be fatal." "Absolutely correct. An additional 10 points, Professor Sprout affirmed. "As you can see, our mandrakes are still quite young, and thus lack lethal effects." She pointed to the row of deep pots before them, introducing their contents as everyone leaned in to observe, a greenish-purple seedling. "Each of you, please come forward and take a pair of ear defenders," Professor Sprout instructed. The boys rushed eagerly to the front, as none wished to be left with a pair of pink, fluffy ear defenders. Maka followed suit, casually selecting a pair from the assortment. "When I instruct you to don your earmuffs, ensure that they cover your ears completely," Professor Sprout stated. "When it is safe to remove them, I shall raise both thumbs. Now put on your earmuffs." The lethal cries of the mandrake only emerge once they have matured, and they will remain silent unless forcibly uprooted from the soil. Generally, during the daytime, wild adult mandrakes bury themselves within open spaces, such as grasslands, only to re-emerge by dusk and roam freely throughout the night. Maka had dealt with them numerous times before. For him, repotting them was a trivial task. The earmuffs had been imbued with a powerful silencing charm, rendering all external sounds non-existent once worn. After demonstrating this, Professor Sprout gestured for everyone to remove their earmuffs and began assigning tasks. With that, she called for everyone to don their earmuffs once more, commencing the day's lesson. The students had observed Professor Sprout handling the task with apparent ease. Yet it was far from simple. The 3 other students assigned to Maka's group were clearly the least burdened. Maka took a small trowel from the edge of the pot and gently loosened the soil around the mandrake before effortlessly pulling it out. Its root was reminiscent of an unsightly infant, with leaves sprouting from its crown. Perhaps due to its youth, its skin was a pale green, speckled with occasional spots. The little creature gaped its mouth, evidently screaming, yet with the earmuffs on, it was utterly inaudible. Holding it in his hand, Maka covered the area where the leaves emerged from its head with his other hand, and immediately, the creature's distress seemed to subside considerably. "Oh, how did you do that?" inquired a Hufflepuff girl beside Maka. "It makes it believe it has burrowed back into the soil," Maka explained calmly, "but this only works on juvenile mandrakes." He then placed the creature back into another pot, burying it once more with freshly fertilized soil. By the end of the class, the vast majority of students were drenched in sweat, aching from the labor, and covered in dirt, while Maka's group appeared remarkably unscathed, not a speck of soil upon them. Professor Sprout routinely praised Maka and awarded an additional 10 points to Hufflepuff. Beside Professor Sprout, Maka wore a smile, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a lack of joy in his eyes. However, such a relaxed atmosphere dissipated by afternoon, setting aside Professor McGonagall's notoriously stringent transfiguration class. The most daunting was Gilderoy Lockhart's defense against the dark arts lesson. As he entered the classroom, a smile adorned his face, his gleaming teeth perfectly aligned, leading one to question whether they had been enchanted. He casually picked up a textbook from a front-row desk, pointing at his photograph within, where he was winking. His words flowed effortlessly, likely due to the countless rehearsals he had undertaken. "I noticed that you all purchased my complete works, which is commendable. Today, let us commence with a brief quiz. Do not be apprehensive. It is merely a means to gauge your comprehension and the extent of your understanding." Maka laid the examination paper on the table, smoothing it out. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you consider to be Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement thus far? With a cursory glance, Maka frowned. The paper consisted of a total of 54 questions, all inquiring about the minutiae of Lockhart's life. Initially, Maka intended to dismiss it entirely, yet after a moment's hesitation, he jotted down some haphazard responses. There was no need to stir up trouble, he mused. The remainder of the class proved even more exasperating. Perhaps it was due to the previous lesson's chaos caused by the small Cornish pixies prepared for the little lions, but this time, he began reading aloud from his own novels. As he became more animated, he even engaged the students in a dramatic performance. Maka, seated at the back, busied himself with notes on potion studies, scarcely glancing at the podium. That evening, he promptly sought out the bronze eagle in Ravenclaw Tower. Yet, no matter how he called, only the dispassionate inquiries of the bronze door knocker responded. For some inexplicable reason, the bronze eagle did not appear, let alone guide him to Rowena's chamber. Was it due to my current state? In truth, Maka was acutely aware of his condition. In the past, as a deceiver who made a living through trickery, he had excelled at concealing his true emotions, donning different masks in the presence of various individuals. Yet, this very skill made him cognizant of his own emotions. However, after the journey bestowed upon him by Rowena, his feelings had vanished entirely. This must be a curse, yet it did not seem entirely unwelcome. Maka thought to himself before shaking his head. No, such notions likely stemmed from a lack of emotion. His judgment had become solely rational. That night, he leaned against the window, pondering for an extended period, yet the more he contemplated, the more tangled his thoughts became. Reason informed him that this state felt rather pleasant. It not only greatly aided his research but also rendered him more astute in handling matters. For instance, he had resolved to abstain from any involvement in the second-year events, even avoiding the trio of little lions, striving to prevent any upheaval akin to last semester's. Although remaining at Hogwarts would invariably influence all who intersected with him, minimizing the extent of change remained a necessity. Matters spiraling out of control were perpetually daunting. Furthermore, these issues were not his concern. His focus should be on the task left by Rowena and the enhancement of his magical knowledge, nothing more. Yet, was this line of thinking truly correct? Maka was uncertain. Or perhaps he had lost the keen judgment that once served him well. Alani, this is your inaugural task following your training. You are the wisest and most formidable among the Guardians. I trust you will carry forth the will of my mission in every endeavor that lies ahead. An elderly figure, draped in a robe, stood with his back to Maka, speaking in a deep, measured tone by the castle window. Maka remained in the center of the room, brow furrowed as he meticulously assessed the situation at hand. What is Rowena's true intention in bringing me here? He fixed his gaze upon the elder while his peripheral vision scanned the surroundings. Alani, take the mission. Depart from the eagle's nest today. I await your favorable news. The old man turned, his demeanor kind, yet his gaze sharp and predatory, akin to that of a vulture, piercing directly into Maka. Yes, Maka instinctively lowered his head, shrouding his face in shadow. He glanced at the table before him, where a scroll of parchment lay, secured with crimson wax. He picked it up, nodded slightly, and silently exited the room. As he stepped through the door, a torrent of foreign memories surged within him, overwhelming him to the point of dizziness, forcing him to lean against the corridor wall until he regained his composure. Alani? An assassin of the Assassin's Order? Confusion clouded Maka's features. What connection could this have with the Scroll of Truth? Though his mind was still muddled, he at least grasped the current situation. He surmised that he might be in a state akin to that of Dumbledore's pensieve. However, compared to the pensieve, the intricate array of runes before him appeared far more vivid and lifelike. Chapter 55, Gain and Loss. The Eagle's Nest, the headquarters of the Assassin's Order, was situated within a castle nestled deep in the mountains, renowned for its formidable defenses. Here, the environment was exquisite, with the highest quality provisions available, all because it served as the premier training ground for assassins. In the year 1084 AD, Hassan, a prominent Egyptian official, was ousted from Egypt due to his support for the royal heir in a failed bid for the throne. Yet this ambitious elder had long prepared an escape route for himself. The man Maka had just encountered was none other than this ambitious old figure. Now referred to as the Mountain Elder, he led the entire Ismaili sect, striving to overturn the Seljuk dynasty. Though aged, his aspirations remained as fervent as ever. The specifics of the mission remained elusive, but it likely involved the assassination of a notable figure. Although he had yet to decipher Royna's intentions or determine whether he was capable of carrying out such deeds, he felt compelled to proceed. Since I have been assigned a task upon my arrival, following it should lead me in the right direction, Maka pondered. The memories that had inexplicably flooded his mind were not chaotic. The assassin named Alani was among the first assassins of the Assassin's Order. Beyond the rudimentary techniques of assassination, what astonished Maka the most was the subtle infusion of rudimentary magical knowledge. Agility, silence, and focus were but crude applications of the rules. As Maka adapted to the horse while simultaneously organizing his thoughts, he pondered whether Royna was imparting wisdom on how to manipulate these rules. Perhaps this was indeed one of Royna's intentions. After all, these applications were predicated upon willpower, and without guidance, attempting to learn them would undoubtedly prove exceedingly challenging. Yet, at this moment, Maka could distinctly sense how to wield them. The horse galloped swiftly, yet even swiftness required time. Days later, Maka finally arrived at his destination. He led the horse to the inn stable, offering it sustenance and fresh water before he ventured towards the impoverished outskirts beyond the city. The rendezvous point was situated within a certain basement there. By employing a rhythmic and intricate knock as a signal, Maka was smoothly ushered into the underground chamber. The subordinates of the Mountain Elder, clandestine guardians. This was his proof of mission. The dimly lit basement was suffused with stagnant air, the corners damp and marred with stains and mottles. He handed over a parchment scroll to the man seated behind the desk. After confirming the seal, the man gently unrolled it for inspection. Honored Guardian, this is our requested mission. Please ensure its completion with utmost diligence. The man spoke reverently, all for the faith. For the faith, Maka echoed in agreement, accepting a stack of documents before decisively turning to leave. The objective was not overly complex, nonetheless. Assassinating a person of stature was undeniably a formidable task. The target was a high-ranking Sunni cleric, wielding considerable influence within the dynasty. After contemplation, Maka chose the target's residence as the location for the act. The intelligence gathered was thorough, detailing when and where the target would be, the daily routines, and even meticulously marked floor plans of various locations. However, unexpected occurrences were always inevitable. Caution was paramount. Days later, Maka had been crouched across from the target's mansion for over 3 hours. Concealed in an elevated position, he scrutinized the surroundings through the dense canopy. Occasionally, a gust of wind would rustle the branches, dispersing the oppressive heat in the air. Dark clouds loomed on the horizon, suggesting that a heavy rain was imminent that evening. The situation appeared favorable. He had discerned the guards' routines adequately, and it was time to act. Maka felt the dagger in his possession, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. In truth, he harbored doubts about the act of assassination. He was uncertain of how he would respond when the moment arrived. The newly acquired memories in his mind were grotesquely vivid, making him feel somewhat nauseated. If this continued, he feared he might be affected. After a moment's pause, Maka drew the dagger, gripping it tightly in his hand. The moment had arrived. Regardless of the circumstances, he must take action. The infiltration proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. One could say that the training had become instinctive to this body. He moved agilely along the wall, his silent approach rendering him virtually undetectable, quickly vaulting over to the inner side of the enclosure. The patrolling guards had a few moments of respite, making his task quite effortless. Prolonged training had endowed this physique with remarkable stamina and explosive power. With just a few powerful steps, he effortlessly scaled the wall to perch upon the second-floor windowsill. Using a tool, he pried open the latch from the interior of the window, peering in cautiously before executing a roll and landing securely in the corridor. After a considerable interval, The second patrol team passed below, and he had not stirred a soul. The bedroom lay at the far right of the corridor. And at that moment, the target was still in the bathroom. Maka swiftly traversed the corridor, as silent as a cheetah prowling through the darkness. The bedroom was spacious, yet offered few hiding spots. After a thorough search, Maka serendipitously discovered a concealed trapdoor beneath the bed. No wonder the first-floor structure seemed peculiar. It concealed additional space. Opening this trapdoor required moving the bed, but Maka opted to refrain from any hasty actions, deciding to wait until the mission was accomplished before exploring further. He concealed himself in the narrow space behind the bed, patiently awaiting the target's arrival. As it turned out, he had calculated the timing with remarkable precision. Before long, the target entered, swaying with his bulk, and promptly collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber. This exemplified the pitfalls of indulgence in alcohol. Once the target was in a deep sleep, Maka approached the bedside, a sharp dagger in hand. Yet, as he prepared to strike, he hesitated, just as he had anticipated. The blade hovered precariously over the target's throat, advancing ever so slightly, the metal glinting ominously. A faint dark blue hue hinted at its lethal poison. Was it truly necessary to proceed? Confronted with an unarmed man, a mere gentle push of the blade would suffice to extinguish a life, even with just the venomous mixture on the edge. Such an effortless action, however, rendered Maka rigid with indecision. Was it indeed necessary? He questioned himself once more, yet could not find an answer. Time passed slowly. The target remained in oblivious slumber, while sweat beaded upon Maka's brow. The heat was oppressive, the sky outside cloaked in dense clouds, the air stifling enough to induce faintness. Thunder rumbled. A flash of lightning illuminated Maka's face, revealing his inner turmoil. Another clap of thunder followed, stirring the target, who furrowed his brow and stirred slightly. Little did the rotund middle-aged man realize that this slight movement would seal his fate. Almost instinctively, a swift motion ensued, and blood gushed forth from his throat like a fountain. The target struggled momentarily, yet Maka's gloved left hand firmly stifled his mouth, exerting such force that resistance was futile. Soon, the bed bore nothing but a cold corpse and a rigid assassin. Thunder roared again. The third bolt of lightning cleaved through the night sky, illuminating the entire mansion, as well as the bed drenched in vivid crimson. The sensation was truly ineffable, although he had encountered death before. The visceral experience of taking a life with his own hands was indelibly etched in his memory. After a considerable time, Maka gradually regained his composure. What a disastrous assassination, he mused, glancing at the stains that marred his attire, a bitter smile touching his lips. By the standards of his training, this was patently inadequate. Yet, despite the inadequacy, no noise had ensued. Maka pushed the bed aside a few inches, and was immediately met with the faint click of a concealed door creaking open. It was a small secret chamber, barely allowing a single person to enter while stooping. Within lay an abundance of gold and silver treasures, alongside numerous confidential documents. Maka casually picked up a few papers to peruse, yet found them to be of little significance. The inhabitants of the Eagle's Nest had never been short of wealth. Moreover, with Maka currently inhabiting this body, he surmised that even if he took something, it would likely be of no use. What is this? Suddenly, Maka's gaze was drawn to a box that was tightly bound. With a dagger, he severed the layers of rope and opened the box, revealing an Arab-style dagger. However, this dagger was evidently extraordinary, adorned with delicate, transparent ripples, and exuding an enigmatic aura that was both obscure and mysterious. Maka refrained from touching it hastily. Yet mere observation yielded no clarity. His reluctance to engage did not signify an absence of compulsion. A peculiar force surged within him, an invisible drive compelling him to extend his hand toward the hilt of the dagger. Even as he quickly realized what was happening, his will to resist proved futile. At that moment, his hand acted independently of his command. The instant he made contact with the dagger, a chilling sensation coursed from his fingertips throughout his entire being, an indescribable feeling that, while not painful, was profoundly unsettling. At that moment, he remained unaware of any abnormality. He merely sensed that the eerie feeling of the blade grazing a throat had vanished without a trace. Alani, this mission will be exceedingly arduous. You must prepare meticulously. The elder continued to face away from him, his voice remaining low and deliberate, though the curvature of his back had noticeably increased. It seemed a considerable number of years had elapsed since their last encounter. Indeed, Maka felt his tone had turned markedly apathetic. Chapter 56. Ripples in the Tranquility. This second experience was far more irrational than the first. Perhaps he had discerned Maka's unwillingness to cooperate, or for other reasons, but this operation imposed far greater restrictions. Although he could still engage in some activities, any deviation from the mission's objectives would immediately invoke that invisible controlling force. Thus, more often than not, Maka found himself merely a spectator, perceiving events from a first-person perspective. This sensation was bizarre, imbued with a profound sense of dissonance. Alani perceives every action, every mental activity. and even every sensory experience that arises from his movements with remarkable clarity. However, he finds himself utterly incapable of intervening in any manner. It is noteworthy that even from a purely rational perspective, two distinct individuals may possess divergent standards of judgment. From a rational standpoint, Maka, grappling with his thoughts, finds himself in a state of confusion. Clearly, he senses an anomaly. He has never approached problems solely from a rational angle, as such an approach contradicts his fundamental principles. As he observes the ever-changing scenery, from riding along the path to the Seljuk Empire's capital, Bahat, and then to the palace, one can assert that Alani's actions are far more straightforward and direct, yet also remarkably swift and concise. It is not until Alani disguises himself as a Sunni Muslim, feigning advance to offer counsel, that he ultimately assassinates his target, triggering a soul-wrenching wail that erupts from the depths of his being. It is that dagger. He can feel it. The enigmatic dagger is tormenting the soul of the victim. According to a forbidden tome in the Hogwarts library concerning the magic of souls, tormenting the souls of one's kin can bestow immense power. But it also induces tremors within one's own soul, potentially leading to its fragmentation. Many ancient dark magics were conceived based on this theoretical principle, such as the long-lost method of creating soul boxes. Conversely, there are those who have deviated from this path, like the infamous dark wizard Helbo, who, inspired by the soul box theory, invented the method for crafting Horcruxes. As Maka ponders this, he suddenly finds his entire field of vision enveloped in a blinding white. The radiance surrounding his body gradually fades, and he gazes at the dark-haired, dark-eyed woman before him, sensing a familiar aura emanating from her for the first time. Has she, too, encountered that dagger? ReigniteMira? Maka inquires. What is the objective of this trial? He presses on. Remember, one must pass the trial to proceed to the next step. Her expression remains serene, yet the solemnity in her gaze intensifies. Meanwhile, ReigniteMira has completely vanished from sight. The second year at Hogwarts is, in essence, no different from the first, save for the addition of the flamboyant Lockhart among the professors. If one were to note any distinctions, it would pertain to the changes within the Quidditch team. Ultimately, Harry does join the Gryffindor team in his second year, much to Ron's delight. Conversely, Malfoy has become the seeker for the Slytherin team, with his father, Lucius, even funding a new batch of Firebolt 2001 brooms, which he uses to mock Harry. Furthermore, a significant affair has transpired within the Hufflepuff team. Maka has voluntarily submitted his resignation, although, under the requests of team members and even Professor Sprout, he ultimately receives only temporary permission to withdraw. This still represents a considerable disappointment for the entire Hufflepuff house. In truth, aside from striving to minimize interference with the escapades of the trio of young lions, he required ample time to delve into the knowledge and application of soul studies. If there exists any clue at present, it undoubtedly pertains to the enigmatic power of that dagger, despite exhaustive searches yielding no information regarding that object. Pursuing this lead could ultimately prove fruitful. Being a Hufflepuff by nature, maintaining a low profile seemed the most prudent course of action. In the days that followed, aside from class hours, Maka immersed himself in the shadowy corners of the library, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Rather than embodying the spirit of a Hufflepuff, he resembled a true Slytherin. Hermione, who once frequently engaged in discussions with him at the library, now found herself hesitant to approach him, deterred by her own uncertainties. This state of affairs persisted until October. Recently, a damp chill pervaded the air, seeping into every corner of Hogwarts Castle. A sudden outbreak of cold swept through both staff and students, leaving Madame Pomfrey in a flurry of activity. Her restorative potions worked wonders. Yet those who consumed them found their ears emitting steam for several hours. Ginny Weasley, feeling under the weather, was compelled by Percy to take some of the invigorating potion. Consequently, steam billowed from beneath her vibrant hair, her head seemingly ablaze. After all, the pressure on the Quidditch team due to the Slytherin's Nimbus 2001 was considerable. Hermione herself was perplexed as to why she hesitated to speak with him. Despite her intelligence, she could not discern the reason. She merely sensed that Maka had changed in some way. What could possibly be troubling him? Hermione sat at a distance in the library, gazing at the engrossed Maka, her mind filled with indecision. A few days prior, Harry had received an invitation from nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, to attend the ghostly feast, which she and Ron would also be attending. In truth, she looked forward to the event, as it was indeed peculiar and living beings were rarely invited. She longed to inquire if Maka wished to join them. Hermione hesitated in her seat for quite some time, and as evening approached, she clenched her fists, summoning her resolve. Maka, she whispered. Yet, engrossed in his tomes, Maka did not raise his head, seemingly oblivious to her presence, remaining focused on his studies. Maka, Hermione raised her voice slightly. Nearly headless Nick invited Harry to the feast. Are you not coming along tomorrow night? Sensing the gaze of others upon him, he thought that continued disregard was not an option and merely shook his head slightly. Seeing Maka not even lift his gaze, Hermione felt a tumult of emotions. Very well. That evening, The castle was still beset by relentless rain. Peering outside revealed darkness akin to ink smeared upon the windows. The flickering flames in the fireplace cast a warm glow over numerous plush armchairs, where individuals sat reading, conversing, and completing their assignments. Fred and George, the lively Weasley twins, were certainly not idling away their time. They were engrossed in a rather peculiar experiment to ascertain the effects of feeding a fire lizard some pesky fireworks. Fred had rescued the vibrant orange lizard from the care of magical creatures class, and at this moment, it lay languidly on a table, smoldering quietly, surrounded by a throng of intrigued onlookers. Just as Hermione pushed the door open, the fire lizard abruptly leaped into the air, whirling madly around the room, emitting sparks with a cacophony of crackling sounds. Percy hoarsely reprimanded Fred and George, his demeanor strikingly reminiscent of Mrs. Weasley. The fire lizard expelled orange stars from its mouth, a sight both beautiful and spectacular. Amidst a series of explosions, it soared past Hermione, who swiftly drew her wand and cast a freezing charm. Her mood was decidedly foul. "What is wrong, Hermione?" Ron inquired cautiously. "Leave me alone," Hermione retorted, tossing her head as she briskly made her way toward the girls' dormitory, soon vanishing from sight. "How should I know?" Harry shrugged, equally perplexed. "I remember Hermione went to the library," Ron pondered aloud as he passed the entrance to the girls' dormitories. Suddenly struck with a thought. Could it be because of Maka? Despite Ron's lack of intelligence, he had noticed a certain distance from Maka lately, particularly as she seemed to have spent little time in their company recently. Chapter 57. The Chamber Stirs. Harry was regretting his hasty agreement to attend the memorial feast. Hagrid's colossal pumpkins had been carved into lanterns, large enough to seat 3 individuals within. Rumor had it that Dumbledore had booked a skeleton dance troupe to entertain the guests. "Hermione, are you still going to the memorial feast?" Harry couldn't help but inquire. "Yes," Hermione nodded, though her attention was clearly elsewhere. At 7 o'clock, Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way through a corridor that led directly to the bustling Great Hall, which was adorned with festive decorations. The flickering candlelight casting a warm glow over the golden plates laid upon the tables, a most tempting sight. Harry gazed at the opulent scene, feeling a twinge of regret as they continued toward the dungeons. The corridor leading to the feast had also been lit with candles, yet the atmosphere was far from cheerful. The tiny black candles flickered with an eerie blue glow, casting a somewhat sinister light upon their animated faces. With each step, the temperature seemed to plummet, causing Harry to shiver and tighten his cloak around him. At that moment, he heard a sound reminiscent of 1,000 nails scraping across a colossal blackboard. "Is that supposed to be music?" Ron grumbled under his breath. As they turned a corner, they spotted nearly headless Nick standing at the entrance of a grand room, draped in black velvet curtains. "My dear friend," he spoke with an inexplicable sorrow. Welcome to you all. I am truly delighted by your presence." A glance around the room revealed hundreds of milky white, semi-transparent phantoms, accompanied by the horrifying and tremulous dance of 30 saws, resembling a veritable nightmare. Moreover, the cold here was particularly biting. At this moment, he was alone in the room of requirement, engaged in some peculiar experiments. The efficacy of the runes of regulation indeed proved formidable. He continued to inscribe these runes with a quill, and although there was no progress in their application, the quantity of his analyses had reached remarkable heights. What pleased him even more were the rudimentary applications of abilities he had experienced while within the body of Alani. Through meticulous study and verification, Maka discovered that those enhancement-type abilities scarcely qualified as rules. They were merely nascent forms of magic, yet they had greatly benefited him nonetheless. He finally understood why Godric Gryffindor was heralded as the most accomplished duelist of his time. When a wizard masters a plethora of magic that enhances physical prowess, their practical combat skills are significantly amplified. Thus, despite Gryffindor's magical achievements being arguably inferior to those of Ravenclaw, and even somewhat lacking compared to Slytherin, he stood as the mightiest combatant among the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Of course, the reasons may extend beyond this. However, based on Maka's research and experimentation, this was undoubtedly one of the key factors. It is even conceivable that Gryffindor himself originated from a lineage of knights. After countless attempts of leaping and casting spells, Maka concluded his research, took a brief respite in the room of requirement, and then slowly made his way back to the dormitory. The corridor was eerily silent, save for the incessant patter of rain outside, which stirred a sense of unease within him. "Willie?" Upon turning a corner, Maka spotted Willie Blova standing by the window in the corridor. Willie turned her head, watching him in silence. "What's wrong? Why aren't you in the Great Hall?" Maka endeavored to soften his expression, but it proved to be a futile effort. "You have changed," Willie murmured. After Luna, another had uttered the same words. Maka was acutely aware of the evident transformation within himself. Despite striving for subtlety, those who had previously been in close proximity could always detect the slightest traces of change. Among these sensitive individuals were Luna Lovegood and Willie Blova, the 2 most perceptive. Perhaps Hermione Granger could be included in this discerning group as well. After a brief moment of introspection, he paused and ceased to force a facade, gently shaking his head. Perhaps, but I remain myself, he replied calmly. Willie turned to face him, scrutinizing him closely. Her tone was equally composed, yet the sensation she conveyed contrasted starkly with Maka's indifference. The you of the past was better, she said earnestly, gazing into Maka's eyes. With that, Willie pivoted and departed. As decisive and unwavering as she had been on that day in the library. Even without the emotional ties, I still cannot comprehend her thoughts. Maka quietly observed the receding figure of Willie, pondering this notion. Outside, the rain continued to pour incessantly. Maka stood for a moment, gazing out the window before making his way to the Hufflepuff common room in the basement. As he approached a corner on the 3rd floor, his steps faltered. Just around the bend, a colossal serpent slithered through the corridor, and near its head, a petite figure was sketching something on the wall. It was Ginny Weasley. Maka turned slightly, his gaze piercing as he focused on the small silhouette, silently whispering, "The chamber has been opened, beware of the air." The bold letters, at least a foot high, were still faintly visible in the dim glow of the torches. In the end, Ginny hung a petrified cat beside the inscription on the torch bracket. It was Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat. Close by, a door stood ajar, seemingly leading to a restroom. Maka quietly observed everything, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. The giant serpent reacted, darting into the restroom, followed closely by Ginny, who shut the door behind her. A sign reading out of order swayed slightly on the door, seemingly denying entry to others. But I did hear it. The voice insisted. Hermione, who was ahead, suddenly gasped, pointing down the corridor. Look, clearly. She had spotted the writing on the wall. Such large letters were impossible to miss. What is that hanging below? Ron asked, his voice trembling. They cautiously approached. And Harry nearly slipped. A large puddle lay on the floor. Hermione grabbed his shirt to prevent him from falling. They edged closer to the sign, their eyes fixed on the dark shape below. As they both discerned what it was, they recoiled in fright, splashing water everywhere. Yet Ron remained transfixed, staring intently at a corner nearby, as if something there captivated his attention. The three stood immobilized, each lost in thought, for several seconds. Should we try to save it? Harry stammered. What are you talking about? Didn't Tiwi just see it? Hermione exclaimed loudly. No, I mean, Ron began, but the words caught in his throat. From both ends of the corridor, the sound of hundreds of feet ascending the stairs reached them, accompanied by the cheerful chatter of students after a hearty meal. Soon, students began to push and shove, filling the passageway. They were surrounded. When those at the front spotted the hanging cat, the lively chatter abruptly ceased. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood alone in the corridor, the students falling silent as they crowded forward to witness the horrifying scene. In the unsettling stillness, someone spoke up. Beware of the air, the next is you, Mudblood. It was Draco Malfoy, speaking loudly. He had squeezed his way to the front of the crowd. His cold eyes suddenly alight with a fervor that had been absent before, and the pallor of his face now bore an unexpected hint of crimson, clearly indicating his delight in the current situation. As he gazed at the cat, rigid and lifeless, dangling there, an unabashed grimace spread across his features. What had transpired here? What had occurred? Clearly, Filch had been drawn by Malfoy's loud exclamation as he jostled through the throng. Soon, he spotted Mrs. Norris. Filch staggered back a few steps, terror-stricken, clutching his own face in dismay. My cat! My cat! What has happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked, casting a fierce glare at Harry, as if he were intent on devouring him whole. Filch, Dumbledore, and the other professors soon arrived. In the blink of an eye, he passed by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, taking Mrs. Norris down from the torch hook. Come with me, Filch. And you too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. Lockhart hurriedly pushed his way forward, urging Dumbledore to his office. My office is the closest, just upstairs. The students silently parted, allowing them passage. In Lockhart's office, Dumbledore bent down to examine the scene meticulously, poking here and prodding there. Lockhart stood beside him, feigning a knowing demeanor, incessantly offering nonsensical suggestions. It is not dead, Filch, Dumbledore declared after his inspection. It has been petrified, but how exactly that occurred, I am uncertain. Ask him. Filch screamed, turning his tear-streaked, mottled face towards Harry. Snape observed from a shadowy corner, an unmistakable glimmer of schadenfreude in his gaze. For him, Harry's misfortune seemed to translate into his own delight, at a conversion rate exceeding 200%. Chapter 58. Rumors begin to swirl. It must have been him. Filch shrieked, directing his face towards Harry. A second-year student could not possibly achieve this, Dumbledore insisted firmly. It requires a profound mastery of dark magic. Yet Filch appeared unconvinced, steadfast in his belief that Harry was responsible for this calamity. Snape, fanning the flames, began to interrogate Harry regarding his whereabouts, attempting to undermine his position in the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Chaos ensued momentarily. As long as one is not proven guilty, one is innocent, Severus, Dumbledore maintained with unwavering resolve. Snape was visibly incensed, and Filch mirrored his fury. My cat has been petrified. He howled, his eyes bulging. I expect to see someone punished. I can brew it, Lockhart interjected. I've done it at least 100 times. I could brew the Mandrake restorative draft in my sleep. I believe McGonagall would do a better job than. Snape narrowed his eyes, leaving his sentence unfinished, yet the implication was clear to any astute listener. Harry and his friends were eager to make their exit, quickening their pace to nearly a run. Upon ascending to the upper floor of the Lockhart office, they slipped into an empty classroom, gently closing the door behind them. Harry squinted in the dim light, observing the faces of his two friends. Do you think I should mention the voice I heard? He hesitated to ask. For several consecutive days, students had spoken of little else, incessantly discussing the attack on Madame Lockhart and the manner in which Filch had conducted himself, ensuring that the incident remained ever present in their minds. He frequently paced near the site of Madame Lockhart's assault, seemingly convinced that the assailant might return. Harry noted him scrubbing the inscriptions on the wall with a scourgify charm. Yet to no avail, as the words continued to gleam vibrantly on the stone surface. When not patrolling the crime scene, Filch was undoubtedly lurking in the corridors with his bloodshot eyes, suddenly pouncing upon unsuspecting students, concocting any excuse to detain them, be it for their loud breathing or their playful demeanor. As for Ginny, she appeared profoundly unsettled by the plight of Madame Lockhart. According to Ron, she had always been quite fond of cats. Occasionally, Ron would offer comfort to his cherished sister, though at times he would stare off into space. Given the camaraderie he shared with Harry, it was evident that Harry had taken note of Ron's current state. However, Harry himself was preoccupied with other concerns. Not to mention, the mere fact that people fled upon seeing him was enough to give him a headache. One day, Hermione emerged from between the shelves, visibly irate, yet finally willing to converse with them, likely due to Maka's absence from the library in recent days. Why do you want to see it? Harry inquired, perplexed. For the same reason others wish to view it, Hermione replied, to investigate the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. What is the chamber? Harry promptly asked. The trouble is, I can hardly recall. Hermione bit her lip, casting an inadvertent glance towards a corner at the back of the library, her voice trailing off. And I can't find this story elsewhere. Hermione, let me see your essay, Ron urged, glancing anxiously at his watch. No. Hermione suddenly shot Ron a sharp look. Perceiving her mood shift once more, Ron merely pouted, though his gaze swept towards that corner as well. It had nearly become Maka's designated spot, yet since the petrification incident, he had not been seen again. Shortly thereafter, the class bell rang. Ron and Hermione walked in silence towards their history of magic class. Along the way, Harry hesitated, glancing back at them several times, finally sensing that something was amiss. No. Harry was taken aback as Hermione and Ron simultaneously dismissed the ill-conceived notion. What's wrong? Harry asked, a frown of confusion spreading across his face. Nothing. No, nothing. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, both clearly thinking of Maka, though neither spoke of it. Ultimately, the three of them arrived at the history of magic classroom in silence. The lesson proceeded as monotonously as ever. Professor Binns, the sole ghostly instructor at Hogwarts, drifted through the blackboard to the front of the classroom. He opened his notes and began to recite in a dry, monotonous tone, akin to the persistent hum of an antiquated vacuum cleaner. However, after half an hour of this droning, an unprecedented event occurred. Hermione raised her hand. Professor Binns suddenly looked up, clearly astonished. The term Chamber of Secrets had evidently become a recent topic of great intrigue, instilling a sense of trepidation in the majority of students. Hermione's mention of it was like a splash of cold water thrown over her sleepy classmates, prompting them to sit up straight. Professor Binns blinked at her words. This course is about the history of magic, he said in his dry, wheezy voice. I study facts, Miss Granger, not myths and legends. He cleared his throat and resumed his monotonous recitation. In that October, a specialized group of wizards from the Isle of Wight. Yet Hermione raised her hand again. If I may inquire, sir, legends often have a basis in fact, do they not? Reluctantly, Professor Binns began to articulate his thoughts more deliberately. Well, yes, I suppose one could say that, he replied, gazing intently at Hermione as though he had never truly observed a student before. However, the legends you refer to are rather sensational, perhaps even ludicrous. In truth, Hogwarts was founded over a millennium ago by four of the greatest witches and wizards of that time. The four houses are named after them: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. During the initial years, the founders worked harmoniously together, seeking out young individuals displaying magical potential to nurture them within the castle. However, as time passed, rifts began to develop among them. The divide between Slytherin and the others grew increasingly pronounced. He believed Hogwarts should be more selective in its admissions, asserting that magical education should be confined to those from pureblood families. He was unwilling to accept Muggle-born children, deeming them unworthy. Eventually, Slytherin and Gryffindor had a fierce disagreement over this matter, leading Slytherin to leave the school. Reliable historical records tell us these facts, Professor Binns said. pursing his lips and resembling a wrinkled old turtle, translucent in appearance. Yet these pure facts have been overshadowed by the peculiar legends surrounding the Chamber of Secrets. He continued, according to this tale, Slytherin constructed a secret chamber within the castle, unbeknownst to the other founders. It is said that Slytherin sealed the chamber, ensuring that none could access it until his true heir arrived at the school. Only that heir could unlock the chamber, unleashing the terror within to purify the school and rid it of all unworthy of studying magic. And with that, the story concluded. The classroom fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixed on Professor Binns, eagerly hoping he would continue his discourse. Yet, as a scholar devoted to the veracity of historical facts, such mythical conjectures held no significance for him. Regardless of the students' entreaties, he steadfastly refused to elaborate on tales that even he deemed implausible. Before long, the lesson concluded. 3 individuals were jostled aside by the throng, at which point Colin Creevey, a young admirer of Harry, passed by and cheerfully greeted him. "Hello, Colin," Harry replied casually. "Harry, one of the boys in our class has been saying you are." However, Colin's diminutive stature rendered him unable to withstand the tide of students pushing toward the auditorium. They merely heard him shout, "Goodbye, Harry," before he was completely swept away by the crowd. "What is he saying about you?" Hermione inquired, perplexed. "I suppose he is claiming I am the heir of Slytherin," Harry responded, feeling a pang of dismay as he recalled Justin Finch-Fletchley's hurried retreat during lunch. Ron gazed at Harry, his expression betraying an urge to speak yet faltering. "What is the matter, Ron?" Harry asked, noticing his friend struggle to articulate his thoughts. "Well, actually, the other day." Ron hesitated, unable to voice his concerns. To be honest, Ron valued friendship greatly, and for him, Malfoy was a reticent yet worthy companion. After all, having someone who could assist him with homework was a true mark of camaraderie. He was reluctant to harbor doubts about Malfoy, despite having caught a fleeting glimpse of him departing around that corner. It had been but a moment, yet Ron was all too familiar with Malfoy's robes, which always concealed numerous secrets. There was no possibility of mistake. "No, it's nothing. I just find it astonishing that they can believe anything, that they would dare suspect you." "Harry," Ron paused, shifting from his earlier gloomy tone. As the crowd gradually thinned, they finally ascended the staircase with ease. "Do you truly believe there is a Chamber of Secrets?" Ron turned to Hermione, posing the question. "I'm not certain," she replied, furrowing her brow. "Dumbledore couldn't heal Mrs. Norris, which leads me to suspect that the assailant might not be human." As they conversed, they rounded a corner and arrived at the corridor where the attack had occurred. There, they beheld approximately 20 spiders scurrying frantically across the windowsill, seemingly intent on escaping through a narrow gap in the glass. A long silver thread dangled like a rope, indicating that they had hurriedly climbed up it to flee outdoors. Ron was startled. He had always harbored a strong aversion to spiders, particularly their rapid movements. Hermione chuckled. "What is so amusing?" Ron retorted in irritation. "You must understand. When I was 3, Fred transformed my teddy bear into an ugly giant spider because I had broken his toy broom. If you had experienced what I did, you would hardly be fond of them either. Imagine clutching your teddy bear, only for it to sprout numerous legs, leaving you in a shiver, unable to continue." Hermione, clearly stifling laughter, suggested they steer clear of that topic. Harry quickly interjected. "Do you remember the puddle on the floor? Where did it come from? Someone must have mopped." They approached the spot, glancing at the floor and then at the adjacent door. It was inaccessible. Ron's hand was burned by the doorknob. It led to the girls' restroom. "Oh, Ron. There won't be anyone in there," Hermione remarked. Standing tall, she moved closer, declaring it the domain of Moaning Myrtle. "Come on, let's take a look." Ignoring the large sign indicating a malfunction, she pushed the door open. Myrtle was a ghost, rather unpopular, with a rather sour temperament, perpetually weeping in this restroom, and she had been known to splash cold water on unsuspecting girls who wandered in. Ultimately, her behavior stemmed from an inexplicable sense of inferiority. Harry and the others posed a few questions, but Myrtle was evidently disinclined to engage in conversation. After a series of nonsensical responses, she swiftly retreated into the toilet, splashing them with water. As luck would have it, they emerged from the girls' restroom only to run into Ron's brother, Percy, who promptly docked 5 points from Gryffindor. That evening in the common room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione made an effort to sit as far away from Percy as possible. Recently, Ron had been in a foul mood, often spilling ink on his paper while working on his homework for Charms class. When he absent-mindedly drew out his wand to remove the stains, he inadvertently ignited the parchment. Frustrated, he slammed closed Standard Spell Book Level 2. To Harry's surprise, Hermione also forcefully shut her book. "But who could it be?" she whispered. "Who would want to expel the Muggleborns and the Squibs from Hogwarts?" "Perhaps Malfoy," Ron suggested casually, lowering his head to obscure his eyes. Hermione regarded him with a hint of skepticism, yet there was a subtle agreement in her heart. "You mean, of course it's him." Ron grew more animated, suddenly raising his head to look at Hermione. "Did you hear him? Next, it's you lot, mudbloods." In truth, one need only glance at his grotesque rat-like face to identify him. At this point, Harry also closed his book. Look at his family. They're all in Slytherin. He often boasts about their potential lineage. His father is wicked enough. They might have held the key to the Chamber of Secrets for centuries. As Harry joined in the speculation, Ron's gaze flickered momentarily, yet his tone became more resolute, passed down through generations, father to son. Indeed, Hermione cautiously replied. I think that is plausible. But how can we prove it? Harry lamented. Perhaps there exists a solution, Hermione murmured, casting a fleeting glance towards Percy at the far end of the room, lowering her voice further. Of course, it won't be easy, and it is perilous, extremely perilous. We will likely contravene 50 school rules. Spit it out. What is it? Ron inquired impatiently. Well, it wouldn't hurt to share with you now, Hermione replied calmly. What we need to do is infiltrate the Slytherin common room and pose a few questions to Malfoy without him recognizing us. That's impossible, Harry interjected, while Ron exhibited a similarly vexed expression. No, it is indeed possible, Hermione insisted. We merely require some polyjuice potion. What on earth is that? Ron and Harry asked in unison. A few weeks ago, Snape mentioned it in class, Hermione began, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Even earlier, I came across it in my potions notes from Maka last semester. Her voice dwindled to a near whisper by the end. Oh, Maka, Ron echoed, but remained silent thereafter. Harry cautiously suggested, really, I mean, should we not consult Maka? Setting aside the Chamber of Secrets, it would surely be prudent to seek Maka's assistance regarding this. Polyjuice potion? He paused, observing the continued silence from both of them, his expression clouded with confusion. What is wrong with you two regarding Maka? Harry could no longer restrain himself and asked directly. No, it's nothing, Ron hesitated. I just wonder if Maka has been a bit too reclusive lately. Hermione pressed her lips together, glancing at Ron before murmuring, Harry, perhaps you should refrain from questioning further. Regarding the polyjuice potion, I will inquire with Maka tomorrow. Yet in the following days, Hermione found no opportunity to seek Maka. She scarcely even caught sight of him. Ultimately, they had no choice but to approach Lockhart for a signed note to borrow a book from the restricted section. In truth, Lockhart was eager to sign his name anywhere. Speaking of which, Harry, Lockhart remarked as Hermione clumsily folded the note and tucked it into her bag. Tomorrow marks the first Quidditch match of the season, does it not? Gryffindor versus Slytherin, is it not? I have heard you performed admirably in practice. I was once a seeker myself. They urged me to run for the national team. But I preferred to devote my life to vanquishing dark forces. However, if you feel the need for some extra coaching, do not hesitate to seek me out. I am always willing to impart my wisdom to less skilled players. Harry mumbled something indistinctly in his throat and hurriedly followed Ron and Hermione out. I can scarcely believe it, Harry exclaimed as the three of them scrutinized the signature on the note. He didn't even bother to ascertain what book we wanted. Because he is a brainless fool, Ron retorted. Who cares? We have procured what we desired. He is not a brainless fool, Hermione interjected as they jogged towards the library. Her brow furrowed. Were it not for Maka, Hermione's demeanor would certainly be more fervent, perhaps even more so, for she was indeed one of Lockhart's ardent admirers. However, at present, she truly lacked the time to ponder such matters, merely uttering a brief comment before dismissing the thought. Recent troubles had been plentiful. In no time, they hastened to the library and borrowed a book entitled Potent Potions, then quickly made their way to the girls' restroom of the Myrtle Tree. At 11 o'clock on Saturday noon, the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin commenced. At that moment, Maka was seated in the stands. He had initially not intended to attend, but Luna appeared to possess a keen interest in Quidditch and had insisted on bringing him to the Ravenclaw viewing area. Observing Luna's enthusiastic demeanor, he found an inexplicable sense of enjoyment in accompanying her, even though his heart had long been devoid of emotion. The weather was muggy and humid, with distant rumbles of thunder suggesting an impending downpour. Before long, the match began. Yet, shortly thereafter, a hefty black bludger suddenly hurtled toward him. Harry narrowly evaded it. Feeling the rush of air as it grazed his hair, Maka drew his wand, pointing it at his eyes and murmuring a few incantations. Instantly, his perspective zoomed in, allowing him to clearly perceive Harry's predicament. Was that the house elf? Maka pondered. Chapter 60, A Twist of Fate. It was Dobby, the Malfoy family's house elf, who had previously attempted to create trouble for Harry before the semester commenced, ensuring he could not arrive at Hogwarts. This included hurling a cake pudding at a guest of Harry's uncle and magically sealing the pillar leading to the Hogwarts train station. Now, Dobby was once again interfering during the Quidditch match, aiming to knock Harry from his broom. In this moment, only Maka faintly recalled that Dobby's intentions were rooted in goodwill, wishing to protect Harry from danger. If all went as expected, Harry's arm would indeed break, yet he had no desire to intervene. However, he could not foresee that his current action of magnifying his view with his wand had caught the attention of Ron, who occasionally glanced in his direction. And even Hermione had taken notice. At that instant, the rampaging bludger struck Harry, sending him tumbling to the ground. The match concluded with Harry seizing the golden snitch in the final moment, yet the focus of the crowd shifted to his injury upon landing. Soon, the Quidditch pitch was crowded with concerned onlookers. "Don't worry, Harry. I am about to tend to your arm," Lockhart proclaimed loudly to the anxious Gryffindor students surrounding them. "No, let it be. Thank you," Harry replied, attempting to sit up, but the pain in his arm was excruciating. He heard the familiar clicking sound beside him. "I don't want that kind of photo, Colin," he exclaimed. "Lie still, Harry," Lockhart reassured him. "It's a simple spell, one I've performed countless times. Why can't I just go to the hospital?" Harry gritted his teeth in protest. He glanced around but could not spot Ron. Even Hermione was absent. In truth, they had not strayed far, merely standing outside the throng. Ron gazed longingly at the departing figure of Maka, his expression a tapestry of inner conflict. Perennially burdened by a sense of inferiority, he harbored complex feelings towards his friend Maka. To be candid, a twinge of jealousy towards this good friend stirred within him. Yet, as time passed, the disparity between them grew increasingly pronounced, leaving him little room to contemplate whether he should indeed feel envious of Maka. Upon discovering Maka's accomplishments in potions at the onset of the school year, a profound sense of joy for his friend eclipsed all else within him. Though he himself remained oblivious to this psychological transformation, it undeniably signified a qualitative shift in their friendship. Thus, even after witnessing Maka's silhouette fade from view, he could not fathom that his dear friend would engage in such reprehensible conduct. Such malevolence could only be attributed to that scoundrel Malfoy. However, just moments ago, as he observed Maka brandishing his wand and witnessed Harry's broomstick plummeting, he detected an unsettling whiff of betrayal. Maka's conduct this semester was undoubtedly aberrant, and this unsettling aura had begun to permeate among his acquaintances. Not far behind Ron, Hermione stood quietly, gazing at Maka's figure. Yet, in stark contrast to Ron's musings, her deeper understanding of magic was overshadowed by a growing sense of concern. Was it possible that Maka had fallen under the sway of dark magic? Truth be told, this was not the first time such a thought had crossed her mind. The moment Maka's behavior became erratic, she immediately recalled the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. She was the sole witness to the expression on Maka's face in those final moments. Although she had been perplexed then, in light of the current circumstances, she believed the likelihood of Maka being ensnared by dark sorcery was indeed substantial. It must be said, Hermione's conjectures were increasingly aligning with reality. Yet, despite this proximity to truth, she was still, after all, mistaken. Harry's arm was broken, and subsequently, he was further afflicted by a spell cast by Lockhart, compounding his misery. The entirety of the bone in his forearm had vanished. What protruded from his sleeve resembled nothing short of a thick, flesh-colored rubber glove. He attempted to wiggle his fingers, yet there was no response. Madame Pomfrey, the matron of the hospital wing, appeared decidedly displeased. What could have been a matter of mere seconds for the bones to mend now required the use of bone regrowth potion, an experience far from pleasant. "At least you caught the golden snitch," Ron muttered, his tone subdued, though it served as a consolation for Harry. Hermione, standing at the bedside as well, nodded in agreement, though her demeanor was hardly cheerful. "Once we've consumed the polyjuice potion, we can inquire of Malfoy why he acted thus," Harry remarked, his head falling onto the pillow. "I hope the taste of the potion is more palatable than this wretched concoction." "No need to ask. Is it truly necessary to inquire?" Ron and Hermione thought simultaneously. Yet the implications of their thoughts were worlds apart. However, what remained common was their mutual reticence to voice their innermost feelings at that moment. Just then, the door to the infirmary swung open, and members of the Gryffindor team entered to visit Harry, each appearing as disheveled and muddy as if they had just emerged from a downpour. "Harry, your flying is extraordinary," George remarked. "I just witnessed Marcus shouting at Malfoy, claiming the golden snitch was right above his head, and he couldn't see it." Malfoy did not seem particularly pleased. The team brought forth cakes, candies, and several bottles of pumpkin juice. They gathered around Harry's bedside, prepared to commence a joyous celebration. However, Madame Pomfrey stormed in, exclaiming that the boy needed rest, as he had 33 bones to mend. Out, she insisted. Thus, the ward was left with Harry alone, devoid of distractions. He could only feel his weary arms, aching as though they were being sliced with a knife. Eventually, he succumbed to a fitful slumber. In the dead of night, Harry was roused by the house elf Dobby, who was gently wiping his forehead with a sponge. Upon realizing that Dobby had sealed the adjoining wall, Harry felt a surge of anger. Yet, when Dobby shook his head, indicating he had grown accustomed to such threats, the elf's pitiable demeanor caused Harry's ire to dissipate. Dobby wiped his nose on a corner of his tattered pillowcase, a faint smile gracing his face. "Why are you wearing that, Dobby?" Harry inquired, curiosity piqued. "This," Dobby replied, tugging at the pillowcase. "It symbolizes the servitude of house elves. Sir, Dobby can only attain freedom when his master provides him with clothing. The family is exceedingly cautious, not even granting him a pair of socks. For if they did, Dobby would be free and would leave their household forever." "Your bludger?" Harry asked, his anger rekindling. "What do you mean, your bludger? Did you send it to try and kill me?" "Oh, if only Harry Potter knew," Dobby lamented, more tears streaming onto his ragged pillowcase. If only he understood what he represents to us humble, enslaved beings in the magical world. Dobby recalled the time when the Dark Lord, whose name cannot be mentioned, was at the height of his power. Sir, we were treated like vermin, we house elves. Indeed, they still treat Dobby that way, sir. Wiping his face on the pillowcase, he continued, however, overall, since you vanquished that Dark Lord, our lives have significantly improved. Harry Potter survived, and the Dark Wizard's power was shattered. This is a new beginning. Sir, for those of us who believe the dark days would never end, Harry Potter shines like a beacon of hope, sir. But now at Hogwarts, dreadful things are about to occur, perhaps have already transpired. Dobby cannot allow Harry Potter to remain here, for history is on the verge of repeating itself. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened once more. Suddenly, Dobby froze and, seizing the water jug from the bedside table, struck his own head forcefully. Shortly thereafter, it seemed there was a commotion outside, and in a panic, Dobby vanished with a flick of magic. If Mako were present, he would undoubtedly etch this scene firmly into his memory. This is Hogwarts, where creatures can seemingly vanish into thin air by means of magic, a subject worthy of profound investigation. Yet, it was evident that McLaggen was not present. Only moments ago, he had been observing the occurrence of the second petrification incident. Before long, the door to the infirmary swung open, and Dumbledore entered, stepping backward. He was clad in a lengthy woolen dressing gown and donned a nightcap. With both hands, he lifted one end of a sculptural object. A moment later, Professor McGonagall appeared, supporting the object's other end. Together, they placed it upon the bed. It was Colin Creevey, the first-year student who was perpetually seen brandishing a camera, a devoted admirer of Harry. His eyes were wide open, and his hands were raised before him, clutching his camera. Petrified, Madame Pomfrey inquired softly. Indeed, Professor McGonagall replied, shuddering at the thought. Had it not been for Albus fortuitously descending to fetch hot chocolate, who knows what might have transpired? The three of them focused intently on Colin. The Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened once more, Dumbledore stated slowly. Madame Pomfrey covered her mouth with her hand. Professor McGonagall gazed at Dumbledore in bewilderment. But Albus, you must know who did this. The question is not who. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on Colin, but how it was accomplished. Chapter 61, A Reluctant Duel. The following morning, the bones in Harry's arm had mended. Madame Pomfrey made a visit for an examination and, upon finding satisfactory progress, informed Harry that he could leave. Naturally, Harry could hardly contain his eagerness. He hastily donned his clothes and rushed toward Gryffindor Tower, yearning to share news of Colin and Dobby with Ron and Hermione, only to find them absent. Puzzled, he ventured out in search of them, feeling somewhat aggrieved that they seemed indifferent to his recovery. However, upon reaching the girls' lavatory, he discovered only Hermione, who was diligently brewing potions. Harry, she exclaimed, startled. Come in. How is your arm? Quite well, Harry replied as he squeezed into the small space. He noticed a cauldron perched atop the toilet, and the crackling sounds emanating from below indicated that they had kindled a fire. Creating portable, waterproof flames was Hermione's specialty. Where's Ron? Is he not here? Harry inquired curiously. No, Hermione responded. Well, I haven't seen him since this morning. Just then, Ron pushed the door open, his expression grim. What's wrong, Ron? Where have you been? Harry asked, astonished. After a moment of silence, Ron replied, I went looking for McLaggen. Looking for McLaggen? Hermione abruptly stood up. Well, I didn't find him, Ron said gloomily before exiting, leaving Harry and Hermione exchanging concerned glances. Should we inquire about what transpired? Harry suggested, casting a glance at Hermione. For a moment, Harry found himself enveloped in confusion, the words he had intended to express slipping from his mind. However, they had not anticipated that, at the most unexpected moment, Mako would suddenly appear before them. On Monday morning, news spread throughout the school that Colin Creevey had been attacked and now lay in the hospital like a corpse. In an instant, rumors swirled through the halls, and suspicion clouded everyone's minds. The first-year students clustered together in small groups, as if fearing that venturing alone would lead to an assault. Ginny, sitting next to Colin in the charms class, was deeply troubled. To cheer her up, Fred and George took turns donning feathers or conjuring spots of scabies, leaping out from behind statues to amuse her, but Harry felt their antics were counterproductive. Eventually, Percy, exasperated, declared he would write to their mother, Mrs. Weasley, to inform her that Ginny was having nightmares at night, prompting the twins to cease their antics. On a subsequent day, as Harry was traversing the entrance hall, he suddenly noticed a small crowd gathered around the bulletin board, engrossed in a newly posted parchment. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas appeared quite excited and beckoned them over. We're starting a dueling club, Seamus announced. The first meeting is tonight. Harry thought it prudent to learn some dueling techniques. After all, they might prove useful one day. That evening at 8 o'clock, the atmosphere in the Hogwarts Great Hall transformed dramatically. The long dining tables vanished, replaced by a gilded rectangular stage along one wall, illuminated by hundreds of floating candles, while the ceiling once again enveloped itself in a velvety darkness. Nearly all the students had gathered, and although the hall teemed with people, there was still some space to maneuver. Each student held their wand, faces alight with excitement. However, it wasn't long before the expressions of anticipation faded as Gilderoy Lockhart made a flamboyant entrance. Clad in a crimson robe, his hair meticulously styled, and with an appealing visage. He was indeed striking, provided he remained still. Yet, it was evident that this ostentatious new professor was unlikely to stay silent. Lockhart waved his hand for silence and proclaimed loudly, "Gather around, gather around. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Splendid. Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish this little dueling club. To thoroughly train you all in case one day you need to defend yourselves, employing the very techniques I have utilized countless times. For further details, please consult my published works." With a flourish, he gestured invitingly. "Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape." He gestured towards Snape, who stood at the foot of the stage. "He tells me he possesses a modicum of knowledge about dueling and has generously agreed to assist me with a brief demonstration before class begins. Fear not, for when I conclude the demonstration with him, I assure you I will return your potion's master to you intact." "I must say," Snape interjected abruptly, "I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding dueling, but it is not I who shall demonstrate today." He stepped aside, revealing the individual behind him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "It is he." "Oh, ha," Lockhart responded, momentarily taken aback before resuming his jovial demeanor. "I presume you jest. As a teacher, how could I possibly duel a student? That would be far too perilous." "No, I believe it is quite appropriate," Snape replied with a subtle smile. "This way, everyone can clearly comprehend the inherent dangers of spells." He paused, then candidly taunted Lockhart. "Under such a significant disparity, managing risk should pose no challenge for you. The dueling expert." As anticipated, Lockhart promptly fell into the trap. "Oh, certainly. I find your suggestion rather agreeable," he declared, a smile so overly amiable it bordered on insincere. "Come forth, Maka." Maka, initially reluctant to engage in the affair, found himself inexplicably thrust into the situation by Snape's insistence. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced. "Fear not, child. You shall not be harmed. I have ample experience in guiding duels." Lockhart maintained his charming smile. "Perhaps I could pen a tome on the art of dueling. That would be quite entertaining." "Perhaps," Maka replied casually while drawing his wand. In the audience, many students gazed at Maka with curiosity. Although several had heard whispers about events from the previous semester, the specifics had been obscured by Dumbledore. In truth, most students were eagerly anticipating this unexpected duel. At that moment, Harry, Ron, and Hermione's eyes were fixated on Maka, their thoughts evidently divergent. Among them, Harry bore the least burden. "Go for it, Maka." Harry cheered exuberantly. His intent clear. He wished to see Maka teach Lockhart a lesson, putting an end to his incessant annoyance. In stark contrast to Maka's unremarkable movements, Lockhart was decidedly more flamboyant. He twirled his hands in a myriad of flamboyant gestures, expertly adopting a gentlemanly demeanor, even finding time to offer Maka an elegant flourish. Then, they raised their wands before their chests, akin to arrows. "As you can see, we hold our wands in a standard dueling position," Lockhart announced to the silent crowd. Maka appeared well prepared, suggesting he had indeed studied the art of dueling. "On the count of 3, we shall cast our first spell. Rest assured, I shall not allow Maka to come to harm." At once, the attention of all students was riveted upon them. 1, 2, 3. Maka lifted his hand and gave a gentle shake. The tip of his wand quivered as it swiftly traced the path of the spell, its speed astonishing. "Disarm." A slender red beam suddenly erupted from the tip of his wand, hurtling towards Lockhart. Though the crimson light was not particularly dazzling, its density caused a flicker of surprise to cross Snape's face. Lockhart was caught off guard, struck by a burst of red light, and was violently propelled backward off the stage, crashing against the wall before sliding down to curl up on the floor. Had Snape executed this, it would have likely been with similar force. Although the reason for Snape delegating this task to him eluded Maka, he found it difficult to decline once Snape had suggested it. To put it plainly, Maka's studies in potion-making often required Snape's assistance, and it seemed ill-advised to refuse when the opportunity arose. Reluctantly, Maka acquiesced, well aware that this feeble imitation was little more than self-deception. Regardless, Maka thought to himself, "I need more time. At this moment, I am incapable of making sound judgments. This could prove disastrous." Setting aside the impassive Maka and the disheveled Lockhart struggling to rise, the students gathered in the hall were left almost speechless, their astonishment palpable. After a brief silence, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony. Maka surveyed the scene below, having anticipated such a reaction. However, this did not align with his current needs, despite the fact that it would likely benefit his popularity at Hogwarts without any detriment. "Professor Lockhart, my apologies," Maka uttered softly, not waiting for Lockhart's response before leaping down from the stage. Below, Snape regarded Lockhart's somewhat awkward expression with a smirk of derision. Chapter 62, Hermione's Speculation. This farcical duel club ultimately concluded with Harry's remarkable display. Once Maka descended from the stage, Lockhart quickly recuperated from his embarrassment and frustration. It must be said that his resilience was quite remarkable. Well, everyone has seen it now, he declared, stumbling back onto the stage. This is a disarming charm. As you can see, I have lost my wand. Thank you, Miss Brown. He accepted the wand, cleared his throat, and continued. Indeed, Maka. What a splendid idea to showcase this spell. However, do not take offense. Your intention to demonstrate it was rather evident. Had I wished to thwart you, it would have required little effort on my part. I believe it would be beneficial for them to witness such a display. Snape glared at Lockhart from below, while Maka remained unconcerned, allowing Lockhart to continue his speech, knowing that the subsequent events were of no consequence to him. Before long, Lockhart organized the students into pairs for practice. Yet, it was not long before the situation spiraled out of control. Oh dear, Lockhart exclaimed. Hopping around the crowd and observing the aftermath of the dueling. Stand up, Ernie. Stay alert, Miss Fawcett, apply pressure, and the bleeding will stop, Butte. In a bid to cease the chaos, Lockhart was compelled to terminate this ill-fated exercise. I believe it is best for me to teach you some methods to counter hostile magic. The scene was simply too chaotic. Following a speech by Lockhart, the scene ultimately transformed once more into a one-on-one demonstration, with him and Snape supervising at the side. The first pair chosen for this exercise was none other than Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter. All right, Harry, Lockhart instructed, when Draco points his wand at you, you should do this. He raised his own wand and gestured flamboyantly, attempting to conjure intricate shapes, but inadvertently dropped it to the floor, eliciting a derisive snicker from Snape. Lockhart hurriedly bent down to retrieve his wand. Oh dear, my wand seems a bit overexcited, he remarked. Snape approached Malfoy, whispering a few words into his ear, which soon had Malfoy chuckling as well. Professor, could you demonstrate that counter-curse method for me again? Harry asked nervously, gazing up at Lockhart. Are you scared? Malfoy muttered, ensuring Lockhart couldn't hear. In your dreams, Harry retorted under his breath. Lockhart jovially patted Harry on the shoulder, grinning. Just do as I showed you, Harry. What? Drop my wand again. Harry couldn't help but scoff, yet Lockhart appeared to filter out Harry's comment entirely. As Lockhart began to count down, Harry had no choice but to raise his wand, concentrating as best he could. Begin. Malfoy swiftly lifted his wand and shouted, Serpensortia. With a crack from the tip of his wand, a long black serpent erupted forth, landing heavily on the floor between them. The serpent's scales shimmered with a faint dark mist, its mouth agape, revealing sharp, venomous fangs. It faced Harry, its head held high, seemingly poised to strike. The crowd screamed and quickly recoiled, creating a space around the unfolding drama. Even Maka took a few steps back, blending into the panicked throng, remaining silent. Don't move, Potter. Snape drawled lazily. Clearly, he took pleasure in witnessing Harry stand frozen, locked in a stare-off with the enraged serpent. Let me handle this, Lockhart interjected, seizing control of the situation. With deftness, he raised his wand and waved it at the serpent. Infuriated, it hissed and darted directly towards the nearest target, Justin Finch-Fletchley. The serpent then raised its head, baring its fangs, as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. Harry was bewildered by his own actions, unaware that he had made the decision to do so. All he knew was that his legs moved forward as if propelled by unseen wheels, and then, in a moment of impulsive bravery, he shouted at the serpent, "Leave him alone." The instant Harry uttered those words, the serpent collapsed to the ground, submissive as a thick, dark rubber hose, its eyes fixed intently on Harry. Did I succeed? Harry marveled at the sight of the serpent. He then looked up at Justin, offering a broad smile. However, he was met not with relief, confusion, or gratitude on Justin's face, but rather with a look of anger and terror. What do you think you're playing at? Justin shouted vehemently. Before Harry had the chance to speak, he turned and rushed out of the hall. Snape waved his wand, dispelling the dark serpent. He regarded Harry with a look that seemed to carry profound significance. Around Harry, the whispers of the other students only intensified his discomfort. What was happening? Harry wondered, scanning his surroundings. At that moment, he felt someone tugging at his clothing. We should hurry, Hermione whispered as she approached him. Where have you been, Ron? She inquired. Meanwhile, Harry sat in the armchair beside them, his head slightly bowed, lost in thought. I was looking for Ron, he said, glancing at Hermione. His face momentarily contorted with conflict before he took a deep breath, as if arriving at a resolution. I want to find Maka. He finally voiced his thoughts. Off to find Maka again, Hermione began, but Ron interrupted her impatiently. Hermione, listen to me, he said, lowering his voice as he stepped closer. Do you remember that day when we saw Filch's cat hanging on the wall? Oh, of course, but what of it? Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. Harry lifted his head, eager for Ron to elaborate. While you were busy staring at the cat, I noticed someone at the corner behind you. Ron glanced around to ensure they were not overheard before continuing deliberately. Although I only saw the person's back as they left, I am certain it was Maka. His cloak is too distinctive, wide and large. I couldn't possibly be mistaken. Are you suggesting that Maka did it? Harry asked incredulously. No, that is impossible, Hermione exclaimed. glaring at Ron resolutely. He cannot be the heir of the Chamber of Secrets. Perhaps Hermione's tone was too elevated, as her last remark drew the attention of many, causing them to turn and stare intently at Harry. Ron felt a wave of frustration at Hermione's disbelief. Why don't you believe me? You saw it during Harry's last match, didn't you? Ron shouted, and since the term began, Maka has been acting very strangely. Lower your voice, Ron. Hermione hissed. Do you want everyone to hear? Isn't it because of you? Ron muttered under his breath. Hermione, what did you say about Maka and Voldemort? Harry pressed urgently. I'm not entirely sure, she replied, her expression complex, but I think Maka has not been quite right since the end of last term. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. Only Maka and Professor Dumbledore know what truly happened with Voldemort. But oh, Ron and Harry exchanged astonished glances. If it weren't for her, Hermione said, her eyes downcast. Feeling somewhat dejected, if it weren't for Maka saving me that time, Harry was once again struck by a thought. Ron, Hermione, he pondered. I believe we might need to see for ourselves. Chapter 63, A Fruitless Probe. Since the beginning of the term, Maka had spent most of her time investigating the issues surrounding herself. The origin of this matter is not difficult to comprehend. It is merely the mischief wrought by that dagger. As Royna put it, this indeed constitutes a facet of the trial. However, this trial is evidently far more arduous than the last. At least the Phoenician characters left behind discernible clues, whereas that enigmatic dagger has rendered Maka utterly perplexed. Rational thought may assist him in maintaining composure, yet baseless conjectures can only be deemed as mere guesses. It is evidently related to the soul. Maka maintained his invisible state, delving into the restricted section of the library in search of information. He meticulously perused the tome he had previously glanced at, the one concerning the study of soul magic. This book still emanated an unsettling magical aura, yet for reasons unknown, Maka no longer found it unbearable. He leafed through the pages, studying them in detail by the moonlight filtering through the window, occasionally lost in contemplation. After some time, he had managed to skim through the book. What torment does the dagger inflict upon the soul? He incessantly muttered to himself, striving to evoke inspiration to aid his ruminations. Just as he pondered, he suddenly closed his eyes, standing still for a moment. Yes, precisely. Maka's eyes flew open, and he involuntarily exclaimed. He had momentarily forgotten that he was cloaked in invisibility. Indeed, if emotions and feelings are integral to the soul, then erasing them equates to obliterating a portion of the soul. Maka coolly analyzed this and proposed a hypothesis that had not even been recorded in the aforementioned tome. Should one wish to erase a fragment of the soul, it would be imperative to first rend the soul asunder, a process reminiscent of the crafting of soul vessels. But then what? Would it be consumed after being torn apart? As he reached this conjecture, his words faltered, suggesting that the only recourse was to examine the state of the soul. I recall now, if I analyze this incomplete spell, I should be able to attempt to extract the first half, although it remains unlikely that he could create a spell himself. Deconstructing and refining a spell was certainly within the realm of possibility. With unwavering focus on the text before him, Maka instinctively raised his wand to verify the accuracy of his analysis. A faint wisp of black mist flickered and spiraled around the wand, emerging from its tip. This black mist twisted and coiled, gradually thickening and even beginning to take on a vague form. Before long, the mist coalesced into a terrifying spectral skull, its hollow eyes flickering with a faint blue light, rendering it quite fearsome. Suddenly, a suppressed whisper echoed throughout the library. Maka promptly dissipated the black mist skull and turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. He paused for a moment before calmly stating, Ron, if you're here, come out. As Maka's words faded, the library returned to its original tranquility. After a considerable amount of time, Ron, Harry, and Hermione emerged from behind the invisibility cloak, standing beside the bookshelf outside the restricted section. Quite clever indeed. Maka observed the fabric strips tied to the soles of their shoes and glanced at Hermione. Not that, he interjected, shaking his head and interrupting her. Pray tell, what brings you to seek me at such a late hour? The trio exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, particularly Ron, who, after witnessing the earlier scene, was tempted to flee the premises. Frankly, he regretted having inadvertently called out just moments before. Standing next to Ron, Harry was pressing his hand against the scar on his forehead, a remnant of the skull formed by dark mist, which was now throbbing painfully. As for Hermione, she hadn't truly intended to come. Her concern for Maka's current state compelled her to join them after considerable deliberation. However, when they stood before Maka, whose expression was devoid of emotion, they were left momentarily speechless. Despite their grim assumptions about the situation, none had anticipated encountering such a terrifying scene within the library. To be candid, when the trio witnessed the skull materializing from the tip of Maka's wand, a profound fear surged within them, a sensation that lingered to this day. At that moment, Maka stood beside the towering bookshelf, a sliver of moonlight streaming through the window, casting an angled glow upon half of his face. His cold demeanor amidst the dim surroundings was indeed chilling. No, it's nothing. We merely wish to find a book in the restricted section, Hermione said cautiously. Naturally, Maka did not take her words at face value. The tome titled Potent Potions had long been borrowed by her. What, then, was she truly seeking? Yet, he refrained from exposing this fact. As he brushed past Harry and the others, Hermione couldn't help but inquire, Maka, are you all right? I'm fine, he replied curtly, continuing on his way until he vanished through the doorway. Throughout the entire encounter, Ron had remained silent, not out of a lack of desire to speak, but rather from fear. Truth be told, he was somewhat shaken. Meanwhile, Harry was preoccupied with thoughts of the pain in his scar, bewildered as to why it had flared upon witnessing Maka's eerie magic. Harry, how did you know Maka would be in the library? Ron asked with a troubled expression in the common room. Harry shook his head, responding, I merely speculated. As I had seen Maka's handwriting in a spellbook from the restricted section. You're just taking a wild guess. Hermione interjected. I merely thought. Even if we didn't encounter Maka himself, perhaps you could glean some clues from his writings, Harry explained. For I find those words rather incomprehensible and have always been curious. Yet, who could have anticipated this? Oh, spare us, Harry, Ron exclaimed, unable to contain himself. I believe we ought to inform Dumbledore about this matter. With Ron's statement, an air of solemnity fell over the common room. Hermione gazed at Ron, and after a considerable pause, she nodded slightly. Perhaps this time, you are indeed correct, she thought gently for the sake of Markar. The events at the dueling club had inevitably become a topic of discussion among the students. Some spoke of Markar's valiant and nonchalant demeanor, while others pondered just how powerful Markar had truly become, leading to a myriad of opinions. However, the majority were engrossed in discussing Harry's performance. The ability to converse with snakes is a renowned trait of Salazar Slytherin, which is precisely why the emblem of Slytherin House is a serpent. Consequently, the entire school would now perceive you as his distant descendant. Ron's words echoed persistently in Harry's ears, and the speculations and trepidation from his peers only fueled his frustration. As Harry stormed away from the crowd, striding swiftly through the corridor, he unexpectedly encountered something he wished to avoid. Justin Finch-Fletchley lay sprawled on the floor, his body cold and rigid, a look of sheer terror frozen on his face, his eyes vacantly fixed on the ceiling. To make matters worse, beside him was an extraordinary figure that Harry had never before witnessed. Nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor, was no longer pale and translucent. Instead, he had transformed into a shadowy apparition, enshrouded in smoke, lying motionless 6 inches above the ground. His head was severed, and his face bore the same expression of horror as Justin's. Harry soon realized that he need not fret over how to explain Markar's situation to Dumbledore, for he was currently being escorted to the headmaster's office by Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore's office remained as fascinating as ever. Had Harry not been burdened with so many concerns, he would have relished the opportunity to visit this remarkable place. It was a spacious and beautiful circular room, filled with an array of whimsical trinkets. On a slender, tall table lay numerous peculiar silver artifacts, which spun and emitted wisps of smoke. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, all gently snoring within their frames. In the room stood a massive table with claws for legs. Behind the table, on a shelf, rested a tattered and crumpled sorting hat. Harry hesitated for a moment, cautiously surveying the slumbering wizards and witches on the walls. Surely, there could be no harm in taking the hat down and trying it on. He stealthily approached the table, picked up the hat from the shelf, and slowly placed it upon his head. The hat was too large, slipping down to cover his eyes, just as it had done the first time he wore it. Chapter 64, The Seed. With the sorting hat perched atop his head, Harry stared into its black lining, anxiously awaiting what would come next. At that moment, a small voice whispered in his ear, Is there something you find perplexing, Harry Potter? Oh, indeed, Harry murmured, somewhat unclear. I apologize for the interruption. I wish to inquire. You have long pondered whether I have placed you in the appropriate house. The hat cleverly remarked that indeed, your placement was not easily determined, yet it was certainly less challenging than that of Mac McLean. Mac? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. Have you not been contemplating him? The hat gently replied. McLean was meant for Ravenclaw, yet he was assigned to Hufflepuff, whereas you were destined for Slytherin. But Harry's heart sank heavily. He grasped the brim of the hat and removed it, allowing it to droop limply in his hand, its surface soiled and faded. You are mistaken, he declared loudly to the silent hat, which remained motionless. Harry stared at it, stepping back, when suddenly a strangled, peculiar cry emerged from behind him, prompting him to whirl around. Perched on a tall, gilded branch behind the door was an elderly bird, resembling a turkey stripped of half its feathers. Harry gazed at it, and the bird met his gaze with a sorrowful expression, emitting that strangled sound once more. He perceived its ill state, its eyes were devoid of vitality, and as he watched, several more feathers fluttered down from its tail. Harry mused that if Dumbledore's bird were to perish while he was alone with it in the office, that alone would be more than he could bear. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the bird suddenly ignited in flames. Harry gasped in horror and stumbled back against the desk. Desperately, he scanned the room for a glass of water, but found none. Meanwhile, the bird had transformed into a blazing fireball. It let out a wail and then vanished, leaving only a pile of still smoldering ashes on the tray beneath the branch. The office door swung open, and Dumbledore entered, his expression grave. "Professor," Harry gasped, "I couldn't do anything about your bird. It just caught fire out of nowhere." Dumbledore glanced at the pile of ashes, and a hint of a smile broke through his previously serious demeanor. "It was nearly time," he said. "It had been in that state for many days. I had been urging it to take action." Observing the astonished look on Harry's face, he chuckled softly. "Fox is a phoenix, Harry. When a phoenix nears the end of its life, it will immolate itself and then rise anew from the ashes. You see." Harry turned to witness a small, wrinkled chick peeking out from the remnants of ash. It bore the same unappealing appearance as the elder bird. "What a pity. Today marks its day of rebirth," Dumbledore remarked as he settled into the chair behind the desk. "For the majority of its existence, it is resplendent, adorned in remarkable hues of red and gold. Phoenixes are truly extraordinary and enchanting creatures. They can carry burdens of great weight. Their tears possess healing properties, and they exhibit unwavering loyalty to those they deem worthy." In the midst of the panic sparked by Fawkes' self-immolation, Harry temporarily forgot the reason for his presence in the office. However, at this moment, as Dumbledore settled into the high-backed chair behind his desk, his piercing light blue gaze fixed upon him, everything came flooding back to Harry. "Professor Dumbledore, is there something you wish to tell me?" Dumbledore gently encouraged, "Take your time." Harry discovered that when he truly faced Dumbledore, the words he had intended to express became difficult to articulate. Yet, this was all a testament to friendship. To share the events surrounding Maka with Dumbledore felt like revealing a deep secret. No, this was also for Maka's benefit. Perhaps, as Hermione suggested, Maka was merely under the influence of some dark magic, and this matter needed swift resolution. "Dumbledore," Harry inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. "I believe Maka may be affected by some dark magic from Voldemort." He poured forth everything he had witnessed and speculated, encompassing Ron's observations, Hermione's deductions, and his own feelings, laying them all bare before Dumbledore. "That is the situation, Professor Dumbledore." After he spoke, he regarded Dumbledore's face with a blend of anxiety and anticipation, hoping for a solution. To his surprise, Dumbledore merely smiled. "Do not worry, Harry," Dumbledore reassured with a warm smile. "Maka is fine. He has not been affected by any dark magic. Yes, I understand that his transformation seems significant, but it is his choice. All we need to do is trust him. That is all." Dumbledore paused before continuing. "And you, Harry? Is there anything else you wish to share with me? I mean, regarding yourself?" Harry hesitated, momentarily taken aback. He recalled Malfoy's taunt, "You will be next, mudblood." He also thought of the crying Myrtle in the bathroom where the polyjuice potion simmered. Furthermore, he remembered the ghostly voice he had once heard, and Ron's words about hearing sounds others could not. This was not a good omen, even in the magical realm. He was reminded of the hushed discussions concerning him and his growing fear of a possible connection to Salazar Slytherin. In that instant, a tumult of complex doubts pressed Harry's lips tightly together. "No," Harry finally said, "there is nothing, sir." The attacks on Justin and nearly headless Nick had escalated the already tense atmosphere into one of true panic. Strangely enough, it was nearly headless Nick's ordeal that instilled the most fear among them. Lately, Harry and his friends often fell into silence during their conversations. Although the polyjuice potion was nearing completion, they were uncertain whether to use it. After much idle speculation, they resolved to test the waters with Malfoy, seeking to occupy themselves with some course of action rather than succumbing to the weight of their anxious thoughts. At last, the term came to a close, and a profound silence, as heavy as the snow blanketing the ground, enveloped the entire castle. Although she had invited Maka to her home to celebrate a lively Christmas, just as they did last year, this time Maka declined. He had numerous tasks to attend to and could not afford any further delays. "There is a flower. Could you assist me?" As Maka sat atop the observatory's wall, scribbling notes, a familiar voice echoed from the stairway. "There is a flower. Could you assist me?" Villy stood at the foot of the stairs, still clad in her oversized, loose-fitting Slytherin robe, calmly reiterating her previous statement. Looking at Villy, Maka paused before inquiring, "What flower?" "It has no name." Villy produced a small cloth pouch from her pocket and opened it for Maka to see. Inside lay a tiny handful of seeds, pale pink and faintly shimmering with an ethereal hue. Maka delicately pinched one seed between his fingers and brought it to his nose, immediately assaulted by a pungent aroma that was decidedly unappealing. "I have indeed never seen this before. It appears to be a rather rare magical plant," he remarked. "It resembles the seeds of the crystal magnolia. Perhaps it too requires a highly specific environment to flourish. Let us attempt to cultivate it. I shall procure the key to the 5th greenhouse for you," Maka said, leading Villy toward Professor Sprout's office to acquire the necessary key. Within the 5th greenhouse, Maka meticulously recorded the seed's morphological characteristics in his herbology notes, while Villy stood beside him, laying down the foundational soil in the pots. Both were reticent, engaged in their tasks yet devoid of any palpable atmosphere. This silence, however, resulted in an extraordinary efficiency, and soon their work was complete. As Maka prepared to take his leave, Villy spoke up unexpectedly. "What about you?" she suddenly asked. "Pardon?" he replied. "Do you need assistance with something?" Villy's succinct inquiries had become habitual for her, often omitting any contextual preamble. "Me?" Maka pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. "No." Villy pushed her pointed hat's brim upward, silently observing Maka. After a lengthy pause, she quietly remarked, "If you require anything, do inform me." With that, she turned and departed through the greenhouse door. Maka stood within the greenhouse, contemplating the closed door for a moment before hastily pursuing her. Chapter 65, An Unexpected Encounter with the Basilisk. In the days that followed, everything seemed rather chaotic, leading to a sense of vexation. However, Hermione had mistakenly included a cat's fur in the polyjuice potion, resulting in her transformation into a cat girl, which confined her to the hospital wing for several weeks. When Hermione finally emerged, they stumbled upon a somewhat faded black-covered diary, its cover faintly inscribed with a date that likely belonged to a day 50 years prior. On the first page of this antiquated diary, a name, Tom Riddle, was faintly discernible, written in indistinct ink. The three of them gathered around the diary, exchanging perplexed glances, yet they could not derive any meaningful insights. Ultimately, Harry set it on his bedside table, intending to ponder it further when the opportunity arose. He always found the old diary suspicious. Lockhart had somehow gathered 12 sullen dwarfs, distinct from the usual ones, each adorned with golden wings and carrying a harp. Subsequently, the diary mysteriously vanished, though Harry did not notice its absence immediately. The following morning dawned bright and clear, with the sun shining and a gentle breeze wafting through the air, an ideal setting for a Quidditch match. At the Gryffindor table, Wood exuberantly declared, serving generous portions of scrambled eggs to each team member. "Harry, rally yourself. You need a hearty breakfast." Harry, along with Ron and Hermione, departed the hall to prepare his gear for the match, but a heavy sense of dread weighed upon his already tumultuous mind. Just as he stepped onto the marble staircase, he suddenly heard that voice again. "Let me tear, let me rip," he shouted, causing Ron and Hermione to leap back in alarm. "That voice!" Harry exclaimed, twisting to look behind him. "Did you hear it?" Ron shook his head, his eyes wide with fear, while Hermione, equally perplexed, strained to listen but heard nothing. "By the way, Harry, what happened to Hagrid's chickens?" Hermione interjected suddenly, her eyes widening. "Chickens? What do you mean?" Harry replied, puzzled. "Hagrid just mentioned that something had killed them." "Oh, I think I need to investigate," she declared, hurrying away upstairs. What had she figured out? Harry wondered anxiously, still scanning his surroundings to discern the source of the voice. "I don't know," Ron replied, shaking his head. "But why would she go to the library?" "Because that's just Hermione's way," Ron said, his expression turning sour. "I certainly don't want to go." Meanwhile, half an hour earlier, in the room of requirement, Maka was instructing the crouching Villy. "You must assist me by using a knife to scratch this symbol off when I call your name." "All right, let's get started," Maka said, moving to the center of the room. In the spacious area conjured by the room of requirement, intricate symbols were being drawn on the floor. Neatly connecting lines formed an irregular pattern that resembled a circuit diagram invented by Muggles. The ink used for these symbols and lines appeared peculiar. A deep purple-black hue that occasionally shimmered with a faint blue light, exuding an enigmatic aura. Maka stood barefoot at a specific point within the diagram, each foot resting on a line's intersection, thereby linking the entire configuration with his body. Instantly, the purple-black lines and symbols erupted in a stunning blue radiance, enveloping Maka completely. Having conducted numerous experiments prior, Maka felt no surprise. He stood quietly, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, Maka was overcome by a wave of nausea, a visceral urge to vomit. Concurrently, a thick, faint black mist erupted around his body, coalescing into a massive skull of fog behind him. The visage of the skull was grotesque, and it abruptly opened its gaping maw, unleashing a silent roar directed at Maka. Despite the torment coursing through him, he maintained an outward calm, his expression eerily serene. Yet, it felt as though some unseen force sought to expel his very soul from his body, sapping his strength and leaving him increasingly feeble. "No, I must endure a little longer," he thought, striving to sustain his posture, though his trembling knees and palms betrayed the struggle within. The skull emitted a second roar. Maka stifled a groan, his eyes wide with terror, the blood vessels in the whites of his eyes starkly visible. Yet, this endurance was not in vain. Soon, a faint phantom began to emerge from within Maka, though his head and feet remained tethered to his corporeal form, the rest of his body being dislodged by the skull's voiceless bellow. Maka fixated on the translucent, nebulous apparition, using his gaze to ascertain the integrity of his soul. After a brief moment, he could no longer withstand the strain and weakly called out, "Blova." Hearing this, Villy immediately drew a small knife and made a decisive mark on the floor. The Phoenician incantation proved too rudimentary, its precision difficult to master, resulting in excessive fluctuations. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Maka lowered himself onto the floor, his chest heaving violently. Villy approached him, gently squatting beside him, quietly observing his face. "Are you all right?" she whispered. Maka slightly shook his head, and after regaining a modicum of strength, he sat up once more. "Please, retrieve that notebook from the table." "Thank you." After the daring attempt, a wealth of crucial experimental data had been generated, necessitating immediate documentation. After some time, he finally rose, leaning on Villy for support as they exited the room of requirement. In the past, Maka would have been taken aback by Villy's assistance. Now, he regarded it with mere curiosity. The students and professors had gone to the Quidditch pitch for a match, leaving the castle somewhat desolate. However, as they neared the library, they encountered Lockhart. Lockhart paused, then donned a broad smile. "Oh, isn't this Maka? What's the matter? Do you need my assistance?" Maka glanced at him and shook his head slightly. "Oh, very well, but I think you should." Before Lockhart could finish, Maka suddenly drew his wand. "Good heavens! What are you doing?" Lockhart hastily brandished his own wand, panic evident in his voice. "Step away." Maka struggled to stand tall, swiftly waving his wand, sending Lockhart careening into the adjacent corridor, while his eyes remained tightly shut. "Miss Blova, close your eyes," and he positioned himself before Villy in the corridor, speaking gravely. "Professor Lockhart, you too, if you wish to avoid death." Having uttered this, he ceased to regard Lockhart and murmured something quietly. Focusing intently, he invoked the assassin's ability he had learned from Alani. Instantly, Marcus' perceptive powers surged, and his agility increased considerably. Yet, being in a state of profound weakness, these enhancements were merely a drop in the ocean. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to proceed. Why had the basilisk appeared? As Marca contemplated this, he paused. "Hermione?" "Hiss." He tilted his head, keenly attuned to every sound. He sensed the basilisk's approach and even heard the faint rustle of its scales scraping against the ground. But his depleted strength forced him into a defensive posture. Suddenly, a rush of wind surged from the left, and without hesitation, he retreated several steps. Boom! The basilisk crashed heavily onto the corridor floor, creating a small crater, with the stone slabs cracking and debris scattering. In an instant, numerous strategies flashed through Marca's mind. Yet he dismissed them one by one. The most challenging aspect of confronting the basilisk was the imperative to avoid looking directly into its eyes. A direct gaze would result in instant death. Even an indirect glance could lead to petrification. Thus, the blinding curse would be a fitting remedy. But aiming it would inevitably cross paths with the basilisk's gaze, making it nearly impossible to evade its deadly effect. Employing other potent spells was beyond Marca's current strength, especially considering the basilisk's formidable magical resistance. As for using potions against the basilisk, it was worth a try. With this thought, Marca tucked away his wand and retrieved a pitch-black potion vial from his robes. Now, the fire potion had progressed to its second generation. He wondered just how effective it would be against such a magically potent creature. To be honest, Marca was curious to find out. Chapter 66, Hermione Under Attack. Holding the second-generation fire potion with utmost caution, Marca meticulously evaded the basilisk strikes. There was no room for error. The potion's flaw remained unresolved. Should it be subjected to excessive vibration, it could very well explode in his hand. It was now or never. As a gust of wind rushed toward him again, Marca tossed the potion aside and fled. Marca. Startled, Marca opened his eyes wide and saw Hermione standing at the library entrance alongside a Ravenclaw girl, both gazing in his direction. There was no time to waste. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint shimmering emanating from them. In his haste, Marca had inadvertently used the potion as a smoke bomb. However swift his actions, the transformation of the mist from thin to thick required time. Hermione and the other girls stood frozen, their bodies gradually stiffening, until they eventually collapsed to the ground, rigid. Ultimately, the basilisk, hissing in fury, escaped, wounded yet alive. The flames unleashed by the second fire bottle cascaded down onto the ground and walls, extinguishing themselves in a matter of moments. However, the remaining flames clung tenaciously to the serpent creature's head and body, burning relentlessly despite its frantic attempts to roll and escape. The fire appeared to adhere to its form, continuing to scorch without any sign of abating. At this moment, Marcia crouched beside Hermione, silently scrutinizing her. "Miss Granger, what's the matter?" Lockhart suddenly leaned in, exclaiming, "Oh dear." Neither Marcia nor Villy acknowledged him, yet Lockhart was not one to be silenced by indifference. He incessantly chattered, showing no inclination to cease. "Marcia," Villy stepped forward, gazing at Hermione softly. "It's all right. They are merely petrified," Marcia replied, shaking his head, and murmured to himself, "Is this the force of fate?" Suddenly, his gaze fixated on Hermione's hand, his expression laden with gravity. It appeared that the so-called force was not as formidable as he had imagined. After a prolonged moment, He lifted his head slightly to glance at Lockhart. Oh, yes indeed. You see, teaching at Hogwarts leaves little time to spare, Lockhart lamented. I would like to, but it seems Mr. Potter has been preoccupied with Quidditch training and such. No wonder he had not heard of Ron's escapades involving mucus slugs. He then collected his thoughts, already formulating some answers in his mind. Since the past was irretrievable, it was time to attempt a remedy and see what would unfold. As Marcia muttered to himself, he made his way towards the library, his hand resting on the wand concealed within his sleeve. Obliviate. Armor protection. Behind Marcia, Lockhart's incantation rang out clearly. It seemed he had anticipated this. As he promptly took a step back, a translucent shield manifesting in the wake of the Obliviation spell's magical beam, erupting in a dazzling radiance. Marcia's angle was particularly precise. The shield reflected the Obliviation spell back towards the wall like a mirror. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, Marcia stated calmly, his expression unwavering. Your Obliviation spell was indeed quite adept. Were it to hit me directly, I fear my current protective enchantment would not withstand such an assault. Or perhaps, would you like me to unveil the creative process behind those novels you penned? Marcia emphasized the term creative process, casting a meaningful glance at the flustered Lockhart, awaiting his ultimate reaction. Look at what you're saying, Lockhart chuckled awkwardly. Actually, you've misunderstood. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Shall I elucidate the specifics for you? Marcia fixed his gaze upon Lockhart, one hand brandishing his wand, while the other retrieved a small vial of potion. This is called a truth serum, rather complicated to concoct. To be honest, I would rather not employ it. However, I believe your little tales may pique the interest of the reporters at the Daily Prophet. Lockhart stared at the small vial in Maka's hand, his smile freezing into a mask of disbelief. Well, I suppose, he sighed, feebly raising his hands. What do you want? There will be no undue hardship imposed upon you. Professor, Maka replied. Just remember, you owe me a favor. When the time comes, a modest assistance will suffice. When might that be? Lockhart pondered. Purely as a precaution. Maka shook his head. I sincerely hope that I shall never require your services in this lifetime. Then it is settled. I shall take my leave. And I promise not to speak of today's events, Lockhart said, turning away in frustration. Yet, after only a few steps, Maka called him back. Professor Lockhart, is there anything else? Lockhart responded, exasperated. To him, being caught in a compromising situation was utterly vexing. All he wished for was to escape this place, immediately. If I truly need your assistance, there will be appropriate compensation, Maka remarked, eyeing him. How about a riveting and fiery adventure tale? Really? Lockhart's eyes lit up suddenly. I just thought that a mere secret might not suffice to entice your full cooperation. Feel free to seek me out at any time. Lockhart's expression brightened. However, he quickly added, but it must be within the realm of possibility. Maka nodded and proceeded to the library with Villy. Why? Villy inquired, looking up at Maka. What do you mean, why? The reward, Villy clarified. Maka regarded her, shaking his head slightly. Did I not just say that to inspire genuine effort, one must offer commensurate benefits? Otherwise, the other party will not give their all. Villy nodded, though it remained unclear how much she truly comprehended. The two conversed as they swiftly approached a particular bookshelf. Maka scanned the shelves, pulled out a book, tore a page from it, and scribbled a few words. Though many sheep have already fled, the pen must still be repaired, he murmured to himself. Even if Maka was unaware of the specifics of the unfolding events, it was certain that Ron and Malfoy had not clashed. Perhaps this was why neither Harry nor Ron faced any punishment. Consequently, Lockhart had come to the library today, seeking Hermione's help, only to stumble upon her being attacked. Ron had not seen the special award trophy for Tom Riddle in the display room, and Hermione had offered no clues regarding the Chamber of Secrets, leaving them both to search aimlessly, with no results thus far. Little did Maka realize that his lesson to Malfoy last semester had deterred Malfoy from using the term mudblood to insult Hermione again. This was the true beginning of the series of events. It was even plausible that Harry never managed to find Voldemort's diary at all. This, however, was merely Maka's erroneous assumption. Yet, it was clear that he had deduced the overarching changes of the entire affair. Yes, right here. Maka abruptly lifted his head, only to discover Professors McGonagall and Lockhart hastily approaching. Lockhart regarded him with a hint of awkwardness. Yet, he swiftly turned to Professor McGonagall and proclaimed, I requested Mr. McLean to stand guard here. Maka could only shake his head in resignation. Although it was evident that Lockhart's eagerness for accolades was at play, the charlatan's quick wit was commendable. Professor McGonagall, we are facing a dual assault. Oh, indeed. Thank you for your efforts, Professor McGonagall sighed. I am aware of your amicable relationship with Miss Granger, but at present, she must be taken to the hospital wing. Yes, I understand, Maka replied. Do you require my assistance? No, but you may accompany us. After escorting Hermione to the hospital wing, Professor McGonagall hurried to the Quidditch pitch. As today's match had to be cancelled for the student's safety, Maka sat beside Hermione's bedside, gazing at her with a calm demeanor, though his thoughts were inscrutable. Villius stood silently behind him, her own reflections equally unknown. On the opposite side of the bed, Madame Pomfrey was meticulously examining Hermione's condition. After a brief interval, Professor McGonagall returned with Harry and Ron to the ward. "Maka," Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You've arrived," Maka said, lifting his gaze to meet him and Harry with an impassive expression. "Do you have nothing to say?" Ron glanced at Hermione, who lay rigid on the bed, then lunged forward, gripping Maka's collar and forcefully knocking him to the ground. "Do you have nothing to say?" Ron's face contorted with rage as he confronted Maka once more. Chapter 67, Maka and the Eight-Eyed Giant Spider. The pent-up frustration within Ron finally erupted following Hermione's attack, and his target was none other than Maka. "Do you have nothing to say?" This marked the third iteration of Ron's query, reminiscent of a malfunctioning recording device. Maka remained expressionless as Ron pressed him against the bedside cabinet, silent and unwavering. Harry approached, attempting to pull Ron back, but was disregarded. Ron's gaze was fiercely fixed on Maka's face, the fury nearly spilling over. After the initial shock and surprise, Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey hurried to separate Ron from Maka, their expressions reflecting confusion over the unfolding situation. Maka rose calmly, straightening his crumpled outer robe. Yet his gaze drifted back to Hermione's face. "Maka, do you not wish to explain what transpired?" Ron continued to shout, though restrained by Professor McGonagall, his anger unabated. "Maka, I heard that you and Professor Lockhart were the first to discover Hermione," Harry stated, his tone gentle yet tinged with suspicion. Without raising his head, Maka merely gazed at Hermione, slightly shaking it. He certainly had not seen anything. After all, that was precisely what he had done, was it not? Ron ceased his struggles, instead fixing a resentful glare at Maka, indignantly stating, "Well, I trust Mr. McLean, and you should too. Are you not friends?" Professor McGonagall pressed her hands firmly on Ron's shoulders, speaking gravely. "Indeed, friends." Ron averted his gaze, refusing to look at Maka any longer. That evening, Maka leaned against the window at the back of Hagrid's hut, maintaining his invisibility, quietly awaiting their arrival. Harry and Ron did not come, likely because Harry had not gleaned the essential clue from Tom Riddle's diary, which belonged to the young Voldemort. 50 years prior, the young Voldemort had falsely accused Hagrid, shifting all blame onto him. While the unauthorized nurturing of the Acromantula was indeed a significant issue, it was ultimately unrelated to the Chamber of Secrets. This should have been a crucial lead for Harry, guiding him to Aragog, the Acromantula, which might have clarified several matters for him. However, now Harry and Ron would remain unaware of this long-buried incident, and Maka had no desire for them to know either. Currently, incidents involving petrified students and even ghosts were occurring frequently, prompting the Ministry of Magic to take action. Lucius Malfoy, who had always looked down upon Dumbledore, seized this opportunity to coerce other members of the school board into signing a decree for Dumbledore's removal. At this moment, Minister Cornelius Fudge had arrived, alongside Dumbledore himself. "This is dreadful, Hagrid," Fudge remarked in a crisp, rapid tone. "Truly dreadful. We had to come. There have been 4 attacks on Muggles. It is outrageous. And the Ministry must act." "I did not," Hagrid pleaded, looking at Dumbledore. "You know I did not, Professor Dumbledore, sir. I expect you to understand, Cornelius." "I have complete faith in Hagrid," Dumbledore said, frowning at Fudge. "But you see, Albus," Fudge replied awkwardly, "Hagrid's previous record is quite detrimental. The Ministry must take some measures. We have already contacted the school board." "Is that so?" "However, Cornelius, I must assert that taking Hagrid away would accomplish nothing," Dumbledore stated, his blue eyes flickering with an uncommon anger. "Take me away?" Hagrid said, trembling. "To where?" "There is little time," Fudge replied, avoiding Hagrid's gaze. "This is not a punishment, merely a precaution. If another suspect is apprehended, you will be released with a full apology." "Not Azkaban, I hope?" Hagrid asked in a hoarse whisper. Dumbledore turned to open the door. It was Lucius Malfoy, striding into Hagrid's hut, enveloped in a long black travel cloak, his face adorned with a cold, self-satisfied smile. Fong began barking furiously. "You have arrived, Fudge," he said contentedly. "Excellent, excellent. What brings you here?" Hagrid exclaimed in fury. "Get out, leave my house." "My dear friend, you must believe me. I am hardly pleased to enter what you call a house," Lucius Malfoy retorted, surveying the small, shabby dwelling with disdain. "I merely came to the school to see for myself, as I was informed the headmaster was here." "What brings you to seek me, Lucius?" Dumbledore inquired. His words were laced with politeness, yet the embers of anger still flickered within his deep blue eyes. "This is dire, Mr. Malfoy," he said languidly, producing a long parchment. "The board has decided it is time for your dismissal. You will observe the signatures of 12 board members. We believe you have failed to fulfill your potential. How many attacks have occurred thus far?" "2 just this afternoon, I believe. At this rate, there will be no Muggle students left at Hogwarts. And we all know that would be an appalling loss for the school." "Oh, what? What do you mean, Lucius?" Fudge exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. "Dumbledore dismissed? No, we absolutely do not wish for that." In the back of Hagrid's hut, Maka leaned against the wall, listening to the conversation while his gaze wandered aimlessly on the ground, as if searching for something. He had not come here merely to eavesdrop on inconsequential chatter, at least. That was not his primary intention. Suddenly, Maka crouched down, observing a line of small spiders on the ground, silently noting to himself. With the target identified, there was no need to linger any longer. He followed the small procession of spiders, matching their pace as they ventured into the forbidden forest. Within Hagrid's hut, Dumbledore's eyes flickered briefly in the direction of Maka, yet his expression revealed nothing. As soon as the tiny spiders entered the woods, their pace quickened. Maka found himself illuminating his wand and sprinting after them, but it wasn't long before a loud clattering sound echoed, and he felt something long and furry seize him around the waist, lifting him off the ground face down. It was a juvenile acromantula, yet its species' inherent size allowed it to easily lift a child of more than 10 years. Maka calmly directed his wand toward its fangs, but the creature seemed uninterested in an immediate meal. Instead, it bolted away with him in tow. The 8-legged creature was undeniably agile, traversing the dense underbrush with remarkable speed. Gradually, the darkness appeared to recede slightly, illuminated by the bright moonlight of the night, revealing the forest floor, now teeming with spiders. He twisted his neck to discover they had reached the edge of a broad depression. The trees within the hollow had been cleared, revealing a congregation of massive acromantulas. Unlike the smaller spiders scuttling hurriedly among the fallen leaves, each of these was as large as 2 horses. The giant spider clutching Maka descended the steep slope towards the misty, hemispherical web at the center of the hollow, where its companions encircled them. Upon seeing the creature it had ensnared, they excitedly waved their large pincers, producing a cacophony of clicking sounds. The spider released its grip, and Maka tumbled onto the soft, decayed leaves. He dusted off the soil from his body and rose calmly to his feet. The spider that had discarded him was now speaking. Believe me, it was hardly easy to discern, as every word it uttered was accompanied by the incessant clicking of its pincers. Aragog, it exclaimed. Aragog. From the mist-shrouded, semi-spherical web emerged a spider the size of a small elephant, slowly advancing. Its body and legs were a mottled gray-black, and each of its grotesque, large pincered eyes was obscured by a layer of milky haze. A rapid clicking ensued as its pincers moved swiftly. Human, remarked the spider that had just captured Maka. Is it Hagrid? Aragog inquired, inching closer, its 8 milky white eyes gazing vacantly. Unfortunately, it is not. Maka scrutinized the massive form of the 8-eyed giant spider, seemingly confirming something. Kill him, Aragog said irritably. I was asleep. There is no benefit in killing me. Maka regarded him coolly, casually retrieving a vial and popping the cork, producing a soft pop. Much like Aragog, its offspring recoiled in alarm, creating an unexpected circular space in the already cramped hollow. Aragog, I believe you are familiar with this scent, Maka addressed him. Would you be interested in striking a bargain? The wisdom of the 8-eyed giant spider was often overshadowed by its innate ferocity, leading to its kind's neglect by other species. Yet, I dare say, you should comprehend the advantages that such transactions could offer. Indeed, I am a student from Hogwarts, a friend of Hagrid, and it was he who recounted the tales of your past with him from 50 years ago. Chapter 68, The Legacy of Information. A bargain? Aragog said irritably. Whatever the deal, you must first put that thing away. Aragog, truly, there is no need for such agitation. How can I not be agitated? How can I not be agitated? That is the ancient creature our kind fears most. How can I remain calm? Aragog exclaimed, its pincers clicking furiously. It was evident that the creature was not present. Maka replied composedly, what resides in this small vial are its scales, which I personally acquired. And so what? Aragog retorted. Even if you could deal with that thing. Basilisk, Maka interjected. Oh damn it. We must not utter its name. At the mention of the basilisk, the colony of 8-eyed giants stirred restlessly, clearly associating it with fear and death, akin to the dark wizard Voldemort among wizards. I merely wish to acclimate you, Maka stated. This transaction is evidently advantageous for you and all your kin. What bargain? I have meticulously verified that whether it be the serpent creature, Maka, dragging out his tone, or the commotion caused by those monstrous spiders, it remains true that both the serpent creature and your 8-eyed giant spiders are magical beings cultivated by wizards. Perhaps you are correct, but what follows? This implies that you should not possess natural enemies. Maka asserted. The reason the serpent creature has become the nemesis of your 8-eyed giant spider lineage is solely due to your departure from the wizard's nurturing. Are you suggesting, Aragog hesitantly inquired, that we still have the potential for further empowerment? Hence, I assert that the intellect of your 8-eyed giant spiders is merely overshadowed by their ferocity. Maka gazed intently into Aragog's eyes and proposed. What if I were to say that I could further enhance your 8-eyed giant spiders using the bloodline of the serpent creature? Do you relish the thought of others manipulating your very being? Aragog retorted with agitation. Yet Maka abruptly shifted the subject. Aragog, do you ponder why I chose to engage in a transaction with you? What? Aragog momentarily faltered, taking a moment to grasp Maka's new topic. Is it because we are both friends of Hagrid? Precisely, it is because of wisdom, Maka replied. If I recall correctly, your 8-eyed giant spiders take great pleasure in human flesh, do they not? Indeed, it is the most delectable of foods. Yet you have never tasted it, Maka interjected. No, Aragog clicked his mandibles. I possess such an instinct, yet out of respect for Hagrid, I have never harmed a soul. Have you ever contemplated why that is? Did I not mention it? Because of Hagrid. At that time, Hagrid was merely a child, yet he cared for me, concealing me in a cupboard within the castle, feeding me crumbs from the dining table. Hagrid is my dear friend. He is a good man. When people discovered me and demanded I bear the blame for a maiden's demise, it was he who safeguarded me. Aragog paused before continuing. Since then, I have resided in this woodland, and Hagrid frequently visits me. He even found me a wife, Mozag. Look how our family has flourished, all thanks to Hagrid. Listen, Aragog. Maka slightly raised his head. All that you have said is indeed true, and this is precisely due to wisdom. You possess ample intellect, reason, and emotion. If you so desire, you can suppress your instincts and regulate your actions. Maka seized the opportunity, stating, this is something serpents can never attain. They know only obedience and slaughter. Thus, I chose to approach you for this transaction instead of seeking ways to control the serpents, Maka remarked calmly. Trust me, there are always methods, yet I do not wish to pursue that path. What I seek is friendship. He gently asserted, this is a transaction between friends. Should you find anything unsuitable, you are free to abandon it at any moment. A transaction between friends. Aragog pondered this notion, and after a considerable pause, he responded, I comprehend the significance of this, yet my offspring will not grasp it. I am well aware of that. Maka calmly inquired, so, may I discuss the transaction between friends? Of course, Aragog replied, but I wish to live quietly in the depths of the forest. This is an unwavering condition. Aragog's implication was crystal clear. He did not wish to engage in any form of conflict. Indeed, that is correct. My request is simple. Once your bloodline transformation is successful, may I adopt some of the first batch of children? Muzag will not agree to that, Aragog declared resolutely, adding, though I do not care too much. My wife regards each child as her treasure. This is the nature of spiders, as it is for every creature. I understand this. I will take good care of your children, just as Hagrid does. Maka mustered a sincere expression, albeit with difficulty, which Aragog clearly could not comprehend. To a spider, all humans appear the same. Even Hagrid, at most, is merely a bit more robust than an average person. In that regard, he is wasting his efforts. I can only inquire on your behalf. Aragog concluded the meeting between human and spider. The advantages of 8 legs were evident. The shock absorption was remarkable. Aragog's offspring escorted Maka to the edge of the forbidden forest, and as Maka slid off their back, it scurried away in haste. To put it plainly, had this trial not presented such challenges, he would have done so long ago. Once the series of changes from the previous semester became established, Maka resolved to no longer act passively. Although he merely wished to remain a quiet, research-oriented wizard, many matters cannot be resolved solely by intention. Preparing for the future is certainly not a folly. The growth rate of the acromantula is rapid, and its reproductive capability is exceptionally robust, if nurtured properly. It offers far greater value than a basilisk. However, the matter of bloodline transformation, while seemingly straightforward to discuss, is quite complex in execution. Fortunately, the library houses Merlin's Book of Jude, which provides extensive research on bloodlines. Additionally, Maka had previously extracted a wealth of experimental data from Roina's chamber. Once again, time is truly insufficient, Maka sighed, hastening towards his dormitory. In the days that followed, a multitude of trivial matters arose in succession. First, the date for examinations loomed near, and amidst the students' collective groans, the inevitable approached. Next, the mandrakes were nearing maturity, signifying that the petrified students would soon be saved. Then came the situation between Maka and Ron. Occasionally, Maka would visit Hermione in the hospital, but if he encountered Ron, it invariably led to a scene of Ron glaring angrily at him. Although Maka remained indifferent, Harry found himself in a difficult position. One day, Harry and Ron stumbled upon Maka in the ward. As Ron glowered at Maka, Harry noticed that Hermione seemed to be clutching something tightly in her hand. He leaned in closely, observing intently, and seizing the moment when Madame Pomfrey stood between Maka and Ron, afflicted by a headache, he extracted the item from Hermione's grasp. Maka, of course, took note of this, as his frequent visits were solely to witness this unfolding event. With Harry having retrieved the note, he felt it was time to depart. Maka cast an impassive glance at Ron before decisively turning on his heel and making his exit, swiftly vanishing from Ron's furious gaze. After a brief interval, Harry tugged Ron out of the infirmary. Look at this, Harry whispered, revealing what he had found from Hermione. It was a page torn from a very old library book. Eagerly, Harry unfurled it, and Ron leaned in closer, both reading aloud. In our land, many fearsome beasts and monsters roam. the most bizarre and lethal among them being the basilisk, also known as the Serpent King. This serpent can grow to enormous sizes, often living for several centuries. It hatches from a rooster's egg, incubated by a toad. Its method of killing is astonishing. In addition to its deadly fangs, the basilisk's gaze can also prove fatal. Anyone who meets its eyes will die instantly. Spiders flee from the basilisk, their mortal enemy, and the creature only retreats at the sound of a rooster's crow. For that cry is lethal to it as well. "This is Hermione's handwriting," Harry exclaimed with excitement. "I think I understand." This crumpled page became a beacon in Harry's mind, guiding all lost vessels to the correct course. Clearly, Maka's remedial actions had been successful. This outcome was precisely what he had desired. "Ron," he breathed, nearly breathless with exhilaration. "This is it. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk, a giant serpent. No wonder I could hear that voice everywhere while others could not. It is because I can understand Parseltongue," he added, not mentioning the unwavering trust Hermione placed in Maka. For some reason, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Ron's heart. Chapter 69, Shadows Looming. The basilisk's gaze brings death to whoever it falls upon. Yet, no one here has perished, for none have met its gaze directly. At this, Harry eagerly glanced again at the page in his hand, feeling increasingly enlightened. "The rooster's crow is also fatal to it," he declared loudly. "Hagrid's roosters have all been killed. Once the chamber is opened, Slytherin's heir would certainly not wish for roosters to be near the castle. But how could a basilisk wander about unnoticed?" Ron questioned. "An ugly giant snake would surely be seen." Harry, however, pointed to the hastily scribbled words at the bottom of the page. "Pipes," he exclaimed. "Ron, it has been moving through the pipes. I always hear that voice from within the walls." Ron seized Harry's arm. "The entrance to the chamber," he rasped. "It could be in a bathroom. The Weeping Myrtle's lavatory," Harry exclaimed. "This implies," he continued, "that I am not the sole individual in this school who comprehends Parseltongue. The heir of Slytherin must also possess this knowledge, thus enabling them to control the basilisk." "Oh, indeed," Ron responded with fervor, though his expression soon shifted to one of anger and helplessness. "Yes, but what can we possibly do with this knowledge? I believe we must seek out Professor McGonagall." "Yes. Let us head to the staff room," Harry suggested, springing to his feet. "She shall arrive there in 10 minutes. Class is about to conclude. Regardless of who the heir may be, it is prudent to take action," Harry asserted resolutely. With that, the two hurriedly descended the stairs. They were keen to avoid Professor McGonagall discovering them wandering the corridors again, so they entered the empty staff room directly. This was a spacious chamber adorned with wooden paneling, filled with dark wooden chairs. Harry and Ron paced restlessly, unable to settle down in their excitement. However, the bell for the end of class did not ring. Harry abruptly turned to Ron, his gaze sharp. "Is there trouble again? At this moment? It must be Malfoy," Ron declared. "I shall go find him." "Do not jump to conclusions, Ron," Harry replied, his eyes scanning the vicinity. To his left stood an unsightly wardrobe, crammed with the professor's robes. They concealed themselves within the wardrobe, listening to the sound of hundreds of footsteps moving about upstairs. Suddenly, the door to the staff room was thrust open with great force. Through the layers of musty robes, Harry and Ron watched as several teachers entered the room, some looking bewildered, others appearing utterly terrified. Soon, Professor McGonagall arrived. "There has been another incident," she announced to the silent assembly of teachers. "A student has been taken by a creature. She was directly taken into the Chamber of Secrets." Professor Flitwick let out a shriek, while Professor Sprout clamped her hands over her mouth in shock. Snape gripped the back of a chair tightly, demanding, "How can you be certain?" Professor Flitwick could not contain his tears. "Who is it?" Madame Hooch sank into a chair, her knees buckling. "Which student?" "Ginny Weasley," Professor McGonagall stated. Harry felt Ron slump silently to the bottom of the wardrobe beside him. Once again, the door to the staff room was forcefully flung open. Ron, sitting on the wardrobe floor, momentarily thought it was Malfoy, but instead, it was Lockhart, wearing an absurdly cheerful expression. "Apologies for my tardiness," he said, seemingly oblivious to the hostile glares from the other professors. Snape stepped forward. "The person who can resolve this dilemma has arrived," he stated, pointing at Lockhart. "A girl has been captured by a monster and taken into the Chamber of Secrets. Your moment of glory has finally arrived." He had anticipated that Lockhart would be thrown into a panic. However, to his astonishment, Lockhart maintained his polished and unflustered demeanor. "Yes, of course. I shall prepare in my office immediately." As Lockhart departed the staff lounge, he was met with a myriad of peculiar gazes from his fellow professors. "Oh dear," he exclaimed, closing his office door while directing his words toward his desk. "Do you truly expect me to confront that dreadful basilisk in the chamber? I mean, since you are already privy to my secret. In truth, I would rather not." Reclining in an armchair beside the desk was a boy with an impassive expression. The cuff of his left sleeve was rolled up, revealing a considerable abrasion on his forearm, which was oozing blood. The boy was diligently using tweezers to dip a wad of cotton into a pale green potion to tend to his wound. "As you can see, The basilisk is indeed formidable, and it ultimately managed to escape. However, Professor Lockhart, there is no need for excessive concern. Although the basilisk can slow its growth by entering a state of dormancy, it does not cease to grow entirely, the boy remarked. It is far too old now and has sustained significant injuries. It has even lost one eye, so it poses little danger. Isn't this an opportunity for a gripping narrative? Lockhart replied with difficulty, though he grumbled, but it still has one eye left. At that moment, the boy set the tweezers down on the table and retrieved a roll of bandages, wrapping it around his arm as he spoke. I shall accompany you. I require experimental material, and you need material for your story. Does that not align perfectly? You need not do anything, not even utter a spell to achieve your goal. Is there anything more fortunate than this? Very well, very well. Even if you do not say so much, I must comply, Lockhart replied, shaking his head in disbelief. It's truly hard to believe you are merely a second-year student. As long as one remains sufficiently focused, the boy replied, lowering his sleeve and then raising his gaze to Lockhart. Your obliviate charm must be of masterful caliber, is it not? Yet it was still thwarted by you. The boy approached the door and opened the office, stating, because I concentrate on magic, while you focus on opportunism. With that, he hurriedly departed. Lockhart watched the office door slowly close, murmuring to himself, McNair McLean, from which ancient pure-blood wizarding family does he hail? I do not seem to recall hearing of it. Meanwhile, the other professors ensured that no student was left outside the dormitory. They rose one by one and exited. This was perhaps the most excruciating day in Harry's life. He, Ron, Fred, and George sat in a corner of the Gryffindor common room, each unable to utter a word. Percy was absent. He had sent an owl to Mrs. Weasley and then locked himself in the dormitory. Never had an afternoon dragged on as this one did, and Gryffindor Tower had never felt so crowded yet so silent. Ginny must know something. Harry, Ron finally spoke after they had hidden in the staff lounge's cupboard. That's why she was taken. And it has nothing to do with Percy's foolish antics. She must have uncovered something related to the chamber, or perhaps she encountered McNair. It certainly must be so. That is why Ron desperately rubbed his eyes, his face gradually betraying a surge of anger. What I mean is, she is a pure blood. It should not have been her turn. There can be no other reason. Harry could see the sun, crimson as blood, slowly descending beyond the horizon. He had never felt such profound sorrow as he did at that moment. If only they could do something, anything at all. Harry, Ron said. Do you think she might not have known? Harry gazed at Ron, who oscillated between fury and despondency, momentarily at a loss for words. Although Harry had always believed that one should not hastily doubt their friends without evidence, the peculiar behavior of Maka this term was undeniably suspect, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of unease. I think we should seek out Lockhart and inform him of what we know, Ron suddenly suggested. Isn't he preparing to enter the Chamber of Secrets? We could tell him where we believe the chamber is and that it houses a basilisk. Unable to conceive of an alternative, yet yearning to take action, Harry nodded in agreement with Ron's proposal. The atmosphere among the Gryffindor students was heavy with sorrow, and they all felt sympathy for the Weasley brothers. Thus, when Harry and Ron rose and traversed the room, slipping through the portrait hole, no one attempted to impede their passage. As they descended the stairs towards Lockhart's office, they noticed the corridor had grown somewhat dim. Nightfall had descended. Chapter 70, A Different Lockhart. Knock, knock, knock. Harry and Ron stood before Lockhart's office door, exchanging glances, before Harry reached out to rap on the door. Soon, a voice called from within, inviting them to enter. They turned the handle and stepped inside. Lockhart was leisurely seated behind his desk, engrossed in a thick volume. Harry instinctively glanced at the book, which was Lockhart's autobiography, Me, the Wizard. Oh, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, he said, looking up at them. What brings you here so late? Is there something of importance? Yes, Professor. We have some information to share that we believe might be of assistance, Harry replied. Of course. Do come in, have a seat. And take your time, Lockhart replied, rising to usher Harry and Ron to the nearby chairs. Once they were seated, he continued, Go on, I'm all ears. The situation unfolded as Harry relayed the information and corresponding deductions he and Ron had gleaned from the note, with Ron occasionally interjecting, though the narrative was somewhat disordered. All the crucial points were addressed. Once they finished, Lockhart nodded thoughtfully. Quite an impressive deduction. Who would have imagined that the Chamber of Secrets could be concealed within a long-neglected girls' restroom? Lockhart maintained his customary smile, albeit with a hint of stiffness. Indeed. It's hard to believe, but I am far more concerned about my sister, Ron declared impulsively. Ah yes, that situation is truly unfortunate, Lockhart acknowledged. Lockhart remarked, I believe saving lives is of utmost importance, and fortuitously, you have brought good news. Shall we go now? Ron inquired, his excitement palpable. Yes, certainly. Let us depart at once, Lockhart asserted with a decisive nod. I shall accompany you, Ron immediately responded. It could be said that when matters concerning Ginny arose, the Weasley family exhibited an unyielding determination. Indeed, the current Ron was markedly different from his usual timid demeanor. However, Lockhart shook his head. No, I cannot allow students to take such risks. That is my responsibility, he declared with conviction. Harry observed Lockhart closely, sensing a divergence from his usual persona. Professor Lockhart. Harry suddenly interjected, we must go. Ginny has been taken, and Ron and I cannot remain here in peace. Lockhart displayed a conflicted expression, hesitating momentarily before ultimately acquiescing. You may go, but exercise caution, he advised. Remember, should anything occur, close your eyes immediately. I will handle the basilisk. With that, Lockhart hurriedly led Harry and Ron toward Moaning Myrtle's restroom. They descended the nearest staircase, traversing the dimly lit corridor adorned with flickering inscriptions, until they arrived at the entrance of the Weeping Myrtle's lavatory. Lockhart boldly took the lead, unhesitatingly pushing open the restroom door. Moaning Myrtle sat atop the tank of a toilet at the far end. Oh, it's you, she sobbed upon noticing Harry behind Lockhart. What do you want this time? I wish to inquire about your death, Harry replied. Myrtle's demeanor shifted dramatically. It seemed no one had ever posed such an esteemed question to her. Oh dear, how dreadful. She recounted with relish. It all transpired right here. I died in this very toilet. I remember it vividly. At that time, Olive Hornby mocked me for wearing glasses, calling me a four-eyed freak, so I hid here. I locked the door and cried, but then I heard someone enter, and their words were quite comical. I assumed it must have been a different language. However, what infuriated me the most was hearing a boy's voice exclaiming live. So, I opened the door and scolded him to leave and return to his own boys' restroom. And then Myrtle, puffing out her chest with an air of importance, radiated a sense of pride. I died. How did you die? Harry inquired. I do not know, Myrtle whispered mysteriously, lowering her voice. I only remember seeing a pair of enormous, terrifying yellow eyes. It felt as though my entire being was seized, and then I floated away. She gazed dreamily at Harry. Where did you see those yellow eyes? Harry pressed. About there, I suppose, Myrtle said, vaguely gesturing toward the sink before her. Harry and Ron hastened over, with Lockhart following closely behind, scrutinizing the area carefully. The sink appeared rather ordinary. They meticulously examined every inch of it, leaving no stone unturned, even scrutinizing the pipes below. Then, Harry noticed a small serpent etched on the side of a copper tap, which had never dispensed water. Seeing Harry's intent to twist the tap, Myrtle exclaimed gleefully, Harry. Suddenly, Lockhart interjected, why not try speaking to it in Parseltongue? Yes, Harry, give it a shot. Ron chimed in. Previously, he could only converse in Parseltongue when faced with a real snake. Harry fixated on the carved serpent, attempting to envision it as a living creature. Open, he commanded. He glanced at Ron and Lockhart, but Ron shook his head. No, you spoke in English, he replied. Harry turned back to the serpent, forcing himself to believe it was alive. He thought that if he swayed his head slightly, the flickering candlelight might create the illusion of movement in the serpent. Open, he said, unable to restrain himself from shaking his head. However, what emerged from his lips was a peculiar hissing sound. Lockhart stared at Harry's mouth, lost in thought. Suddenly, the tap emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the sink itself began to move. They watched as the basin gradually vanished from view, revealing a remarkably thick pipe, ample enough for a person to crawl through. Harry heard Ron gasp. Lockhart, eyeing the pipe's entrance, remarked cautiously, this does seem perilous. Perhaps you should refrain from entering. Harry pursed his lips, abruptly raising his head, resolute in his decision. I must go down, he declared firmly. He could not abstain, for they had discovered the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, and there remained a faint, fragile hope that Ginny might still be alive. I shall accompany you, Ron asserted. A moment of silence enveloped the small washroom. Very well, at least I shall descend first. Wait until I confirm it is safe before following, Lockhart proclaimed, decisively leaping into the pipe. After a while, Harry and Ron heard a faint voice from below, barely perceptible had they not been straining to listen. They exchanged nods and then jumped in succession. This journey was far from enjoyable, lacking the amusement of playground rides that bring joy to children. Inside, it felt akin to hurtling down a dark, sticky, interminable slide. They could see numerous pipes branching off in various directions, yet none as wide as the one they were traversing. Their pipe twisted and turned, steeply descending. Harry realized he had plummeted to a depth far below the school, deeper than even the underground classrooms. He could hear Ron trailing behind him, making soft clattering sounds as he rounded the corners. As Harry began to feel apprehensive about what lay ahead, the slope of the pipe gradually became much more gentle. Before long, he emerged from the opening, landing with a soft thud on the damp ground. This was a dark stone tunnel, spacious enough for a person to stand within. Close by, Gilderoy Lockhart stood, wand in hand, remarkably clean and devoid of the mud that covered Harry. Stepping aside, Harry soon saw Ron burst forth from the pipe, equally refreshed. Once Ron stood up, Lockhart cast a cleaning charm on both of them, instantly erasing the grime from their clothes. Oh, thank you, Professor, the two expressed gratefully. We must be at the bottom of the lake, Ron mused, squinting at the surrounding dark, slimy walls. Then, all three turned their gaze toward the inky blackness ahead. Lumos. Lockhart whispered, raising his wand, which illuminated the path once more. Let us proceed, he instructed Harry and Ron. Their shoes echoed loudly against the wet ground. Do you remember? Lockhart lowered his voice, sounding somewhat repetitive. I must reiterate. Close your eyes immediately upon hearing any noise. Harry and Ron nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 71. The Chamber of Secrets. The tunnel was as silent as a grave. Suddenly, an unexpected noise broke the stillness. Crack. It turned out that Ron had stepped on a rat's skull. Harry glanced down, discovering numerous small animal bones scattered about. He struggled to suppress the horrific images of Ginny's fate should they find her. Lockhart led the way, his strides measured but consistent, guiding Harry and Ron around a dark bend in the tunnel. Harry, there's something over there, Ron exclaimed, gripping Harry's shoulder with a hoarse voice. Both stood frozen, eyes wide with tension. Harry caught sight of a massive, coiled shape lying motionless at the far end of the tunnel. It was a serpent's shed skin, the discarded husk of a basilisk. Lockhart raised his wand higher, casting the light further ahead. The beam illuminated an enormous green snake skin, vibrant and unmistakably belonging to a venomous serpent. It lay coiled on the ground, hollow within. Clearly, the creature that had recently shed this skin was at least 20 feet in length. My goodness. Ron sighed weakly. Stay alert and press on, Lockhart instructed calmly. The trio navigated the deep, dark tunnel, turning corner after corner. Every nerve in Harry's body trembled uncomfortably. He wished desperately to reach the tunnel's end, yet simultaneously feared what awaited them there. At last, he cautiously turned another corner and finally discovered a solid wall standing before him, adorned with two serpents entwined around each other, their eyes set with large, glimmering emeralds. Portkey, it is your time to shine, spoke Lockhart. Without needing his prompting, Harry had already deduced what he must do. He cleared his throat, the emerald eyes seemingly twinkling. He no longer needed to envision the stone serpents as real, for their eyes appeared strikingly lifelike. Open, Harry hissed in a low, hoarse whisper. The two serpents parted, and the stone wall split in the center, gradually sliding away to reveal the dimly lit expanse of a long chamber. Within, numerous stout stone pillars rose, intricately carved with serpents winding around them, towering to support the ceiling, which faded into the obscurity above, casting elongated, eerie shadows throughout the room steeped in a shroud of mystery. Lockhart raised his wand slightly, silently advancing among the coiling serpents of the stone columns. At that moment, Harry and Ron each drew their wands, cautiously trailing behind him. In such a hushed atmosphere, any unnecessary noise felt profoundly unsettling. As they arrived at the space between the last pair of columns, a colossal statue, equal in height to the room itself, loomed before them, pressed against the dark wall behind it. The stone, tinged with a faint green hue, enveloped the figure in an ominous aura. They had to strain their necks to discern the statue's face, which bore a decrepit, simian visage, with sparse, lengthy whiskers nearly dragging upon the hem of its stone wizard's robe, its large feet firmly planted upon the smooth floor of the chamber. Salazar Slytherin, Lockhart murmured, gazing at the statue. Between the statue's feet lay a small figure clad in a black robe, her head of hair as fiery as flames. Ginny, Harry and Ron exclaimed, rushing to her side and kneeling down. Ginny, oh please don't die, I beg you. Ron tossed aside his wand and grasped Ginny's shoulders, attempting to turn her over. Harry set his wand aside as well, lending his assistance. At that moment, Ginny's face was as cold and pale as marble, yet her eyes remained tightly shut, suggesting she had not been petrified. Ginny, please wake up, Ron implored despairingly, shaking her gently. Ginny's head hung lifelessly. She will not awaken, a voice softly remarked. Ron paid no heed to the voice, solely focused on shaking Ginny's body, as if oblivious to everything else. A tall boy with black hair leaned against the nearest stone column, observing him. The boy's outline was indistinct, strangely akin to gazing through a mist-covered window. Who are you? What does this mean? You say she will not awaken? Harry, in a state of exasperation, inquired. She is not. She is not. She is still alive. The indistinct figure of the boy replied, but not for long. Harry stood frozen, while Lockhart remained silently beside him. Then who exactly are you? A ghost? Harry asked tentatively, pointing to the large toe of the statue, where lay the diary he had found in Myrtle's bathroom, the one she had been weeping over. He was momentarily perplexed as to how it had ended up there, since he had clearly placed it in the dormitory. However, he had more pressing matters to address. Harry ceased his conversation with the boy and exerted considerable effort to assist Ron in half-lifting Ginny from the ground. He then bent down to retrieve his wand. But it was nowhere to be found. Have you seen it? For every wizard, a wand is a lifelong companion. One must cherish it. At Harry's side, Lockhart handed him Harry's wand, yet his gaze remained fixated on the indistinct figure. Oh, Professor, thank you, but what is it? He wishes to take your wand, Lockhart said, tilting his chin towards the figure. The tall boy stared at Lockhart for a moment before turning his attention back to Harry. Harry Potter, I have waited a long time, he stated, hoping for the opportunity to meet you and converse. Oh dear, Harry gradually lost his patience. You seem to misunderstand my point. We are currently in the Chamber of Secrets, and it would be prudent to discuss this later. It must be addressed now, the boy insisted, a distinct smile lingering upon his face. Then let us converse, Lockhart interjected suddenly. I believe we must understand how Ginny came to be this way. Indeed. Why has Ginny become like this? Harry echoed, unable to restrain his curiosity. Ron, who was also half supporting Ginny, could not help but calm himself, for this inquiry was indeed crucial. Oh, that is an intriguing question, the boy replied cheerfully. It is quite a tale. In my view, the true reason Ginny Weasley has become this way is that she opened her heart to an unseen stranger, confiding all her secrets. What are you talking about? Harry retorted. The diary, the boy said, my diary. For several months, little Ginny has been writing her innermost thoughts upon it, sharing her heart-wrenching troubles and sorrows, how she was mocked by her brothers, how she had to wear old robes and bring tattered books to school. Moreover, she believed. The boy's eyes sparkled with cunning. She believed that the illustrious, kind-hearted, and great Harry Potter would never hold any affection for her. Throughout his speech, his gaze remained glued to Harry's face, seemingly devoid of interest in anyone else's presence. His eyes concealed an almost covetous expression. How dull it is to listen to an 11-year-old girl lament her trivial woes, he continued, yet I patiently penned responses to her. And she became infatuated with the kind and understanding me. Oh, Tom, no one understands me quite like you do. I am truly delighted to possess this diary, for it allows me to confide my innermost thoughts, akin to having a friend I can carry in my pocket. The boy emitted a chilling, harsh laugh, one that seemed far too mature for a mere 16-year-old, sending a shiver down Harry's spine. I'm not bragging, Harry. I have always possessed the ability to beguile others at will. Thus, Ginny opened her entire soul to me. The boy sneered. And her soul happened to be precisely what I needed. I feasted upon her most secret fears and concealed secrets, my appetite growing insatiable. I became increasingly powerful, far surpassing the diminutive Miss Weasley. So formidable was I that I began to unveil a few of my own secrets to her, sharing a fragment of my soul in return. What did you say? Ron exclaimed, unable to contain himself, yet the boy showed no interest in acknowledging him. Can't you figure it out, Harry Potter? He whispered. It was Ginny Weasley who opened the Chamber of Secrets. It was she who strangled the roosters at school and smeared those horrifying messages upon the walls. She unleashed the basilisk to attack for mudbloods, along with that mute, scrawny cat. Oh no, it can't be. Ron's face contorted in disbelief. This is impossible. You're lying. It was Marge. Marge McLean. Marge McLean. Upon hearing that name, the boy's smile instantly vanished, his eyes reflecting a distinct anger. Do not utter that name. His voice dropped to a murmur. Do not mention that name. The boy said darkly. That accursed mudblood. How dare he harm the great serpent left to me by Salazar Slytherin? And twice, no less. Marge. Hurt the basilisk? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. I was present during the first incident, along with Miss Granger. Lockhart mentioned it, but alas, he was unable to save her. Oh, Professor. So you've known all along. Harry's eyes widened. Humph. And what of it? The boy retorted dismissively. A filthy mudblood attempting to save another mudblood? Ridiculous. Even more absurd is the fact that this mudblood failed to save anyone, yet dared to rescue Harry Potter. What a pity you didn't see it. Miss Weasley struggling desperately, crying out, while that mudblood could only lean against the wall, clutching his injured arm, helplessly watching her being taken by the Serpent King. Oh, right, he couldn't see because he lacked the courage to open his eyes even once. Quite the joke. Wouldn't you say? Harry clenched his fists, glaring at him in fury. Meanwhile, Ron, holding Ginny close, had kept his head down, gazing at her face, lost in thought. We were indeed mistaken about Marge, Harry declared angrily, and it is all your fault. Don't say that. Ever since Ginny and I arrived here, I have been waiting for you. I knew you would come. I have many questions to ask you, Harry Potter. What questions? Harry demanded sternly, his fists clenched tightly. For instance, the boy continued, a triumphant smile gracing his face, a mere infant, devoid of any extraordinary magic. How did he manage to vanquish the greatest wizard of all time? How could you escape unscathed, leaving only a scar, while Voldemort's power lay shattered? At that moment, a peculiar red glimmer shone in his wolf-like eyes. Why do you care about how I escaped? Harry retorted loudly. What does it have to do with you? Of course, it has everything to do with me. Simply because I am Tom Riddle. Harry immediately recalled the name from the diary, yet he was utterly perplexed by its significance. Before he could dwell on his confusion, Riddle provided a direct explanation. Voldemort, Riddle whispered, is my past, present, and future. Harry Potter merely needs to rearrange the letters, and you will understand. In fact, he is Voldemort, at 16 years of age. He is Voldemort? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Do you truly believe I would carry the name of my filthy muggle father for the rest of my life? Know this. In my veins flows the blood of Salazar Slytherin himself, passed down through his daughter. Would I retain the name of that detestable ordinary muggle? He abandoned me before I was even born, simply because he discovered his wife was a witch. No, Harry, I have given myself a new name. For I know that one day, when I become the greatest wizard in the world, wizards everywhere will dare not utter it lightly. Riddle's tone grew increasingly intense, his voice rising. At that moment, however, Lockhart abruptly stepped forward. The greatest wizard? He regarded Riddle with a peculiar gaze. Do you truly believe that someone who commits such acts could be a great wizard? Lockhart pointed at the diary lying at the foot of the Slytherin statue, his question laden with meaning. Do you know what that is? Upon hearing the implications in Lockhart's words, shock washed over Riddle's face. He promptly abandoned his original intentions, losing all desire to continue conversing with Harry, and instead decisively turned toward the Slytherin statue, opening his mouth to emit a hissing sound that only Harry could comprehend. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of Hogwarts' four founders. The massive stone visage of Slytherin began to move, its mouth widening until it became a gaping black abyss. It seemed as though something was writhing within the statue's mouth, slithering up from the depths of the stone. Close your eyes. Step back. Lockhart shouted loudly. Harry and Ron hurriedly dragged Ginny backward, colliding almost simultaneously with the dark chamber's wall, their eyes tightly shut. A colossal figure suddenly crashed onto the stone floor, causing the chamber to tremble. Then, Harry heard Riddle's hissing voice. Kill him. What Riddle did not anticipate was that the seemingly feeble man before him exhibited astonishing reflexes. Although Lockhart kept his eyes closed, he appeared to perceive his surroundings, directing his wand at a nearby stone pillar. Shatter. Under the influence of the cutting curse, a portion of the pillar crashed to the ground, shattering into several fragments. Subsequently, Lockhart waved his wand once more, and one of the stones swiftly transformed into a grand rooster. Damn it! Riddle sensed impending danger, yet without a wand in hand, he was rendered incapable of mounting an effective interference. He abruptly gestured towards Lockhart, sending forth a surge of magical force aimed at the rooster, only for Lockhart to easily dispel it with a mere flick of his wand. The rooster suddenly crowed, its call echoing significantly, causing the basilisk to panic and scurry in all directions. In an instant, several stone pillars were fractured, dust swirling chaotically throughout the chamber. Seizing this opportunity amidst the cloud of debris, Lockhart swiftly dashed towards the base of the statue. On the other side, Riddle appeared to have the same intention. Yet, perhaps due to the differences in their forms, Riddle, shrouded in a misty aura, moved with greater speed than Lockhart. However, as Riddle surged past Lockhart, he failed to notice that Lockhart had abruptly halted his own advance. With swift resolve, Lockhart waved his wand, and a skull of black mist, the size of a human head, shot forth from the tip of his wand, racing forward like a vengeful specter, landing unceremoniously behind Riddle's indistinct form. Oh! Struck by the sudden onslaught of the black mist skull, Riddle's figure became even more nebulous, as if he were losing control over his corporeal form, twisting uncontrollably. Shortly thereafter, his form split into two distinct shadows. One large shadow darted towards the diary, while the smaller one traced an arc through the air, landing accurately upon Ginny. In truth, he could have executed this action earlier. His sudden rush was merely a ruse intended for Riddle's benefit. This sequence of events transpired within mere seconds, leaving Riddle little opportunity to react. Having dealt with Riddle, Lockhart once more closed his eyes and plunged headlong into the still settling dust. Before long, a tremendous shriek resonated from a corner of the chamber, followed by a heavy thud. In the obscured corner, Lockhart stood beside the basilisk's colossal head. His gaze was not fixated on the creature's scales or venomous fangs. Rather, he focused intently on a rather inconspicuous horn atop its head. This, indeed, was the most precious part of the basilisk. Legend has it that Salazar Slytherin once utilized it as the core of his wand, imbued with formidable power. Come forth. You should understand what comes next, Lockhart, or rather, the entity masquerading as Lockhart, spoke. Of course, there is nothing easier than this. As the sound of conversation echoed, a figure suddenly emerged not far away. Indeed, it was the true Gilderoy Lockhart himself. He extended a suitcase he held in his hand, saying, "Take them away. Leave this to me. Of course, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you, Mr. McLean." Just as the genuine Lockhart hurried to Harry and the others, a soft groan resonated in the air. Ginny had awakened. Her bewildered gaze wandered left and right before settling on Ron, who had been holding her all along, and finally, it rested on the somewhat disheveled Harry. Tears then streamed down her cheeks. "Oh, Harry, I wanted to tell you over breakfast, but I couldn't admit in front of Percy that it was me. I swear, it wasn't he intentional. Riddle forced me. He controlled me. Where's Riddle? The last thing I remember is him emerging from the diary. Rest assured, all is well. I have dealt with them," Lockhart declared, a jubilant expression adorning his face as he pointed to the enormous corpse deep within the chamber. Yet, Ginny seemed little comforted by this revelation. "I will be expelled," she cried as Ron silently helped her to her feet, swaying unsteadily. "Ever since Bill came, I have longed to study at Hogwarts, and now I must leave. What will Mom and Dad say?" Of course, even if they noticed her absence, They would never imagine that someone was currently dismembering the basilisk's corpse nearby. Chapter 73, A Deceptive Escape. The basilisk was almost entirely covered in remarkably tough scales, capable of withstanding not only ordinary blades, but also spells, which it could even deflect. Even now, as a lifeless carcass, it proved quite cumbersome to cut apart. Indeed, Maka yearned to chop it into pieces to take away, for it was a basilisk. To claim that it was a treasure trove would not be an exaggeration. However, even with the suitcase enhanced by the extinction charm, it could not accommodate the entire creature. Ultimately, as Maka turned to leave, the ancient beast that had once nearly brought Hogwarts to a standstill, causing Dumbledore to receive a dismissal letter from the Board of Governors, was reduced to an unrecognizable heap of flesh. As Maka departed, the stone door finally closed. Yet, not long after, a dull rumble echoed from within the chamber, followed by a slight tremor beneath their feet. Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Lockhart stood at the entrance, their bodies nearly covered in mud and slime. Lockhart, though appearing somewhat better, was not immune to the splattering of dirt, even while cloaked in invisibility. Silence enveloped the scene. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the stillness. Ginny. It was Mrs. Weasley, who had been sobbing by the hearth. She leapt to her feet, followed closely by Mr. Weasley, both extending their arms to embrace their precious daughter. Ron stood to the side, his head bowed, lost in thought. Harry's gaze drifted past them, peering into the room beyond. He beheld Professor Dumbledore smiling, standing before the mantelpiece. Beside Dumbledore stood the equally smiling Hermione. "Oh, Hermione, are you all right?" Harry exclaimed in delight. Hermione nodded with a smile, yet her eyes continued to glance behind Harry, seemingly anticipating something. "Miss Granger awakened when you all contravened a multitude of school regulations," Professor McGonagall elucidated. "It was McLean, who, after 2 sleepless nights, concocted a resurrection potion using freshly matured mandrake root, a formula he had improved, proving to be remarkably effective." Nearby, Ron suddenly lifted his head. He glanced at Hermione, then at Ginny, his expression shifting continuously before he ultimately succumbed to despondency and lowered his gaze once more. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley excitedly turned her attention to Lockhart. Unlike her usual starstruck admiration, this was a profound respect emanating from the heart. "Professor Lockhart, you saved her. You saved her. How did you do it?" This was a question that echoed in the minds of all present. Professor McGonagall regarded Lockhart with a look of uncertainty. Before the mantelpiece, Dumbledore also wore an expression of curiosity. "Oh, certainly. I shall recount the entire process for everyone," Lockhart declared with a smile reminiscent of his former self, though it lacked the previous air of arrogance, appearing somewhat perfunctory. As Lockhart spoke, the attention of the assembly shifted back to Harry. Under their scrutiny, Harry hesitated for a moment before embarking on the tale of his experiences. He spoke for about 10 minutes, and the audience listened intently, the room enveloped in silence. However, when he recounted how the note in Hermione's hand provided him with a crucial clue, Hermione nodded knowingly, though her hands, clasped at her sides, tightly gripped her sleeves. Once Harry concluded, Lockhart had fully reverted to his usual demeanor. He held his head high, animatedly recounting the entire process of entering the Chamber of Secrets in an exaggerated manner. Storytelling had always been his forte, especially since he had been invisibly trailing them the entire time. Is that truly the case? McGonagall could not help but inquire of Harry. Instinctively, Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who maintained a faint smile, the flickering firelight dancing across his crescent-shaped spectacles. "Oh, more or less accurate," Harry replied. "What piques my interest," Dumbledore interjected, "is how Voldemort managed to deceive Ginny, for according to my sources, he is currently hiding in the forests of Albania." "WH what?" Mrs. Weasley gasped. "The Dark Lord? Deceived Ginny? But Ginny is not. She's not, is she? A diary?" Dumbledore inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Harry looked towards Lockhart, believing he might know the ultimate fate of the diary. Lockhart shook his head and replied, "As I mentioned earlier, I pierced it with the fangs of a basilisk, and its venom seeped through the entirety of the diary. The shadowy figure of the mysterious man dissipated. I was then preoccupied with escorting the children out. That diary should still be in the secret chamber." "Remarkable," Dumbledore pondered softly. "Were it not for McLean, he might well be regarded as the most extraordinary student in the history of Hogwarts." He turned to face the Weasley couple, who appeared thoroughly perplexed. Few were aware that Voldemort was once known as Tom Riddle. 50 years ago, at Hogwarts, I personally taught him. After leaving school, he vanished, wandering the world, sinking ever deeper into the mire of dark magic, consorting with the most nefarious individuals in the wizarding realm, undergoing numerous perilous transformations. Ultimately, he re-emerged as Voldemort, at which point he was scarcely recognizable. Hardly anyone could connect Voldemort with the intelligent, handsome student body president who once studied here. "But what of Ginny?" Mrs. Weasley interjected. "What connection does our Ginny have with him?" "Ginny!" Mr. Weasley exclaimed, his shock evident. "Did I not instruct you? Have I not always cautioned you? Never trust anything that can think for itself unless you discern where it keeps its brain. Why did you not show the diary to me or your mother? Such a dubious item, clearly infused with dark magic. I don't know, Ginny sobbed. I found it in a book that my mother gave me. I thought someone had left it there and forgotten about it. Miss Weasley should be taken immediately to the hospital wing. Dumbledore interjected firmly. This is a harrowing ordeal for her, and the school will impose no punishment. Many wizards older and more astute than she had been deceived by Voldemort. He strode to the door and gently opened it. Rest now. Perhaps you should enjoy a steaming cup of hot chocolate. I have always found it beneficial for uplifting my spirits, he remarked, casting a kind wink at Ginny. You will find that Madame Pomfrey has not yet retired. She has been studying the revised potion for the Mandrake revival that Maclean presented to her. Mrs. Weasley guided Ginny out, with Mr. Weasley trailing behind, still bearing the weight of great distress. Even more troubled than Mr. Weasley was Ron, who had been called back by Dumbledore when he had intended to accompany his father to the hospital wing. Do you know, Minerva, Professor Dumbledore mused to Professor McGonagall. I believe these events warrant a celebration. Might I ask you to inform the kitchen? Oh, and while you are at it, please summon Maclean to await me in my office, Dumbledore added. Very well, she replied succinctly, heading towards the door. You'll handle Potter and Weasley, correct? Of course, Dumbledore affirmed. Professor McGonagall has departed, leaving Harry and Ron anxiously gazing at Dumbledore. What could Professor McGonagall's earlier remarks have meant? Were they to be reprimanded? Dumbledore, however, wore a beaming smile as he awarded them additional points and specifically commended Harry for his decisiveness and intellect, as well as Ron for his affection towards his sister Ginny. Subsequently, he turned his attention to Lockhart, observing him with curiosity. Gilderoy, I believe you are quite suited for the teaching profession, perhaps next semester, he remarked. His words a jumbled assortment that revealed his lack of desire to continue in the role. Oh, what a pity, Dumbledore casually remarked before shifting his gaze back to Ron. I would like to have a few more words with Harry. Lockhart promptly exited in a flurry, and after a moment's hesitation, Ron followed suit.